Chapter 327. Traditional Chinese medicine. Liu San found Dong Weiwei and presented her with the medicines he had prepared, simple formulations made from locally available herbs, processed into powders and pills for ease of use. These are basic herbal remedies I've compounded. He transferred several paper packets and wooden boxes from his basket to her outstretched hands. You have some TCM knowledge, don't you? A little. Dong Weiwei's cheeks colored with embarrassment. Honestly, I only picked up some acupuncture, cupping, and Tui numb massage techniques for athletic conditioning mostly. Can you read a pulse? Just the basics. Then you should start with this. Liu San handed her a well-worn manual. The Barefoot Doctor's Manual covers diagnostic and treatment methods for common ailments. Observation, auscultation, inquiry, palpation. Proper diagnosis doesn't always require pulse reading. Rural communities see the same afflictions again and again. And here, he produced a second volume, is Diagnosis and Treatment of Common Diseases in Hainan, compiled by Minister Shi. Study both. Excellent. Medical skills will prove invaluable for community work. This is the medical alcohol, absorbent cotton, and swabs you requisitioned. Liu San consulted a list. Here are my compounded medicines and their indications: antipyretics, diaphoretics, dampness-dispelling preparations, purgatives, heat-clearing agents, sedatives. Unfortunately, the local pharmacopoeia is woefully incomplete. Some formulations simply can't be prepared. Where the herbs are readily available, I've included the raw prescriptions instead. Finally, he withdrew a small wooden box with a conspiratorial wink. A gift from the Ministry of Health, your medical kit. There are some experimental products inside. Dong Weiwei lifted the lid with evident curiosity. Alongside the expected supplies, she found gauze masks, rough but functional, of recent manufacture, and a case containing simple surgical instruments, gleaming and new. This equipment is precious. Isn't it wasted on an amateur like me? She knew the value of proper surgical tools. These are Lingao made. Liu San's satisfaction was palpable. Examine them closely. Is this copper, bronze? He confirmed. Frankly, I'm astonished the Pharmaceutical Equipment Workshop could produce such work. Jiang Yi at the machinery factory collaborated with jewelers recruited from Guangzhou, I'm told. Remarkable. Dong Weiwei's eyes shone as she surveyed the wealth of supplies. The Ministry of Health has outdone itself. This will be an enormous help. I'll be conducting epidemiological research here over the coming days, so I can teach you some fundamental medical techniques while I'm at it. Liu San had trained in pharmacy, though the hospital had given him a crash course in basic surgical procedures. Thus began Liu San's medical practice in the 13 Villages region. He saw patients both at the church and on rounds through the countryside, accompanying Dong Weiwei on her inspection tour. Their reputation spread rapidly. Liu San documented every observation meticulously. He bore responsibility for the basic sanitary survey as well. Through his rounds, Liu San confronted the brutal reality of what shortage of doctors and medicine truly meant. The villagers knew doctors existed in the world, that such men could heal the sick, but precious few had ever been examined by one. Even itinerant medicine sellers rarely ventured here. When illness struck, people simply waited for recovery or death. Sometimes they resorted to folk remedies of dubious efficacy. Infectious diseases ran rampant. Chronic conditions went untreated. Parasitic infections were endemic. Infant mortality was appalling, maternal deaths grimly common, and gynecological ailments nearly universal. Dong Weiwei, as a woman, felt this suffering keenly and suggested repeatedly that they station professional nurses in the area. Liu San remained unmoved by such proposals. His own staff at Bern was stretched thin, medicine scarce. How could he spare personnel? Besides, practicing medicine wasn't his primary mission. What consumed his attention was the collection of folk remedies. Useful or not, whenever he encountered a traditional cure, he transcribed it carefully and verified each ingredient. He dismissed none, however outlandish, and managed to accumulate a respectable pharmacopoeia. One morning, he sat in the ancestral hall seeing patients. The morning had been busy. For those whose ailments matched his medicines, he dispensed a few doses. For the others, he could only offer licorice root, a pure placebo. The villagers asked little. To have a doctor at all was blessing enough, let alone one who charged nothing. He had just unwrapped a rice ball for his midday meal when a commotion erupted outside. Make way, make way. Is the doctor here? The urgency in that voice meant a critical case. Liu San swallowed his bite and called out, "Here, bring them in." Several men burst through the doorway carrying a patient between them. "Put him on the board, let me see." Liu San strode forward. The patient was a boy of 11 or 12, his facial muscles twitching in violent spasm, jaw locked in a rictus grin, the classic rictus sardonicus. His breathing came in labored, strangled gasps. Liu San's stomach dropped. These were the unmistakable signs of tetanus. "Where is the wound?" The bearers pointed to the boy's foot, wrapped in a filthy rag. Liu San tore it away. A deep puncture wound gaped at him. Upon questioning, he learned a rake had inflicted it. The diagnosis was certain. Tetanus. Liu San's expression turned grim. The toxins were already taking hold. Even in a modern hospital, once symptoms manifested, survival was doubtful. Here he was empty-handed. No hydrogen peroxide to cleanse the wound, no antitoxin to neutralize the poison. "Doctor, please save my child." The middle-aged man who had carried him in dropped to his knees, voice breaking. Several women, old and young, knelt beside him, the boy's family all weeping. "Stay calm." Liu San forced his thoughts into order, rifling through his mental catalog of TCM treatments for tetanus. He seized a brush and scrawled a prescription. "Get this filled immediately. There may still be time." The man who took the paper looked stricken. Liu San had been here long enough to understand. These people were destitute. Filling a prescription was fantasy for most of them. Quickly, he stamped the paper with his personal seal. "Take this to the raw medicine shop in the county seat. Give them the prescription directly." The shopkeeper dealt regularly with Liu San. Extending credit for a few doses would pose no difficulty. The father tried to prostrate himself in gratitude. "Go," Liu San ordered. "Delay costs lives." Then he turned on the crowd pressing close. "Out, everyone out. What good is this gawking?" Tetanus patients required absolute stillness, free from any stimulation. He considered his options. The wound needed immediate disinfection. Without hydrogen peroxide, potassium permanganate would have to serve. Precious stuff now, and his kit held little of it. As he deliberated, Dong Waiwei appeared in the doorway. "Dr. Liu, come eat. I made fried rice noodles." She froze at the sight of the convulsing child on the makeshift stretcher. "Tetanus," Liu San said tersely. "I need your help." "Of course." Dong Waiwei hastily donned the blue cloth gown hanging on the wall. She had no proper white coat, but since Liu San's arrival, she followed his protocol: gown, mask, and cap whenever treating patients. "We need to move him somewhere quiet. Any stimulation will worsen the spasms." The ancestral hall, optimized for receiving patients, had windows and doors thrown wide. Light streamed in from every direction. The east wing of the church, it's unoccupied. Dong Waiwei immediately summoned 2 soldiers to transport the boy. Liu San ordered paper pasted over the windows, dimming the room as much as possible. "Prepare a 1:1000 potassium permanganate solution, quickly." He examined the wound more closely. Filth clogged the puncture, soil, rust, organic debris. Iron implements, agricultural tools, farm fields. The combination was almost designed to breed tetanus. Dong Waiwei retrieved the permanganate bottle from the medical kit, found an enamel basin and clean water. Then she stopped. "Damn, no measuring cup, no scale. Start with a single crystal, then dilute gradually. Watch the color. Light red is correct. Purple means too concentrated." Solution prepared, Liu San first debrided the wound, then flushed it continuously with the antiseptic wash. The child twitched intermittently on the doorboard. Dong Waiwei moved to hold him steady. "It's manageable. Check his tongue. Is the coating yellow and rough?" She pried open his clenched teeth with difficulty using a tongue depressor. "No. Body temperature, fever." "Yes." She touched his forehead. "Do we need the thermometer?" Is he sweating? Sweating, but not profusely. Liu San studied the boy's complexion. No cyanosis yet, no ominous blue-purple discoloration marked the progression to what TCM termed wind toxin entering the interior. They remained in the early phase. The probability of successful treatment with traditional methods was still reasonable. He allowed himself a fraction of relief. No need for the thermometer. In TCM terms, we're still at wind toxin in the exterior, initial stage. Feel his pulse. What do you find? Dong Weiwei understood he was using the crisis as a teaching moment. She pressed her fingers to the boy's wrist, concentrating. I'm not confident, but it feels wiry and rapid. That confirms the severity of his condition. Much depended on how quickly the medicine arrived. A round trip takes about half a day at best. If he can hold on, this child might survive. Dong Weiwei gazed at the small figure, thin, ragged, barely more than bones wrapped in skin. Compassion welled in her chest. Doesn't Bern General Hospital have antitoxin serum? One dose, one injection, wouldn't that settle it? Liu San gave a harsh laugh. Our tetanus antitoxin supply is finite. A fair amount has been used since D-Day. We must reserve what remains for our own. Surely one dose wouldn't matter. She knew the serum's value perfectly well. One dose could also save a life. Whose life do you choose? Dong Weiwei fell silent. The question was brutal and brutally real. This is precisely why I must seize every opportunity to test TCM therapies. Liu San finished flushing the wound but left it open, neither bandaged nor sutured. The serum will run out eventually. When it does, herbal medicine is all we'll have. Under his guidance, Dong Weiwei then performed acupuncture on the patient to control the spasms. Late that night, the medicine finally arrived. Liu San ground the herbs to fine powder himself, sifted and blended them, then administered the mixture with heated wine and applied powder directly to the wound. This is a refinement of a traditional patent prescription Yuzhen powder or jade true powder. He handed the formula to Dong Weiwei. Study it. Tetanus is common here. Master these techniques and you'll be equipped to handle cases on your own. Days passed with regular doses and applications. Liu San also ordered regular administration of saline water. Gradually, the spasms subsided, the rigidity faded, the boy began to mend. Liu San felt a surge of validation. He had known, theoretically, that TCM could treat tetanus, but he had never witnessed an actual case. The evidence before him doubled his confidence. At least one disease threatening the transmigration group's future health had a viable treatment. He documented the entire course meticulously. Pulse records, prescriptions, medications, every procedure and measure employed. Someday, this case would serve as a model for training future physicians. Watching the boy improve day by day, Liu San felt an attachment quite different from that of a normal doctor-patient relationship. He had pulled this life back from the edge. He found himself visiting the ward often, sitting and talking with the child. To navigate the county, collect herbs, and treat patients, Liu San had acquired passable Lingao dialect, so conversation posed no difficulty. Through their talks, he learned the boy's surname was Fu, one of the great family names in Lingao shared by rich and poor alike. As for a given name, there was none, not even something crude like leftover or stone. He ranked fourth among his siblings. Hence, Fu Sinan, Fu fourth male. Despite his name, Fu Sinan was actually the second surviving child in the family. He was 11 or 12. Of the 3 elder brothers born before him, 2 had died before reaching 15. 3 younger siblings still lived. The family's circumstances mirrored those of most villagers, abject poverty. Their home was bamboo and thatch, their diet sweet potatoes and taro for half the year, with frequent hunger even then. A standard specimen of peasant life under the old regime. Over several days of conversation, Liu San discovered that this child possessed genuine aptitude for gardening. He tended the family vegetable plot. More remarkably, he was willing to talk, to engage openly with a stranger. In Liu San's experience, common folk of this era were usually sullen gourds, answering only when questioned directly or simply staring in silence. Finding such an expressive, communicative child lifted Liu San's spirits. He recalled the executive committee's call for everyone to take apprentices, and reflected that a boy skilled in cultivation would be invaluable for growing medicinal herbs. He asked, "Can you read?" "No," Fu Sinan shook his head. "Would you like to learn?" "There's no money for learning." "What if you became my apprentice instead? You could be a doctor someday too." Chapter 328, First Debate Concerning TCM. At these words, Fu Sinan tumbled from the bed and prostrated himself, pressing his forehead to the floor. Liu San caught him by the shoulders and hauled him upright. "None of that, we don't bow and scrape here." He paused. "But if you become my apprentice, you'll have to leave home. Are you willing?" Fu Sinan declared his willingness on the spot. Liu San remembered a guidance document from Wude, Guidelines for Handling Relations with Indigenous People, which stipulated that agreements involving personal freedom, such as taking apprentices, should be formalized in writing to prevent future disputes. After a few more days of rest, once the boy's recovery was complete, Liu San dispatched the liaison officer to summon Fu Sinan's parents for discussion. The prospect delighted the impoverished family. Though they would lose half a laborer, they would also shed one hungry mouth. A fair exchange. Both parties signed a contract. Fu Sinan would serve as Liu San's apprentice in Bairn Village for a term of 7 years, during which time life and death lay in heaven's hands. With the document signed and stamped, Fu Sinan became Liu San's apprentice under the laws of the Great Ming. Liu San could now treat the boy however he saw fit, provided he stopped short of beating him to death. Having acquired an apprentice, Liu San determined to purify the child and eliminate his illiteracy, lest he prove unable to read even basic medical texts. There was no reason to linger further in Daelu village. After instructing Dong Waiwei on essential matters, he set out for Bairn with his new charge. Fu Sinan insisted on carrying the medicine basket. Liu San laughed. "I'd better carry it myself." "When there is work to be done, the disciple undertakes the labor," the boy recited respectfully. "Oh, I thought you couldn't read. Where did you learn to speak so bookishly?" "The village schoolteacher used to say it." Fu Sinan's expression was perfectly earnest. "Whenever I passed the private school and the master set students to chores, he always spoke that phrase. It seems you love learning." Liu San felt a swell of satisfaction. If the boy had no passion for study, any plan to cultivate him would be hopeless. But this one clearly loved books and possessed a retentive memory besides. "Yes, master." Liu San led Fu Sinan to Bairn. Everything there bewildered and amazed the child who had never ventured as far as the county seat. Fellow villagers had spoken of a wondrous place called Eastgate Market, now the most prosperous corner of the region, brimming with riches and marvels unseen for generations. When they reached it, the boy's eyes darted everywhere, unable to absorb the spectacle fast enough. "Stop gawking, silly boy." Liu San patted his head. "You'll have plenty of time to look around later." He steered the child toward a cluster of buildings enclosed by barbed wire on the outskirts of Bairn, the quarantine camp. To accommodate the growing number of locally recruited personnel, the Ministry of Health had established this facility. The officer in charge was Bai Yu from the Ministry of Education. When this mountain of a man, standing a full 1.8 meters, came swaying toward them, Fu Sinan drew a sharp breath. The legends about Australians being tall and mighty were apparently no exaggeration. "Call him Teacher Bai," Liu San instructed. Fu Sinan made to drop and kowtow again. Bai Yu stopped him with an outstretched hand. "We don't kneel to people here." Lifted bodily by this giant, the scrawny Fu Sinan offered no resistance whatsoever. He found himself hoisted upright before he could protest. "Teacher Bai," he called out obediently. "This child is now in your hands, Bai Yu." Bai Yu looked the boy over. "Where is he from? Looks rather weak." "The 13 villages area. He's been recovering from an illness. We've had quite a few from that region lately." Bai Yu flipped through a register. "I don't see this child on any transfer list. He's my apprentice. Just enroll him in the literacy class. I'll handle his further education myself." "You've taken an apprentice too," Bai Yu let out a laugh. That fellow Nanhai only takes female disciples, raising lowlies from infancy, they say. Why'd you choose a boy, raising a Shoda? Spare me your jokes. Liu San waved the innuendo aside. An apprentice means an extra pair of hands. I'm entrusting this child to you. Very well. I'll see he's properly trained. Bai Yu turned to Fu Sinan. Come along, first we'll get you clean. Fu Sinan underwent the full purification regimen. When he emerged, he was shorn bald and clad in the standard blue student uniform. His own reflection seemed to puzzle him greatly. There. Liu San surveyed the newly scrubbed boy, who now exuded the sharp scent of saponin extract. You'll live here for several weeks. Obey your teachers and study diligently. Otherwise, they'll cane your backside until you can't sit down. I'll return for you in due time. Fu Sinan announced his readiness for beatings. What apprentice wasn't struck by his master, the master's wife, and senior disciples? Bai Yu pulled out a notebook. Name, age, Fu Sinan, 11 years old. That name won't do. Bai Yu frowned gravely. With names like that, how is anyone supposed to tell you all apart? Call him Fu Wubin, Liu San suggested. And so Fu Sinan was renamed Fu Wubin. He received a sturdy cloth satchel stuffed full, with 2 broad straps stitched on for wearing, and a small bamboo plaque on a cord to hang around his neck, his name and serial number carved into it. Thus the Lingao native formerly known as Fu Sinan was formally absorbed into the transmigration system as Fu Wubin. Paperwork complete, Liu San proceeded to Bern General Hospital to report on his rural expedition. He presented the tetanus treatment records to Shi Nioran with palpable excitement. This is tremendous. We won't need to worry about what happens when the antitoxin runs out. Shi Nioran did not share his enthusiasm. He leafed through the documentation with a sour expression, then rendered his verdict. Insufficient clinical evidence. Liu San's pharmacy training told him this objection was technically valid. Since tetanus antitoxin became available in China, cases treated solely with TCM could practically be counted on one's fingers. But Yuzhen powder is a proven prescription for tetanus. First, Shi Nioran replied without ceremony, we cannot actually confirm this was tetanus. You have no bacterial culture, no pathology report, no temperature chart. You cannot definitively diagnose the disease. This violates the fundamental rigor of modern medicine. Second, many proven prescriptions have been demonstrated by modern medicine and pharmacology to be completely ineffective or outright harmful. Rabies has several so-called proven treatments as well, and yet once rabies symptoms manifest, neither TCM nor modern medicine can do anything. Without serum, it's a death sentence. Then what do we do when the serum is gone? Liu San's voice rose. If his beloved TCM pharmacopoeia was to be dismissed as worthless, what hope remained? No matter how carefully we ration it, the serum will eventually expire. Large-scale clinical trials must be conducted, but running such trials now carries significant risk. Risk meant that even setting transmigrators aside, the indigenous laborers and soldiers they had painstakingly recruited and trained represented substantial investment. Losing such personnel to failed experiments would be a major loss. Can we use animal testing? Here's the problem. Shi Nioran's voice turned pained. Everyone thought of everything when they packed the ship except white mice. Not a single pair. What about rabbits? Doesn't the farm have rabbits? Liu San's zoological knowledge was limited, but he knew rabbits reproduced nearly as prolifically as mice. According to Nanhai, the rabbits have stopped breeding. It's too hot here. We only have a handful left, and there's already a queue of people eager to eat them for the meat. You think anyone will let us use them for experiments? If animal testing is impossible, then we proceed directly to human trials. A voice sounded from the doorway. Both men looked up. There stood Jiang Qiuyan, the Transmigration Group's sole psychiatrist, returned from the circumnavigation expedition. You're back, Shi Nioran was visibly surprised. The expedition returned. Arrived this morning. I've already bathed, changed, and eaten. The rest are still unloading at the pier. He grinned. One of the perks of being a physician. His expression grew more earnest. Why not run clinical trials directly? Minister she, if you're unwilling to experiment on our own laborers, take the medicine to the countryside, test it on the general population. The implication was clear: use commoners outside the system as test subjects. This was, in fact, Shi Nioran's own preference, but years in America had taught him to express such things indirectly. Shi Nioran remained noncommittal. Liu San refined this treatment protocol and formalize it. That amounted to approval. Liu San's indignation ebbed. He asked Jiang Qiuyan about the expedition's results. Excellent results. Jiang Qiuyan appended a cattail bag onto the table, spilling out several coconuts. Drink up. We collected thousands, plenty for everyone. Wonderful. Shi Nioran immediately ordered the entire staff summoned and fetched ice from the freezer. Soon, a cluster of doctors was happily gulping down chilled coconut water. Delicious. So refreshing. He might just finished teaching a clinical class for the intern nurses and was drenched in sweat. A cup of cold sweetness sent him practically soaring. Ai Bebe refused her share but carefully wrapped a coconut to take home to her child. Sister-in-law, drink freely, this batch is extra allocation. Jiang Qiuyan smiled. There's an official allocation too, Shi Nioran asked. 1 coconut per person, regardless of age or gender or position, Jiang Qiuyan explained. Heavy laborers and officers receive additional rations. Indigenous employees get some as well, though not 1 apiece. And after you've drunk the water, the shells must be turned into the cafeteria. Are they making curry? I heard Wu Nanhai transferred those Indians from the labor reform team to his farm. He doesn't seem to mind the smell. Chapter 329, The Students. I suspect they're planning to press oil. Coconut poached fish, perhaps. The thought alone makes me nauseous, Shi Nioran said. More likely they're gearing up for soap production. Actually, large-scale soap making is being discontinued. Jiang Qiuyan shook his head. The expedition discovered abundant Gleditsia, honey locust resources. I expect everyone will be washing with Gleditsia pods for quite a while. Does Gleditsia have any antibacterial properties for hand washing? No idea, probably. With that, he produced several thick salt-crusted notebooks from his portable case, their pages crumpled and stained. They contained medical records, health diaries, and disease observations compiled throughout the voyage. When you have time, organize these materials together. I'm a psychiatrist. After all, this sort of work isn't really my specialty. Fu Wubin was escorted to boys' dormitory number 1. The quarantine camp now segregated by both gender and age. Orphans and single men were no longer housed together, a policy change prompted by incidents at the Bapu camp, where adults had been caught stealing food from children, and worse, cases of sodomy had been discovered. Though the perpetrators paid dearly, sentenced to lifetime hard labor in the Reform Brigade, the transmigrators had decided to separate the populations entirely to prevent further scandals. Dormitory number 1 housed children admitted during the same period. Fewer than 10 occupied the 30 bunk beds, leaving the room feeling cavernous. Several boys sat on their mattress edges, reading aloud. Others wrestled and roughhoused. Like Fu Wubin, they were all bald and dressed in close-fitting blue jackets with mandarin collars. The beds held woven straw mats, clean and orderly, with folded single quilts of the same blue cloth as their uniforms. Simple sedge pillows completed the bedding. Beside each bunk stood a small cabinet of unpainted white wood. Fu Wubin understood newcomer protocol. He took a position just inside the door, standing properly, waiting to see if a boss would emerge to assign him a bed, but no one spoke. After a long silence, he cautiously selected an apparently unoccupied bunk and set down his belongings. "Hey!" someone shouted. Fu Wubin flinched, snatched up his things, and stood frozen by the bedside. A boy trotted over. "New arrival, you can't put your stuff directly on the bed. If Teacher Bai catches you, there'll be a beating." "Then where should I put it?" Fu Wubin asked, then added ingratiatingly, "Senior brother." "Senior brother," the boy blinked, then laughed. "I'm not your senior brother, I'm Lu Jia from Xuanqiuadu." At the mention of his hometown, he puffed his chest with evident pride. Xuanqiuadu meant the county seat proper, city folk. The age-old superiority of urbanites over rustics, it seemed, transcended the centuries. Your family are just tenant farmers working school fields, several boys nearby jeered. Barbarians camp by the city walls, what's there to brag about? We're official tenants. So what, still poor enough to show your ass? I'm from XX village, Fu Wuben offered carefully, declining to join the dispute. I've heard of it. Lots of people from your area lately, Lu Jia nodded. The rules here are strict, everything has to be arranged just so, nothing placed at random. I'm from the 13 villages too, a second boy ran up. My name is Yuan. He struggled to recall his recently assigned official name. Yuan Fei, you 13 villages types are all bandit spawn. Before the two could bond over their shared origins, a discordant voice cut across the room. This came from an older-looking boy with a jagged scar crossing his forehead, giving him a ferocious aspect. That's a lie, Yuan Fei shrieked, face reddening. My father's no bandit. Your grandfather was a bandit. Your whole family, your whole village, bandits, all of you. The scarred boy matched his volume. The two glared at each other, looking ready to tear into each other with teeth and nails. Fu Wuben edged backward. That's Wu Xiang, Lu Jia murmured. Word is his family was destroyed by Dang Naman's gang. Now he's half mad. Anyone mentions 13 villages, he goes off like a sworn enemy. Will he hit me? Fu Wuben thought uneasily. I'm from the 13 villages area too. Being beaten for nothing isn't worth it. Don't worry. He doesn't dare anymore. Last time he and Yuan Fei came to blows, they dragged him out and caned him bloody. Now he only dares to shout. Lu Jia shrugged. If he causes trouble again, he'll be shipped to the Labor Reform Brigade. Sure enough, the standoff ended after several minutes of mutual death glares. No one threw a punch. Yuan Fei turned to Fu Wuben with satisfaction. Good, now that you're here, we 13 villages people don't have to take that lunatic's abuse anymore. I'd save that sentiment, Lu Jia warned. The Australian chief strictly forbid cliques based on hometown or clan. Mind the rattan cane. I'm not a bandit's son. Yuan Fei's expression turned wounded. The real bandit children are locked in a separate camp by the church. I heard they're going to make them into foreign monks. Why would they do that? Fu Wuben asked, puzzled. Who knows? Lu Jia waved the question away. Get your things organized first. Fu Wuben opened the satchel he had been issued. It was stuffed with more than he had ever owned. A second set of clothes identical to what he wore, a cap with a brim, 2 sets of underclothes, socks. The underwear and socks were soft with no stitching seams, a mystery that astonished him. These were products from the Bairn textile mill made on primitive knitting machines. Then came 2 long towels, one white and one blue, thick and plush, covered in tiny loops. Lu Jia explained, this is called a maojian, a towel, white for washing your face, blue for bathing. Fu Wuben had never used a face towel in his life. Now he was expected to use 2. He wondered if he had stumbled into the wrong world. Even landlords weren't this particular. The wooden toothbrush he recognized, wealthy households in his village used similar implements. Of course he himself never had. A bamboo cup for drinking and rinsing, plus a large bowl, chopsticks, and a spoon for meals. My master thought of everything. Everyone gets the same. Nothing special. Lu Jia assumed the air of a seasoned insider. He proceeded to demonstrate how to categorize and store belongings in their designated places. Clothes folded precisely in the cabinet, towels hung unfolded, chopsticks oriented just so. The Australians hate disorder. Everything has rules, even taking a shit. Lu Jia's voice dropped conspiratorially. And they're terrified of dirt. They bathe every day. Anyone who breaks the rules gets dragged out for a caning. He shuddered, perhaps recalling his own experience. Rattan canes. His hand unconsciously drifted to his backside. As he spoke, Fu Wuben felt a sudden cramping pain in his gut. Can't hold it. Where's the latrine? Turn left out the door. There's a building with 2 entrances, but wait. Before Lu Jia could finish, Fu Wuben was already bolting for the exit. Don't forget the toilet paper. Lu Jia thrust a wad at him. Fu Wuben grabbed it without breaking stride. When he staggered back to the dormitory, his legs were barely functioning, and his stomach still churned violently. An older boy on duty outside made him wash his hands, rubbing a slippery substance against his palms until foam appeared before he was allowed to rinse. Fu Wuben's diarrhea would persist for 2 days, until the deworming medication ran its course. Eventually, the boys resumed their chatter, sharing their varied backgrounds. Lu Jia, it emerged, was an apprentice recruited by Wu Nanhai. Master Wu was walking around the fields with the county director of education, and he picked me right on the spot. Lu Jia's chest swelled. He even said I was teachable, or something like that. Yuan Fei had been collected when Du Wen's work team gathered orphans in the 13 villages area. He wasn't technically an orphan, but when word spread that children sent to Bern received free food, clothing, and education, many overburdened families had volunteered their offspring. The work team accepted them all. As for Wu Xiang, he had fled to Eastgate Market on his own initiative, begging to join the transmigrators. Origins, clearly, varied widely. 2 categories of children existed here: sponsored students, adopted or sent by individual transmigrators, whose upbringing costs were deducted from their sponsor's income, to be reclaimed after completing basic literacy and military training; and state students, gathered through various channels, raised and educated uniformly by the Ministry of Education, then assigned according to aptitude and performance. A shout rang from outside. "Attention, officer inspection!" The children in the room immediately dropped whatever they held and scrambled to their beds, standing ramrod straight. "Stand properly, quick!" Lu Jia hissed. Fu Wuben mimicked the posture, rigid and uncertain. The arriving officer wore an army uniform. During the quarantine period, basic military training for all inductees, to instill organization, discipline, and obedience, was an executive committee mandate. Army and Navy officers rotated through as instructors. Today's visitor was Zhang Berlin. Lu Jia, standing nearest the door, spotted him first. "Attention!" Zhang Berlin surveyed the room and returned a crisp salute. "Sir." Dormitory number 1 reports 12 persons authorized, 12 present, awaiting instructions. Zhang Berlin signaled acknowledgement and proceeded down the aisle between bunks, inspecting each bed and cabinet. Occasionally, he ran a white-gloved hand along a surface, checking for dust. One boy began to sweat visibly. Finally, Zhang Berlin pronounced himself satisfied with the sanitary conditions and departed. Moments later, the shout echoed from the adjacent dormitory. Fu Wuben let out a shaky breath. Lu Jia smirked. "See how strict the rules are here. There are dormitory regulations on the wall. You'd better memorize them." "I can't read," Fu Wuben admitted, embarrassed. Chapter 330, The Great Debate on Education. Lu Jia couldn't read either, or rather, not all the characters. He was functionally semi-literate. But he had memorized the regulations in class, so he positioned his finger on the posted rules and recited them line by line, pretending to read. Halfway through his performance, a gong sounded from outside. The children erupted in cheers. Mealtime. Judging by their enthusiasm, the food here was evidently worth anticipating. There was no cafeteria. Everyone retrieved their bowls and chopsticks and queued at the kitchen window for their individual portions, then returned to the dormitory to eat. Fu Wuben stared at his tray. They were actually eating steamed rice, and a small fish, boiled vegetables, a bit of egg scrambled with fish meal. His throat tightened. Back home, even during the busiest harvest season, meals like this were unimaginable. 3 meals a day, 1 rice, 2 porridge. The food is excellent. When Fu Wuben reached the front of the line, the server paused. "New arrival, let me see your plaque." He squinted at the bamboo tag around Fu Wuben's neck. "Have you had diarrhea?" "Yes." Fu Wuben wondered what that had to do with getting food. "Drink this." And so he choked down another dose of the bitter liquid he had been given during purification. Once he finished, the cook added an extra fish cake to his tray. "You're entitled to recovery rations for 10 days. The man chalked a few symbols on a wooden board. "You even get recovery rations." Yuan Fei's envy was palpable. Such treatment was usually reserved for the genuinely ill. "I was sick," Fu Wuben said. But his heart swelled, and for a moment he felt tears threatening. In 11 years of life, this was the first time anyone had truly cared about him as a person, not as a burden to be fed, not as half a labor to be worked. Someone actually cared whether he was healthy. Xiao Zishan rose particularly early that morning. He had skipped the previous night's banquet welcoming the circumnavigation expedition, by all accounts a legendary affair. 4 people's commissars had reportedly been carried out from beneath the table by evening's end. The Lizhu Sugar Company had shipped a massive quantity of rum fermented from molasses, and the liquor had flowed like water. He stepped out of his office dormitory. Most department heads preferred sleeping in their offices to the collective dormitory. An office wasn't necessarily more comfortable, particularly given the extra walk to the bathhouse each night, but it signified a certain status. The dormitory occupancy rate had been declining steadily. Xiao Zishan recalled seeing the overnight absence roster from Fang Yijing, the dormitory administrator, only yesterday. Even excluding accidental overnights, more than 30% of residents now lived outside the dorm on a permanent basis. Some were migratory, rotating between the dorm and outside lodgings every few days. Those not living in the dormitory obviously had somewhere else to go. Executive committee administrative cadres mostly slept in their offices, military officers in their barracks, returning to the dorm only on weekends. Farm personnel, ensconced in their private cottages, had even less reason to emerge. Many under the Industrial and Energy Committee had taken up residence in their factories. As everyone's professional direction solidified, rest near one's workplace had become more attractive than returning to collective quarters. This clustering might indicate high morale, but Xiao Zishan knew that if the trend continued, demands for individual housing allocations would soon follow. Certain patterns were already visible. First, requests to the General Office for Living Secretaries had increased sharply, and BBS discussion threads on the topic were multiplying. Second, applications to take on apprentices, adopted sons, and adopted daughters had begun appearing. The executive committee had not yet opened cross-gender adoption except in a few special cases. Otherwise, Xiao Zishan suspected, many would already be raising lowlies. Regardless, the transmigrators were scattering. If a major incident occurred, mustering forces could prove problematic. Xiao Zishan mulled over whether to raise this issue at the upcoming Executive Committee enlargement meeting as he pedaled a Type 28 heavy-duty bicycle toward the new school site, one of the transmigration group's priority projects. The national school was nearing completion. Since the mainland orphan intake began, the transmigrators had prioritized cultivating successors from among the indigenous population. Adults, regardless of age cohort, inevitably carried the habits, mindsets, and values of the 17th century. No amount of indoctrination could erase every residue. The optimal approach was to start with children, shaping a new generation of laborers, soldiers, and administrators for the decades ahead. This educational vision would first benefit the so-called children within the system. They came from 2 sources: offspring of indigenous employees working for the transmigrators, and orphans collected from the mainland and locally. The latter were especially prized as cultivation targets. Their backgrounds were clean. They had no family entanglements to complicate loyalties or influence behaviors. They regarded the transmigrators who had rescued them from misery as saviors and gods. Over the past half-year, the Transmigration Group had established an array of educational models. Night schools promoted in rural areas, the Rural Cadre Training Institute run by Du Wen, literacy programs administered through quarantine camps, military political schools organized by the Army and Administration, health schools under the Ministry of Health, national schools for orphans, and finally, the Industrial and Energy Committee's Apprentice Corps vocational track. Most of these efforts lacked proper facilities. Aside from the training institutes, which repurposed dilapidated temples, almost none had dedicated classrooms. Children received their lessons in open-air courtyards, On rainy days, they did homework and recited lessons in dormitories. Under such conditions, all education to date amounted to little more than literacy training. Continuing indefinitely in this manner was not viable. The proliferation of parallel programs had also created administrative chaos. Zhou Dongshan found himself bewildered when trying to print textbooks. Every department seemed intent on developing its own curriculum. The executive committee decided to consolidate all educational initiatives and pool resources. As with every policy question, the issue of how to structure the education system had split the transmigrators into factions. Dr. Zhang Lishi, ever passionate about such debates, proposed a plan first. Naturally, it was also the most ambitious. Education would be divided into public schools and private schools. Private schools, self-funded and self-administered, would face no curricular mandates beyond Mandarin and basic arithmetic. However, the government would use administrative and economic incentives to encourage adoption of standardized textbooks. Attending public school would be free, taxes being collected as usual, while private school tuition could earn discretionary tax reductions. Children would enter school at 7, progressing through 5 years of primary school, 3 years of junior high, and 2 years of senior high. 10 years of compulsory education total. High achievers would sit for university entrance examinations. Public universities would charge no fees. Non-registered auditors could attend lectures free of charge. Graduates would be selected for government positions based on merit. The government would establish various free literacy programs. Teachers would be honored as paragons of society, enjoying exceptional social prestige. Hu Qingbai, People's Commissar for Education, immediately objected. Let us revisit this plan when we have established the Republic of Hebei and can exercise sovereign authority over the entire island. For now, we should concentrate on universal literacy and adult education. Everyone agreed the proposal was too luxurious. Finding sufficient teachers in the short term alone presented an insoluble problem. Then, inevitably, another luxurious plan emerged, this one championed primarily by Army and Navy officers. They cared little for basic schooling but seized the opportunity to advocate for military education. Given the severe situation facing our transmigration government, all education must be militarized. Zhang Berlin used the term without hesitation. Whatever system is adopted, military training courses are essential. Simultaneously, we should establish Army junior schools, Army officer schools. His enthusiasm was boundless. Ultimately, an Army War College. The Navy demands equivalent treatment, Li Haiping interjected. Whatever the Army received, the Navy must have too. Hampai Port Naval Officer School. Hampai Naval Academy. Internal disagreement over the naming had already begun for an institution that existed nowhere but in imagination. Pa Yuhanjian, someone sneered, planning to sing the Warship March next. The copyright on Warship March belongs to this officer. Then may Your Excellency achieve an early Jyokusai for the Senate. The military academies proposed by Army and Navy immediately triggered a rush of departmental demands. The Ministry of Health wanted a health school. Wu Nanhai wanted an agricultural school. The prospecting team wanted a geology school. The proposals multiplied wildly. Enough, when Daisy cut through the clamor. This isn't a BBS thread where you can toss out anything that sounds fancy. Keep your eyes on reality. Stop painting pies in the sky. In my view, Ma Kaianju said, we should focus for now on literacy classes and basic teacher training. Add a simple cadre training institute. That's sufficient. His pragmatism was unvarnished. First, we need not concern ourselves with universal education in Lingao. That's not our responsibility. We need only cultivate basic applied talent for the transmigration group's immediate needs. Soldiers who can write and perform arithmetic up to 100 are adequate. At most, engineers and artillerymen should understand the 4 operations plus elementary geometry. Requirements for ordinary workers need not exceed those for soldiers. Administrative cadres should know some abacus work. Objection, Dr. Zhang interrupted. Shipyard riveters alone need high school-level solid geometry. How can workers from mere literacy classes master such techniques? Illiterates can still become excellent workers. At most, they attend night school to patch their education. Ma Qianju was unmoved. At the enterprise where my elders worked, many skilled industrial workers were illiterate before liberation. A little post-liberation night schooling and they excelled. Dr. Zhang remained unconvinced. That is a low-level application of empiricism, adequate temporarily perhaps, but what happens as industry advances? Technology develops continuously. We cannot remain static. Chapter 331 School System. The way I see it, our objective is to revive as much useful technology as possible within our lifetimes, then adapt it to our environment, rather than blindly attempting to restore every advancement we once knew. Ma Qianju pressed his argument. The difference in context means our technological trajectory will necessarily diverge from the other timelines. The superintendent's steampunk obsession is showing again, someone muttered nearby. Steam-powered gear computers, high-speed double-decker steam trains, floating battleship airships. These were the three future technology initiatives that the steampunk faction, with Ma Qianju at its helm, championed most fervently. At this point, Hu Qingbai, head of the Education Committee, rose to speak. Based on everyone's proposals, my colleagues in the Ministry of Education have discussed the matter and concluded that we should walk on two legs in education. The phrase meant pursuing both rapid popular education and formal education simultaneously. The former addressed immediate needs, the latter cultivated talent for future development. This pragmatic synthesis covered all essential bases while remaining feasible given current resources. Ultimately, it won broad acceptance. The Transmigration Group would establish a dual-track education system, national education for children and rapid education for adults. First came the national school, the foundation of national education. Its mandate: orphans collected from the mainland and children of indigenous personnel directly serving the transmigrators. Enrollment was compulsory for all children between full 8 years and under 12. Those exceeding the age limit would be channeled exclusively into adult rapid literacy programs to earn the most basic qualification, a Class C diploma. The national school was a comprehensive institution divided into 2 stages, primary and secondary, requiring 9 years to complete. But Hu Qingbai further subdivided the curriculum into 3 phases: lower primary, higher primary, and secondary school. Additionally, a nursery would be established for preschool children. The 2-year lower primary curriculum emphasized fundamental reading, writing, and arithmetic alongside civic education, including basic Chinese history, rudimentary moral and social ethics, and simple natural science. Labor skills classes taught practical abilities, preparing students for future employment while fostering hands-on competence. Finally, physical education classes were instituted to strengthen bodies and begin overturning the traditional Chinese contempt for manual labor and practical work. Upon completing lower primary, students received a Class B diploma. Graduates could enlist in the Army, enter vocational or military political schools, or join any transmigration group department directly. The Ministry of Education's primary goal for the coming years was universal lower primary coverage, extending the Class B diploma to the Army, factories, farms, and all other sectors. Children demonstrating ability to continue their education could advance to higher primary for 3 additional years, earning a Class A diploma upon graduation. Class A diploma holders could proceed to secondary school, vocational technical school, or military political school. Secondary school lasted 4 years. According to the transmigrators' design, students who completed this level would be groomed as key future leaders. The curriculum stressed theory and foundational science, enabling graduates to ultimately master the advanced knowledge and culture the transmigrators had brought with them. In other words, students completing the full 9 years of national education and earning a secondary school diploma would become genuine social elites, the transmigration group's true successors. Adult rapid education was the current priority. Kvass devised a plan based on input from all departments. Upon recruitment, all indigenous soldiers and employees would undergo a 1-month purification, quarantine. During this period, a regimen of half-day military training and labor combined with half-day cultural study would be implemented. Military training fell to the Army, cultural instruction to personnel dispatched by the Ministry of Education. The curriculum covered Mandarin, 500 basic Chinese characters, and fundamental arithmetic. A final examination would be administered. Those who passed received a Class C diploma. Those who failed could continue their education within their receiving department, army, factory, or otherwise, and retake the cultural proficiency examination, administered every 6 months. Each department would organize its own remedial instruction, with support from the Ministry of Education. The Class C diploma was the most fundamental qualification under the transmigration regime. Without it, advancement was impossible. Those lacking a Class C diploma could not be promoted to regular worker or private first class, could not enter vocational schools, and certainly could not serve as grassroots cadres. In effect, without this certificate, one was condemned to remain at the lowest tier of the labor force, with no avenue for promotion. Originally, Kvass had wanted to dismiss those who failed outright. Given the pressing demand for laborers and soldiers, however, such waste was unjustifiable. Class C diploma holders could voluntarily pursue further adult training in their own time, progressively elevating their educational level. No mandatory requirement was imposed. However, as indigenous personnel advanced through the ranks, the diploma would become a gatekeeping threshold. Certain job categories, positions, military ranks, and advanced vocational training would require a specific diploma level. This mechanism was designed to stimulate learning through the desire for promotion. The Ministry of Education would administer a cultural proficiency examination every 6 months, open to all. The second pillar of adult education was vocational skills education. Current vocational training was already reasonably organized. The apprentice corps had grown substantial. Orphans collected from the mainland who proved unsuited for academic study were assigned there, along with children of many indigenous employees. Kvass planned to establish a formal vocational school from this corps, retaining its existing structure and pedagogical approach. The school would accept all indigenous persons holding diplomas, whether Class C, Class B, Class A, or secondary school. Naturally, the job types available to each diploma level would differ. Polishers and nurses required only a Class C diploma. Teachers and medical officers needed at least Class B. Physicians were reserved for secondary school diploma holders. The vocational school focused on technically demanding occupations requiring extended training: mechanics, teachers, medical personnel, and similar roles. Depending on specialty, training ranged from 3 months to 3 years, combining cultural study with internship rotations across various departments. Finally, the Military Political School. The original Military Political School and the Rural Cadre Training Institute would merge into the Lingao Military Political Cadre School, concentrating on the cultivation of indigenous military and administrative officers. The school was divided into 3 levels. Class A admitted secondary school diploma holders. Class B admitted Class A diploma holders. Class C admitted Class B diploma holders, the last restricted to serving employees and soldiers with organizational recommendations. This education system, balancing short-term practical needs and long-term academic development, satisfied all parties reasonably well. Some grumbled that the transmigration group had merely reinstituted the diploma is gospel mentality, but complaints remained muted. With the system defined, infrastructure had to follow. Zhao Zishan's destination was the construction site of the new school. Long dormitory buildings already stood in rows. The location lay far from the industrial zone, in good environmental conditions, with miscellaneous woodland nearby. The terrain was elevated and well-drained, largely sand and stone, unsuitable for farming but ideal for educational purposes. Lingao Construction General Company was now engaged in a major building campaign on this parcel. Because manpower and material resources could not support 3 separate schools, the site was christened, borrowing a fashionable term from the other timeline, Education Park. All teaching and living facilities would be shared. The park was named Fangqiati Education Park. By the time Zhao Zishan arrived, the Fangqiati teaching area was nearing completion. From the access road, he could see over a dozen 2-story red brick and timber buildings rising from the ground. They looked strangely familiar. The primary and secondary schools of his childhood had featured similar structures. Long rectangular blocks with a corridor on one side, staircases set every 2 classrooms. A single building could accommodate 8 to 16 rooms. Mei Wan, People's Commissar Hu Qingbai, and Clerk Bai Yu awaited him. As director of the General Office, Zhao Zishan bore no formal responsibility for education policy. Inspecting school construction was even less within his purview. But the General Office was responsible for solving the education problem of the transmigrators' own children, so his interest in the project was entirely justified. The campus presented a somewhat rough appearance. Due to material shortages, no perimeter wall had been constructed, which, in a certain light, aligned with the open education philosophy but proved rather impractical in this era. Mei Wan's alternative was dense bamboo fencing. Bamboo was abundant and easily worked. Later we'll plant climbing racecae along the fence. In a few years, neither man nor beast will be able to approach. It'll become a natural barbed wire, Mei Wan explained. The main gate, by contrast, was majestic, large stone blocks quarried from Bern, arranged in a 3-arched European style that Mei Wan admitted was copied from Tsinghua University's entrance. Somewhat incongruously, blockhouses flanked either side. 4 signs already hung at the gate: Lingao National School, Lingao Military Political School, and Nanhai Vocational Technical School. The 4th sign read Education People's Committee. Zhao Zishan raised an eyebrow. What's that about? Oh, Wu Nanhai agreed to allocate some surplus agricultural products as supplementary student rations. This is by way of acknowledgement. Hu Qingbai added quickly, Chairman Wen has already approved it. Hearing that the chairman had signed off, Zhao Zishan let the matter drop. Noting that the Education Committee's own sign hung here as well, he remarked, the environment is quite pleasant. A good location for your offices. Chapter 332, Campus, Not Bad. Hu Qingbai laughed. The Ministry of Education's office building stood within the park, a modest 2-story structure of red brick and tile. Relocating out of the government compound meant they could claim an office building outright, rather than cramming into a handful of prefabricated units. Just inside the school gate stood a large stone pedestal, its top conspicuously empty. Several national school students were climbing on it. Spotting the approaching chiefs, they leaped down and scattered. That's the base for a statue, Mei Wan explained. The Ministry of Education had originally planned to erect a great man's likeness, but since debate over which great man remained unresolved, the pedestal stood vacant. The playground was expansive, a regulation 400-meter track encircling an open field. Equipment lined the edges: horizontal bars, parallel bars, climbing poles. A football goal fashioned from wooden frames and fishing net had been erected. Nearby, surprisingly, stood a basketball court, complete with hoops that appeared quite serviceable. Zhao Zishan silently credited Wu Quanming, who oversaw forestry and wood products. The man's standards improved continuously. Yet the students merely wandered the grounds, squabbling and playing on the equipment. No one was playing football or basketball. No balls. We found a few aboard the ship. Hu Qingbai started to say taken by the general office, but remembering the general office's director stood before him, he pivoted. Not enough to go around. We wanted to manufacture some ourselves, but Mo Zion said requisitioning rubber reserves for footballs and basketballs would certainly be rejected. Didn't ancient China have a football of its own? Gao Qiu was supposedly expert at it. Can't we produce the Song Dynasty version? Zhao Zishan shrugged, unconcerned. Not the same thing. Hu Qingbai thought the director rather given to lateral associations. Can't inflate it. No elasticity. Zhao Zishan suddenly recalled that the army often used American football as a confrontational training exercise. During his last visit to Yanqing village, he had even seen local youth playing the sport. American football required less of the ball itself, and the physical intensity was even greater. We could teach everyone American football. And baseball. The equipment isn't complicated to produce. Isn't American football's physicality a bit extreme? Bai expressed concern. Children get injured easily. American children play American football. Zhao Zishan waved the objection away. We're building a 17th century America here. This peculiar analogy left everyone momentarily speechless. Yet upon reflection, the transmigration group did harbor such ambitions. World hegemon was a title anyone would covet. And so it was decided. American football and baseball would be added to the school athletics program. The Army would teach football. The Special Reconnaissance Team would handle baseball. Zhu Ziliang, as a second-generation Chinese-American, was well-versed in the most popular sports of his homeland. The newly constructed teaching building's whitewash had not yet dried, so the facilities remained unoccupied. The corridors were silent. Viewed from the inside, the classrooms reminded Zhao Zishan of the primary school he had attended as a child. Wide windows, fitted with glass panes, maximized natural illumination. However, the wooden frames limited the pane sizes somewhat, reducing overall lighting efficiency. No electric lights. No, we lack the technology to manufacture bulbs, and existing ones are strictly rationed. The Industrial and Energy Committee suggested carbide lamps for nighttime use. They can handle that. Blackboards, desks, and chairs were all standard designs. The blackboards had been painted, but desks and chairs retained the raw white finish of unpainted wood. Zhao Zishan reflected that it was impressive enough for Wu Quanming to have a crew of 17th century migrant workers producing 20th century furniture at all. Above the blackboards, slogans familiar to any transmigrator had been painted in ink on the fresh plaster. Study hard, improve every day, cultivate one's character. Knowledge is power. The variety was considerable. Classroom numbers were nailed above each door. Hu Qingbai explained that to maximize utilization, they had foregone the one classroom model in favor of a university-style approach. Different classes meeting in different rooms as schedules dictated. This squeezed the most value from limited facilities. Is that really necessary? Zhao Zishan asked. Setting aside universities, primary and secondary students are in class from 7 in the morning until 5 in the evening. Outside nighttime hours, classrooms have almost no idle capacity to exploit. Our educational system is pragmatic. Hu Qingbai was confident. 1/3 cultural instruction, 1/3 labor practicum, 1/3 military and physical training. Each class probably spends only half its time in a classroom at any given moment. This 3/3 system had earned effusive praise from Ma Qianju, who declared at multiple meetings. The Fangqiati pedagogical model perfectly embodies the spirit and superiority of the transmigration group, and it represents the ideal fusion of theoretical study and social practice. And it is a superior framework for cultivating new citizens with the 3 halves: ideals, culture, and discipline. The labor practicum was not a matter of cutting paper with scissors or kneading modeling clay. Students performed genuine unskilled labor in fields and factories. The campus itself hosted practicum facilities: a small farm comprising vegetable plots, a livestock area, and a substantial biogas digester. Biogas served both cooking and sanitation. Organic waste and human refuse were processed into fertilizer for on-site application, eliminating the problem of sewage and filth disposal. Beside the farm's riverside stood a simple wind-powered water wheel for irrigation, flanked by a row of bamboo frame sheds of varying sizes designed by Bing Feng. Many of the farm's facilities were built with student participation, Hu Qingbai said. Not just the practicum farm, students contributed substantially to the entire campus construction. Originally, these children had classes outdoors and studied in dormitories. Now that they can move into proper buildings, they're overjoyed. Their labor enthusiasm has been tremendous. Hu Qingbai had clearly caught the enthusiasm himself. He gestured excitedly. Take this water wheel, for instance. Several students built it themselves. Not bad, is it? Indeed, but the water wheel isn't turning. Zhao Zishan observed that the branch of the Wenlin River here had insufficient flow to power the mechanism. It'll be useful once we dam the water upstream. Hu Qingbai remained buoyant. The vegetable garden lets students grow their own produce. The livestock area will house pigs and sheep, fed on cafeteria swill. Zhao Zishan had observed local eating habits. Given how fiercely they cherished every grain, it was hard to imagine much food going uneaten. This was not a 21st century university. There's still some. Students can supplement feed by growing pigweed and sweet potatoes and cutting hogweed. Sheep are even simpler, just cut grass. Hu Qingbai smiled. The harvests from the garden and livestock will all go toward improving meals for students and teachers, increasing self-sufficiency and reducing dependency. And these bamboo sheds, Zhao Zishan ducked into one of the larger structures. It rose nearly 2 stories, framed entirely in moso bamboo with walls of woven reed matting. The floor was compacted clay and sand, but its purpose was unclear. Site of the school-run factory, Hu Qingbai explained. What will it produce? Without power machinery, we're limited to manual work initially. We'll accept outsourced processing jobs. Wu Quanming agreed to subcontract rattan and straw weaving. The machinery factory also promised to build us a few hand-cranked knitting machines. Safety helmets, straw hats, whatever else can be arranged will be coordinated at meetings. The next shed was lower and smaller. Inside, shelves resembling library stacks had been constructed and arranged neatly. This can't be the library, can it? Zhao Zishan was puzzled. The structure seemed far too short and crude for such a purpose. Everyone laughed. We're planning to cultivate fungi here. Oyster mushrooms, wood ear, shiitake. Huang Dashan provides the spawn and technical guidance. Aren't you worried about technology proliferation? Cultivation techniques can spread. In fact, the more widely, the better. We just need to control the spawn. That's Huang Dashan's pat. Let's see the library now. To Zhao Zishan's surprise, the library was a luxurious 2-story building with a reinforced concrete structure and a peaked roof. The gray structural beams and columns seemed almost jarring, inlaid within the red brick walls. From outside, the building appeared heavily fortified. Iron bars on the windows, iron sheet shutters, and an ironclad door with a modern lock. The contents are extremely valuable, hence the construction standards. Mei Wan unlocked the door as she spoke. Otherwise, I would never have authorized reinforced concrete. The building served as both library and laboratory. The well-ventilated second floor housed the reading room, bright and spacious. Rows of newly built shelves stood temporarily empty, containing only thread-bound classics purchased from Guangzhou, newly printed textbooks, and bound volumes of the Lingao Times. Textbooks remained problematic. Zhou Dongshan and the chemical department were still working to solve the ink formulation for large-scale printing. Once that hurdle was cleared, the collection would grow rapidly. The ground floor comprised 4 laboratories, physics, chemistry, and biology, configured to middle school standards, along with associated storage rooms. What stunned Zhao Zishan most was the electrical laboratory. He might not be involved with the planning committee's work, but he knew perfectly well how precious the electrical equipment installed here was to the transmigrators. Chapter 333, students apart from some self-made glassware and simple equipment. Most items in the laboratories had been brought from the other timeline. Balances and microscopes were Class I controlled items on the planning committee's allocation list. The executive committee was evidently investing heavily in education. Cultivating talent requires decades of foresight. Chairman Wen and Superintendent Ma truly see the long term. Xiao Zishan offered the compliment. Such praise delivered outside earshot was often more effective than anything said to a person's face. I was startled myself when I first saw the design specifications, remarkably generous. Hu Qingbai paused. But I'm concerned. Chemistry laboratories require many reagents. Can they be supplied? In a few days, the Bapu chemical plant will fire up. Once 3 acids and 2 bases production begins, most concerns will be resolved. Organic chemistry will remain difficult, but little else. They emerged from the laboratory and continued to the dormitories, toilets, and bathhouses. Xiao Zishan paid particular attention to these basic sanitation facilities. Schools concentrated populations densely. If hygiene was neglected, even a flu outbreak could prove catastrophic. Lingao Construction Company had accumulated considerable experience building such high-density residential facilities. The Bauhaus aesthetic was exploited to its fullest. Water supply, bathing, waste disposal, sewage. One by one, the construction company's engineers had resolved each challenge. To reduce per-room population density while conserving land and materials, Meiwan had redesigned the dormitories. Original single-story structures were expanded to 2 floors, increasing the floor area ratio. Under this plan, each room now housed 30 instead of 100, precisely the class size prescribed by educational planning. According to Hu Qingbai's experience, classes exceeding 20 students became difficult for a single teacher to manage. 30 was just barely feasible. Housing each class together, eating, sleeping, studying, and working as a unit, fostered unity and cultivated collective spirit and discipline. Xiao Zishan was struck by the dormitory's impeccable orderliness. At the entrance of every dormitory building, male and female students wearing on-duty armbands stood watch. Upon entry, calls of officer inspection echoed through sleeping quarters. Any random room revealed students standing at attention beside their beds, personal belongings and clothing arranged precisely. The atmosphere was entirely military, and the girls' dormitories were indistinguishable from the boys' in this regard. Excellent discipline. Even someone with no military expertise like Xiao Zishan understood the value of disciplined masses, armies that would not break, and industrial workers capable of enduring high-intensity monotonous labor. This is the fruit of quarantine camp training, Bai said. Even the most recalcitrant individuals have been tamed. We also promote a student self-management system. Each class was divided into groups of 10, each with a group leader. Class cadres included a monitor and 3 committee members responsible for studies, culture and sports and daily life respectively. We require teachers only to assign tasks, not to handle implementation specifics. Students manage themselves as much as possible. Hu Qingbai elaborated. Currently, this applies to dormitory management, including sanitation and security. Eventually, classes will rotate kitchen duty, maintain the campus environment, and organize study groups. We're aiming for self-governance, self-support, and self-study among students. Is it working? Not yet ideally. Hu Qingbai sighed. Transforming mindsets doesn't happen overnight. Some students don't know what to do without explicit teacher instructions. Others swing to the opposite extreme and become petty tyrants. Just yesterday we dealt with one from the vocational school. The boy actually argued that he was practicing self-management. His classmates broke his rules, he said, so he, as their student official, was duty-bound to punish them. Officials beating commoners, you understand. An interesting child, a power-hungry brat. How was he handled? Sent to the Labor Reform Brigade, along with his subordinate class committee members. Together they beat a classmate badly enough to cause a fracture and injured several others. Hu Qingbai shook his head. If we don't lock this one up, he'll become a careerist later. Careerist? The Political Security Bureau forwarded a report. Several students testified that this boy often claimed the room was filled with fragrance when he was born, that his mother dreamed of a great serpent entering her bosom during pregnancy, that fortune-tellers had declared him endowed with extraordinary destiny, fated for wealth and glory beyond ordinary mortals. That sort of nonsense. When questioned, he admitted it himself and insisted every word was true. That sounds like mental illness, the same old cliched portent stories, Zio Zishan chuckled, but quite imaginative. If left unchecked, he might style himself a local emperor someday. He won't have that chance now. Hu Qingbai's voice turned cold. The Political Security Bureau sentenced him to indefinite labor reform, not to be released without special authorization. That's severe. A chill ran down Zio Zishan's spine. He's only 13 or 14. How much could he possibly understand? Isn't that excessive? Had he not spouted those ridiculous claims about fragrant rooms and snake dreams, it wouldn't have been a major issue. But he said them, and he insisted they were true. That crossed the high-voltage line. Step on it and you fry. Zio Zishan privately felt the punishment was disproportionate, but in truth, he had no fondness for such crude pretensions of divine destiny either. Let the unfortunate child pay the price for his delusions of grandeur. Emerging from the dormitory tour, Hu Qingbai invited Zio Zishan to sit in the office building. The Ministry of Education's headquarters fit the image of an academic institution perfectly, a two-story pseudo-European structure. Since the ministry and the school were effectively one organization, this building also housed teachers' offices. But the interior was largely empty. Few occupants could be seen. Hu Qingbai led him into his own office. It was bare, just two facing desks and a few rattan chairs. They didn't even approve electric lighting, Hu Qingbai groused. Chiang Kai-shen insists this location is outside his wiring range. There's a teacher shortage right now. Few transmigrators want to be full-time educators, and I have no authority over personnel. I've begged everywhere, and the Ministry of Education still has only 12 people. Those 12 also handle literacy instruction at the quarantine camp. We're running ourselves ragged. Hu Qingbai's frustration spilled over. Everyone thinks being a school teacher is tedious. Plenty will do part-time work, but part-timers have limited hours. We can't run night school for everything. Speaking of teachers, weren't there scholars among the refugees recruited from Guangzhou? Train them to take positions first. Very few. Being able to write a few characters counts as remarkable. And the handful of actual intellectuals get intercepted by other departments the moment they leave quarantine. I'll raise the matter with the executive committee. Besides giving the Ministry of Education priority in extracting indigenous intellectuals, let's consider the women. Those with suitable backgrounds can be transferred to you. Zio Zishan thought for a moment. Many studied liberal arts. Keeping them scattered across departments as secretaries is pure waste. Fang Yijing, who manages dormitories for the general office, now that occupancy has dropped, there's no need for a full-time administrator. She could be transferred here, to serve as your head matron. That would be excellent. With women on staff, I suspect we could attract a batch of liberal arts otakus to teach as well. Hope lit Hu Qingbai's face. Most of them have boyfriends and husbands. Keep a close watch, no scandals. Zio Zishan rolled his eyes. Actually, there is a way to attract otakus to your school. What way? Hu Qingbai's eyes widened. Think, man, what do you have in abundance here? Students, female students specifically, Zio Zishan said meaningfully. Realization dawned. Right, then Hu Qingbai frowned. But they're all children, grubby-faced, thin as monkeys. Unless someone's a lolican. Didn't the superintendent want you to establish a simplified normal school? Just select girls over 15 with decent looks and start a simplified normal class. Give them slightly better rations. Let them fill out, grow healthy and fair. He paused. And the sailor suit uniforms our female students wear are awful. The tailoring is shoddy, the fabric worse. The commune's garment factory has much better technique now, and good fabrics can be purchased from Guangzhou and Macau. Borrow any anime otaku's Japanese high school girl uniform collection for reference, and have proper ones made, longer skirts, of course. Then announce that the simplified normal school is recruiting instructors. I guarantee those otakus will weep and clamor to return as people's teachers. A simplified normal school can't enroll that many students, perhaps 100 at most. Can that create enough class sections? Baiyu chimed in from the side. We're only promising to let them teach simplified normal classes, not only simplified normal classes. Exactly. One period a week still counts as teaching. Zaya, Ozishin smiled. Also, recruiting only 100 for the simplified normal school is far too few. Aim for 500. Secure the literacy teachers, the lowest demand role first. Otherwise, you'll drown in basic instruction and have no time for administration. Recruiting all females might be problematic, Baiyu cautioned. This is the 17th century. There's no gender equality yet. If you put young girls in front of grown men to teach literacy, will the men accept it? Working people still respect the educated, regardless of gender or status. Zio Zishin considered this one of traditional Chinese society's virtues. But Baiyu has a point. Recruit males as well. It was thus decided. The first simplified normal school class would enroll 500 students, 350 female and 150 male. Candidates would be teenagers aged 15 to 20 who had completed literacy education and held a Class C diploma. The Ministry of Education would concentrate most of its teachers to deliver a 3-month intensive course, elevating these trainees to Class A diploma-level proficiency. Chapter 334, Quarantine Camp. Zio Zishin also promised that he and the general office staff would come to teach whenever time permitted. Meanwhile, another matter, urgent, though not critically so, weighed on his mind. What should we do about the children's school? He asked. The children's school addressed the education of minor children who had accompanied the transmigrators. Currently, only 3 or 4 such children existed, all under 10, and all had gone without formal schooling for over half a year. They ran wild daily, their parents too consumed with work to supervise studies or daily life. The numbers were small, the scope limited, but the responsibility fell to the general office. Zio Zishin found the problem vexing. The children's youth required dedicated caretakers and teachers. Their numbers were too few to justify a separate institution like a Yuhang school. Most transmigrators didn't even have wives yet. The first baby boom wouldn't arrive for years. Establishing such a school was a project for 8 or 10 years hence. He shared these considerations with Hu Qingbai and Bai Yu. How can we satisfy everyone? Long-term, institutions like Yuhang School will be necessary. We'll need at least nursery facilities within 2 or 3 years. Hu Qingbai thought for a moment. For now, we can establish a dedicated class within the education park. He considered further. A general subject class, I'll teach it personally, but ideally allocate a female instructor to me as well. The children are young, women have a certain natural affinity. Let Fang Yijing handle it. She worked in a kindergarten before. That would be ideal. Hu Qingbai outlined his vision. Half-day classes, multi-grade instruction. I'll also select a few indigenous children, those with gentle temperaments and good Mandarin, as study companions. A sound plan, Zio Zishin nodded. I'd considered something similar, but the class size seemed too small. Indigenous children are fine companions. Many are bright and lively. Let me review the candidates first when the time comes. Zio Zishin paused. Best to have the Ministry of Health conduct thorough physical examinations beforehand. They must be completely healthy and presentable in appearance. Certainly, no problem. Hu Qingbai privately found it amusing how trivial the matters this director managed could be. Having seen off the imperial envoy, Hu Qingbai turned to Bai Yu. Find Wu De. Inform him about the simplified normal school recruitment and ask him to coordinate. After all, the natives are under his management. He knows best who's suitable. Bai Yu nodded. Naturally. He found Wu De and relayed the request. Wu De frowned. The simplified normal school is a good initiative, but locating that many eligible girls may prove difficult. Wu debriefed him on the current refugee intake situation. By May 1629, over 6,000 refugees had been received through the Guangzhou Station pipeline. Of these, more than 4,000 had been transported to Lingao and settled in Bern Commune. 500 had been placed in Lizhu. Over 1,000 remained in Guangzhou. "We've transported considerable numbers," Wu said, "but the age distribution is uneven. You're requesting 350 girls between 15 and 20 all at once. Where am I supposed to find them? I assumed there were many women," Bai muttered. "Didn't the ancients consider daughters money-losing goods? Yet they were also keen on abducting and purchasing women. These refugees wandered all the way to Guangzhou. The likelihood that young girls were sold or seized along the road is extremely high. Just provide however many you can." Wu consulted his computer. 120 at most. "And I still have to allocate 40 to the Ministry of Health. The Ministry of Health needs that many. In my view, 40 is still insufficient for their needs. Right now there aren't enough personnel dispensing disinfectant in the camps." Wu dismissed Bai Yu. Everyone comes to me asking for girls. Don't think I don't know what you're all after," Wu muttered to himself. Then he called out, "Chu Yu, coming." Chu Yu had transformed since her early days. Her hair was cropped short now, her clothing modern. With womanhood and some proper nutrition, she looked nothing like the scrawny servant girl of the past. "Summon Dugu Qiyuhun. Tell him we're going to inspect the quarantine camp." Wu De, People's Commissar for Civil Affairs, occupied a seat in the executive committee's first tier of power for one simple reason. His work was the heaviest and most critical. The most brilliant technology, the grandest industry, the deepest treasury, all meant nothing without people to do the work. And Wu controlled the Transmigration Group's entire human resource apparatus. Dugu Qiyuhun appeared at the office door wearing an iron-gray Model 99 police tunic, People's Army summer service breeches, and tall black boots. The SSM-32 replica he had brought from the other timeline was unwearable in Lingao under any circumstances, so he had settled for this compromise. It still projected sufficient Eisen und Blut. "Let's go. Time to inspect the quarantine camp." This was daily routine. No matter how heavy his workload, Wu visited the quarantine camp with representatives from the security and health departments. With approximately 1,000 people concentrated there at any time, a mass incident or epidemic outbreak would be no laughing matter. Their vehicle arrived at Bapu. Ma, dispatched by the Ministry of Health, met them there. The three proceeded to the heavily guarded camp, where an infantry company trained in riot control stood watch. Besides rifles and grenades, the soldiers were equipped with rattan armor, rattan shields, wooden sticks, and tear gas. To date, aside from a few group brawls over meals and bathing rights, no major disturbances had occurred. To prevent importing regional rivalries, host-guest conflicts, and clan feuds into Lingao, Wu had explicitly emphasized several principles in the guidelines telegraphed to the Guangzhou intake station. Accept only orphans, single men and women, and single household small families. Clans and extended families migrating together were rejected without exception. Before the Transmigration Group cultivated sufficient reliable administrators and a robust enforcement apparatus, the Executive Committee had no desire to expend energy resolving civil disputes. The clan problems already endemic to Lingao were quite troublesome enough. Importing additional major lineages would only compound the difficulties. Upon intake, refugees were required to sign contracts as indentured servants, forfeiting personal freedom. As servants, they were legally property. Their ties to original families were severed. After local purification and settlement in quarantine, they became, effectively, slaves without past or personal liberty. Even their memories were to be erased. The Transmigration Group would reshape them into the human resources it required. Surrounded by a security squad, Wu walked into the camp. For some reason, every time he entered, he thought of escape from Sababer. The association was entirely inappropriate, yet the similarities were undeniable. long strip barracks surrounding barbed wire, tall watchtowers, armed sentries, and the fearful expressions on refugees' faces as his group passed. The refugees had been drilled well by the army. Attention! Upon entry, dismissed. Upon departure, quilts folded with military precision, straw mats spotless. Even in the women's quarters, standards were identical. The army's capability in this regard was formidable. When Dugu Kiyuhun passed through, his black boots and breeches inspired visible terror. He had become the camp's symbol of dread. Many refugees could not forget his appearances at the main gate to judge disciplinary violators. A pale-faced young man with the serene smile of a scholar, whose small gesture would cause some unfortunate wretch to be dragged onto the rack and flogged until flesh tore. Wu Du employed a carrot-and-stick approach with the refugees. He ensured they ate their fill, had clothes to wear, received medical treatment, and could reunite with family. But the stick had to be credible, making clear who held authority. Generous bestowal without enforcement bred indulgence. Strict discipline was maintained. Those who obeyed the rules suffered no hardship. Those who didn't were dealt with harshly. Repeat offenders were consigned to hard labor. The policy was effective. Feedback from the economic departments receiving immigrant workers consistently praised their performance. Obedient, hardworking, disciplined. This also made the primary enforcer, Dugu Kiyuhun, somewhat isolated within the transmigration group. Although most transmigrators were pragmatists, a significant minority embraced universal values, and Dugu Kiyuhun's ostentatious attire inevitably attracted distaste. Some BBS posts openly questioned whether his conduct in the quarantine camp constituted fascism. Under this awkward scrutiny, Dugu Kiyuhun continued to fulfill his duties. To remove him from the fire, Wu De relieved him of his concurrent position as quarantine camp commander, replacing him with Yang He. Yang He belonged to the otaku contingent, steadfast in ideology but possessing no particular expertise beyond online gaming. Command of the quarantine camp suited him adequately. He had served as a guild leader or high-ranking officer in several small MMO guilds and had some insight into managing groups. More importantly, he executed Wu De's instructions without question. This arrangement allowed Dugu Kiyuhun's enforcement activities to continue unimpeded. "What's the emotional status today?" Wu De asked Yang He. "Very stable. Blue alert level. Blue every day. Don't treat this as box checking." Wu De knew Yang He had only recently graduated from university and lacked real-world experience, a source of some concern. Chapter 335, Manpower Allocation. I take the reports very seriously. That's how I reached my conclusion, Yang He said earnestly. The reports came from sand moles planted by Dugu Kiyuhun. These operatives were mostly borrowed temporarily from the Army, Navy, and Commune membership. Physical requirements: dark skin and thin build. Linguistic requirements: fluency in Cantonese, Fujianese, Jiangxi, or Hubei Hunan dialects, since refugees hailed predominantly from these regions. To avoid having familiar faces appear repeatedly, the sand operatives rotated. Each new batch of immigrants had moles mixed in, changing with every cohort. They ate, slept, and lived alongside the refugees, filing regular status reports. Wu De was blunt. "What can you possibly learn just from listening to reports? How do you know they're not deceiving you?" "That seems unlikely. See, getting bureaucratic already. How do you know they won't deceive you?" Wu De pressed. "Subordinates are skilled at reading their superiors' desires. Sometimes, unconsciously, they modify reports to match your preferences. You must go down and see for yourself. Listen with your own ears." He took a breath. "As the person in charge here, you should be down there at least 2 or 3 times daily. Observe their condition. Small details sometimes reveal large problems. If someone is crying, ask why. If someone is laughing, find out why." "Understood." Yang He's expression remained indifferent. "I'll make more rounds." Dugu Kiyuhun had another vital task during these visits: population screening. Specifically, investigating refugees who behaved suspiciously or appeared to conceal their identities. someone claiming to be a tenant farmer but possessing soft, fair skin, someone with sword and knife scars who insisted he was an ordinary commoner. According to the dangerous persons category list compiled by the Political Security Bureau, Dugu Kiyuhun was to watch for infiltrators, spies from the various pirate fleets along the South China coast, agents of provincial and prefectural garrison commands, Zhang Zhilong's operatives, agents of the Eastern Depot and the Embroidered Uniform Guard, and Manchu's secret agents. Finally, Ran Yao had specifically requested vigilance against cult infiltration among immigrants, distributing a document prepared by Yu Shui, Doctrines and Slang Characteristics of Various Late Ming Cults, cataloging most sects documented in the historical record. In short, all suspicious characters had to be screened. Though Wudu acknowledged the importance of this work, he harbored skepticism about its scalability. Now, with intakes of hundreds to 1,000 at a time, meticulous screening was feasible. Later, when immigration surged into the tens of thousands, would they still manage this? The executive committee's position, however, was that while numbers remained small, work should be done as thoroughly as possible. These early arrivals would form the backbone of the transmigration regime's various sectors. Reliability was paramount. A fair number of suspicious characters had indeed been identified, though the legendary secret agents never materialized. Instead, they netted escaped criminals, runaway slaves, and deserters. Additionally, some impoverished scholars who felt disgraced by having sold themselves were picked out. Even monks were caught, men who had failed to obtain ordination certificates and unable to beg or lodge at temples had fallen to the streets as refugees. Their hair hadn't grown long enough for proper topknots, raising suspicions they might be Tartars. How many people are in the camp now? 720 as of 9 o'clock this morning, Yang He reported. One died early this morning. Wuda stopped walking. A death. Deaths typically occurred in the initial intake phase, during detention in Guangzhou, or in the first few days after arrival in Lingao during purification. But this batch was nearly finished with their month. Cause: sudden diarrhea, fever. The camp hygienist couldn't do anything, no anti-diarrheals. By the time I got someone to fetch medicine from the health center, he was already dead. Minister, she says the cause of death won't be confirmed until after examination. Yang He continued, I've already sealed that dormitory. No entry or exit permitted. Bleach has been sprinkled throughout. Good, Wuda nodded. The weather is heating up. We must guard against potential epidemics. If it goes badly, this could be cholera. Hima examined the report that had been forwarded. Very similar symptoms. Was a sample taken? Minister, she collected one and brought it to the health center for bacterial culture. Miserable. Let's hope it's not that. Wuda's voice was heavy with concern. If it is, the medical department will be the miserable ones. Hima sighed. Why did I ever study medicine? His mood darkened further. Summer had arrived and cholera, endemic to Lingao, was entering its outbreak season. The transmigration group's primary source of protein for immigrants was seafood, which carried high bacterial risk. The thought of that reeking seafood processing plant did nothing to reassure him. They had medicine to cure cholera, but handling a large-scale outbreak would severely strain their capabilities. Moreover, treating cholera patients required rehydration solutions, and reserves were limited. Hima rubbed his scalp. The toilet used by people from that dormitory must also be closed, he ordered. We'll finalize disposal procedures once results are in. Given this incident, the inspection team paid special attention to sanitation. Finding no other issues, Wuda proceeded to the quarantine camp's administrative office. A crowd of representatives from various departments had already gathered. The office was small and the weather hot, so most were squatting in the shade of nearby trees, smoking and chatting. Spotting Wuda's group, they surged forward in a swarm. Easy now, let's hold a proper meeting. Wuda had anticipated this. The current quarantine cohort would complete processing in 3 or 4 days. For departments starving for manpower, these 700 refugees represented a prize to be divided. Yang He, get water for everyone, make sure it's boiled. There's herbal tea already boiled, completely hygienic. Yang He sent for a large old-fashioned tea canister which was placed under the tree shade. Everyone produced personal cups from their belts and drank. Wu De surveyed the eager representatives, hungry as tigers, and delivered opening remarks. I know why you're all here. Once a month. Don't bother telling me how difficult your department's situation is, or how vital your work is to the transmigration cause. I know all of it. This preemptive strike closed off potential complaint sessions. Those who had prepared notebooks and impassioned speeches sat back down reluctantly. Manpower is limited. I've reviewed your applications and consulted the planning committee regarding departmental progress and labor requirements. He accepted a folder from an assistant and favored the messenger with a slight smile. An indigenous girl, dark-skinned and large-eyed, rather attractive. Satisfying everyone completely is impossible. Wu De smiled. Let's proceed to allocation. Allocation applied only to males and females over 13. Children under 13 were not counted as labor and would be received directly by the national school under the Ministry of Education. After purification processing, new immigrants were assigned to Bern Commune or Bapu Commune, depending on their receiving unit's location. Given the development of the chemical steel industrial zone around Bapu port, the Ministry of Civil Affairs had established Bapu Commune as the local civil administration agency, facilitating access to nearby labor. The Industrial and Energy Committee secured the largest share, as usual. The Bapu chemical plant was about to commence operations and required massive staffing. Establishing mining operations at Hong Gai in Vietnam and Tiandu on Hainan also demanded considerable manpower. The Ministry of Education obtained the second largest allocation this time. The simplified normal school claimed 160 male and female teenagers in a single sweep, provoking grumbles from several departments. But after Bai Yu outlined the benefits these trainees would provide upon graduation, the complaints subsided. After all, every department was burdened with the task of delivering cultural education to its own new workers and apprentices. Lingao Construction Company ranked third with 50 allocations. The company generally relied on dispatched workers from the commune, but as construction volume increased and demand for skilled trades grew, the company had begun building its own corps of full-time indigenous specialists. The medical department received 30. With summer approaching and the population expanding, healthcare and epidemic prevention needs were growing rapidly. Other departments received modest supplements, 8 or 10 here, 3 or 4 there. The Army and Navy got nothing beyond replacements for deaths and disability retirements, no establishment increases. This provoked considerable annoyance. Eventually, after negotiation, it was decided that 30 children currently studying at the national school would be designated targeted students, half for each service. Upon earning Class B diplomas, they would transfer to the NCO program at the Military Political School. The Internal Affairs Department likewise received no new personnel. First, Security Bureau staffing and recruitment were not disclosed publicly. Second, Ran Yao, who oversaw police administration, showed little enthusiasm for expansion. From an efficiency standpoint, the Army and Navy sufficed for temporary riot control when not training or working. His current initiative was mass prevention and control, meaning security was everyone's responsibility. Don't push everything onto the police. With personnel allocation complete, Bai Yu announced the restructuring of the apprentice corps into the vocational technical school. Just a name change. For purposes of centralized registration, housing, and management, Bai Yu anticipated objections. The Ministry of Education is only responsible for students' living arrangements and cultural education. Specific vocational training remains organized by individual departments and enterprises. What about the military political school? The Army and Navy considered this point important. Same arrangement, Bai Yu confirmed. Professional military curricula remain your own responsibility. So it's dual leadership, Military school cadets have different requirements from others. Chapter 336, Worker Grade System. Specific details are in the documents distributed to each ministry and commission office. Please submit your comments to the Ministry of Education's OA system after reviewing them. Setting schools aside for the moment, it's time to organize worker grading. Zhan Wuya, representing the Industrial and Energy Committee, spoke up. Wu depressed his forehead. I'd actually forgotten about that. You're right. The Ministry of Education is implementing diplomas. Professional titles must be addressed as well. The current wage distribution system uses standards formulated uniformly by the Labor Affairs Office under the Civil Affairs Committee, then dispersed through DeLong Bank. Only 3 or 4 wage grades existed. Compensation was essentially identical regardless of job function. Under this structure, neither the difficulty of work nor individual merit could be reflected, and no meaningful income differentiation existed. Zhan Wuya nodded. Job title rankings are essential for incentivizing workers to learn skills and advance. Moreover, we're about to overhaul wage scales. Without grades, the only option is seniority-based pay, which inevitably breeds resentment. Capable people receive no better treatment while everyone coasts on tenure. Is that the situation? Wu De understood the problem intimately. Exactly. The Industrial and Energy Committee now employs over 1,000 workers. This matter must be put on the agenda. Zhan Wuya produced a rolled document from his bag. This is a technical grade scheme for industrial workers that we've drafted internally. Under the proposed system, an industrial worker would begin as an apprentice. During the apprenticeship, no wages were paid, only a small stipend for pocket money. Upon completing the apprenticeship and passing a skills assessment, the worker became a helper. Helpers were not regular employees. They received only a labor allowance equivalent to 50% of a regular worker's wage. After 1 full year as a helper, contingent on passing another skills assessment and holding a Class C diploma, a worker could be promoted to Level 1 regular worker. Attaining regular status meant entering the formal wage system. Payment became a proper salary, not pocket money or allowance, and treatment improved significantly. Thereafter, with diligent work and a defect rate below the standard threshold, advancement of 1 level per year was possible. Level 1, Level 2, Level 3, Level 4. Each promotion brought a corresponding wage increase. Beyond Level 4, further advancement required technical examinations. A Level 4 worker who passed the skills assessment and held a Class B diploma could be promoted to technician. Technician ranks ran from Level 1 to Level 4, but each level required examination. Exams were administered annually. Above Level 4 technician, a worker holding a Class A diploma could sit for the assistant engineer assessment. For most technicians, assistant engineer represented the terminal rank. Only those who subsequently passed the secondary school diploma examination could attempt the engineer assessment. By Zhan Wuya's calculation, a naturally gifted indigenous worker, quick-handed and eager to learn, would require approximately 10 years at minimum to reach assistant engineer. Engineer would depend entirely on individual learning capacity. Ordinary workers could probably advance only to Level 3 or 4 technician. Wu De reviewed the proposal. Seems reasonable. Planning to submit it to the executive committee for discussion. Not yet. I'm gathering informal feedback first. I value your input especially since human resources fall under your leadership. Very well, Wu De considered. I'm not an expert on worker grading systems, but tell me, are you planning a uniform structure or different tracks by job type? Respect flickered across Zhan Wuya's face. By job type, naturally. A uniform system would be inequitable. If all workers were paid solely by grade regardless of occupation, those in high-skill or high-danger positions would be severely shortchanged. A Level 3 packer and a Level 3 lathe operator were obviously not equivalent. Yet technical content alone couldn't be the only criterion. Stevedores on the docks performed low-skill work, but their labor was extraordinarily demanding. They required grain rations far exceeding those of lathe operators. Different job categories will have different base salary levels, Zhan Wuya confirmed. This was complex work. It would be unrealistic to expect Zhan Wuya or anyone else in the transmigration group to develop such a system from scratch. Fortunately, abundant historical precedent was available. The Grand Library contained numerous relevant materials and regulations, requiring only adaptation to current circumstances. Regardless of job category, the average income of an industrial worker should at minimum support a basic household of 4. A heavy labor worker needed between 3,500 and 4,000 kilocalories daily. If intake consisted purely of carbohydrates, that meant at least 20 kilograms of grain per month. In Lingao grain circulation coupons, the currency they had issued, 40 yuan. His wife, Southern agricultural women worked no less than men, and Hainan women were famously capable of heavy, exhausting toil, would need at least 15 kilograms of grain. Assuming 2 dependents at 12 kilograms each per month, the total came to 40 plus 30 plus 48 equals 118 yuan in Lingao grain circulation coupons. At that level, of course, the family would barely survive. However, the transmigrators' labor policy mandated that women also work. Female wage income could cover other expenses, clothing, household necessities, occasional fish and meat. If children or elderly family members could also work, income would increase further. This would encourage more labor to enter the market while preventing utter destitution. The transmigrators wanted their people able to afford at least some consumer goods. When I served on naval vessels, Wuda said, crew members faced a problem upon promotion, professional rank ceilings. Each post had a maximum military rank. To advance higher, one had to change positions. Do you understand what I mean? We've considered that as well. Depending on a job category's technical content, each has a different maximum promotion level. Zhan Wuya nodded. Categories with very low technical content have no technician ranks, let alone engineer, unless the worker is willing to transfer to a different job category. This design was intended to incentivize workers to acquire new skills. You're being somewhat idealistic here. When workers reach a certain age, marry, have children, and their burdens grow heavy, asking them to retrain and switch careers is no simple matter. Might this create a permanent underclass of low-skill workers trapped in low-income brackets? That's unavoidable, Zhan Wuya reflected. We're not here to practice egalitarianism or build a socialist welfare family. Differentiating income by ability level is necessary. True, but we must calibrate carefully. Don't unconsciously slide into a welfare state mentality. Wuda's tone was measured. Compensation cannot be too low. That damages employees' health and the next generation of laborers and depresses productivity. But it cannot be too high either. It is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but hard to go from extravagance to frugality. The transmigrators could not spin straw into gold. Advanced technology did not automatically translate into wealth. The primitive accumulation of this new nation would require external plunder and internal exploitation just like any other. A chill ran down Zhan Wuya's spine. Honestly, it feels strange. Strange to speak so nakedly. Heh, Wuda laughed. That only proves our petty bourgeois sentiments remain too strong. He paused. However, low-income families must also be looked after, provide more basic welfare. Sometimes small gestures are more effective than wage increases. Such as, Zhan Wuya couldn't immediately think what benefits, beyond money and goods distribution, could be offered to workers. Wuda's expression suggested he had something specific in mind. Well, this was Wuda's domain. Zhan Wuya would simply follow instructions. Wuda's labor welfare plan was outlined in a sacred ship brand notebook in his pocket. Alongside it was a more detailed labor system proposal. The notebook bulged with key points and ideas. Whenever he had free time, he took it out to ponder. Though objective conditions didn't yet permit implementation, the blueprint was gradually taking shape. Once the moment was right, he would submit it to the executive committee. Hippo, that bastard, went to do a hygiene inspection and never came back. Does he know what I'm doing? And Ping came back from the voyage, got a few rest days, and simply vanished. Nyoran hadn't seen either of them for several nights of professional study, their euphemism for AV viewing sessions. If they won't watch, fine. Let them regret missing little Sara's uncensored edition. He consoled himself while sorting through a chaotic assortment of samples. The variety in the AV world is truly remarkable. Little Sara's technique is exceptional. Nyoran reminisced about the previous night's professional study, while his hands continued cataloging the specimens. This is the 30th sample, the last one. He performed the microscopy with weary resignation. This sample absolutely reeks. His gaze flicked to a nearby Petri dish containing the culture specimen from the immigrant who had died that morning. Shortly, he would need to check carefully for Vibrio bacteria. The thought made him verify his mask was properly positioned. The sudden death victim remained in the underground morgue. Temperatures were slightly cooler there, but the body couldn't be preserved for long. Nyoran had to confirm quickly whether death had resulted from epidemic disease. If not, there would be time to organize an autopsy tonight. If so, immediate cremation was necessary. Corpse disposal was, once again, the health department's burden. He sighed. He had already quarreled repeatedly with executive committee higher-ups about body disposal. They seemed to think the sea was a natural dumping ground and suggested he simply transport corpses to Bapu for ocean disposal. He had pointed out repeatedly that the health department required a dedicated incinerator to burn medical waste and bodies of suspected infectious cases. Currently, dragging them to open ground for burning polluted the environment and failed to achieve complete incineration. It was practically a recipe for creating pathogen transmission sources. Chapter 337: The Pharmaceutical Factory's Dilemma. Dwelling on Lingao's subtropical climate, its oppressive jungles and labyrinthine river networks, Nyoran was convinced this godforsaken corner of the world harbored at least half the pathogens known to humanity. His old mentor back in the States would have loved it here. A pity he hadn't managed to lure the man along. That American was built like an ox and would have made an excellent laborer for the Ministry of Health. At the very least, he could have been put to work examining stool samples. Speaking of which, Nyoran regarded the pile of specimen jars before him with barely suppressed despair. A distinguished university professor, reduced to analyzing excrement. The indignity was beyond measure. What gnawed at him even more was the rising infection rate. His examinations of asymptomatic individuals had revealed eggs from over a dozen parasites, liver flukes, tapeworms, and their ilk. Bacterial carriers were likely far more numerous, but the complexity of those tests exceeded their current capabilities. The broader transmigrator community simply failed to grasp how sophisticated modern medical diagnostics truly were. Worse still was the willful ignorance his fellow transmigrators displayed toward parasites and infectious disease, eating wild fruit without care, hunting game in secret, consorting with local women. Every report he filed with the executive committee met the same fate, polite murmurs of acknowledgement followed by absolute inaction. They weren't taking it seriously, not one bit. Perhaps a proper epidemic would finally clear the fog from Chairman Wen's and Superintendent Ma's minds. Nyoran positioned another Petri dish beneath his microscope. Fortunately, this latest sample showed no sign of cholera vibrio or other highly virulent pathogens. Salmonella was present in abundance, however, which explained the unfortunate man's demise. Acute enteritis, treatable under normal circumstances. Simple antidiarrheal medication and proper hydration would have sufficed. Basic antidiarrheal drugs and a few bottles of saline solution in the quarantine camp, Nyoran muttered, and this man would still be alive. With summer approaching and gastrointestinal ailments certain to spike, they needed cheap, readily available treatments immediately. His thoughts turned to the opium sitting in the ministry warehouse, purchased in Macau and gathering dust ever since. As much as opium was a drug, it remained an exceptionally effective treatment for pain, coughs, and diarrhea. In their current circumstances, it bordered on a panacea. He disposed of the specimen, scrubbed his hands thoroughly, and lit a cigarette. His first call went to Wu De, informing him the yellow health alert on the quarantine camp could be lifted. His second went to Wu Nanhai, urging him to address hygiene conditions in the cafeteria and food processing plant. Tomorrow, Shi Nioran checked his schedule. I'll come personally to inspect. We should draft a summer hygiene notice while I'm there. Excellent. Welcome, welcome. Wu Nanhai's voice carried a nervous edge. Relax. I'm not some health bureau official coming to levy fines, Shi Nioran said. And don't bother with any last-minute cleaning. I need to see the actual conditions so I can prescribe appropriate measures. If you cover everything in whitewash like powder on a donkey dung ball, I won't catch the real problems, and then we'll have serious trouble later. After finalizing the inspection arrangements, Shi Nioran considered calling the pharmaceutical factory, but decided a personal visit would serve better. He'd been breathing in the stench of feces since 5 in the morning, and it was nearly noon. A trip to the factory would at least clear his head, and he could scrounge a meal at the farm while he was at it. The pharmaceutical and medical equipment factory sat within the farm's perimeter, a composite reinforced concrete structure with a single chimney breathing smoke into the sky. It boasted its own boiler room, geothermal climate control, purified water supply, and a dedicated waste incinerator. First-rate facilities by any measure. Yet this was Shi Nioran's first visit since the factory had gone operational. It wasn't his specialty, after all. As a Level 1 facility, the factory maintained strict access protocols. The ironclad gate was shut tight, and he had to ring the bell repeatedly before a face appeared in the door's small window, a face covered in burned scars. Shi Nioran started. Then he remembered. This was one of the disabled soldiers. These men had been assigned to guard posts at vital installations across the settlement. Dean. The guard recognized Shi Nioran immediately and hurried to open the gate. Though Shi Nioran vaguely recalled treating this man, the name escaped him. He offered a polite nod. Is Zhao Yanmei in? Yes, yes, the guard replied eagerly. Please wait in the office, I'll fetch her. No need, just tell me where to find her. Director Zhao instructed. The guard hesitated. No one is to enter while she's working. I'd better notify her first. Room numbers beginning with 0 indicated the basement, likely the strain laboratory. Though biochemistry wasn't Shi Nioran's field, he understood the principle well enough. Zhao Yanmei was probably cultivating strains and didn't want foot traffic introducing contaminants. How do you notify her? Shi Nioran asked, curious. The factory had telephone service but no internal extensions. This way. The guard led him into the guardhouse, limping on an injured leg. Shelves lined the walls, divided into rows bearing small nameplates. Above each nameplate hung a bell connected to a pull cord. In careful, unsteady characters, the guard recorded the date and visitor's name in the register, then tugged the rope beneath a particular nameplate. A moment later, the corresponding bell chimed in response. Director Zhao has been alerted. She'll come up right away. Clever system. Shi Nioran recognized the similarity to hospital call bells, simple but effective for conveying basic information. The hospital could use something like this. He made a mental note to ask Zhao Yanmei about it later. Zhao Yanmei's office was separate from the main building. Shi Nioran waited quite some time before she appeared. As it turned out, she'd been inoculating Kasugamycin cultures in the strain laboratory. This particular antibiotic served primarily agricultural purposes, preventing crop diseases, with minimal medical applications. It saw occasional use for minor infections, nothing more. Shi Nioran couldn't help feeling a prick of dissatisfaction. Their joint venture with the Agricultural Committee seemed to be prioritizing farming needs over medical ones. Noting the displeasure on his face, Zhao Yanmei anticipated his thoughts. This is practice work, she explained. Kasugamycin cultivation is relatively straightforward and doesn't require exacting environmental conditions. If we can master this process, cultivating other strains will be much easier. What strains are next on the agenda? Shinaoran pressed. What about penicillin? Cultivating penicillin isn't the difficulty, purification is, she frowned. That will have to wait until our facilities improve. For medical applications, we can tackle oxytetracycline first. It's a simpler process. Oxytetracycline would still be valuable. Its efficacy matched tetracycline, making it a reasonably broad-spectrum antibiotic. Oxytetracycline would be good, Shinaoran agreed, his expression softening. Zhao Yanmei's next words soured his mood again. It's also excellent for fattening pigs. Fattening pigs? Old Yang mentioned it. Old Yang, of course, was Yang Beiyagui. I'm afraid we won't have enough for human use at this rate. We're desperately short of antibiotics. Shinaoran clutched his chest in exaggerated anguish. Impatience won't help, Zhao Yanmei said evenly. None of our antibiotics have undergone animal testing. Given our production conditions, impurity levels will be high. Using them on humans too soon could cause serious complications. We can't afford to worry about that now, Shinaoran countered. First we establish that something exists, then we worry about perfecting it. Zhao Yanmei, who had come up through a proper pharmaceutical factory, remained uncomfortable with such rough and ready approaches. She fell silent. It's not quite so urgent, is it? She finally ventured. The acid and alkali plant is about to begin production. The coal chemical combined plant will follow soon after. Once those are running, we'll be in much better shape. I saw the announcements in the newspaper. Shinaoran remained skeptical. But coal chemical products are mainly industrial, synthetic ammonia and the like. How does that help us produce antibiotics? Sulfonamide. Zhao Yanmei's eyes lit up. Jai Sidui told me. Once the combined plant is operational, one of the byproducts will be raw material for sulfonamides. Shinaoran knew precisely what that meant. Sulfonamide, first discovered in dyes, had been the most effective anti-infective agent before the advent of penicillin-class antibiotics. In this timeline, where bacteria had yet to develop resistance, sulfonamide alone could save countless lives. You're certain? He nearly leapt from his chair. This was extraordinary news. Jaisidui himself said so. He's an expert. He wouldn't speak carelessly. Yes, we must follow up on this. Absolutely must. No need to rush. The acid and alkali plant fires up the day after tomorrow. The coal chemical plant will take longer. According to Jaisidui, they haven't even stockpiled enough coal. Very well. Let's set that aside for now. Shinaoran remembered his actual purpose. He described the current sanitary conditions throughout the settlement and proposed that the pharmaceutical factory produce some essential medicines. Antidiarrheals, physiological saline, glucose solution, and bleaching powder. Zhao Yanmei sighed. To be frank, what we can deliver immediately is limited. Distilled water for injections, a dozen or so proprietary Chinese medicines, physiological saline and alcohol. Even glucose presents difficulties. There are complications with the physiological saline as well, she continued. The salt from Yancheng village isn't pure enough, too many impurities, and we're running short on sulfuric acid. We can't produce infusion-grade saline yet. Oral solutions will have to do for now. What else do you need? I'll submit another request to the planning committee. We need far too many things. I'm afraid even Commissioner Ma can't conjure resources from thin air. Zhao Yanmei smiled ruefully. Dr. Shi, you should understand, modern pharmacy is fundamentally chemistry. You mean? Shinaoran grasped her meaning immediately. Chemical supplies are insufficient. Insufficient doesn't begin to describe it. They're virtually non-existent. Take the glucose rehydration solution you mentioned. The process is simple, starch plus acidification. But I have no acid, neither hydrochloric nor sulfuric. I'm forced to use enzymatic methods which are time-consuming and labor-intensive. Even then, I can't correct the pH of the glucose we produce, because we have no alkali. Shinaoran nodded slowly. Gauze and absorbent cotton are the same story. Normally, they must be degreased first, which requires caustic soda, but caustic soda is in desperately short supply. Our available disinfectants are inadequate. The products we're able to produce are barely acceptable. It's fortunate we haven't faced many major trauma cases." She paused. For now, beyond strain cultivation and proprietary Chinese medicines, the pharmaceutical factory can't produce anything truly effective. Take comfort. These problems will be solved soon. The chemical plants in Bapu will begin producing any day now. I'll speak with the planning committee to ensure the pharmaceutical factory receives priority allocation. Shinyoran did his best to raise her spirits. That would be a relief. With the 3 acids and 2 alkalis available, we'll be able to manufacture a great deal more. She rose and retrieved a sheet of paper from her desk drawer. Here's a list of coordinated needs and urgent material requirements. Shinyoran examined it. The inventory was extensive. Specialized knitting machines for gauze production, complete tailoring equipment and skilled workers for making masks, various large vessels, clay pots, iron pots. The glass factory's order list was the longest by far, encompassing vessels, piping, and alcohol blast burners. Also, small injection vials, Zhao Yem added. Those are difficult to produce. The glass factory may not consider them worthwhile. The planning committee will need to issue direct research and development orders. You're preparing to manufacture injections, oxytetracycline injections. Traditional Chinese medicine injections for the time being. We're looking at honeysuckle, Isadi's root, and Shuanghuanglian preparations, along with cardiac stimulants. Atropine extraction should be feasible. That, Shinyoran remembered all too well the fatalities caused by TCM injections in his own time. Is it safe? Not entirely. TCM extracts contain complex mixtures of components, and the underlying pharmacological mechanisms aren't fully understood. However, preparations like honeysuckle, Isadi's root, and Shuanghuanglian have decades of clinical use. The mortality rate remains acceptable. They are not considered particularly dangerous. As for atropine, it's inherently hazardous, but it's also a critical emergency medication. The potential benefits justify the attempt. Understood. Shinyoran recognized this was simply the reality of their situation. I have one more request. Zhao Yanmei hesitated. All glass containers used by the hospital, injection bottles, infusion bottles, medicine vials, please save them and transfer them here. We can recycle them. These items were already being preserved. Regulations required that no modern materials be discarded. Everything was stockpiled against future need. We've been saving them, washed and sterilized too. They're currently under the planning committee's inventory. I'll arrange for their allocation to you. One more request. Zhao Yanmei seemed to feel she was pushing her luck. Could you possibly spare us an X-ray machine? Shinyoran stared. An X-ray machine. Those were special controlled equipment. Because they involved radioactive sources, the transmigrators had exhausted considerable effort to acquire just 3 units. They were expected to last decades. What on earth would the pharmaceutical factory want with one? Chapter 338 Acids and Bases. A moment's thought made the answer obvious. You want to use radiation for sterilization. Alcohol sterilization and moist heat methods both have their limitations. Radiation sterilization would be ideal. That's out of the question. I don't have the authority and the planning committee would never approve it. There are shielding issues to consider as well, forget it. Shinyoran shook his head. If you absolutely need it, transport the items to the hospital radiology room and have the sterilization done there. Jai Sidui surveyed the chemical industrial zone before him. The forest of towers and maze of crisscrossing pipes had finally taken shape, and a profound sense of satisfaction washed over him. This installation, the most critical facility in the entire transmigration group, was becoming a reality at last. Construction of the Bapu Chemical Industrial Zone had begun the moment indigenous cement and bricks became available for mass production. Yet chronic shortages of both manpower and material had kept the project advancing at a measured crawl. The equipment installation alone had nearly driven him to madness. He had worked in chemical plants, certainly, but working in one and building one from scratch were entirely different propositions. Now gazing at the towers that stood before him, installed through sheer determination and ingenuity, Jai Sidui allowed himself a moment of pride. The synthesis tower, the ammonia distillation tower, ethanol rectification tower, ammonia washing tower, absorption tower, decarbonization tower, debenzolization tower, rectification tower, synthetic ammonia carbonization combined tower, saturated hot water tower, shift gas desulfurization tower. These structures, along with the pipes connecting them, totaled over 300 tons of equipment. Unloading them, transporting them to the site, and installing them one by one had been nothing short of a miracle, achieved through countless hours of labor, ingenious problem-solving, a handful of deaths and several injuries, and methods borrowed from every documentary on how the Egyptians built pyramids and the Celts raised Stonehenge. Thankfully, the Transmigration Group boasted a fair number of capable hands, including specialists in chemical plant architecture and construction. Had Jai Sidui been forced to manage alone, he would surely have lost his mind. Of course, by 21st century standards, this equipment was modest. An 800-ton synthetic ammonia and combined soda ash manufacturing system paired with a coal coking chemical system. The manufacturers who'd supplied it had been puzzled by the order. In terms of output, even a small county chemical plant could outproduce them. But the real advantage lay in the system's combined manufacturing capabilities. The synthetic ammonia industry, for example, produced not only ammonia water, which could be further processed into nitric acid, but also soda ash through reactions with salt, along with numerous byproducts. In short, once the synthetic ammonia industry was operational, the transmigrators would permanently occupy the apex of this timeline's technological food chain. No one could challenge a ruling group that controlled both high explosives and high-efficiency chemical fertilizers. Jai Sidui's surge of emotion subsided into a sigh. Coal. Coal wasn't merely a raw material for these two systems. It was essential for all supporting infrastructure. The vast quantities of steam, hot water, and electricity required for production all depended on it. The large boiler currently under construction at Bapu Thermal Power Plant could hardly continue burning wood for steam like some oversized locomobile. The coal shortage hung over his head like a tightening curse. Once operational, the entire chemical zone would require far more coal than current logistics could deliver from Guangdong. And this coal also had to feed the steel plant, the cement plant, and an ever-growing fleet of hungry boilers. Their tremendous productive capacity was being throttled by a transportation bottleneck. Chemical enterprises, once started, generally ran continuously. Shutdowns were reserved for maintenance or emergencies. But with coal supplies this precarious, launching full operations risked the humiliating prospect of grinding to a halt mid-production. The rumble of machinery from the nearby shipyard and the thunderous clang of the steel plant's rolling equipment offered some comfort to his anxious thoughts. An epic-making vessel was under construction, the first iron-ribbed, wooden-hulled ship designed and built entirely by the transmigrators themselves. The complexity of all-wooden sailing ship construction had sapped the mechanical department's confidence. Large timbers suitable for keels and ribs were scarce, wood processing was cumbersome, and wooden structures were heavy, weak, and offered poor payload ratios. These realities had convinced Chairman Wen to advance plans for hybrid-powered iron-ribbed wooden ships, specifically to transport the bulk cargo they so desperately needed. The keel had been laid shortly after the expedition team returned from circumnavigating the island. To meet material demands, the steel plant was manufacturing and installing a steam hammer, the largest piece of industrial equipment the Transmigration Group had ever built. Every elite worker from the Industrial and Energy Committee was sleeping at the factory, working around the clock. The ship's effective payload was expected to reach 1,200 tons, dwarfing every vessel currently in service. Its massive hull and powerful hybrid propulsion would enable it to outrun most maritime threats. But the demand for the 3 acids and 2 alkalis was urgent, and coal shipments could not be accelerated. Reserves of finished products brought from the other timeline were nearly exhausted, and the small quantities of sulfuric acid produced by dry distilling raw materials like green vitriol, ferrous sulfate, were laughably inadequate, barely enough to wet one's teeth, let alone supply industrial needs. With applications for sulfuric acid and caustic soda multiplying, Jai Sidui was forced to compromise. He would bring 2 simpler chemical systems online before the coal supply stabilized. Fortunately, neither process required coal as a raw material, and their equipment demands were more forgiving. The first was indigenous electrolytic production of caustic soda from salt. The second was the pyrite contact process for sulfuric acid. Both were obsolete, wasteful, and highly polluting, technologies that would normally be condemned to the ash heap of history. But their construction requirements were minimal, and reckless production could at least yield results. Once the combined chemical plant was running, these crude workshops would serve as supplementary capacity. Moreover, the expedition fleet had delivered nearly 20 tons of pyrite from Wanning. That would sustain sulfuric acid production for some time. The contact process sulfuric acid plant Jai Sidui had designed occupied the downwind edge of the industrial zone, well away from residential areas and farmland. He had found the complete design drawings and construction techniques in the Grand Library. The approach was so crude, so terrifyingly indifferent to safety, that it had taken his breath away. He'd known indigenous sulfuric acid production existed, but he'd never imagined it could be this primitive. Small wonder the 8th Root Army's ordnance workers had lost their teeth to acid fumes. The construction itself was straightforward, even simple. The acid tower was assembled from large glazed ceramic water vats. The original specifications called for ordinary ceramic vats. The transmigrators could mass-produce those now. Their corrosion resistance and versatility made them enormously popular, and orders were piling up. After countless failures, Zhao Bailing had mastered the craft. He now manufactured vat bodies using mechanized mold release techniques, and his firing techniques left local workers in awe. The transmigrators' industrial thermometers and precise combustion controls allowed them to meticulously manage kiln temperatures at every production stage. This quantitative precision far exceeded what even the most experienced local artisans could achieve through intuition alone. But Jai Sidui hadn't ordered water vats. If he was going to improvise, he might as well improvise with ambition. Why bother knocking out the bottom of a water vat and struggling to seal the interfaces between stacked vats with whatever acid-resistant materials he didn't have? He intended to continue eating with his own teeth for the rest of his life. What he wanted from Zhao Bailing was a complete ceramic reaction vessel, 700 min diameter, 3.65 meters tall. The request nearly drove Zhao Bailing mad. The difficulty was extreme. Firing super-large ceramic pieces was notoriously problematic. After several days of intensive experimentation, Zhao Bailing's team produced a compromise, a reaction cylinder assembled from 2 sections. To ensure a tight seal, the connecting portions used a sleeved joint design, and the sealing performance proved quite good. A proper acid-resistant sealant would make it serviceable. Jai Sidui then ordered a batch of cast iron pipes from the metallurgy department. The lump ore furnace for roasting pyrite was constructed from refractory bricks, containing 4 combustion chambers, each with a 0.3 square meter hearth. Grate bars and furnace doors were cast iron for easy sealing. A cyclone dust collector built from refractory materials sat atop the furnace. To meet the system's combustion and dust removal requirements, Jai Sidui requisitioned a small 2-horsepower blower, an easily met power demand within the Bapu industrial zone. The pyrite was first crushed into fine particles in the ore crusher, then roasted in the lump ore furnace. The resulting furnace gas passed through the cyclone dust collector and entered the first converter, where cast iron pipes cooled it. From there, it was piped to the second converter for further reaction. The original plan specified water vats for both converters. Jai Sidui substituted iron sheet oil drums instead. Both converters and the dust collector required insulation, but Jai Sidui had no ready-made insulating materials. His solution was simple: brick frames around each unit, with the gaps filled with plant ash. Iron catalyst was loaded into both converters. After exiting the converter, the gas was cooled through cast iron pipes, then pumped into the absorption tower by a hand pump to be showered with acid. Once cooled, the recovered liquid emerged as finished 98% concentrated sulfuric acid. The acid tower itself was Xiao Beilang's 3-section combined ceramic vat. His tolerance work had been excellent. Assembly went smoothly once the sections were hoisted into position. The tower's interior was packed with stacked fragments of broken tiles and vats. For external sealing, Jai Sidui used a mixture of water, glass, and porcelain powder, which had required smashing quite a few ceramics to produce. Fortunately, only one joint needed sealing, so they could afford to apply the material generously. This sealant had a useful property. Contact with acid caused it to harden and grow stronger, making it a reasonably effective acid-resistant seal. Coastal Lingao was prone to strong winds and 1 or 2 typhoons annually. The entire acid tower was secured with brick pillars bracing it on all 4 sides. With the core equipment in place, the remaining cooling and recovery systems posed no great challenge. Most pipes were ceramic, with some cast iron sections. For the valves, however, Jai Sidui refused to compromise. He used proper chemical industry valves procured from the modern timeline. He personally inspected every seal. Once he was satisfied, he ordered preparations for ignition. Jai Sidui selected a handful of the most careful workers from among the laborers to serve as operators. They underwent 3 days of safety training. Nevertheless, for the first several days of production, Jai Sidui insisted that only transmigrators handle operations directly, with the indigenous workers observing from the side. He simply didn't trust farmers who had only recently set down their hoes. If a major casualty occurred, the horrific appearance of chemical burns would cast a long shadow over the workforce for years to come. For this epic-making industrial milestone, Jai Sidui led his team of chemistry enthusiasts and laborers through an entire day of intensive preparation. They gathered vast quantities of dry firewood. They secured a coal allocation from the planning committee. The Wanning pyrite proved to be of excellent quality, testing at over 50% sulfur content on average. The ore was first processed at the dressing plant, then crushed into small pieces. Stevedores used manual derricks to load baskets of ore onto a long train of flatbed cars. 2 workers climbed aboard the lead diesel tractor. The driver watched a tall tower several hundred meters away. When the red flag turned to yellow, an engine roared to life. When the green flag rose, the entire train lurched into motion and crept toward the sulfuric acid plant. While Jai Sidui organized the sulfuric acid plant construction, the rail network operated by Lingao General Construction Company extended rapidly in this direction. Rail connections now linked factories, warehouses, and docks throughout both Bern and Bapu industrial zones. Diesel-drawn flatbed trucks ran fully loaded, ferrying raw materials and finished products while emitting the occasional muffled horn blast. After the final train of pyrite sand arrived, several small hills had accumulated behind Jai Sidui: firewood, coal, pyrite, and ample quantities of lime. He ordered indigenous workers to light kindling at the ash outlets of the furnace's 4 hearths, beginning the warming process. This would take approximately 48 hours, so Jai Sidui used the interval to visit Xiao Beilang again, this time to order sulfuric acid jars. "The jars are ready." Xiao Beilang gestured toward a row of vessels arranged on a cleared patch of ground. They were all glazed in bean green with ears on both sides. In shape, they resembled small wine jars, though with unusually straight bodies. "Per your specifications, Each holds 25 liters with threaded mouths and matching threaded lids. Zio Bailing smacked his lips. A truly exotic request, pottery jars with threaded lids. These are for holding concentrated sulfuric acid. If the seal isn't tight, we're in trouble. These dedicated pottery jars could be twisted shut with threaded lids, though that alone wouldn't guarantee a perfect seal. Traditional methods called for wrapping the jar mouth with water glass-soaked asbestos rope before tightening the lid, but the transmigrators had little water glass and no asbestos rope at all. Water glass could be manufactured eventually. Asbestos would require trade. Fortunately, nature had provided another naturally corrosion-resistant material, raw lacquer. Chapter 339, Acids and Bases, II. Raw lacquer harvested from lacquer trees was impervious to nearly any form of corrosion: water, strong acids, strong alkalis. Lingao itself didn't produce lacquer trees, but Guangdong had them in abundance. The Industrial and Energy Committee had imported a supply, and Su Yingji had mixed a large vat of lacquer to an ideal consistency, then soaked straw ropes in it as a substitute for asbestos rope and water glass. He paid a price for his efforts. Despite wearing full-body protection, his hands succumbed to lacquer allergy. His fingers swelled painfully, and he was forced to rest for several days. Jai Sidui picked up one of the jars and tested the threaded lid. These will do nicely. To sustain long-term production, we're going to need enormous quantities of sulfuric acid, nitric acid, hydrochloric acid. He produced a sheet of paper. Here's another list: chemical equipment. Please organize your people to start production as quickly as possible. More, Zio Bailing groaned. I haven't slept properly in 3 or 4 days. The ceramic factory only has a dozen workers, laborers included. This is too much. He scanned the list, which specified over 30 water vats of varying sizes, along with assorted other ceramic ware. This many vats? Are you making pickles? It does involve salt in a manner of speaking, Jai Sidui said, but they're for industrial processes. Please hurry. Then give us overtime pay. The potters here have been working day and night. Take that up with Wu De. Where would I find circulation coupons? Jai Sidui had no interest in labor welfare discussions. Didn't they work day and night firing kilns back in Fujian? Did their masters give them overtime pay? You capitalist black heart, Jai Sidui cut him off. This is urgent. Please hurry. Once the jars were transported back, Jai Sidui built a straw shelter beside the sulfuric acid plant and caught a few hours of sleep. That night, after 12 hours had passed, he directed his workers to rake out all the firewood with iron rods, then immediately loaded a layer of crushed stones, roughly ore-sized, into the furnace. Wood was loaded into the 4 hearths and lit. When the fire was burning strongly, Jai Sidui ordered the addition of top-grade Honggai anthracite. The flames intensified immediately. Tongues of fire shot up across the entire installation. Good. Everyone except the furnace watch can rest. Report back the morning after tomorrow. Seeing there was nothing further requiring his immediate attention, Jai Sidui hurried to the next construction site, the caustic soda workshop. The synthetic ammonia and combined alkali plant could only produce soda ash. Caustic soda, which had far broader industrial applications, was comparatively easier to manufacture. The raw material was simple: electrolyzed salt. The process yielded not only caustic soda, but also valuable byproducts, including another essential chemical, hydrochloric acid. Producing hydrochloric acid as a byproduct eliminated the need for a dedicated production line, one of the key advantages of integrated chemical manufacturing. Even the Ministry of Light Industry had taken an interest in caustic soda production. 2 of their flagship products, white paper and soap, depended on it. Jai Sidui decided to address everything in one go. Herding 1 sheep is herding 2 is also herding. Let the capable do more. With this thought, Jai Sidui set off for the caustic soda workshop. A train carrying building materials to the site happened to be passing. He jogged a few steps to catch up, climbed aboard, and settled himself on a pile of reed mats. Who's there? Do you have a death wish climbing onto the train? Someone on the traction tractor shouted. "You call this a train? What else would it be?" Before they could continue, the flatbed cars arrived at the caustic soda workshop construction site. Jai Sidui hopped off and saw the man in the safety helmet was Bing Feng, which confirmed that this workshop would feature a steel frame structure. Indeed, the caustic soda workshop was crude, but at least it had a roof, unlike the sulfuric acid workshop, still exposed to open sky. Electrolysis involved electrical equipment that couldn't be left in wind and rain. The building was a frame structure of brick columns and wooden beams, mostly open-sided for ventilation, with walls only in critical areas. The precious, fragile transformer had its own separate room, fitted with glass windows for easy observation. The workshop covered roughly 500 square meters. The floor was brick-paved. Chang Kaishan and Ling Tian were leading several indigenous apprentices through a transformer installation, converting the alternating current supplied by Bapu Power Station into the direct current required for electrolysis. 10 electrolytic cells had already been positioned. Jai Sidui had originally considered purchasing ready-made units, but their weight made that impractical. In the end, only core components were purchased from the modern timeline. The tank bodies were manufactured locally. Each cell was a square tank, 4 meters long, 0.8 meters wide, 0.4 meters high, formed by weaving steel bars and pouring cement and sand. The interior was lined with ceramic tiles to prevent corrosion. An iron wire mesh lay flat inside each tank, positioned 10 centimeters from the bottom. Each cell was fitted with a wooden lid coated in wood tar pitch for corrosion protection. The heavy reinforced concrete cells were supported by hardwood boards, suspended on 2 brick-built supports for insulation. Jai Sidui inspected each cell for leaks and loose tiles. He noticed that linoleum coated with wood tar pitch had also been laid between the supports as an additional insulation measure. When working with 400 ampere currents, one could never be too careful. "Is this safe?" Jai Sidui studied the makeshift appearance with unease. "Reasonably so. No absolute guarantees," Ling Tian admitted. "Working with electricity ultimately comes down to being careful. Safety gear and safety training are essential. A heavy burden." Jai Sidui could already envision the chemical plant's troubled future. Indigenous methods get people killed. He made a circuit of the grounds. Outside the building, a chlorine absorption tower assembled from water vats stood ready. Chlorine gas produced during electrolysis would react with slaked lime in this tower to produce bleaching powder, a cheap, effective, widely useful disinfectant. After returning from the caustic soda workshop for a brief rest, the furnace warming was finally complete. By then, everyone with any connection to chemical engineering had gathered. "We're looking at 2 or 3 days without sleep," Jai Sidui announced, gesturing for workers to drag out several boxes from the shelter. "Protective equipment, distribute it first. Don't lose any of it. Masks and goggles are irreplaceable right now." Jai Sidui had brought substantial quantities of chemical safety gear, enough consumables for nearly a decade. These items couldn't be replaced locally for the foreseeable future. Everyone donned full protective suits, safety glasses, and chemical masks. Work commenced under Jai Sidui's direction. First, Jai Sidui closed the chimney's blocking plate and opened the converter's drawing plate. He activated the blower and began measuring temperatures at various inlets. When the first converter inlet reached 450 degrees C, he ordered the top cover opened and catalyst loaded, quartz sand and iron catalyst. The lid was secured and sealed with acid-resistant mud. With soda ash production looming, water glass was no longer scarce, and porcelain powder was even more abundant. Jai Sidui applied the sealant liberally, ensuring both lids were perfectly sealed. Once sealing was complete, Su Yingji led teams to begin feeding crushed ore into the furnace, 20 kilograms per chamber. Furnace doors were secured. Simultaneously, 98% concentrated sulfuric acid from the planning committee warehouse was loaded into the absorption tower as a starter, beginning acid circulation. Jai Sidui tested sulfur dioxide concentration at the first converter outlet. The reading was already approaching 70%, a confirmation that sulfuric acid production was essentially successful. After acid circulation commenced in the absorption tower, 1.5 liters of acid were showering every 10 seconds. Tower temperature had risen to 60 degrees C. Jai Sidui ordered water cooling activated. From there, the process became routine. Ore was loaded into one furnace every hour. The 4 chambers rotated through feeding and slag removal cycles, and the indigenous sulfuric acid plant was running. As long as stable feeding and firing were maintained, a workshop of this scale could operate 345 days per year, producing 98% concentrated sulfuric acid. Jai Sidui and his team had no time to celebrate this milestone. They worked continually while explaining key production points to the indigenous workers. Hands-on observation was far more effective than classroom instruction, especially given the workers' educational backgrounds. Once running, the furnace would not be stopped except for maintenance or emergencies. Rewarming took too long and consumed too much fuel to be economical. Nevertheless, Jai Sidui had only 20 tons of pyrite in total. At full production, it would be consumed in under a month. When the next supply would arrive depended on shipbuilding progress, but by then, coal coking should be producing sulfuric acid in quantity. This facility's output would become less critical. Jai Sidui was already considering alternative uses. If the coal chemical plant's sulfuric acid output proved sufficient, this equipment could be repurposed to produce ammonium sulfate fertilizer from pyrite. The first batch of 98% concentrated sulfuric acid was carefully loaded into the custom-made jars and sealed. Plaster paste was applied over the lids and earthenware caps were placed on top to protect against rain. Will this method hold up? Su Yingji, accustomed to modern industrial packaging, found the sight of earthenware jars, identical to wine vessels, deeply incongruous. It seemed profoundly unreliable. Sulfuric acid has been produced for 200 years. Trust me, it was all packaged this way in the past, Jai Sidui assured him. Labels were affixed to each jar, 98% concentrated sulfuric acid, along with production date and location. The jars were carefully placed in wooden crates, 1 or 2 per crate, custom-made by the woodware factory. Straw rope was wound around each jar for shock absorption. Then the crates were loaded onto the train and transported to the chemical hazardous goods warehouse. After this initial victory, Jai Sidui led the indigenous workers through more than 10 days of production and instruction, continuing until the workers had essentially mastered the technology and memorized all safety regulations. Chapter 340 Acids and Bases, III, Production Safety, was Jai Sidui's greatest headache. Chemical plant accidents differed fundamentally from those in ordinary enterprises. Beyond worker casualties, there was equipment damage to consider, and the terrible consequences of chemical leaks were impossible to predict. The casual attitude these former farmers displayed toward hazardous materials overwhelmed him. He conducted safety education sessions repeatedly and severely reprimanded several workers who had neglected to wear protective equipment. The offenders stood with heads bowed while Jai Sidui berated them for a solid half hour. Given Lingao's climate, working by the furnace in full protective gear was admittedly torturous. Fiberglass leggings, rubber aprons, long-arm gloves, high boots, everything was airtight. Even away from the furnace, a few minutes in this equipment left one drenched in sweat. Do you want to end up like this? Jai Sidui produced a medical atlas, borrowed from the Grand Library, and thrust it before them. Every photograph depicted victims of chemical burns, but the images proved too effective. Their horror had the opposite of the intended result. Several indigenous workers came begging to be released from this work. Jai Sidui nearly choked with frustration. After a round of reassurances, promises, and threats, refuse to work, and you'll be sent to the labor reform team to experience Fu Yaoti's legendary whip, he finally stabilized morale in the sulfuric acid workshop. Only then could he extract himself and hurry to the caustic soda workshop. Outside the building, piles of water vats in various sizes had accumulated alongside heaps of salt. Bing Feng was leading a team through equipment installation. Salt, tap water, and vats are all here. While we wait for engineering to finish, let's start mixing saturated brine, said Bai Yu, who had volunteered to bring students to assist. Though now a teacher, his enthusiasm for chemistry remained undiminished. This salt won't work. Su Yingji shook his head. Crude salt, far too many impurities. The principle of electrolyzing salt to produce caustic soda was simple enough. Direct electrolysis of saturated brine decomposed sodium chloride into sodium hydroxide, caustic soda, while simultaneously liberating chlorine gas and hydrogen. But the salt from Yancheng village was unrefined crude salt, containing not only sodium chloride but also potassium salts, magnesium salts, sulfates, and other impurities. These contaminants would degrade electrolysis efficiency and damage the precious electrodes. Crude salt therefore had to be purified before electrolysis, stripped of impurities to become a pure saturated sodium chloride solution. Modern industrial systems featured extensive division of labor. Caustic soda manufacturers could simply purchase purified sodium chloride as a finished product. Here, everything had to be done in-house. The more primitive the industrial base, the greater the demand for self-sufficiency. Jai Sidui began by analyzing the salt shipment. The quality from Yancheng village proved quite high. Sulfate content, the component most damaging to electrolysis, was extremely low. This was excellent news. The industrial method for removing sulfates required barium chloride, which he lacked. Barium chloride was also highly toxic. Even if synthesis were possible, he would have preferred to avoid it. Calcium and magnesium salt content was also low. The salt was ideal for industrial purposes. He directed workers to pour baskets of crude salt into settling tanks. Water was added until the solution reached saturation. Bai Yu, responsible for refining the electrolyte, then added measured amounts of soda ash and caustic soda in proportions matched to the tested brine composition. These additions reacted with dissolved calcium and magnesium salts to precipitate calcium chloride and magnesium hydroxide. The clarified liquid above was the saturated sodium chloride solution required for electrolysis. Because soda ash and caustic soda had been added, a small quantity of dilute hydrochloric acid was then used for neutralization treatment. Industrial electrolysis was a continuous process. Saturated sodium chloride solution had to be fed into the electrolytic cells without interruption. Brine purification therefore operated continuously alongside it. Purifying brine vat by vat, the intermittent method, was simple in terms of equipment and operation but demanded enormous labor. Industrial practice favored continuous purification. Though Jai Sidui was working with indigenous methods, he was determined to automate as much as possible. Given the available infrastructure, specifically the presence of a tap water supply, Jai Sidui designed a continuous salt dissolution process. Water flowed in through the bottom of a specialized dissolution tank, percolated up through the salt layer inside, and overflowed from an upper outlet. Salt was added intermittently by hand to maintain a consistent salt layer. The resulting brine, fully saturated, was then directed from the dissolution tank to a settling tank for neutralization treatment. To reduce labor requirements, the tanks were arranged in a stepped configuration, each positioned higher than the last, allowing gravity and siphon principles to move the brine along. The sequence ran: dissolution tank, settling tank, right arrow, neutralization tank. The saturated sodium chloride solution emerging from the neutralization tank was finally directed to the heating tank. This system was simpler than standard industrial designs and required no mechanical assistance. A handful of workers could manage it easily. So making caustic soda requires adding caustic soda, Bai Yu observed, leading his students through the brine preparation process. Su Yingji laughed. Those are two entirely different things. You're preparing purified brine. That's worlds apart from manufacturing caustic soda. Good thing we brought substantial chemical stocks, Bayou reflected. Without them as primers, we'd never have gotten started. Not necessarily. Jai Sidui watched the reaction progress in the tanks. It would just mean heavier electrode damage. Pure physical purification of sodium chloride isn't impossible, but it would require massive investment, starting with a complete overhaul of the salt industry equipment at Yancheng Village. Hasn't Yancheng Village already been modified extensively? Engineer Wang's modifications focused primarily on increasing output, windmill-powered brine lifting, spray drying to shorten concentration time. Jai Sidhui had visited Yancheng Village several times on business. Purification would be out of the question without a boiler. He paused. The planning committee originally proposed building a refined salt factory here in Bapu. Once our caustic soda workshop is operational, that project needs to move forward. Construction climax for the chemical industry, Su Yingji exclaimed. It's our turn at last. Consider what's coming: pesticides, chemical fertilizers, explosives, medicine. Once we have those four magic weapons, global domination becomes plausible. Bayou's enthusiasm was irrepressible. That's still far off. Don't expect to grow fat on a single meal, Jai Sidui cautioned. We'll need extensive supporting facilities and equipment. Real-world production problems have to be solved incrementally. Take the first batch of sulfuric acid from our workshop. Impurity content is very high. In certain chemical processes, that's extremely dangerous. Improving purity requires meeting many additional conditions. He offered an analogy. It's like assembling a jigsaw puzzle. Making the 3 acids and 2 alkalis only gives us the 4 corner pieces. We can see the shape of the picture now, but completing it will take a very long time. Su Yingji added his own. It's like using glycerol from saponification to mix nitroglycerin. The theory is sound, but in practice people die. The brine reaction and precipitation process required 24 hours. Jai Sidui used the interval to visit the lime kiln. Quicklime was already prepared and waiting. Using data from the process manual, he calculated how much chlorine gas 72 hours of continuous production would generate and how much slaked lime would be needed to absorb it. He weighed out the required quantity of quicklime, then directed workers to slowly spray water over it, allowing it to slake gradually. Once slaking was complete, the lime was sifted, loaded into baskets, and transported to the caustic soda workshop. Jai Sidui asked Su Yingji to measure the moisture content of the slaked lime, approximately 3%, slightly high. He ordered the lime piled under a shed for several days. Some quicklime remained in the slaked lime. Residual moisture would continue the slaking process, reducing moisture content below the optimal 1% within a few days. When all preparations were complete, the next day revealed a thick layer of white sidite at the bottom of the brine purification tank. Testing confirmed the clarified liquid above met electrolysis requirements. Using siphon principles, Bayou transferred the clarified saturated sodium chloride solution to the heating tank. Jai Sidui lit a fire beneath it, heating the brine to 70 degrees C to drive off dissolved carbon dioxide. The white precipitate in the settling tank was collected. Its main components were calcium chloride and magnesium hydroxide. Both were valuable chemicals and couldn't be discarded. Calcium chloride was particularly useful. The pharmaceutical factory could manufacture calcium chloride injections and tablets for treating hypocalcemia-related conditions. Industrially, it served as a common desiccant, a construction antifreeze, a refrigeration coolant, and a danking agent for waste paper. It could even be used to coagulate tofu. Jai Sidui exploited the differing solubilities of the two compounds to separate them. Calcium chloride dissolved readily. Magnesium hydroxide was insoluble. Adding water dissolved the calcium chloride, which was then poured off for separate processing. The insolate portion was magnesium hydroxide. Though less versatile than calcium chloride, magnesium hydroxide could substitute for caustic soda and lime as a neutralizer for acidic wastewater, served as an anti-corrosion and desulfurization additive for oils, worked in insulation materials, and functioned as a flame retardant in construction. It was also an excellent desulfurization agent, exactly what Jai Sidui's sulfuric acid workshop needed for its flue gas treatment. The heated sodium chloride was easily pumped into the electrolytic cells. Jai Sidui pulled the switch and electrolysis commenced. Wearing an anti-shock protective suit and rubber-soled shoes, he tested around the cells and across the workshop floor with a voltage pen. No current leakage detected. Electrolyte began dripping from the outlet. The color was clear, no alarming black liquid. He waited 5 minutes, calculating whether the flow rate was normal. Finally, he measured the temperature and voltage inside the tank. Everything was within parameters. Temperature and voltage directly determined electrolysis efficiency. "What's coming out? That's caustic soda solution, right?" Bayou asked. Chapter 341, Acids and Bases, IV. "Not exactly," Su Yingji replied. "We call it electrolyte. The caustic soda content is less than 10% and it contains substantial impurities. Further separation treatment is required." "Careful chlorine gas." Jai Sidui clapped Su Yingji's shoulder. What is it?" Bayou started to lean forward. "Don't move." Su Yingji's voice carried a note of excitement. His mind wasn't on chlorine's uses for disinfection, environmental purification, or hydrochloric acid production. He was thinking, poison gas. Chlorine was common enough, but it had been the first poison gas deployed in modern warfare. During the Great War, its battlefield results had been devastating, countless souls lost to its yellow-green embrace. Better still, chlorine was easy to produce. It could serve as a superweapon in this timeline. Whether Manchu White Banner cavalry, Guaning Iron Horse, Japanese Goknen, or Cromwell's Ironsides, none of them could withstand it. Encountering chlorine meant only one thing: death. Currently, the transmigrators industry couldn't manufacture pressurized vessels, so chlorine storage remained impossible. But Su Yingji knew the weapon research group harbored its share of creative minds. Perhaps they could devise something suitably wicked. The yellow-green gas rose through the glass tube, and every transmigrator present held their breath. Meanwhile, a small fan blade in another glass tube began to spin, indicating that a second, colorless electrolysis product was also emerging: hydrogen. Everyone listened carefully. Jai Sidui began safety instruction for the workers. "This yellow gas is chlorine. It's poisonous." Watching Jai Sidui explain chlorine, hydrogen, poisoning prevention, and explosion risks to a cluster of only partially comprehending indigenous workers, Bayou silently vowed never to set foot in this chemical plant again. Too dangerous. The produced hydrogen was routed to the only modern device in the entire system: the hydrochloric acid reactor. Hydrogen was fed into the reactor and ignited, then chlorine was introduced. The reaction generated hydrogen chloride gas, which was cooled, absorbed in water, and collected as hydrochloric acid. The reaction was extraordinarily dangerous. If the chlorine content in the hydrogen grew too high, the mixture would explode. The solution lay in rigorous control of chlorine intake during the reaction, surrounding the toxic chlorine with excess hydrogen, ensuring complete chlorine reaction while preventing both air contamination and explosive mixtures. Given the extreme hazard, Jai Sidui had never considered indigenous equipment for this step. The reactor was purchased directly from the modern timeline. Hydrochloric acid production consumed only a portion of the chlorine. The remainder was piped to a small reaction tower nearby. Layered with dried slaked lime, the tower absorbed chlorine to produce calcium hypochlorite, more commonly known as bleaching powder. As the most widely available effective disinfectant, mass production of bleaching powder marked a new peak in the transmigration group's epidemic prevention capabilities. For the densely populated settlements along both banks of the Wenlin River, this was transformative. And when the army launched expeditions, Commanders would no longer need to worry about water sanitation along the march route. Complete absorption of chlorine by slaked lime was difficult to achieve. Waste gas inevitably carried some chlorine away. To maximize chlorine utilization and improve air quality, a final waste gas absorption process was implemented. Waste gas from the absorption tower was piped to an absorption vat containing milk of lime prepared from slaked lime. The chlorine in this waste gas reacted with the milk of lime to produce calcium chlorate and calcium chloride. Once the milk of lime was saturated with chlorine, it was pumped into a concentration pot, heated, and then cooled to crystallize out calcium chlorate, useful as a herbicide. The remaining liquid was heated and concentrated to yield calcium chloride. This approach achieved essentially zero chlorine emissions. As for the electrolyte continuously flowing from the electrolytic cells, it now contained approximately 10% caustic soda. However, sodium chloride content remained higher still. Such dilute caustic soda liquid was unusable and required concentration. The equipment Jai Sidui employed for concentration was brutally simple: a large iron pot, heated directly over a coal fire ignited with kindling. The fumes were so powerful that anyone not wearing safety goggles fled the building. "Isn't this level of pollution excessive?" Baiyu called from outside. "It is, but we don't have evaporation pans, and it wastes coal." Jai Sidui's voice was muffled by his chemical mask. "We'll upgrade when the machinery factory can provide proper equipment." After prolonged boiling, crystals began precipitating at the bottom of the pot beneath the alkali liquid, accumulating steadily. "Baiyu, scoop it out with the ladle. Be careful not to bring up the alkali liquid with it." Baiyu hurriedly took the specially made wooden ladle and positioned himself by the pot, scraping crystals from the bottom. "Mind your safety." Jai Sidui watched anxiously. This pot, originally from Gu village, once used to cook pig swill, had an enormous diameter. One misstep meant falling in, and that would be the end. Baiyu carefully extracted the crystals. Even through his protective mask, the steam rising from the pot stung his nose. "This is salt, isn't it?" "Correct, genuine refined salt." The extracted salt was transferred to drying boards, washed several times with dilute alkali liquid, then rinsed with saturated refined brine. What remained were snow-white crystals with sodium chloride purity exceeding 95%, pure enough for preparing medical-grade physiological saline. The electrolyte from which salt had precipitated was returned to the pot and heated further, until the alkali concentration reached approximately 30%, rendering it suitable for chemical applications. Additional concentration and drying could produce solid caustic soda, but coal consumption made this economically unfeasible for now. The successful manufacture of sulfuric acid, hydrochloric acid, and caustic soda electrified the Industrial and Energy Committee. Wang Liuobin, Zhan Wuya, and others made regular pilgrimages to these crude workshops, studying the improvised equipment. Though primitive in appearance, the benefits these facilities delivered were immeasurable. According to Jai Sidui's calculations, given adequate raw materials and energy, the contact process sulfuric acid workshop, operating with 15 workers in 3 shifts, 345 days per year, could produce 1 ton of 98% concentrated sulfuric acid daily, scaling to 1.2 tons when necessary. The salt electrolysis workshop, operating with 24 workers in 3 shifts, 345 days per year, could produce 47.5 tons of caustic soda, 87 tons of bleaching powder, 2 tons of calcium chlorate, and 6 tons of calcium chloride annually, plus 47.5 tons of refined salt, 95% purity, and 30 tons of hydrochloric acid. By modern standards, these figures were negligible. But for the planning committee, where not long ago chemical allocations had been measured in milliliters and grams, the output of these 2 workshops represented an extraordinary windfall. Even Shi Nioran made the journey. Seeing the 95% high-purity sodium chloride Jai Sidui had prepared for him, his face split into a grin he couldn't suppress. This solved an enormous problem. Infusion-grade physiological saline was now feasible. Bleaching powder was an obvious boon for the Ministry of Health, and the crude calcium chloride, once refined by the pharmaceutical factory into calcium chloride injection solution, could treat tetany caused by hypocalcemia, intestinal and ureteral colic, urticaria, exudative edema, and pruritic skin diseases. It would also address vitamin D deficiency rickets, osteomalacia, and calcium supplementation needs for pregnant and lactating women. The physical health of the local population stood to improve dramatically. With adequate hydrochloric acid, the pharmaceutical factory's planned glucose production could proceed as well. Shi Nioran immediately contacted Wu Nanhai, requesting starch raw materials so they could begin planning a glucose workshop. Wu Nanhai, for his part, was overjoyed by the unanticipated arrival of herbicide, the calcium chlorate he hadn't even dared request. He immediately demanded full allocation of all relevant output. He also inquired eagerly about ammonium sulfate production timelines, hoping to achieve record-breaking hybrid rice yields. Representatives from the Ministry of Light Industry arrived to ask about caustic soda and sulfuric acid quotas. With these chemicals, they could produce pristine white paper. Soap production was never in doubt. However, soap manufacturing required coordination between the chemical department and light industry, since the chemical department needed to recover glycerol as a byproduct of the soap-making process. It was like a snowball effect. Once technical bottlenecks were broken, production lines that had been stalled suddenly began moving. Product variety expanded instantly, productive capacity surged. The military department responded swiftly as well. That same day, Zayazhu called to request that the chemical department seriously consider chlorine's military value and potential deployment as a weapon. Direct chlorine release remained impractical. Su Yingji and the Weapon Research Group studied the problem and developed a chlorine landmine, a jar of hydrochloric acid positioned above a packet of calcium hypochlorite powder, bleaching powder, strapped to a 30-gram gun-cotton charge. The explosion would atomize both substances into a reactive mist. The consensus was that, if deployed, multiple mines should be detonated simultaneously for effect. Some suggested developing poison gas artillery shells on the same principle, simply adapting the structure to withstand howitzer firing. Not recommended. Su Yingji couldn't envision anyone scrambling across a battlefield while lugging jars of hydrochloric acid. In my opinion, Lin Shen from the Artillery R&D Group offered a concluding remark. Rather than poison gas shells or mines, we'd be better off filling glass bottles with hydrochloric acid and throwing them like grenades. The response from across the organization was overwhelmingly positive. Praise poured in from every department. But as head of the chemical department, Jai Situi took little pleasure in it. Behind the impressive catalog of products and production figures lay high energy consumption and an extremely unstable production state. The salt electrolysis workshop alone consumed 160 tons of salt, 60 tons of quicklime, 0.5 tons of hydrochloric acid, 35 tons of coal, 140,000 kilowatt-hours of DC electricity, and 1,500 tons of water annually. This represented considerable material and energy demand, especially for electricity and industrial water. Bapu Power Station's installed capacity was only 213 kilowatts. A single electrolysis workshop would consume nearly one-tenth of the station's annual output. Power shortage had become the primary obstacle to the workshop's operation. Originally scheduled to launch the previous year, the project had been postponed repeatedly. Only after the second phase expansion of Bairn Tan Hydropower Station succeeded, and a locomobile from there was transferred to Bapu, doubling installed capacity, could production finally begin. Jai Sidui planned to gradually replace the current crude equipment once the machinery department's manufacturing capabilities improved. This high consumption, high-pollution production model was not sustainable. Another drawback of the indigenous launch approach was that things looked very beautiful on paper, but actual operation exposed problem after problem that the construction pamphlets never mentioned. The contact sulfuric acid workshop was the worst offender. Since startup, it had suffered numerous faults, major and minor. Most serious was the low conversion rate, below 70%, which caused some sulfuric acid batches to emerge at only 80% concentration, requiring reblending to meet standards. The blower outlet sprayed acid mist everywhere, corroding the floors. Chimney exhaust carried substantial acid, which condensed into acid rain on contact with moist air, eroding and destroying every temporary structure near the stack. Several workers sustained mild acid burns and were sent to the hospital. Jai Sidhui, Su Yingji, and technicians from the machinery and construction departments made 6 consecutive modifications to the entire system. The absorption tower was dismantled and refilled multiple times. A pebble dust collector was added to the converter. Coke absorbent was installed at the air outlet. Acid mist removing tile fragments and coke were added atop the absorption tower. Problems were identified, meetings held, reference books consulted. Fortunately, the Grand Library held extensive materials, and solutions found one by one. It took a full month of trial and error before production stabilized. Just as the sulfuric acid workshop steadied, the electrolysis workshop suffered several small-scale accidents. The most outrageous involved someone who had taken an interest in the hydrogen, identifying it as potential material for a future balloon observation core, and insisted on filling balloons with hydrogen inside the workshop. This individual was wearing synthetic fiber clothing. Upon contact with the equipment, 1% of his body surface suffered second-degree burns. He was rushed to the hospital. The entire electrolysis workshop was paralyzed for 10 hours. Furious, Jai Sidhui had the workshop fenced off with bamboo barriers and a skull and crossbones sign posted prominently outside. No unauthorized entry or exit. Shinaoran returned from his visit to the Bapu chemical plant, having secured supply agreements for several urgently needed materials from both the planning committee and chemical department. He stopped by the Bern City dormitory area to collect a sample before heading back to the general hospital. Touch here, touch again. Humming 18 touches under his breath, Shinaoran strolled into Bern General Hospital carrying several bags of stool samples. Yumming passed by and muttered in bewilderment, "Has this fellow gone mad from smelling excrement all day?" The real reason was nothing of the sort. Shinaoran settled into his first medical examination center in this timeline, crossed his legs, stacked his specimen jars, and smiled with renewed purpose. The chemical department's successful launch had rekindled his enthusiasm for the pharmaceutical factory, enthusiasm that had been cooling. His drive surged. What other medicines might now be within reach? This news was worth 10 years of effort. There truly were capable people in the transmigration group. Chapter 342, Sweet Potato. To reciprocate the support he had received, Shinaoran wanted to express his gratitude properly. Not just to the chemical department, but to the industrial and energy committee, the agricultural committee, the army and navy, the civil affairs committee. Counting on his fingers, the list of departments and individuals deserving thanks grew unwieldy. Showing favoritism would be inappropriate. The ideal solution was a token of friendship distributed to transmigrators across all these organizations. This presented a challenge. The Ministry of Health specialized in healing the wounded and treating the sick, and as a result, its personnel enjoyed unparalleled esteem throughout the transmigration group. Wherever they went, deference followed. Requests were satisfied whenever possible, for the simple reason that medical care was the scarcest resource in this timeline. No one dared claim they would remain forever healthy, never fall ill, never suffer injury, until they had secured their place among the 500 founding families. This reverence was a mixture of fear and respect. Shi Nioran privately disapproved of a steam rooted in, "I might need his help someday. Better not offend him." The Ministry of Health was excessively honored at present. From the standpoint of long-term stability, they ought to do something that would earn genuine goodwill. Shi Nioran's gaze drifted to the road outside his window. The early summer sun blazed mercilessly, and the newly planted roadside trees were already wilting. Every passerby, whether transmigrator or indigenous worker, wore a straw hat and was drenched in sweat. Heatstroke prevention and cooling. The thought came immediately. Liu San had proposed compounding several traditional Chinese medicines: Zhuge marching powder, 10 drops water, and Huixiang zhenqi water. The herbal ingredients for all three were readily available, partially from local pharmacies, partially from their own cultivation. Ethanol was the only complex auxiliary material, and all three were highly effective against common summer ailments, but medicine production took time. Liu San and his apprentice alone would struggle to compound sufficient quantities. Unlike ordinary factory workers, pharmaceutical workers required both a strong sense of responsibility and at least basic pharmaceutical knowledge. Expansion couldn't happen overnight. Salt water. The thought struck him suddenly. Salt soda water. Salt soda water was a labor protection staple, the ideal beverage for manual laborers in summer heat. It prevented heat stroke, promoted cooling, and helped maintain electrolyte balance to avoid dehydration. But Shi Nioran immediately realized he didn't have baking soda. Neither did he, nor did the chemical department. Baking soda wasn't exotic, but it required soda ash as a precursor. Until the soda ash plant came online, there would be no baking soda. The idea had to be shelved. Unable to produce soda water, he might at least prioritize physiological saline. With this in mind, Shi Nioran decided to visit the pharmaceutical factory. He was waiting for He Ping to finalize some administrative arrangements and the Mongol doctor training class, the private nickname they'd given the first physician training program. Through network recruitment, the Ministry of Health had found 4 or 5 transmigrators who hoped to avoid manual labor and satisfy peculiar hobbies by studying medicine. But He Ping failed to appear. Just as Shi Nioran was growing impatient, a bespectacled man arrived, walking with his legs conspicuously apart. The number 7 was emblazoned on his chest. A closer look revealed Dugu Qiyuhan, director of the East Gate Market Police Station. "Doctor, could you examine me, please?" Here, Director Dugu discreetly indicated a particular anatomical region. Shi Nioran made careful inquiries, lifted the man's clothing to observe physical signs, and quickly reached his conclusion. Chlamydia infection, nothing serious. He kept his phrasing deliberately vague. What's chlamydia inflammation? It's no major problem, an infection. He scribbled a prescription. Take this to the pharmacy, have He Poo fill it, tell Sister Li to administer the injections. You'll be back to full strength in 2 or 3 days. He paused, produced a small cardboard box from his desk and handed it over. Pay attention to safe practices going forward. Dugu Qiyuhan started. Yes, understood. It's really nothing serious. Shi Nioran offered a reassuring smile. But perhaps limit your contact with indigenous women in future. Understood. This won't be a problem, will it? Truly not. Just take care of yourself and keep your injection appointments. Shi Nioran offered additional reassurances before seeing him out. If not for erythromycin, you'd be in real trouble, Shi Nioran muttered to himself after the man left. He was aware that quite a few transmigrators had been consorting with indigenous women recently. The executive committee had originally assumed Ming Dynasty Society, bound by feudal ethical codes, would present a closed social atmosphere. As long as everyone refrained from visiting brothels or committing assault, there wouldn't be gender complications. Evidently, those supposedly rigid ethical codes were more theory than practice. His interest in waiting for He Ping had evaporated. He left a note on his desk explaining several pending matters, then set off for the farm. Wu Nanhai wasn't in his office. According to his secretary, Chu Qing, Master is at the grain processing plant, working on sweet potatoes. By the river, Shi Nioran had never visited that facility. though he knew there was a mill there that processed rice for local residents. Just go out this entrance and head south. Chu Qing's Mandarin bore the distinctive accent of this timeline, Guangpu, Cantonese-inflected Mandarin, and showed Wu Nanhai's influence. Shi Nioran had noticed that not only she, but even Wang Tian, the head long-term laborer, spoke this way. Since the agricultural committee had relocated to Bern City and established the farm, sweet potatoes had been among the first crops planted. As a high-yielding staple, sweet potato possessed extraordinary virtues: wide adaptability, strong stress resistance, drought and barrenness tolerance, minimal pest and disease concerns. Beyond serving as grain rations and livestock feed or providing starch, even its leaves made excellent green fodder. Virtually nothing was wasted. Under favorable water and fertilizer conditions, typical yields ranged from 3 to 5,000 kilograms per mu, with exceptional cases reaching 7,500 kilograms. Compared to hybrid rice, which required fresh seeds every generation, sweet potato was arguably the more significant transmigration artifact. Yet in this timeline, sweet potatoes hardly qualified as artifacts. They were nothing new here. Since the Wanli era, they had been introduced from the Philippines to China, with Guangdong hosting the earliest plantings. Qiangzhou, just across the strait, had adopted cultivation as well. During their excursions into the countryside, the transmigrators had frequently encountered sweet potato fields. Before planting began, Wu Nanhai had consulted Wang Tian, the closest thing they had to an agricultural expert, about Lingao's sweet potato cultivation. Wang Tian's report was informative. Sweet potatoes have been grown here for 7 or 8 years. The first seeds came from Qiangshan. Quite a few people plant them now. The advantage is they're trouble-free. Just plant and forget. Harvest the tubers for human consumption or pig feed. Growth period is short. Lingao can harvest twice a year. They're an excellent supplementary grain. He paused. But they don't store well. The local climate is humid and sweet potatoes rot easily. Growers here don't know proper cellar storage techniques. Some try slicing and drying them, but even dried slices mold during the rainy season. The harvest is plentiful, and they require little labor or fertilizer. 1 mu can yield 1,000 jin at best. But since they can't be stored, small households gain nothing from planting too much. Only large and middling grain households with many laborers and livestock bother growing significant amounts. Wang Tian warmed to his subject. Master Wu, with so many short and long-term workers now employed across Bern and Bapu, you could really plant more sweet potatoes. Giving the laborers rice at every meal is wasteful. Half rice, half dried sweet potato shreds, with a bit extra in quantity plus some salted vegetables and fish, makes a perfectly adequate heavy labor ration. Saves considerable grain. He proceeded to present, as if revealing treasures, the cost-saving tricks he had learned while serving as a head worker for landlords. A complex expression crossed Wu Nanhai's face. On one reading, Wang Tian was demonstrating loyal service to the master. On another, he was behaving like a collaborator, a Hanjian. Wu Nanhai recalled people saying that foreigners arriving in China had originally been decent folk, only to be corrupted by fawning native traders. Though biased, the observation wasn't without foundation. We'll discuss that later, Wu Nanhai deflected, unwilling to commit. Seeing Wu Nanhai's uncertain expression, Wang Tian fell silent, unsure where he had misspoken. Wu Nanhai considered for a moment, then asked, "You said 1 mu yields only 1,000 jin." He found this implausible. During his rural internship, he had seen farmers harvest 2,000 to 3,000 jin per mu with minimal effort. Only the first year produces over 2,000 jin, Wang Tian explained. Then yields decline year after year. They can drop to just 800 or 900 jin. Impossible. Fa Shilu nodded and offered a single word: virus infection. Of course, how did I forget? Wu Nanhai felt chagrined. This was basic agricultural knowledge. Sweet potatoes, along with other tuber crops like potatoes, relied on asexual reproduction. Over time, they accumulated infections from multiple viruses contracted during growth and storage. These viruses degraded varietal characteristics, deteriorated quality, and dramatically reduced yields by 30 to 70%. During the autumn harvest of 1957, Hongtong County in Shanxi had set the national record for sweet potato yields, 5,510 jin per mu at Mamixiang Fenaming Agricultural Cooperative. By the 21st century, 5,000 jin per mu was unremarkable. New high-yield virus-free varieties, carefully cultivated, could exceed 10,000 jin in their first year. But in 1957, that figure had been national champion, and even then likely somewhat exaggerated. Without specialized technical support, sweet potato yields remained moderate. To date, no highly virus-resistant sweet potato varieties existed, nor were there effective treatments to prevent or control viral infections. Only virus-free cultivation technology could address the problem and improve both yields and quality. Modern farmers had no need to save seeds or breed their own stock. Professional seed companies handled all of that. During Wu Nanhai's rural internship, everything he had seen, planted, and discussed involved virus-free seedlings. He had only needed to consider soil and climate matching. The virus issue had never crossed his mind. Even virus-free sweet potatoes would become reinfected and degrade after 3 or 4 years of planting. Virus removal was a specialized high-technology process. Foshan had considered multiple approaches to solving this problem in this timeline and had brought a complete laboratory setup specifically for the purpose. The transmigrator's first batch of high-yield virus-free sweet potatoes had been planted in December 1628. In regions with distinct seasons, sweet potatoes were typically nursed in February, transplanted in April, and harvested in August. Lingao's advantage was year-round temperatures above 18 degrees C, permitting planting in any season. To prevent seedling loss, key agricultural committee members, Fa Shilu, Wu Nanhai, and others, handled planting personally, without a single indigenous worker involved. Under careful management, they welcomed their harvest at the end of April this year. The 10 mu of experimental sweet potatoes yielded an excellent 4,000 kilograms per mu, though lack of chemical fertilizer had prevented the variety from reaching its full potential. Harvesting required mobilizing Army and Navy soldiers along with students to assist. The farm's sweet potato bumper harvest, over 8,000 jin per mu, shocked not only Wang Tian but every employee on the farm. Word spread rapidly, and many people wanted to see what Australian sweet potatoes looked like. Wu Nanhai deployed army soldiers to guard the perimeter, forbidding outsiders from entering until the harvest was complete. 80,000 jin of sweet potatoes was not extraordinary by ancient standards. Rural areas commonly used cellar storage for gradual consumption, but Lingao's weather would soon descend into the rainy season after April and May, and cellar storage carried substantial mold and rot risks. Furthermore, the transmigration group's various industries had urgent needs for sweet potatoes' primary product, starch. Ultimately, Wu Nanhai decided that, aside from a portion reserved for seed promotion, all remaining sweet potatoes would be transported to the grain processing plant for conversion into finished products. Sweet potatoes yielded many products: vermicelli, glass noodles, maltose, glucose, dextrin, yellow wine, alcohol, soy sauce. The variations all derived from the same source, primarily starch derivatives. Wu Nanhai therefore determined that sweet potato processing would focus on manufacturing starch, with byproducts utilizing the waste residue and materials generated during starch production. The Ministry of Light Industry also showed keen interest in the sweet potato harvest. Mo Zion reported daily, constantly proposing new products. Unexpectedly, his most enthusiastic proposal wasn't for something modern like glucose or dextrin or instant rice noodles, but dried sweet potatoes, specifically Liancheng Red Heart dried sweet potato strips, one of Fujian's famous 8 dried foods. This product sells very well. When Shi Nioran arrived at the bamboo shed that served as the food factory, Mo Zion was in full flow. It was an export product back in our time. Even now, dried sweet potato strips remain popular snacks. In this timeline, sweet potatoes are still somewhat exotic. We could absolutely target the premium market. I'm not convinced. Wu Nanhai was skeptical of the dried sweet potato plan. Local people in this timeline rarely eat snacks. Only the wealthy and idle indulge in such things. If there's no local market in Lingao, we can export to Guangzhou. Chapter 343. Sweet potato Kvass. Whether the common people of Ming Dynasty Guangzhou would actually purchase this Liancheng Red Heart dried sweet potato strip, appearing centuries ahead of its time, remained an unknown variable. But Wu Nanhai felt that selling dried sweet potatoes, such a relatively simple product, was beneath them as a money-making endeavor. Dried sweet potatoes can be one option, Wu Nanhai conceded, but the processing depth is insufficient. The added value is too low. The problem, Mo Zion countered, is that Ming Dynasty commoners don't need starch. Who will we sell our starch production to? They don't need it, but we do. Huang Dashan smiled enigmatically. Forget industrial demand for a moment. Starch alone could substantially improve our meals. It's the starting point for many products. The others instinctively edged away from this mysterious figure, whose very presence seemed to exude invisible clouds of microorganisms, bacilli, viruses, and stranger things. In truth, 99% of Huang Dashan's biochemical laboratory contained useful strains, various mushrooms, fungi, and an array of fermentation cultures preserved in growth media. There's one product that satisfies your export ambitions while also improving everyone's meals, Huang Dashan continued. MSG. I have specialized strains. The quality will be excellent. Doesn't MSG require rice to manufacture? Rice certainly works. What matters is the starch. Sweet potatoes, anything starch-rich will do. Nothing unusual about it. Huang Dashan pressed on. Cooking wine, vinegar, soy sauce, bean paste, all the condiments we used to make with rice. The food factory's production was limited before mainly to conserve grain. Now, with sweet potatoes providing cheap bulk starch, we simply need to scale up directly. Shi Nioran mentioned his glucose injection plan. Wu Nanhai expressed strong support, telling him to make as much as needed. Shi Nioran clarified that current requirements were modest. A few kilograms would suffice. Glucose injections don't require much. Though glucose injection was useful, it wasn't an urgently needed drug. Its presence or absence made little practical difference. Shi Nioran's eagerness to produce it was partly about demonstrating the pharmaceutical factory's value. After the executive committee's substantial investment, they couldn't spend all their time mixing oral saline to show for it. The oral physiological saline and herbal tea you've been producing are quite good, Wu Nanhai observed. Make more of those. The weather's been hot lately. They're in high demand. Actually, I wanted to make salt soda water, Shi Nioran sighed. Carbonated drinks are the ultimate thirst quenchers, but there's no baking soda available. Soda water is wonderful, a fashionable favorite. Mo Zion seemed ready to launch a soda water marketing campaign for Ming Dynasty consumers. Baking soda water, Wu Nanhai scoffed. I mixed that according to recipes when I was a kid, tasted terrible. Complete failure, spare us. I heard Superintendent Ma designed a soda machine. It doesn't use baking soda, it dissolves carbon dioxide directly into the liquid. True, that's possible, he just copied historical designs. But where do we find high-purity carbon dioxide? I'm told we have fewer than 20 pressure cylinders of all sizes. Soda water production is definitely not a priority. Huang Dashan laughed. You people are thoroughly modern. You only think in terms of chemical preparation and physical processing. Forgotten about microorganisms. Where does champagne get its bubbles? What about beer? They're not made by adding baking soda or pumping in carbon dioxide. You mean brewing beer from sweet potatoes? Wu Nanhai's mind moved quickly. Huang Dashan nodded. Beer requires malt, and we're short on both wheat and barley. Otherwise, banana from the special reconnaissance team would have started brewing long ago. I've never heard of making beer from sweet potatoes, he winked. But I can make kvass. Kvass, several voices exclaimed in unison. This was something exotic. They had all heard of this beverage, wildly popular in Russia and Eastern Europe. Fermented from dried bread, kvass was nearly beer-colored but with a reddish tint, moderately sweet and acidic, with a distinctive fragrance, abundant carbonation, and extremely low alcohol content. It was a soft drink beloved by the masses. Traditional kvass was fermented from bread, but Huang Dashan knew that some modern factories, seeking to reduce costs and production time, skipped the bread step entirely. They fermented starch-rich raw materials directly, adding natural or synthetic aromatics to compensate. He had previously helped a boss in the Northeast develop a sweet potato kvass fermentation process. Kvass is far more impressive than soda water, Mo Zion declared. The Ming Dynasty has plenty of wealthy people. Kvass could target upscale female consumers. I think having enough for ourselves to drink would be achievement enough, Wu Nanhai said dryly. Will it work? Making kvass from sweet potatoes is a technology developed in the 1990s. Huang Dashan was confident. The process is simple. The drawback is it lacks the bread aroma of traditional kvass, and we don't have synthetic essences here, so we'll need to add other things artificially. How do you seal kvass? We don't have a soda bottle capping machine nor tin plate for bottle caps. It's a carbonated beverage. However champagne is sealed, kvass can be sealed the same way. Huang Dashan shrugged. Cork stopper, tightened with wire outside plus wax seal. Champagne bottles hold much higher pressure. I haven't seen the capping machine, but presumably it's not high-tech. It can be built eventually. Tin plate just requires iron and tin, which should be manufacturable. What equipment do you need? A few large vats will do. Huang Dashan had clearly thought this through. But I need guaranteed allocation of various culture materials. Strain and enzyme demand keeps growing, and there are gaps in equipment and media. Unlike traditional kvass production, Huang Dashan's process was streamlined. First, sweet potatoes were peeled and ground into slurry, then mixed with water to 75% moisture content. Monitoring the thermometer, he added a small piece of something resembling culture medium. An hour later, he added another piece of similar material. At intervals of 30 to 60 minutes, he introduced additional suspicious-looking substances. Throughout, he constantly directed the stoker to add or reduce fuel, maintaining precise temperature control. What are these? Wu Nanhai finally asked. Various enzymes, Huang Dashan replied. Cytolytic enzyme, pectinolytic enzyme, several amylases. The sequentially added enzymes decomposed all dextrin in the sweet potato slurry into sugar. Next came fermentation. He continued adding suspicious substances, this time proteolytic enzyme. Wu Nanhai watched him inoculate heat, add water, heating again, bustling about with evident satisfaction, but felt increasingly suspicious about what exactly was happening. Huang Dashan looked less like someone producing a fermented beverage than a mad scientist mixing potions. Finally, after boiling, cooling, and filtering, Huang Dashan carefully poured culture fluids from 2 separate tubes into the filtered juice. Brewer's yeast and Lactobacillus delbruecae culture fluid. Yeast I understand, but will this Lactobacillus cause problems? Wu Nanhai remained wary of anything ending in bacillus. No problems. Huang Dashan offered no elaboration. He instructed the stoker to maintain the liquid temperature at a constant 26 degrees C for gradual fermentation. Filter and bottle after 16 hours of fermentation, sterilize using the pasteurization method, then let it rest a few days. Once it produces foam, the kvass is ready. That's it, Wu Nanhai felt thoroughly confused. The process bore no resemblance to what he had imagined. That's the power of bioengineering, Huang Dashan said proudly. This is just a trial batch. Given proper resources, natural essential oils, fruit juice, honey, citric acid, the taste would be considerably better. Citric acid really is wonderful stuff. Canned food and soda water both require it. If only the chemical department could produce some. Wu Nanhai reflected that citric acid also had water purification, disinfection, and sterilization properties. Adding it to livestock feed could increase protein digestion efficiency and improve feed utilization. For the food processing factory itself, citric acid was desperately needed as an acidic flavoring agent in beverages. Soda water, candy, pastries, biscuits, canned goods, and dairy products. It also served as an antioxidant for edible oils. The soon-to-launch coconut oil pressing project would require it. Huang Dashan looked unimpressed. What does that have to do with the chemical department? Doesn't citric acid come from chemical plants? Citric acid is produced by fermentation, Huang Dashan said. Submerged fermentation of dried potato powder for citric acid, that's a uniquely Chinese technology. I have the strain. And we have the sweet potatoes, Wu Nanhai exclaimed. I'll need a fermentation tank built. Huang Dashan nodded. I don't believe the planning committee brought specialized fermentation tanks. They're not high-tech. Carbon steel construction should be straightforward. Thus, production of Kvass and MSG was added to the agenda. Wu Nanhai and Mo Zion discussed the matter further, consulted materials in the Grand Library, located several sets of architectural designs and equipment drawings for indigenous sweet potato processing enterprises, and submitted them to the planning committee for approval. Approval came back quickly. Mo Zion brought the equipment requirements and drawings to Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi studied them briefly. The design was almost entirely wooden. Except for shafts and grinding blades, which were iron, everything else was wood, including transmission rods and gears. Where did this come from? Great Leap Forward Era Commune sweet potato processing factory drawings from the Grand Library, Mo Zion said. Almost no steel required, nearly all wood, saves material, easy to fabricate. Jiang Yi shook his head. To put it politely, this is an emergency substitute. Frankly, it's window dressing for inspecting officials. He pointed at the sweet potato washer's structural diagram. All-wood mechanism roller, hardwood lever, wooden gear. Did the designer consider material strength? And it's hand-cranked. Hundreds of gin of sweet potatoes plus a pool of water. Even the governor himself couldn't turn this thing. He continued examining the drawings. If we build this, the whole setup will collapse within days. Build it from red sandalwood and the result would be the same. So it's not feasible. The structural design is fine, but the materials need changing. Jiang Yi began scribbling notes. I'll have to redesign it. How long? Though Mo Zion wasn't from the agricultural committee, he knew sweet potatoes couldn't wait. At least a week. Jiang Yi studied the drawings further. Engineer Wang held a mechanical manufacturing standardization meeting. All specialized processing equipment must now use standardized materials and process flows. Sweet potato processing systems are no exception. So, redesign, materials, performance, everything needs comprehensive consideration. We can't just prioritize material savings. And you'll need a prime mover. Otherwise, this machinery won't run. Don't believe these flowery Great Leap Forward pamphlets. Most of what's in them was designed to fool inspectors. I'll apply for a steam engine, might as well get a boiler too. No need. Apply for a single-cylinder diesel engine. This equipment can be driven by 10 horsepower. Don't think about steam engines and boilers right now. Riveters are in short supply. Joe Billy and his apprentices are all building ships. When they'll have time for boilers is anyone's guess. Diesel means applying for diesel allocation. Mo Zion hesitated visibly. Diesel was precious. The sweet potato processing project would never qualify for a diesel quota. Use coal gas. Jiang Yi began promoting the Industrial and Energy Committee's new coal gas generator. This new generator had been developed under Wang Liubin's direction, primarily to utilize the large inventory of single-cylinder diesel engines on hand. Additionally, the diesel engine factory project he was personally overseeing was moving into implementation. Single-cylinder diesel engines were low-tech. As the machinery factories supporting workshops, especially the foundry, came online, and apprentices in this timeline grew more skilled. Manufacturing these engines was no longer a fantasy. Compared to steam engines, single-cylinder diesels offered enormous advantages in size and fuel efficiency. The drawback was equally obvious: no fuel. The transmigration group was severely short of both diesel and vegetable oil alternatives. For the foreseeable future, neither would be abundant. Thus the coal gas generator, that artifact of petroleum-scarce eras, came to mind. Coal, at least, they wouldn't lack. Even without coal, straw, wood, and charcoal remained available. Supply worries were minimal. Furthermore, coal gas could power diesel and gasoline engines directly with only minor adjustments. This meant modern vehicles brought from the other timeline could continue operating after installation of coal gas generators, at least until the transmigration group could develop petroleum resources. Coal gas generators did reduce engine power output, but Germany had installed similar devices on half-track armored personnel carriers near the end of World War II. Reportedly, even the nearly 50-ton Panther tank had been experimentally fitted with coal gas generators. Power impacts should be manageable. Wang Liubin had designed several coal gas generator variants. One compact type was specifically configured for vehicles. Another was a medium-sized complete system designed for industrial applications, using a flat suction principle. Though structurally more complex, this furnace could accommodate low-grade fuels. Chapter 344, Energy. Usage. The metallurgical department's coking plant also produced coal gas, but that output was consumed almost entirely by metallurgy and metal processing operations, with nothing to spare for other departments. Distance compounded the problem. Laying gas pipelines with adequate sealing for long-distance transmission, manufacturing gas storage tanks. These exceeded the transmigrator's current industrial capabilities. Consequently, Wang Liubin had designed the industrial and agricultural coal gas furnace with local utilization as its fundamental premise. Wang Liubin possessed extensive coal gas furnace documentation, especially materials on indigenous methods, which could only be described as wildly imaginative. But he distrusted these sources. Indigenous coal gas furnaces had proliferated during the Great Leap Forward, accompanied by extravagant claims, yet they had vanished without trace once the campaign ended. Clearly, there were problems with economy, safety, or practicality. He had experienced countless similar technology promotions during his rural years: biogas digesters, indigenous solar cookers. All had either disappeared or limped along in semi-functional states. Experience had taught him that promoting new technology required attention to multiple factors. Economy and practicality were paramount. Neither could be sacrificed. Therefore, in selecting and designing the coal gas generator, he discarded everything too indigenous and made the design as modern as possible within the constraints of the transmigration group's industrial capability, ensuring effective, reliable application. For the food processing factory, he chose a flat-suction circular furnace, 1.5 meters in diameter, 3.5 meters tall. Using a blower for air supply, this furnace featured a large hearth, uniform distribution of air and fuel, high gasification intensity, and could gasify 60 kilograms of coal per hour. Required materials, refractory bricks, red bricks, cement, and cast iron, were all producible by the industrial department. Sealing employed a water seal, simple and safe. The most difficult component was the check valve, a cast iron piece presenting almost no manufacturing challenge. After production, the coal gas first passed through a brick-built cyclone dust collector, then was water washed to remove tar and particulates. The clean gas, cooled after washing, was supplied to the diesel engine. Wastewater from the washing process, containing substantial tar, was recovered and treated by the chemical department. A high-power steam generator was also installed inside the furnace, utilizing gasification heat to produce steam during operation. This addressed part of the food processing factory's steam requirements. For ventilation and to prevent carbon monoxide poisoning, The coal gas furnace was positioned under an open shed. The furnace itself, the blower, and the diesel engine were consolidated into a power workshop. The gas-driven diesel powered a belt driving a horizontal shaft, from which additional belts connected to machinery flywheels. This 22-horsepower Changchai engine met all the food processing factory's power requirements, including the blower that kept the coal gas furnace operational. The furnace ignited successfully on the first attempt, burning coal from Lizhu. After winning the sugar war, the Lizhu Sugar Industry Company had pressed its advantage, seizing Master Zhu's shipping firm following his family's demise. Besides transporting sugar to Guangzhou and Lingao, a dozen large vessels now also carried coal, purchased through Changshi's network from local sources and nearby Gaizhou and Lianzhou. This coal was relatively low quality, but that made it ideal for gasification. Another advantage of the coal gas furnace was its low operator skill requirements. There was no real technique involved, just strict adherence to procedures. Fuel loading wasn't strenuous work either, unlike the constant coal shoveling demanded by boilers. Wu Nanhai selected an old man in his 50s from Bern Commune's semi-labor force to manage the furnace. Though elderly in appearance, the man retained his strength, possessed sharp senses, and remained mentally acute. At the moment of ignition, Wang Liubin personally hand-cranked the diesel engine to life. After several coughs, it settled into a steady chug-chug rhythm, indistinguishable from diesel-fueled operation. Wang Liubin designated the food processing factory's coal gas furnace as the demonstration model for the technology. Huang Dashan particularly appreciated the coal gas project. Coal gas provided high calorific value and stable heat generation, ideal for precise temperature control. Fermentation and enzyme decomposition had demanding temperature requirements. The food processing factory's coal gas furnace substantially reduced the farm's biogas consumption. The factory had previously been a major biogas consumer, and biogas digester production was notoriously unstable. One of Wu Nanhai's persistent headaches was that, regardless of digester design or capacity, gas supply fluctuations, sometimes outright stoppages, occurred regularly. Emergency fuel deliveries had become routine. Wang Liubin personally monitored the furnace for half a day, observing combustion behavior. Satisfied that everything was functioning normally, he instructed Mo Zion, "Hang bird cages in this shed and the nearby workshops. Keep a few birds." "What for?" "As alarms to warn of carbon monoxide. Birds have much lower carbon monoxide tolerance than humans. They'll provide early warning of leaks." "Is that necessary?" "Coal gas smells so strong when it leaks impossible to miss." Wang Liubin fixed the Minister of Light Industry with a level gaze. "Carbon monoxide is colorless and odorless. That smell is added artificially." "Understood, understood." Mo Zion was sweating. He had just made a fool of himself. "I'll arrange it immediately." Wang Liubin toured the food factory. He now faced an important task: estimating the transmigration group's total energy usage to coordinate the various prime movers and energy sources currently in service, improving utilization efficiency. Among the prime movers currently deployed, electric motors represented the largest category, powered by 2 generating stations and scattered wind turbines. Electric energy was clean and convenient. Electric motors operated stably, naturally the first choice for prime movers. However, an internal industrial and energy committee assessment had concluded that self-manufacturing electric motors and related power equipment, generators, transformers, converters, cables, presented formidable difficulties. The primary challenge was materials, particularly the silicon steel sheets used in motors. These were far beyond indigenous manufacturing capabilities. Given the transmigration group's industrial level, fabricating equipment wasn't difficult. The difficulty lay in raw materials that could only come from transported reserves. Once depleted, there was no replenishment. Accounting for replacement parts and repairs, these materials required careful conservation. Until these problems were solved, electricity was clearly not the primary development direction. Beyond electric motors, there were steam engines. Since the machinery factory had begun mass-producing the 50-horsepower Mosey Type II, this engine had gradually spread throughout the settlement. Steam engines had the worst efficiency but required low technical sophistication. Boilers could burn various fuels. For the immediate future, steam would remain the transmigrator's primary power source. Diesel and gasoline engines depended on petroleum fuel from transported reserves. Their gradual gasification now opened broad application prospects. Though the internal combustion engines on hand produced relatively modest power output, their advantages, compact size, light weight, convenient mobility, far exceeded the cumbersome steam engine plus boiler combination. Coal gas generators could be scaled large or small, configured flexibly, and imposed minimal fuel constraints. Promoting coal gas generators was merely one component of Wang Liubin's broader plan. He also intended to improve fuel utilization through deep processing and combustion device modifications. The transmigrators used a remarkable variety of fuels. Beyond transported petroleum products and biogas from digesters, coal represented the largest category, essential for everything from steam engine boilers to cafeteria cooking fires. Next came various wood scraps, sawdust, and straw. Different fuels possessed different calorific values and served different applications. Wang Liubin proposed that fuel distribution, previously arbitrary and unsystematic, should be centralized. He recommended establishing a fuel factory. Except for biogas, all fuels would undergo uniform preprocessing before distribution to consuming departments. This fuel factory would initially operate a simple coal processing workshop, while also incorporating the existing wood dry distillation kilns. The coal processing workshop would wash incoming coal. Coal from Hangzhou and Guangdong was all mined by indigenous methods, contaminated with substantial impurities. Quality varied as well, mixing high-ash and low-ash coal indiscriminately and burning them together in boilers was enormously wasteful. Washing removed impurities from raw coal, after which high-quality and low-quality coal could be sorted. Gangue was extracted. Crushing coal according to specific applications could dramatically improve utilization efficiency. Wood fuels, except for sawdust and materials unsuitable for dry distillation, would no longer be burned directly. Instead, they would enter dry distillation kilns for conversion to charcoal, improving combustion efficiency, reducing pollution, and recovering wood tar. Waste heat from the kilns would power evaporators, producing steam for Bapu's factories. Beyond coking coal, fuel coal and charcoal would be converted to standard coal equivalents for distribution to departments, enabling accurate tracking of each department's fuel consumption. Straw and husk fuels would remain under Agricultural Committee control. Regarding husks specifically, Wang Liubin advised against using them as fuel for now. Their high silicon dioxide content caused substantial pollution when burned, and effective utilization required specialized equipment. For the numerous stoves currently in use, in cafeterias, factories, and dormitories, Wang Liubin planned comprehensive investigation and registration, excluding only biogas stoves. Stove types would be standardized, and inefficient simple stoves that wasted fuel and heat would be dismantled. Simultaneously, honeycomb briquette use would be mandated. Manufacturing these briquettes was straightforward. Coal dust remaining after screening was ground fine, mixed proportionally with yellow earth, and pressed with a simple hand-operated briquette machine. 2 or 3 workers could produce several thousand daily, sufficient to meet demand. Chapter 345 Products of the Pharmaceutical Factory. While Huang Dashan was trial-producing sweet potato Kvass, Shi Nioran was washing bottles at the pharmaceutical factory. Glass bottles, long requested from the planning committee, had finally arrived. Most were produced by the glass factory, Some were recycled and sterilized. Thousands of bottles in various sizes were arranged in rattan baskets, filling the pharmaceutical factory's entire courtyard. Specifications ranged from 500 ml containers for physiological saline down to small medicine vials. The entire staff spent half a day washing bottles. The cleaned containers were then wheeled into the steam room for high-temperature steam sterilization, currently the most effective large-scale sterilization method available to the pharmaceutical factory. With these bottles, the factory could finally produce finished products. Previously, there had been nowhere to put the output. Zhao Yanmei had established an all-glass distillation room, used for producing medical distilled water and extracting Chinese herbal medicine concentrates for injectable use. Shi Nioran studied this somewhat ungainly but not overly complex distillation apparatus, marveling at the glass factory's advancing capabilities. The array of intricate shapes, thick and thin pipes, multi-way connectors, and valves was impressive. Alcohol lamps flickered with blue flames beneath evaporating dishes containing yellow and white plant flowers. Liquid bubbled gently. Steam traveled through pipes, passed through serpentine glass condenser tubes, and finally dripped into collection bottles. The whole scene had an otherworldly quality, neither science fiction nor fantasy, but rather like a mad scientist's underground laboratory from some low-budget film. What's being produced here? Distillation and extraction of honeysuckle medicine for heatstroke prevention, specifically for summer heat colds. Hu Yicheng was on duty in the distillation room today, grateful to escape the basement strain cultivation facility. Liu San says this can serve as a base liquid for Huanglian preparations. Is this safe? Shi Nioran murmured. Chinese medicine injections contained unclear ingredient profiles and numerous impurities. Injecting such mixtures into humans invited allergic reactions, and if one occurred, resuscitation might not be possible. Hu Yicheng anticipated his concern. This is for oral concentrated liquid. At worst, drinking it causes diarrhea. It definitely won't kill anyone. The risk still troubles me, Shi Nioran sighed. After this batch, we're preparing to make bupleurum injection. The difficulty is somewhat lower. Liu San has dried a substantial supply in the courtyard. It's quite effective for fever and colds. Your efficiency with this equipment seems limited. Liu San emerged from inside. We've already ordered another set. The glass factory is fabricating it now. This time we're planning steam heating, far more efficient than burning alcohol lamps, and easier temperature control. He gestured toward his workspace. Minister, please come sit. He led Shi Nioran into his traditional Chinese medicine pharmaceutical workshop. This workshop occupied a large room of approximately 100 square meters with high ceilings. A row of earthenware pots on stoves bubbled with Chinese medicine. The operating table was crowded with equipment, hay cutters for slicing herbs, mortars of various materials, 16-tail scales for Chinese medicine, items both familiar and unfamiliar to Shi Nioran. Some Liu San had brought himself, others had been custom-made locally. Shi Nioran inhaled the medicinal aroma filling the air and found a stool. These are medicines I've compounded personally. Liu San enthusiastically presented a row of paper boxes and small porcelain bottles arranged on the table. This is hemostatic powder. He picked up a small porcelain bottle, made from Japanese thistle, Cirsium japonicum. Functions include cooling blood and stopping bleeding. For bleeding syndromes caused by blood heat running recklessly, hematemesis, epistaxis, metrorrhagia, hematuria, and similar conditions. Also disperses stasis, detoxifies, and reduces swelling. For heat toxin carbuncles, administered orally or applied externally. Enough, stop reciting your Chinese medicine textbooks. Shi Nioran regarded the bottle skeptically. He knew Chinese medicine had a characteristic whereby virtually every medicinal material could claim effectiveness against an enormous list of symptoms, yet genuinely critical applications were rarely so broad. Does it actually work? Absolutely. For field bleeding, Immediately find Japanese thistle, prepare a water decoction for oral administration, effective instantly. Crushing for external application also stops bleeding. Shinyoran considered that some component must be reducing blood clotting time. This warranted organized research. Future military operations would create substantial demand for hemostatic drugs. Additionally, tincture extracted with ethanol can lower blood pressure and inhibit human tuberculosis bacilli. Promising. This is gastritis pill for stomach pain, acid reflux, gastric ulcers, duodenal ulcers, and similar conditions. The primary ingredient is cuttlebone obtained from the seafood processing factory. It can also be made into hemostatic medicine, very effective for knife wounds. This is pig bile pill, Liu San continued. It treats many things, but I know the dean isn't interested in comprehensive lists. However, there's one use you'll definitely appreciate. Oh, what's that? Cough suppression. Liu San said. Pig bile powder's cough-suppressing effect has passed pharmacological testing. It also treats night blindness. Opium tincture. Liu San produced another bottle bearing a danger mark. Can be used for cough suppression, diarrhea control, and pain relief. What about addiction potential? Liu San spread his hands. Difficult to say without animal testing, but I studied with Dean Zhao and Little Hu, consulted medical references, and prepared it according to pharmacopoeia specifications. Harmfulness should be minimal as long as usage is controlled. Don't produce it as a general panacea, Shinyoran instructed. Divide it into 3 products. Diarrhea and pain relief medicine should be tablets, convenient for administration. Cough medicine should be syrup. Regardless of formulation, minimize opium content while maintaining efficacy to prevent addiction. Opium addiction wasn't as severe as modern hard drugs, but withdrawal remained extremely troublesome. Understood. We'll modify the formula. Liu San noted the request casually, then produced a small wooden box and opened it with theatrical mystery. Dr. Shi, care to sample? Shinyoran looked inside. The box contained a dried, semi-withered leaf rolled into balls. Beetle nut. He picked one up and placed it in his mouth. Extremely bitter. Coca leaf. MMH. Shinyoran nearly spat it out. Relax, it won't cause addiction. Liu San grinned mischievously. Or at worst, no more addictive than beetle nut. Shinyoran knew perfectly well that in South America, chewing coca leaves was practically a national pastime. Indigenous people used it to sharpen their minds, eliminate fatigue, increase stamina, also to ward off cold, treat illness, and relieve discomfort from stomach cramps, rheumatism, headaches, and other ailments. It was a mass consumer product. These leaves were picked from coca trees at the farm. The trees are still small, we only got a tiny amount. Everyone received a small share, Liu San said. Once yields increase, we can harvest in quantity. What's the purpose of pursuing this? Coca leaves are also medicinal, Liu San replied. Using these instead of cigarettes as a diversion for soldiers and laborers, wouldn't that be preferable? Shinyoran found the proposal rather extreme. Still, coca leaves did offer genuine stimulant effects and had real utility for military and labor applications. Perhaps excessive. Coca leaf was, after all, a mild drug, even if not strongly addictive. The Americans supplied amphetamine to their soldiers during World War II, and they were much bigger believers in universal values than us. Coca leaf is far less toxic than amphetamine. Liu San produced another bottle and poured Shinyoran a full cup of dark liquid. Try this. What is it? Shinyoran's guard went up instantly. Cola. Cola, that's rare nowadays. Shinyoran examined the liquid suspiciously, took a sip, and indeed it tasted like cola. Somewhat sweeter, lacking carbonation, like cola that had been sitting too long and gone flat. You made this yourselves. Correct. Contains coca leaf distillate. Seeing Shinyoran's alarm, Liu San hastened to add, in very small amounts, almost negligible. Once we have baking soda, we can put cola into production. Strange indeed. Shinyoran reflected that soda water hadn't materialized, yet Kvass and cola had both appeared. He decided not to pursue further inquiry, lest something else strange require him to serve as guinea pig. How is the willow bark extraction I mentioned previously progressing? Willow bark had been a commonly used antipyretic and analgesic in both Europe and Asia since ancient times. Its active component was salicylic acid, the foundation from which the modern drug aspirin was developed. Aspirin was chemically synthesized, still beyond the transmigrator's current capabilities. But extracting active compounds from willow bark wasn't particularly difficult and could deliver useful results. We're working on it. Some has been extracted, but willow trees are scarce here, Liu San reported. We should ask Wu Nanhai to plant more along the rivers. They'll beautify the scenery while serving as raw material. Nioran knew the effective medicinal compounds in willow bark and leaves were present in very low concentrations. Extracted products would have limited potency. But aspirin was an extraordinarily useful analgesic and antipyretic with anticoagulant and antirheumatic properties. At the current stage, it was the closest thing to a panacea. Liu San said, "I have a request. I hope the minister will raise it with the executive committee." Oh. What request? Acquire the herbal medicine shop in the county seat. Runchitang. Nioran knew Liu San frequently visited this pharmacy to purchase medicine and process materials. Their cooperation seemed harmonious. Aren't you working well together? Shopkeeper Yang's thinking is sound, and he's reliable enough for routine matters. But since I'm not the owner, many decisions aren't mine to make. Several skilled professionals there are being underutilized. He poured himself a cup of cola. Besides, the pharmacy's foundation is too thin. They can't even participate in medicine markets, and precious materials are never stocked. As a partner, they're too weak. They need an infusion of resources. I originally wanted to invest personally, but I have no silver. You want the executive committee to acquire it, then install yourself as shopkeeper. I don't want to be the shopkeeper. Being the owner who guides their operations is enough. Shopkeeper Yang inside lacks broader vision, but he's eager to learn. A trainable talent. Chapter 346. The Ministry of Health's acquisition action in medicinal materials and pharmacology. I'm superior to him. But regarding medicinal material trade and pharmacy management in this timeline, I'm a complete novice. This arrangement leverages both our strengths. Will he agree? What's Runchitang's financial situation? I've felt him out, Liu San said. Runchitang is shopkeeper Yang's personal property. His family has been in the business for generations. His father established this shop after arriving from Guangdong. Business has been mediocre in recent years, just getting by. Shortly after the old man died and shopkeeper Yang took over, a shipment of medicinal materials was seized by pirates. Things have been tight ever since. This is his ancestral property. Ancient people may find selling family assets unacceptable. I've considered that. Acquisition via equity would work best. We leave shopkeeper Yang with a minority share, keep the signboard unchanged, retain most personnel, and he continues as shopkeeper and shareholder, preserving his face. Naturally, we hold the controlling stake. Liu San elaborated. Once I become the owner, I can directly supervise operations openly, focusing my energy on Chinese patent medicine production. We'll use their existing business channels to first establish medicinal material procurement links in Qiangshan County. Then, leveraging their connections, we visit the mainland. Shopkeeper Yang has several uncles operating pharmacies or practicing medicine over there. We tour everywhere, cultivate relationships, acquire materials along the way, and recruit professional Chinese medicine processing talent to bring back. Nioran nodded. This approach is sound. How much budget? Purchasing the shop, including livelihood assets and inventory, shouldn't exceed 200 taels of silver, Liu San said, but expansion and renovation will add considerably. How do you plan to expand? Establish a dedicated Chinese medicine processing factory. Unnecessary. With facilities this excellent at the pharmaceutical factory, why would I relocate to a county seat reeking of pig and chicken manure? Liu San had clearly thought this through. I intend to merge the processing specialists from the pharmacy into the pharmaceutical factory's traditional Chinese medicine workshop. The pharmacy itself would handle only drug sales, procurement, and distribution. Distribution. Indeed. Lingao has abundant wild Chinese medicinal resources. Take the Alpinia oxyphila, the resources department discovered recently. The honey locust found by the circumnavigation expedition can also be exported beyond our own needs. Liu San continued. After acquisition, I plan to relocate the main headquarters to Eastgate Market and build a magnificent grand pharmacy. The old shop in the county seat becomes a branch. Later, we open pharmacy branches in markets throughout the county. The Ministry of Health's Medicine to the Countryside initiative can operate under the guise of resident physician services at these pharmacies. This approach is less labor-intensive than traveling village to village, and local people will find it more trustworthy. You've certainly thought this through. I'm not finished. Through the medicinal materials export channel, we gradually extend our network to key locations on the mainland. We build brand recognition. We begin selling the pharmaceutical factory's specialty medicines, enhancing the Transmigration Group's prestige and the reputation of Australian goods. If the executive committee ever decides to establish a cult of light or similar organization, pharmacies selling specialty medicines could serve as missionary outposts. Hearing Liu San's ambitious, comprehensive plan, Shinaoran marveled once again. There are capable people in the Transmigration Group. Such talent had been hiding in his own Ministry of Health all along. When you put it that way, failing to fight for this budget would be unconscionable. Shinaoran smiled. Setting aside future plans, how much budget do you need for acquisition plus relocation and construction? Here's the budget list. Approximately 400 taels of silver should suffice. Converted inventory value, working capital, new premises, and launch expenses. 400 taels it is. I'll approve it. The planning committee shouldn't object. Silver isn't a first-grade material, and the amount is modest. Shinaoran allowed himself a small joke. Liu San packed a box of various homemade medicines for clinical trials. Shinaoran reflected that this effectively meant skipping animal testing and proceeding directly to human trials, a true great leap forward in pharmaceutical development. Emerging from Liu San's workshop, Shinaoran found Hu Yicheng still enthusiastically fiddling with something. He approached for a closer look. Several large, wide-mouthed glass jars. One, sealed with gauze, contained suspicious green cilia floating at the bottom. A jellyfish-like bacterial film drifted on the liquid surface, accompanied by milky white translucent gelatinous bacterial masses. The smell wasn't unpleasant, rather sweet and sour. The other jars were unremarkable, filled with dark red liquid. The liquid was somewhat turbid with foam and scum on the surface. Noticing Shinaoran's attention, Hu Yicheng hastily offered, "Minister Shi, would you like a cup?" Shinaoran hesitated. Nothing about this looked drinkable. What is this? Kombucha, a health and nutritional beverage. Hu Yicheng wasn't particularly invested in kombucha's alleged benefits. This was merely a hobby to pass the time when the distiller sat idle. Sugar and tea were now abundant, and Huang Dashan's laboratory had strains to spare, so he'd improvised some side projects to practice his craft. Shinaoran was inclined to decline, but then remembered his salt soda plan remained unrealized. Though Kvass had been Huang Dashan's creation, the producing enterprises were the Agricultural Committee and Ministry of Light Industry. The Ministry of Health claimed no involvement, but kombucha presented possibilities. Hu Yicheng watched his superior's expression shift through several configurations, unable to gauge the depth of his thoughts. Minister, she certainly has mastered the art of looking like a leader. How does one cultivate that gravitas? While admiring this, he noted Shinaoran's expression settle into something righteous and resolute. "Give me a cup." Of course, of course." Hu Yicheng poured hastily. Observing what appeared to be a stealing of resolve, he added quickly, "It's perfectly safe. We tested the components. No harmful substances. Everyone drinks a bit during late-night work sessions. Whether it provides benefits is unclear, but it definitely causes no harm. It's fine." Shi Nioran tilted his head and drank the liquid that resembled black tea. The taste proved far better than expected, sweet and sour. If there was any distinctive character, it resembled sour plum soup mixed with black tea. Served chilled, it would probably be quite good. Not bad, Shi Nioran pronounced. What's the cost? Effectively nothing, just tea leaves and sugar. Huang Dashan provided the strain, we culture it ourselves. Hu Yicheng was puzzled, this was just casual tinkering. Why ask about costs? Little Hu, this is a health supplement. Yes, health supplement. Shi Nioran's enthusiasm surged. Whether from the kombucha he just consumed was unclear. Something this beneficial shouldn't remain confined to the laboratory. We must let the broad masses enjoy it. We should distribute it to our laborers as a nutritional product. This beneficial, Hu Yicheng was startled. With Minister Shi's level of expertise, he surely knew kombucha was essentially marketing fluff in the same category as snake oil. Did Minister Shi genuinely believe it was some kind of panacea? Calculate with Huang Dashan immediately. Acquire more fermentation vessels. Prepare for mass production. I'll discuss sugar and tea quotas with Wu Nanhai. Shi Nioran considered further. Make the drinking liquid cleaner, filter it. Aim for clear, transparent appearance. Yes, yes. Hu Yicheng couldn't have imagined kombucha would suit Minister Shi's purposes so perfectly. That would be easy to arrange. Once it's ready, I'll have Zio Zishan distribute it to everyone as a health beverage. Shi Nioran emphasized the word health with particular weight. Find Dashan. Collaborate on drafting something about kombucha's health benefits. I'll arrange for printing and post copies in the cafeterias. Liu San, having secured Shi Nioran's approval, felt his confidence surge. He changed into the blue cloth outer clothes he wore for house calls and herb gathering, donned a bamboo hat, shouldered his army green canvas satchel, and set off toward the county seat. Runchitang occupied a location on County Front Street, the only proper commercial street in the county seat, not far from the East Gate settlement. Since the Transmigration Group and County Yamen had reached their tacit understanding, both sides coexisting peacefully, transmigrators could freely enter and exit the county seat. Initially, Wu Mingjin and his colleagues had been extremely nervous, summoning street and neighborhood heads along with Bayajia chiefs from the settlements outside the three gates. They had instructed inns, shops, and households within the city walls to forbid Australians from staying overnight. Anyone demanding to stay must be reported to the county yamen for registration. Discerning observers recognized this defense as farcical. Did the Australians require inside coordination to take the city? Fortunately, the Australians showed no interest in staying overnight. They invariably arrived by day and departed by night. After the first few weeks, transmigrator curiosity about this great Ming County seat had been thoroughly exhausted. Recently, apart from a rare few visiting on business, almost no one entered the city. But while no one entered the city, more and more people left it. Not only did Australians avoid the city, local county residents were visiting less frequently as well. With its convenient, safe transportation and diverse merchandise, Eastgate Market was attracting growing numbers of local villagers. Backed by full transmigrator support, its popularity continued to rise while the county market grew increasingly depressed. Many shops had sent personnel to open branches or set up stalls in Eastgate Market. Some had simply relocated entirely. Runchitang's operations remained adequate. It was the only local pharmacy, with no competition. Scattered medicine vendors and traditional Chinese medicine practitioners who prepared their own medicines generally purchased supplies here. Because most Chinese medicinal materials required processing, paozhai, before use, and in Lingao County, only Runchitang had properly processed materials. Since Liu San had begun planting medicinal herbs at the farm, he had learned from laborers assisting in the herb garden that such a pharmacy existed in the county seat. Professional curiosity naturally drew him to see what a great Ming pharmacy looked like. Once conditions stabilized, he had paid a visit. The shopkeeper and staff of Runchitang had initially regarded this hairless thief visitor with respectful distance. But over time, they discovered that although he was an overseas person, his knowledge of medical principles and medicinal properties was extensive, particularly his expertise in medicinal materials. Common ground bred warmth. Because medicine remained in short supply, Liu San frequently dispensed Chinese medicines personally. Since his self-produced materials were incomplete, he came here to purchase, making him one of the shop's major customers. Runchitang's storefront was impressive. High rooms, open porches. A large gold character plaque hung on the lintel, though after long years the gilding had chipped. Weeds grew beneath the entrance steps. The entire property featured a front shop and rear courtyard with an attached residential compound. Clearly, substantial money had been invested originally. Liu San had heard from the shop assistants that Runchitang's founder had come from a pharmaceutical family in Guangdong. When he'd arrived in Lingao, he'd harbored grand ambitions of establishing a thriving enterprise. Reflecting on this, Liu San couldn't help feeling a twinge of melancholy. He climbed the bluestone steps and felt a wave of cool air wash over him, delightfully refreshing in the hot, muggy weather. "Mr. Liu is here." A shop assistant's greeting echoed from the dim interior. He was thoroughly familiar to them by now. Someone emerged to welcome him, Liu Benchen, the shop's manager. Liu Benchen was past 50. By his own account, he had apprenticed under the old shopkeeper from age 11, making him a true old retainer. He handled most of the shop's routine affairs. Business is thriving. Liu San cupped his hands in greeting, exchanging the customary pleasantries. "Thanks to your blessing, thanks to your blessing." Liu Benchen took this in stride. Since his apprentice days, Runchitang's business had been just like this, neither prospering nor collapsing, merely persisting. It had faced serious crises several times. Each time he had thought they wouldn't survive, yet somehow they had muddled through. Liu San surveyed the shop interior. Various implements were arranged neatly on the dark wooden counter, polished spotless. The bronze fittings on the medicine drawers behind gleamed brightly. No matter how depressed the business, standards were maintained. This was precisely why he liked coming here. No sloppiness, no carelessness. Had this been a shoddy operation, he wouldn't have bothered with acquisition. He would simply have opened his own shop and driven them out of business. A young shop assistant served boiled prunella tea. Because business was poor, the shop hadn't recruited new apprentices in years. This so-called young assistant was in his early 20s. Ancient custom emphasized lifelong employment. Once hired, so long as the business survived and the employee committed no serious violations, everyone simply carried on together. Runchitang's business had deteriorated steadily since the old shopkeeper's passing, so staffing had remained static at 6 or 7 people, front counter and back courtyard combined, handling all operations. Liu San sipped the tea. The shop's prunella tea was authentically prepared and thoroughly chilled with well water, fresh, smooth, and refreshing, excellent for dispelling summer heat. Shopkeeper Yang isn't in. Every previous visit, shopkeeper Yang had emerged promptly to receive guests. He was keenly interested in Australian medicine, particularly the technique of injecting liquid medicine directly into the body with needles. He frequently inquired about the underlying principles. Liu San had explained some basic elements of modern medicine: intramuscular injection, intravenous and arterial delivery, microbial infection, antibiotics. Shopkeeper Yang's appetite for knowledge seemed insatiable. Traditional Chinese medicine shops typically didn't separate medicine from medical practice. Shopkeepers and assistants generally possessed at least rudimentary medical skills. Naturally, they were deeply intrigued by these unprecedented new techniques. Chapter 347. Enticing with medicine. He went to the prefectural capital a few days ago to procure supplies. He should be back any day now. The prefectural capital in this case meant Qiangshan County, seat of Qiangzhou Prefecture. Procuring supplies. Liu San found this peculiar. The apothecary did mediocre business at best, with sluggish turnover. Shopkeeper Yang had mentioned just last time that they already had substantial inventory sitting in the storeroom. Indeed, Liu Benchen confirmed. After your advice, that a proper apothecary needs authentic medicinal ingredients but should also distinguish itself with a few signature pills, powders, ointments, and elixirs. Our shopkeeper mulled it over for days and decided you were right. He recently unearthed some old family prescriptions. We don't stock everything he needs, so he went to Qiangshan to compound the medicines. Damn, Liu San thought. That had been an offhand remark, yet the shopkeeper had taken it to heart. If the man truly concocted some miraculous remedy and business boomed, the acquisition plan would go up in smoke. Liu San knew well that many century-old apothecaries in the Chinese medicine industry had built their fortunes on proprietary medicines, Lei Yunshang's 6 spirit pills and Mei Yinglong's eye ointment being classic examples. He desperately wanted to ask about the prescription, but such inquiries were taboo. Feigning indifference, he asked Manager Liu how business had been lately. We're managing to stay open at the very least, Liu Benchen replied with equanimity. This year's actually been slightly better than last. Without pirates and bandits causing trouble, the roads and markets have settled down considerably. More people are coming to fill prescriptions. Even tonic medicines, which nobody used to buy, now have customers asking. That's what gave the shopkeeper this idea. People around here want tonics. Generally speaking, those who took such medicines were either wealthy enough to afford these recreational indulgences or leisured enough to pursue them. Landlords who spent their days watching over tenant farmers in the fields had no interest in such things. Lingao County had few such people. Forget tonics, there wasn't a single high-class restaurant or brothel in the entire place, which showed precisely how low the local standard of consumption was. I was surprised too, Liu Benchen admitted. Previously, those who bought restorative ointments were just a handful of gentlemen at the county seat and the elderly patriarchs of a few degree-holder families in the villages. You could count them on your fingers. And now, all locals. All from this county. There's one Master Lin. Dr. Liu might know him. Which Master Lin? Liu San thought. I don't know any Master Lin. Lin Quanan, the one who runs the goods depot at Eastgate Market. Oh, him. Liu San certainly knew this Fujianese. Lin Quanan had been the first to do business with the transmigrators, starting out as a peddler hawking vegetables from shoulder poles and handcarts. In just 1 year, he had rapidly grown into the owner of a considerable trading house with operations spanning the entire island, specializing in procurement for the Transmigrator Group. He had quite a substantial establishment at Eastgate Market now. He must have made a tidy fortune, and once rich, people inevitably showed off. This was true in all times and places. And then there's Secretary Wang from the county Yamen. Apparently he's recently taken a concubine. Now that was news. Though Liu San was a modern man, he couldn't resist the gossip. How can you tell? He used to take tonics too, but just the usual prescriptions to supplement vital energy and dispel dampness, Liu Benchen explained. This time he wanted ointments for strengthening the kidneys and boosting yang energy. Think about it, Dr. Liu. He's a man in his prime, years spent as a sojourner away from home with no outlet for his urges. Why would he suddenly need such things? Sound reasoning, sound reasoning. Liu San considered this quite important intelligence. He wondered if the intelligence department had gotten wind of it. Though he couldn't see what connection Secretary Wang's concubine could have to the Transmigrator Group, keeping tabs on the opposition's movements was always prudent. Just as they were talking, a commotion arose outside. Manager Liu hurried out to meet the arrival, none other than shopkeeper Yang, returning from his procurement trip. Shopkeeper Yang's full name was Yang Shixiang. In his early 30s, he had a fair complexion and wore 3 strands of fine whiskers. A refined and scholarly man, he wore a robe of substantial gauze silk. Though he had just come in from the blazing sun, not a hair was out of place. He appeared elegant and spirited. Dr. Liu, seeing Liu San in the shop, Yang Shixiang ignored the attendant coming forward to help him change and hastened over to clasp hands in greeting. The two exchanged customary pleasantries. Though Yang Shixiang was the shopkeeper and owner of a rather modest apothecary, he retained the habits of a wealthy young gentleman. He first went inside to change clothes, then an attendant brought water for him to wash his face. Only after sipping a cup of tea were all these formalities finally completed. Liu San wanted to inquire about the procurement trip but didn't know how to broach the subject. Just as he hesitated, manager Liu Benchen came in to report that the sedan bearer fees had been paid and to ask when the porters with the medicines would arrive. "There won't be any porters," Yang Shixiang said, his expression dispirited. "The medicines I needed, none of the apothecaries I know in Qiangshan had them. There's no ginseng in all of Qiangzhou Prefecture, no pine nuts either. I'll have to go to the mainland to have any hope. But I don't have the ready cash. If you really need it, perhaps try Foshan. Your late father's colleagues are there. Surely they could spare some ingredients. If they were willing to help, would my father have had to come to this desolate backwater in the first place?" Shopkeeper Yang sighed. Manager Liu sighed along with him. Liu San had heard Liu Benchen mention bits and pieces before. Yang Shixiang's father had been the son of a major apothecary owner in Foshan town. Due to discord with his brothers, he had angrily relocated to Lingao. Though the two sides still exchanged courtesy visits for celebrations and mourning, there was little genuine affection between them. Asking them for help would likely prove futile. Liu San deliberately pressed the matter. "Since you have relatives of the same clan there, surely they could lend at least some assistance." "Not just the same clan. The current owner and I are first cousins on our father's side. I still have several uncles and granduncles living. In terms of kinship, we couldn't be more closely related by blood. But the sentiment is merely average. If I wanted to borrow cheap goods, they'd probably nod along. What I need is LowYield ginseng. Right now it's worth its weight in gold. Going to negotiate would just waste travel money. Besides, they might not even have any. Those troops in LowYield are utterly useless." Yang Shixiang couldn't help cursing. "Some Guaning iron cavalry, they've been beaten into cowering turtles. Not only does the price of LowYield ginseng, pine nuts, and amber rise every day, but there are shortages everywhere." At the words LowYield and Guaning iron cavalry, Liu San's ears perked up. Ginseng and pine nuts were products from beyond the pass. Now that the two sides were at war and goods from outside couldn't circulate, prices had naturally skyrocketed. Presumably goods from inside the pass weren't cheap in the later Jin territories either. He wondered if the Commerce Department had thoughts about this. However, hearing that the procurement had proved fruitless gave Liu San reassurance that his worries wouldn't come to pass. The acquisition of Runchitang showed promise. He already had a plan in mind for how to proceed. A young gentleman of noble lineage like Yang Shixiang would never admit defeat even in dire straits. Approaching him directly about investment or acquisition would certainly fail. Fortunately, Liu San held other trump cards that could slowly entice him into compliance. After some perfunctory conversation, Liu San took 2 small glass medicine vials from his satchel. These were empty 800,000-unit penicillin bottles he had specially requisitioned from Shinioran. He used them to package his own medicines to enhance their prestige. "Please have a look, shopkeeper Yang." Yang Shixiang saw the exquisitely crafted little glass bottles, his face showing amazement. He accepted them, examined them carefully, then studied the aluminum foil wrapped around the bottle openings before asking, "What are these?" "2 prepared medicines I've formulated myself," Liu San said with complete confidence. One bottle contained huge marching powder, the other plague-repelling powder. Both were standard summer medicines, with huge marching powder being particularly efficacious. It had the function of opening the orifices, dispelling foulness, clearing summer heat, and neutralizing toxins. It could treat cholera, heat stroke, miasmic vapors, and various summer heat evils, as well as mouth sores and sore throat. Dissolving the powder in water and applying it to the eyes could eliminate wind heat cataracts. Placing a small amount in the nasal cavity could prevent heat stroke and ward off pestilence. In a place like Lingao with hot summers and muggy, humid conditions, it was especially appropriate. Plague-repelling powder was similar but far less potent. It was merely for cooling and refreshing effects, created by Changchentang in the late Qing as an inexpensive summer remedy. Because it was cheap, it sold extremely well. The raw materials for both medicines, aside from expensive ingredients like musk, pearls, and gold leaf used in marching powder, were mostly common medicinal herbs that were easy to obtain. Most of what Liu San had compounded came from purchases at Runchitang, with a few, mainly aromatic spices, coming from confiscated goods from Gu family manor. Liu San explained the miraculous uses of both medicines in detail. Based on his limited knowledge of Chinese medicine history, plague-repelling powder definitely didn't exist in 1629. Even huge marching powder had only been compiled and published in the Qing dynasty's compilation of extraordinary prescriptions. He estimated the formula might have existed during the Ming, but few knew of it, and certainly no one had made it a commercial product. Otherwise, in a place like Lingao, these would be excellent sellers. Since the raw materials weren't particularly rare or hard to find, shopkeeper Yang, with his medical and pharmaceutical expertise, should have known how to make them if he knew the formula. Of course, Liu San wasn't about to reveal these details. He simply said these were two special summer medicines formulated in Australia. Seeing that Lingao's climate was muggy and humid, and that common people suffered greatly from summer heat evils, he had conceived the idea of compounding and selling them locally, a way of saving the world and succoring the people. Hearing Liu San describe these medicines as so miraculous, Yang Shixiang was somewhat skeptical. However, the bottles alone looked like they were worth a fortune, so the medicines probably weren't too shabby either. With Liu San's permission, he sprinkled a little plague-repelling powder onto the back of his hand and inhaled. Immediately, an expression of pleasure spread across his face. "Wonderful," Yang Shixiang praised. "It clears the head and refreshes the mind, truly gives one a sensation of coolness throughout the body. You flatter me." In Australia, with its hot climate, plague-repelling powder sells tens of thousands of bottles annually. Tens of thousands of bottles. That many, Yang Shixiang exclaimed in astonishment. Australia must truly be a land of abundance and prosperity. Liu San thought this had nothing to do with Australia. The key was that this era lacked the concept. During the Republican era, despite wars and chaos, Changchentang still managed to sell 2.5 million boxes a year. Yang Shixiang sniffed the huge marching powder and pondered for a moment. The two formulas are quite similar, both using borneol and cinnabar. The plague-repelling powder seems to emphasize aromatics more heavily, menthol, sandalwood, and such. Its medicinal efficacy should be inferior to the marching powder. Liu San secretly admired him. To identify the main components of the formulas from a single sniff, this shopkeeper Yang truly had real expertise. Shopkeeper Yang, you are most perceptive. You've seen right through to the heart of the matter. I'll be frank, the plague-repelling powder is indeed intentionally cheap, so even poor common folk can afford it. Liu San's actual thinking was a high-low combination strategy. Yang Shixiang nodded repeatedly, praising Liu San for his benevolent spirit of healing the world. Liu San seized the opportunity to propose a cooperation. He would provide the formulas, and Runchitang would handle compounding and sales. Certainly, certainly. Yang Shixiang had long wanted to develop several inexpensive but effective prepared medicines for sale, but couldn't find suitable formulas. Medical texts contained hundreds if not thousands of ancient prescriptions, but one generally didn't dare use them casually. Who knew whether they would actually work? Unlike large apothecaries with substantial capital that could afford continuous experimentation, Runchitang had to be certain before acting. Liu San's willingness to share his powder formulas for cooperation was exactly what Yang Shixiang hoped for. The two immediately reached an agreement. Seeing his willingness, Liu San took 2 prescription sheets from his pocket, listing in detail the ingredients, dosages, and compounding processes for both powders. Yet Yang Shixiang refused to accept them, waving his hands repeatedly. Absolutely not. These are your formulas, Dr. Liu. How could I simply take them? I couldn't bear the responsibility. Without the formulas, how would the shop assistants know how to compound and dispense the medicines? Liu San was puzzled. Yang Shixiang explained his thinking. Liu San's secret formulas would of course be used, but rather than asking him to disclose the prescriptions, they would have him personally prepare and compound the medicines. Runchitang would only handle preparation of ingredients and subsequent processing. Which ingredients served as sovereign, minister, assistant, and courier, the exact amounts, the preparation methods, only he himself would know. This way the formulas wouldn't be leaked. Liu San thought this shopkeeper Yang was truly honest and considerate of others, a man of principle and virtue. However, these formulas weren't particularly precious. Doing everything himself would be time-consuming and laborious. Better to be generous and let Runchitang handle everything. Liu San was extremely confident these prepared medicines would find their market. At the same time, this would test Runchitang's character. He had quite a few prepared medicine formulas in hand. If this establishment proved reliable, they could collaborate more deeply in the future. If not, he would only lose 2 formulas at most. Shopkeeper Yang, you're overthinking this, Liu San said. I'm a sojourner here, already too busy with daily consultations to have spare energy for compounding medicines. Runchitang's reputation and your personal integrity speak for themselves. Why would I have any doubts? When doing business together, everyone must be of one mind. All this mutual suspicion would be tiresome. This doesn't seem quite proper. Yang Shixiang still hesitated. It's fine. If I didn't trust you, I wouldn't have come to discuss this today. With things put this way, Yang Shixiang could no longer refuse. He accepted the prescriptions and glanced at the formulas. Musk, Borneol, gold leaf, we don't have these in stock. No pearls either, and many of the aromatic spices. Yang Shixiang trailed off. I'll need to go to Qiangshan County again to procure these ingredients, though even Qiangshan might not have everything. He frowned, counting on his fingers, then asked cautiously, how many doses should be prepared for the first batch? Chapter 348, The Foshan Journey, Part 1, 1,000 doses of huge marching powder, 3,000 doses of plague-repelling powder. I'll purchase the entire lot. Liu San had already thought this through. This batch of medicine was primarily for his own use. After all, summer heat prevention was an important matter, and Minister she had been asking about heat prevention medicines. The secondary purpose was to use them as samples for trial sales in surrounding areas and mainland cities, testing how receptive the locals of this era would be. Medicine saved and benefited people. In terms of expanding the transmigrators' influence and penetration, it far surpassed luxury goods like glass. Yang Shixiang was astonished. Isn't that too much? Not at all. Bern City alone needs this much summer medicine. There are about 10,000 people there now. Commissioner Wu has said he'll take as much of this medicine as we can supply. Liu San hinted that Yang shouldn't forget the transmigrator group was also a huge consumer base. Yang Shixiang's commercial instincts were rather too dull. He also took the opportunity to boast about his so-called connections, though in reality no such connections were needed. Wu De and Liu San merely knew each other. But Chinese people had always placed great importance on personal relationships, so this could be considered a reassurance. That means I'll need to go to the mainland. Yang Shixiang made up his mind. Some of these ingredients are available in Qiangshan but not in such quantities. I'll need to go to a major apothecary in Guangzhou. Only, he hesitated. Liu San guessed he probably didn't have enough capital. Medicines like musk and ox gallstones, while not as expensive as ginseng, deer antler, or rhinoceros horn, would still require a considerable outlay to produce this many doses. I could advance some of the payment. No, that won't do, Yang Shixiang quickly refused. There's no precedent for that, accepting advance payment before the business has even begun. Why no precedent? Liu San smiled. Here's what we'll do, consider it my joining as a shareholder. It can serve as capital investment. This, Yang Shixiang hesitated, but the allure of this deal and the two formulas was too great. Though he had some habits of a spoiled young gentleman, he genuinely hoped to make something of the family business in his hands. After some deliberation, he nodded in agreement. Liu San laughed inwardly. This settled half the matter of joining as a shareholder. Actually, you should thank me, he thought. Right now, the Transmigrator Group is a super high potential stock. Having me as a shareholder means you've effectively become a shareholder too, and the cost is much cheaper than trying to buy in 10 years from now. By then, not only you, but your children and grandchildren and your shop assistants and their descendants will all have reason to thank your wise decision today. Very well, Manager Liu, Yang called out. Calculate how much of each ingredient we need based on the doses. Check what stock we have, and don't unpack my luggage. Send someone to Bapu to book a boat ticket. The Gayaguang Shipping Company, which ran cargo vessels on the Lingao-Guangzhou route, had started regular passenger service using spare capacity on their ships, carrying passengers and personal cargo between Guangzhou and Lingao. The ticket prices were quite cheap. Though the accommodations were basic, they attracted merchants traveling between the two places, though this business wasn't large as travelers between these locations were quite limited. Seeing how decisively and efficiently he acted, Liu San took this as a good sign. He seized the opportunity to suggest, since you're going to Guangzhou anyway, why not make a side trip to Foshan? Go to Foshan, those snobs. As they say, circumstances change with the times. Before, when Runchitang's performance was poor and you approached them, you were asking for favors. Naturally, given how the world works, their attitude was cold. But now you have a big deal in your hands and will be paying genuine silver for their ingredients. Surely they wouldn't turn away business that comes to their door. Besides, you're still close relatives. In terms of variety and quality of ingredients, my uncle's stock is indeed excellent. It's just, Yang Shixiang's face showed resentment. Apparently he had endured quite a bit of cold treatment and disdain in the past. I really don't want to let them earn this money. On the contrary, you should let them earn it. Liu San guided him patiently. Lingao is such a small place with so few people. Even if you could sell medicine throughout Qiangzhou Prefecture, how many households would that be? To sell medicine, you need to go to the mainland. These summer medicines had a huge market in Guangdong and Guangxi. Runchitang, confined to its corner of Lingao, had long been out of touch with mainland drug merchants and the pharmaceutical industry, essentially cut off from mainland market conditions. To break into the Guangdong market, they would definitely need help from local apothecaries. Yang Shixiang naturally understood the implication. This was about using his relatives in Foshan to expand their market. Thinking it through this way, he felt relieved. Yang Shixiang nodded deeply. Thank you for the guidance, Dr. Liu, he then asked. I wonder if it would be convenient for Dr. Liu to get away. If possible, would you accompany me on this trip to Foshan? Liu San had been wanting to propose going to Foshan himself and was wondering how to bring it up. Now that Yang had taken the initiative, it was exactly what he wanted. He immediately agreed. Liu San wanted to use this opportunity to get inside a pharmaceutical enterprise of this era and observe their business model and methods. He had heard elderly pharmacists tell many stories about century-old apothecaries, but those were mostly about the mid-Qing period and later, over 100 years away from the present, with limited reference value. Liu San returned to his lodging and quickly rode his bicycle to Bern City to report to Shinioran. Shinioran praised him highly, saying his efficiency was truly excellent, though perhaps slightly too excellent. His budget request hadn't yet been approved, and if they were departing tomorrow, he might not have anywhere to get the silver. Furthermore, the Foreign Affairs and Trade Committee would need to be notified, as this technically fell under their purview. Shinioran was busy making phone calls and delivering documents. Liu San sat alone in the office, idly watching young nurses going back and forth in the corridor. After about an hour, Shinioran returned. Everything is taken care of. Shinayoran was somewhat excited as he placed a document folder on the table. Both the Executive Committee and the Foreign Trade Committee support your plan. In addition to the 400 taels of silver in your application, they're allocating an extra 100 taels. Also, the Planning Committee has approved your request for medicine samples, 10 boxes of each type. Thank you for the leadership's support. Hold on, you won't be going alone. There's a team. Here's the thing. Foshan is a major town. Its ceramics and textile industries are well developed. The Industry Committee wants to send someone to see the local industrial situation firsthand and perhaps recruit some craftsmen to bring back. The demand for ceramics is growing constantly. Fine, let's go together then, but what identity will he use? Just say he's your friend. The Intelligence Committee is assigning each of you a servant. These are interns from the first intelligence training class. Keep an eye on them. Isn't this quite an elaborate team? Liu San had originally planned to travel alone with Yang Shixiang, light and carefree. Now it seemed to have become quite an undertaking. This is an excellent infiltration opportunity. The Executive Committee naturally wants to seize it. Shinayoran said, "There aren't that many people. Go get ready. Meet at Bapu tomorrow." He handed over an envelope. "Here are your allocated funds. Sign for them." Liu San signed the receipt. Inside the envelope were several sheets of mulberry bark paper notes, printed elegantly with the format, patterns, and designs modeled after modern bank checks. The header read DeLong Bank, with the denomination written below in formal characters. All were 50-tael notes, brand new. These are DeLong Bank notes, newly issued in Guangzhou, Shinayoran explained. There aren't many places that accept them yet. Here's a list of the various establishments and their addresses that have agreed to honor these notes. He handed over a list. By coincidence, the accepting establishment in Foshan town is a pharmaceutical firm. Wouldn't it be funny if it turned out to be run by Yang Shixiang's relatives? That I wouldn't know, but with these banknotes, traveling on business will be very convenient. Otherwise, you'd have to make a trip to the Guangzhou station first to get cash. After the Executive Committee conceived the idea of establishing a bank during the Lizhu Sugar War, Cheng Dong and Yan Ming had moved quickly, developing a complete organizational and management system for the bank, as well as protocols for fund allocation and remittance in short order. They had even specifically recalled the main personnel from the Guangzhou station to Lingao in rotation for meetings to discuss this matter. After discussion, the final plan was as follows. DeLong Bank would establish a separate presence in Guangzhou, ostensibly as an independent enterprise. Since Meng Xian's appearance really didn't look much like a native of the Great Ming, it would be difficult for him to pass as a local. So the nominal proprietor was a relative of Shen Fan's, a student who could also handle document work on top of being the figurehead. The actual manager would naturally be Meng Xian. DeLong Bank's business was more similar to traditional money shops than modern banks. First, it did not engage in lending, only deposits and remittances. Of course, it would be difficult for DeLong to attract deposits when just starting out with no reputation or credibility. So the depositing customers were actually just the 3 trading houses under the Guangzhou station. Besides the principal, operating funds and profits of these houses, there were also deposits attracted through Zizhen Studio and Zicheng Trading. Through managing business account transactions, DeLong Bank effectively monitored the capital flows of the Guangzhou station, while also eliminating the need to physically transport large quantities of silver between Guangzhou and Lingao. All they needed was a ledger transfer at the bank and a telegram notification. To quickly develop DeLong's remittance business, Meng Xian first implemented a simple, rudimentary joint network remittance system in the Pearl River Delta. This was the operational method commonly used by Shanxi banks in the Ming Dynasty. In areas with substantial cash flows, they would partner with well-capitalized, actively trading major merchant houses as joint exchange affiliates. Drafts issued by DeLong could be cashed at these establishments at face value. Conversely, drafts issued by these affiliates would be honored by DeLong in Guangzhou. Between affiliates, accounts were settled monthly, with bilateral transactions cleared through remittance. Chapter 349, The Foshan Journey, Part 2. This approach proved extremely attractive to merchant houses with substantial capital flows, particularly those procuring goods in Guangzhou. It eliminated the danger of sending personnel carrying large amounts of silver while traveling. Liu San had the fortune to become the first user of DeLong Bank drafts within the Transmigrator group. Early the next morning, Liu San met up with the industry committee representative Huang Tianyu at Bapu. He too wore Ming-style clothing, complete with a false hair bun and gauze headscarf, all of it looking rather awkward and unnatural. The servants assigned to attend them were two boys of 13 or 14. It was hard to imagine these youngsters were future intelligence operatives. One of them was Gao Dai. Gao Dai had organized an intelligence network in Guangzhou centered on the children of servants in the Gao household. As the situation in Guangzhou grew larger, this network became increasingly obsolete. His advantages, familiarity with the Gao household servants, and knowledge of the Heiapan Street environment were gradually losing their utility. Gao Dai's activities had become too conspicuous, making Gao Ju and others wary of him, which reduced the network's effectiveness. Meanwhile, Guo's own intelligence system was gradually taking shape. From an intelligence perspective, Gao Dai's value had diminished significantly. Guo felt that while Gao Dai was clever and reasonably reliable, he had never received the Transmigrator group's ideological education, and his professional skills were low. Someone like him, native-born with a gang of younger followers, could become unpredictable if allowed to continue operating freely in Guangzhou. Add to that his perpetually unreliable father, and Guo simply reported to the executive committee, relocate the entire family to Lingao. The couple was settled into Bern commune to work. Gao Luji was assigned to Wang Liubin as a secretary, and after completing his literacy education, Gao Dai joined the intelligence training class as a student. Yang Shixiang had also brought two servants. Liu San introduced Huang Tianyu as a friend, a ceramics merchant who was also going to Foshan and wanted to travel together for company. He pointed out that having more people on the road would be both livelier and safer. Yang Shixiang readily agreed. The party boarded the Guangdong. The Gaoguang Shipping Company's vessels were all cargo ships with no passenger cabins to speak of. Traveling passengers simply laid out bedding on the floor of the cargo hold below deck. The air was both foul and stuffy, and they had to mind the cargo bundles around them. Yang Shixiang was accustomed to traveling and didn't find this hardship. Liu San and Huang Tianyu, on the other hand, found it somewhat difficult to bear. With nothing eventful happening during the journey, Yang Shixiang discussed the intricacies of the pharmaceutical trade with Liu San. The Chinese medicine business had always been extremely profitable. Though medicinal ingredients numbered many varieties, apart from a few rare herbs, most were rough goods purchased by the Jin. After processing at the apothecary, they were sold by the Liang or Hao. The gross profit margin was enormous. For common decocted herbs, the margin was never below 60%. For ginseng, deer antler, and other tonics, the more expensive the product, the more money one made. Margins exceeded 200%. Unless poorly managed, a pharmacy could easily grow rich. However, running an apothecary required substantial capital, what they called a capital-intensive trade. A typical apothecary stocked between 800 and 1,000 types of herbs, selected primarily according to the Compendium of Materia Medica, which was already quite popular in this era. Even the smallest apothecary needed at least 300 common medicines in stock. After procurement, herbs had to undergo various preparations according to requirements, consuming considerable labor. Some herbs couldn't be used in the year of purchase and had to be stored for periods ranging from months to years. Unlike other businesses, an apothecary couldn't afford to be short on items. completeness of inventory was paramount. So substantial apothecaries would go directly to the drug markets to procure supplies, purchasing 1 to 2 years' worth of several hundred common varieties at once. Larger establishments maintained enormous warehouses specifically to stockpile various herbs, sometimes storing years' worth of supplies. Such large herbal inventories tied up tremendous capital, which meant that even opening a small apothecary required at least 200 or 300 taels to get started. So opening an apothecary isn't easy after all. Show me an easy trade. If your ancestors built a solid foundation, as long as you run things conscientiously and avoid natural disasters or man-made calamities, you can't help but make money. Yang Shixiang sighed. This Runchitang of mine may look modest and quiet, with barely a ghost coming through the door, but if sea pirates hadn't seized a whole boatload of our medicine years ago and devastated our capital, things wouldn't have gotten so bad that I need to consult others just to compound a bit of musk and Borneol. Seeing he had opened up, Liu San took the opportunity to ask about LowYield goods. Yang Shixiang explained. The LowYield goods handled by apothecaries generally fell into 5 categories: pine nuts, ginseng, deer antler, amber, and honey. Ginseng, deer antler, and amber went without saying. LowYield sea pine nuts, what modern people call red pine nuts, were excellent tonic ingredients in Chinese medicine. Honey was used in apothecaries for honey-coating medicine pills, and LowYield honey was known for its pure, rich flavor. Previously, the pine nuts and honey used by drug merchants mostly came from LowYield, with some from Korea. Since the Guangning evacuation, not only had LowYield supplies been cut off, but even Korean goods had become scarce. With war raging beyond the passes now, and the court having halted the border trade, merchants can't get out and the Tartars' medicinal goods can't get in. What remains is used up bit by bit. At the Kizhu drug market, I hear there hasn't been LowYield ginseng for quite some time. Worth its weight in gold, that was intriguing. Even Huang Tianyu, who had nothing to do with trade, blinked at this. If they were to do business with the Jianzhou Jurchens, wouldn't there be substantial profits? And they could exploit Korea along the way. The party chatted and played cards to pass the time. After 4 or 5 days, they arrived at Guangzhou. The ship docked at the Guang Shipping Company pier, also a Kiwei property. This escort agency had become quite renowned in Guangzhou and its surroundings. Beyond escort services, their business tentacles had extended broadly into the 4 great trades of carts, boats, lodging, and porterage. In ancient times, traveling for business was an extremely difficult affair. Not just the exhaustion of boat and carriage travel and the inconvenience of food and lodging, but the merchants and service providers one dealt with were notorious for extortion, swindling, and defrauding travelers. As the saying went, cartmen, boatmen, innkeepers, porters, and brokers, even the innocent deserve death. Kiwei addressed this directly, reforming old practices, eliminating corrupt customs, and adopting many modern business methods. Travelers universally praised the convenience. The transmigrators' influence was everywhere in this. The Guangzhou station provided substantial financial support and had directly intervened in operations. To deal with interference from the various local bullies originally dominating these trades, the Guangzhou station had for the first time made extensive use of the gentry connections cultivated through jewelry trading and deposit-taking, leveraging scholars' influence to provide protection. At the same time, they had discreetly made a few of the most troublesome opponents disappear without a trace. The name Kiwei had become legendary in Guangzhou. Though the pier was noisy and crowded, everything was orderly. Passengers, handcarts, porters, and livestock formed their own lines without interfering with each other. Previously, each inn would send clerks to the pier to solicit customers, swarming passengers as they disembarked, fighting over them, sometimes even grabbing travelers' luggage by force. Now these inn solicitors had all been concentrated in a row of shops along the street, signs with their establishment names hung at each door. At the counters, Young clerks in clean blue cotton jackets greeted everyone with smiles. Liu San led his group over to browse, shop by shop. He would naturally be staying at a Kiwei Inn, supporting the family business after all. Next to the inn service desk was the porterage agency. A group of porters sat or stood waiting for customers, all wearing uniforms in a standardized style with a white-on black porter character on the chest and a large Chinese numeral on the back. A dedicated accountant handled porterage arrangements. Customers paid and received a chit at the counter. After the porters completed delivery and returned the chit, they settled accounts at the counter. Everything was orderly and systematic. Across from the shop fronts was a large open space with warehouses, piled with various goods. This was the cargo consignment office, handling shipping to all parts of Guangdong province. Large signs hung at the office entrance, densely listing destinations, delivery times, and pricing methods, all clear at a glance. Various other service facilities were comprehensively available. Even the latrines were large and well-built, with prominent signage marking them. Throughout the pier, burly fellows with truncheons at their waists patrolled to maintain order. Not only was Yang Shixiang fascinated by the novelty, but even Liu San and Huang Tianyu found this Ming-era clone quite interesting. Liu San went directly to the Kiwei Inn desk to book rooms. "You are truly discerning, sir. Choosing our Kiwei Inn, you'll have no regrets," the welcoming clerk said with a beaming smile. "May I ask, gentlemen, would you prefer to stay in the city or outside? What your inn has branch locations?" Yang Shixiang asked. "Yes, we have 8 inns total, in and outside the city," the clerk said proudly. "Whatever area you prefer, we can arrange it." Liu San thought, since his objective was Foshan, it didn't matter whether they entered the city or not. So he said, "No need to go into the city. We're setting off for Foshan early tomorrow morning. Do you have anywhere convenient along the route?" "Certainly." The clerk took a bound ledger from the shelf and flipped through it. "The Tongji South Bridge location would be perfect. 6 of you including servants. How would you like your rooms arranged?" 3 upper rooms, Liu San said. The clerk wrote out a slip and tore it off, then immediately called over a waiting junior attendant. "Find 3 sedan chairs and take these gentlemen to the Tongji Bridge Inn. Also arrange for a porter to help with their luggage." The Kiwei Inn's Tongji Bridge location was not far from the pier and close to the main road to Foshan. Upon entering, everyone felt this place was quite different, completely unlike the traditional inn layout centered on courtyards. It resembled a modern hotel instead. Chapter 350, The Foshan Journey, Part 3. A clerk guided them through the central hall. Inside, the large courtyard contained 3 rows of 2-story buildings connected by covered walkways that provided shelter from rain and sun. The rooms were arranged by floor in neat, orderly rows. This novel layout amazed Yang Shixiang, though for Liu San and Huang Tianyu it was nothing new. The blueprints had most likely been designed by someone from the construction company. The premium suites, the so-called heaven rooms, were located in the rearmost building. Each was a full suite with not just a bedroom but an attached servant's quarters. Large windows let in abundant light. By the standards of this era, the furniture and furnishings could be called comfortable and hygienic. Gao Dai and Chen Tong set down the luggage and busied themselves laying out the bedding. Inns in this era did not provide it. Guests had to bring their own. The attendant bustled about, bringing hot water for washing up and serving tea. He made small talk, asking about their origins and destinations. Liu San gave perfunctory answers. After everyone had washed up and was resting with their tea, the attendant brought in candlesticks and candles, then asked how they wanted dinner arranged. "Have the inn prepare dinner," Liu San said, producing a small piece of silver weighing about 2 kaian. "That should cover wine and dishes." "Yes, I'll arrange it right away." "No hurry. First bring us some appetizers and a few pots of yellow wine. Is there a bathhouse nearby?" Yes. Our inn has its own bathhouse attached. It's not crowded and the water is clean. Just bring your room key and you won't be charged extra." Liu San's party had been cooped up on the boat for days, travel-worn and weary. Hearing that the inn had an attached bathhouse, they all went a bathe. Returning refreshed while it was still early, Liu San gave the two boys leave to go sightseeing in the city, knowing Gao Dai was from Guangzhou. The three men were in a relaxed mood. They called for 8 small dishes and a pot of yellow wine from the attendant and drank leisurely while discussing pharmaceutical business. When the topic turned to drug markets, Yang Shixiang shared what he had seen and heard during a trip to the Kizhu drug market with his father in his youth. The Kizhu drug market, located in present-day Anguo County, Hebei, was itself a remote, inaccessible place with poor transportation and wasn't even a production base for medicinal herbs. Yet drug merchants from all over the country used it as their trading center. The market had existed in embryonic form since the Song Dynasty, and by the Wanli era had become the largest herbal medicine distribution center north of the Yangtze. By the Qing Dynasty it would reach its peak, carrying on for over 500 years, a rather remarkable phenomenon. It's not as strange as it sounds, Yang Shixiang explained. Kizhu is the birthplace of the Medicine King. Everyone says the hometown of the Medicine King is especially efficacious. Herbs that haven't passed through Kizhu lack their proper essence. If they're weak or lacking in potency, once they reach Kizhu, the potency becomes rich and full. Liu San thought. So there's that belief too. Yang Shixiang continued. Drug merchants from all directions gather at the Kizhu market, with herbs from north and south all available there. Truly a magnificent sight. He shook his head with feeling. There must be over 1,000 market brokers just helping to negotiate deals. There are 13 guilds of drug merchants. The Capital Guild alone has over 300 establishments coming to trade at the market. What's the Capital Guild? Yang Shixiang explained. Because so many merchants came from different regions to trade, guilds were organized by geography to mediate disputes between merchants from different areas and handle other external matters. The number of guilds varied, but 13 were permanent fixtures, each specialized in different products. For instance, the Shandong Guild dealt specifically in scorpions, donkey hide gelatin, trichosans, and tree peony bark. The Shanxi Guild specialized in antelope horn, wolfberry, Sichuan fritillary, coltsfoot, and fennel. If you wanted a particular item, you went directly to the relevant guild. You could virtually always find exactly what you needed. Extremely convenient. Liu San's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. How many rare herbs had he only heard of but never seen? This drug market sounded like a holy land for anyone studying Chinese medicine. However, with Huang Taiji about to launch his raids, Hebei wouldn't be safe for a while. He could only suppress his eager impatience. In the early days when my father first opened shop in Lingao, he also went to the drug market several times. Later, he stopped going. In all of Qiangzhou Prefecture, no shop can afford to go to the market. Yang Shixiang sighed again, looking quite dejected. Seeing the mood turning gloomy, Huang Tianyu changed the subject to discuss what good merchandise might be found in Foshan. His cover identity was a traveling merchant planning to procure goods there. Foshan is called one of the 4 great towns of the realm and has no shortage of fine goods, Yang Shixiang said. The most famous are ceramics, Xiangyun silk, and bronze ware. Huang Tianyu knew about ceramics and silk, but bronze ware was something he was hearing about for the first time. Upon closer inquiry, it turned out Foshan was also famous for its foundry work. Bronze casting was highly developed there, with Buddhist statues, incense burners, and similar items used throughout Guangdong, Fujian, and even as far as Nanjili mostly produced there. The town also produced large quantities of bronze and iron cannons. With a developed casting industry, there would naturally be many foundry workers. Huang Tianyu decided that besides recruiting ceramic workers this trip, he would also need to bring back a batch of foundry workers. The industry committee was short on precisely such skilled native workers. Yang Shixiang added that besides these, Foshan's Chinese medicine industry was also quite developed. There were 7 or 8 prominent major pharmaceutical firms that manufactured and sold various prepared medicines. Liu San decided to buy samples of each upon arrival. For those that proved truly effective, he would obtain the formulas by whatever means necessary. While they were talking, the door curtain suddenly parted and someone asked, "Would the gentleman like to hear some songs?" The voice was quite clear and sweet, though with the slightly strained accent of a Cantonese person speaking Mandarin. Liu San looked up to see a young woman of about 20, clutching ivory clappers. She wore a green jacket and floral skirt with a silk sash at her waist, her hair styled in a paugia bun. Though her eyes weren't large, they sparkled with flirtatious charm when she glanced about, quite alluring. Behind her followed a middle-aged woman carrying a folding fan. Huang Tianyu said impatiently, "No, no. We're just travelers seeking some entertainment. What's the harm?" Yang Shixiang seemed rather experienced in these matters. He beckoned, "Come in." The young woman smiled prettily, waved to the older woman behind her, and entered alone, performing a curtsy. "May I ask the gentleman's name?" "My surname is Yang." Yang Shixiang asked her, "What's your name?" "Your servant is Xiuqui." Xiuqui curtsied again. Her nimble eyes swept quickly over the three men's faces, then she lowered her head, her long lashes fluttering. This inadvertently coy and affectionate manner made all three men's hearts stir. It was Liu San who recovered first. "Since you're here, sing us a few songs." "Yes. What would the gentleman like to hear?" Liu San and Huang Tianyu looked at each other blankly. They knew nothing about this sort of thing. It was Yang Shixiang who beckoned, had the older woman bring over the song menu, and selected a few pieces. Xiuqui lightly tapped her clappers, and from her vermilion lips came words that were indescribably beautiful and lingering. Only, they couldn't understand a single word. Presumably it was all about love and longing, sweet nothings between men and women. Yang Shixiang fared somewhat better, but Liu San and Huang Tianyu were both men long deprived of female company. How could they withstand such teasing? After several cups of yellow wine, they felt increasingly flushed and heated. Yang Shixiang leaned toward Liu San's ear. "What do you think, Dr. Liu? Are you satisfied?" Liu San had already inspected Xiuqui thoroughly from head to toe. He nodded his approval. "Shall I have her attend you in your room tonight?" Well, Liu San's heart stirred. He'd be lying if he said he wasn't tempted. But thinking about the people at Bern General Hospital currently getting injections in their posteriors, he couldn't help feeling hesitant. Xiuqui was a woman of the pleasure quarters. If she was carrying something unclean, wouldn't that be a disaster? Then thinking about his wife Wu Yunhua's temper when she flew into a rage, his ardor cooled considerably. More than half his enthusiasm evaporated. Just as he hesitated, Huang Tianyu whispered, "I have condoms." Liu San glared at him fiercely. Now the woman would go to Huang instead. When he'd packed for the trip, he hadn't had such foresight and certainly hadn't dared openly bring condoms. His queen-like wife's discipline was nothing to trifle with. "She's yours then," he said to Huang Tianyu in Mandarin. "I'll lend you one." Liu San was momentarily moved. Though he and this fellow surnamed Huang were time-travel companions, they weren't particularly close. Yet he was willing to be so generous. Condoms weren't something you could buy casually or use freely these days. Everyone used their personal stash brought from the future. "It's fine. We're all brothers here, and besides, these things don't last forever if you save them too long." Yang Shixiang, seeing them whispering, assumed they were bothered by having only one woman. He quickly said, "I'll have Xiuqui bring another girl in a moment." By now Liu San had cast aside his reservations. He nodded. Yang Shixiang said to Xiuqui, "You go out for now. I'll have the attendant call for you shortly and bring along another young lady." "Yes, thank you, Master Yang." Xiuqui's voice was silky smooth. "Your servant has a newly arrived sister. The gentleman is sure to be pleased." With a demure smile, she curtsied again and lifted the curtain as she departed. The three men exchanged knowing glances, all perfectly aware of each other's thoughts. They continued drinking, chatting, and joking until the lamps were lit, when Yang Shixiang finally sent the attendant to fetch Xiuqui. The curtain hook rattled as Xiuqui floated in gracefully, followed by another young girl. She wore a sky-blue silk jacket, tightly fitted at the waist, with a lotus root-colored skirt below that swayed like willows in the wind. Only she looked rather young, slender, and petite, with large eyes dominating a melon-seed face and large dark pupils that gave her an honest, innocent appearance. Her jet-black hair was adorned with a kingfisher feather silver hairpin plus a few fresh seasonal flowers, looking somewhat mismatched. Damn, how old is this girl? She looked like a textbook example of a lowly. Huang Tianyu thought she resembled the first-year middle schoolers at the affiliated school near his old workplace, and underdeveloped ones at that. The old society was truly sinful. Still, the girl wasn't bad-looking. At least her complexion was much fairer than the locals they'd seen in Lingao. Your servant Kaienkian greets the two gentlemen. The girl stepped forward and executed a curtsy. Serve these gentlemen well, Yang Shixiang admonished her, then rose and excused himself. Chapter 351. The Foshan Journey, Part 4. Yang Shixiang politely declined Xuqi's offer to find him another companion, instead sending a note out. Apparently, he had a regular rendezvous elsewhere. Liu San seized the initiative and led Xuqi away. With Huang Tianyu's generous donation of a condom plus the alcohol swabs in his bag, his courage had suddenly swelled. Zio Huang, you treat this young lady with care. Liu San was slightly tipsy. He led Xuqi to his room and closed the door behind them. Huang Tianyu groaned inwardly. Liu San, oh Liu San, you Chinese medicine man really know how to pick them. You've dumped a lowly in my lap. Though he called himself a lolican, he really didn't have the nerve to openly violate one. While he sat there conflicted, Kaienkian had already poured a cup of wine. She even untied a pink handkerchief from her lapel, wiped the rim of the cup and presented it to him with both hands. Though she was a woman of the pleasure quarters, her manner was gentle and refined. Huang Tianyu felt increasingly well-disposed toward her. He took her hand and asked, "How old are you?" Kaienkian smiled somewhat bashfully. "Why do you ask that?" He'd assumed she wouldn't understand his choppy Cantonese-accented Mandarin, but the girl spoke a dialect similar to modern Nanjing Mandarin. Being able to communicate lifted Huang Tianyu's spirits. "What is it taboo?" "No taboo," Kaienkian answered. "Your servant is 15 years old." 15. Did that count as a minor or a young woman? This was truly a difficult question. He recalled Yu Eshui mentioning that in ancient times, girls over 13 were considered adults and could marry freely. At 15, she'd probably already have a child or two by now. But then again, in modern times Kaienkian would still be in 8th grade. Combined with her slender waist, flat chest, and pitifully large eyes, Huang Tianyu really couldn't bring himself to make a move. Still, turning away meat that presented itself at his door seemed a terrible waste. An intense internal struggle waged within him. Sounds were already coming from the adjacent room, the faint panting and moaning of a woman, occasionally punctuated by Liu San's robust baritone shouts. While he hesitated, Kaienkian had poured wine and was offering it on a handkerchief. "I've had enough, more than enough." Huang Tianyu smiled and declined. His head was already feeling rather fuzzy. "HMPH, just drink it." The girl suddenly assumed a drink-or-else attitude, her willow brows upturned, her almond eyes round. Thin-skinned, Huang Tianyu downed another cup. As they say, wine emboldens a man, especially his lust. Though the young woman before him seemed like an undeveloped child, he couldn't help reaching out with wandering hands. But as he did, his whole body went limp. He couldn't control his limbs. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Not good. The various underworld tricks Yu Eshui had taught them in his social customs class flooded his memory. Kaienkian watched Huang Tianyu collapse on the floor like a dead pig, his eyes still staring at her. She gave a satisfied humph, tossed her head back, and planted her foot on a stool. "Clever as a fox, but you still drank this old lady's footwash." Though she called herself this old lady, her expression was still quite childish. Looking at the completely immobile Huang Tianyu, a mischievous look crossed her face. "Well then, let this old lady see what fun stuff you've got, uncle." She tucked her skirt hem into her waistband and began rummaging through Huang Tianyu's bundle. Hands and feet numb, body paralyzed, Huang Tianyu could only groan inwardly. I didn't even get any action and now I've run into a female robber. At least he hadn't brought any modern items on this trip, let alone weapons. Otherwise, the loss would be huge. What's this? Kaienkian fished out a glass bottle from the bundle. Huang Tianyu recognized it, his chili sauce, Laogan Ma brand. His last bottle, brought along to spice up the unfamiliar local cuisine. The little girl gripped the bottle in her five-clawed grip, turning it this way and that, studying it for quite a while, then tapping it against the headboard. Huang Tianyu's heart leaped in panic. He wasn't worried she'd discover anything from the bottle. The label had been removed before D-Day per executive committee directives. He was worried she'd break it. If it broke, it was gone forever. Finally, Kaienkian managed to open the lid. Apparently unfamiliar with screw-top caps, she studied it curiously. Seeing the bottle full of reddish plant matter mixed with oil, giving off a distinctive aroma, she couldn't resist sticking out her tongue and licking the oily surface. Immediately she wrinkled her nose, sputtering repeatedly. Chili peppers had only recently been introduced to the Ming and were rarely consumed, so she apparently wasn't used to the spicy taste. Could you at least dip a finger in it? Who licks it directly? How am I supposed to eat that now? Huang Tianyu cursed silently. Finding the chili sauce unpalatable, Kaienkian casually set the bottle aside and pulled out Huang Tianyu's underwear, undershirt, and socks. She even examined these curiously before keeping one of his new undershirts and several nylon socks, tossing the rest aside. The bundle also contained some silver pieces and copper coins, his expense allowance, which the girl unhesitatingly stuffed into her bosom. Finally, she produced a bottle of tomato sauce, brought for spreading on steamed buns. Learning from her experience with the chili sauce, Kaienkian quickly opened it and gave it a lick. A strange expression crossed her face. She smacked her lips, apparently savoring the sweet-sour taste. Suddenly, her face lit up with joy. She wrapped up the bottle, apparently intending to claim this prize too. Huang Tianyu cursed his luck. This little thief wanted everything, even his undershirt. He'd heard of men having a thing for women's used undergarments, but never heard of women being into that. In the end, even Huang Tianyu's Holy Ship brand notebook and pencils were swept away. Using the bedsheet from his bed as a bundle cloth, she made a messy package. As soon as she swung it onto her back, though, it fell apart, scattering everything on the floor. Curses! Kaienkian stamped her foot, her face showing frustration. She quickly crouched down to gather her loot. Suddenly, from outside came a call, "Shopkeeper Huang, Shopkeeper Huang." Huang Tianyu was overjoyed. Someone had finally come. But his body was limp, his tongue felt like it had lost its tendons, and he couldn't make a sound. He could only try desperately to rock his body, hoping to knock over the chair and make noise to alert someone that something was amiss. "Don't move." Kaienkian crouched down, a small dagger suddenly appearing in her hand, its cold blade pointed at his throat. Huang Tianyu broke out in a cold sweat and froze. "Shopkeeper Huang is sleeping. Is there something you need?" Kaienkian called out. "The kitchen is here to clear the dinner things." "No need to clear them, come back tomorrow." "Yes." The voice outside gradually faded. Kaienkian let out a breath of relief, put away the dagger, and said, "Sorry about this, Shopkeeper Huang. It's not that I meant to rob you, I'm just stranded out here with no choice. Please forgive me. As for Sister Shukui, I tricked her. You mustn't report her to the authorities, otherwise you'll regret it." She shook her fist at him threateningly. Huang Tianyu could only resign himself to his bad luck. Fortunately, the loss wasn't great. Whether Kaienkian was some divine being or not, the sooner she left, the better. Kaienkian blew out the candle, then crouched by Huang Tianyu and waited for a while. A peculiar, delicate fragrance drifted past his nose, making him inappropriately restless. Was this the legendary virgin scent? Or some natural chemical compound the weirdos on the forums talked about? Just as his thoughts wandered, Kaienkian apparently decided it was quiet enough outside. She rose and slipped out the door. That pest was finally gone, but the more Huang Tianyu thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. Liu San was probably still in the thick of a 300-round battle with Shukui. That guy even had a wife. While he didn't even have a girlfriend and his live-in secretary arrangement still hadn't materialized. Normally, he lived in a group dormitory with electricity restrictions. He didn't even have a decent environment for masturbation. Finally, he got a business trip opportunity for some indulgence, and this happens. Why was his fate so bitter? Just as he was wallowing in self-pity, a sudden commotion arose outside, sounds of running, fighting, then a woman's scream. Lights came on. While he was still puzzled, his room door burst open. Chen Tong rushed in, calling, "Shopkeeper Huang, Shopkeeper Huang." He scanned the room and, finding Huang Tianyu collapsed under the table, quickly dragged him out. Seeing his limbs weak and speechless, Chen Tong hurried to lay him on the bed. Meanwhile, the door had opened wide, admitting a crowd. Liu San pushed Xiuqui in, her hair still disheveled, wearing only an outer garment, barefoot, apparently pulled straight from bed. Her hands were bound behind her back, her face full of terror. After a moment, Kaienqian was also pushed in by several in attendance, her hair bun undone, a rope loop around her neck. The large bundle of stolen goods was also brought in. As soon as Xiuqui entered, she dropped to her knees, kowtowing and begging for mercy repeatedly. She insisted she wasn't in league with Kaienqian. Kaienqian had approached her asking to partner for business, and she'd only agreed out of pity for the poor girl. She begged Master Liu to spare her and not hand her over to the authorities. Xiuqui is willing to serve the gentleman with all her heart, free of charge. Liu San thought, "You still want to settle your debts with your body. Too bad I don't have enough condoms to enjoy your services." The inn manager and attendants also spoke up for her, saying Xiuqui had been registered here singing for 2 or 3 years without incident. This was just a momentary lapse in judgment. They begged the gentleman to be lenient. Liu San knew this had little to do with her. Xiuqui had merely been used by Kaienqian. So he said, "Write me a written confession first." Xiuqui agreed readily. Since she couldn't write, an attendant drafted the statement for her, and she pressed her thumbprint to it. Liu San first went to check Huang Tianyu, lifting his eyelids, prying open his mouth to sniff his breath, and testing his knee-jerk reflex. Chapter 352, The Foshan Journey Part 5. After his examination, he confirmed Huang Tianyu was in no mortal danger. Only then did he turn back to berate the inn manager. "What kind of inn is this? A den of thieves?" The manager approached with a pained expression, bowing repeatedly. "This is entirely our fault. Please, gentlemen, calm yourselves." Fortunate indeed, Liu San thought, that they'd managed to catch Kaienqian and avoid turning this business trip into a disgrace was quite accidental, all thanks to Gao Dai. After the evening party had dispersed, Liu San had taken Xiuqui to his room. Disrobing and undressing, they enjoyed each other's company. Xiuqui served him with all her might, and the two were well matched. After several rounds of lovemaking, Liu San felt somewhat fatigued. He was about to dream of Duke Zhou when someone knocked on his door. It was Gao Dai. "It's so late, why aren't you sleeping instead of running around?" Liu San scolded unhappily. Gao Dai glanced toward the inner room before whispering, "Dr. Liu, there's something not right about those singing girls who came tonight." Calling someone's origins not right meant they were up to no good. Liu San immediately grew alert. After all, when it came to experience with this era's society, this street urchin Gao Dai had far more than any of them. "Wait here." Liu San went back inside and casually threw on a shirt. He wasn't worried about money being stolen. The large sums and valuables had all been deposited at the counter. Even if Xiuqui was a villain, she could only steal some loose silver and copper coins. "Where is the gentleman going?" Xiuqui asked, her fragrant shoulders half exposed as she lay in bed, seeing him about to leave. "Going to take a bath, too hot," Liu San answered casually while carefully locking the door behind him. The corridor wasn't a good place to talk, so Liu San led Gao Dai to a corner. "What's going on?" "I went into the city today and heard some news. Recently there have been several cases in Guangzhou where someone slipped drugs into drinks, knocked people out, then robbed in guests. Because they hadn't followed the proper rules of paying respects to the dock, the constables from the Yamen investigated privately. Word has it that a suspicious outside woman who speaks Mandarin is quite suspect. This person is probably a lone bandit. The local thieves' bosses don't even know her origins. Wait paying respects to the doc. Pickpockets, sneak thieves, con artists. Any kind of underworld figure who wants to work in this county has to, by custom, pay tribute to the head constable. Otherwise, they'll find no foothold here. At best, they're driven out. At worst, they're caught and thrown in the yamen. If they don't die, they lose a layer of skin at least. Really dark. But this wasn't the time to discuss Ming-era governance. This thief, Gao Dai nodded. After the masters ordered singing girls, I happened to overhear an attendant mention there was an outside girl who speaks Mandarin. Putting two and two together, I grew suspicious. So I went to inquire further with the inn staff. Turns out something was indeed wrong. What Xiuqui is the thief? Xiuqui isn't the thief. She's registered here and paid her dues. Gao Dai wiped sweat from his forehead. But the one who went to shopkeeper Huang's room, she hadn't registered with the inn at all. Call him shopkeeper out here, Liu San frowned. It's Kaianqian. Yes, this Kaianqian did business for the first time today. She came with Xiuqui, supposedly her new sister. The inn wanted her to register, but Kaianqian said she'd register next time and weaseled out of it. Liu San nodded. This alone didn't prove anything, but at least Xiuqui was probably clean. Kaianqian was highly suspicious. You and Chen Tong, both of you, watch by Huang Tianyu's door, Liu San said. I'll go see the manager and have them help keep watch. Gao Dai's deduction proved accurate. Deep in the night, when all was quiet, Kaianqian emerged from the room with a large bundle on her back. Those waiting outside immediately seized her. Though Kaianqian was slender and slight, she had some martial skills. Gao Dai and Chen Tong had barely approached when she beat them to the ground. It was only when the inn security guard stepped forward that they finally knocked her down and bound her. Even bound, she wouldn't settle down, kicking wildly and screaming shrilly, attracting curious guests from every room. Only when the guard looped a rope around her throat did she finally stop. This is entirely our fault for poor supervision in allowing this villain to infiltrate. We've startled you honored guests. The manager kept bowing and apologizing. Let me suggest this. Room charges are waived for all of you. If your friend needs to see a physician and have medicine prescribed, all expenses will be covered by the inn. We'll also host wine for you all to help settle your nerves. We'll discuss that later. Since Kiwei was essentially a transmigrator group enterprise now, Liu San wasn't particularly interested in pursuing responsibility. You all step outside for now. I want to have a proper talk with this female thief. Hearing he wanted to interrogate Kaianqian, the manager's brow furrowed. That may not be quite appropriate. Whether to release her or hand her to the authorities, that's your decision, sir. But conducting a private tribunal. Who said anything about a private tribunal? Liu San thought. I'm not some S&M enthusiast seizing an opportunity. Relax, I just want to know what drug she used so I can treat my friend. He paused. If you're not comfortable, you can stay here and witness. Yes, yes, the manager could only agree. Please proceed with your questions, sir. I won't participate. Just let us know whether to release her or turn her over to the authorities, and we'll handle it accordingly. The attendants cleared away the leftover food and wine from the table, then sorted out Huang Tianyu's belongings. Liu San didn't know what drug Kaianqian had given him. The symptoms looked like some kind of plant-based anesthetic, consciousness intact, but limbs and tongue numbed. For Chinese medicine detoxification, the standard approach was licorice and mung bean. He ordered someone to fetch the ingredients and brew a decoction, then had a basin of well water brought over. After splashing some on Huang Tianyu's face and seeing him gradually respond, Liu San judged there was no serious harm. The effects would wear off naturally soon enough. He's fine, said Kaianqian, who was sitting on the floor. Someone who's taken Supreme Bliss powder recovers in an hour at most. This lady is merciful, I wouldn't harm his life. This powder that harms people and you call it Supreme Bliss, Liu San scoffed. All medicines have toxicity, overdose, and even if you don't die, becoming disabled ruins a man's whole life. If that person has parents or children, such sin is truly enormous. It's not that easy to die from it. It's been used for hundreds of years. Besides, my ancestors passed down this name. I didn't come up with it. Your ancestors did such wicked deeds and still gave it such a pretty name, truly vile to the point of having no conscience. Perhaps because of his profession, Liu San deeply detested using drugs to harm people. HMPH. You dare insult my ancestors. Just wait till my father beats the shit out of you. The girl was still talking tough. Your father ought to beat the piss out of you, Liu San threatened. But your father is probably the same as you, not a decent person either, so I'll beat the piss out of you on his behalf. You wouldn't dare. Seeing Liu San roll up his sleeves while his eyes scanned around, apparently looking for implements of torture, Kyan Kian was still a young girl who hadn't weathered many storms. Caught in the act and now fearful of physical suffering, panic rose in her. She blurted out, "You'll regret hitting me." "Oh, why would I regret that?" Liu San was amused. "You're just a female thief. Even if I don't hit you, once you're handed to the authorities and taken to the yamen, the magistrate will strip off your pants and give you 20 strokes to start with." Now Kyan Kian was truly panicked, her little face flushing crimson. "You can't bully people like this. What are you going to do with me?" "Nothing much. I'll have you turned over to the authorities shortly." Liu San made up his mind. Since the anesthetic was harmless, keeping this Kyan Kian served no purpose. Releasing her risked her following and seeking revenge. That would be troublesome. Better to have the inn hand her over tomorrow. A few days in jail and they'd be long gone. As for what suffering this little girl would endure in prison, that wasn't his concern. Mercy had to consider who deserved it. HMPH, you dare turn me in? Kyan Kian sniffed, her face showing total indifference. When that happens, it's you who'll suffer. She seemed to have made up her mind. I didn't want to scare you originally, but since you're so ungrateful, you've only yourselves to blame. She twisted her waist. Have Shukui reach into my bosom and take out a brocade pouch. Liu San signaled, and Shukui hurried over. She fumbled in Kyan Kian's clothing for a while, then retrieved a small brocade pouch and brought it over. Liu San was cautious. He took it and felt it first. Inside was something hard and heavy, like a piece of metal. The opening was sealed with a drawstring. It shouldn't contain any traps. He gently loosened the string and extracted a small bronze plaque, quite finely crafted, bearing 2 lines of gold inlaid incised song-style characters. Heart and soul of the court pillar of border affairs. Liu San's mind went blank, and he stood frozen for several seconds. Holy Mother of God, this was the embroidered guard. Though Liu San was trained in Chinese medicine rather than Ming history, there were several people in the Transmigrator group who walked around Bern City wearing t-shirts printed with these 8 characters. Everyone among the 500 knew what these words meant. How had they provoked this secret police organization? Liu San groaned inwardly. Yu Shui had listed the embroidered guard among the particularly dangerous government agencies, cautioning everyone to be especially careful when entering yellow and red zones. By now Huang Tianyu's numbness had faded and he had come over to look. "Good heavens!" he exclaimed. "Scared now, aren't you?" Kyan Kian was utterly pleased with herself. "Hurry up and untie me, then kowtow a dozen times and this lady will spare you." Huang Tianyu asked nervously in a low voice, "Liu San, what do we do? This is trouble." Liu San nodded. This plaque was exquisitely crafted, unlikely to be counterfeit, though they'd never seen the genuine article. If they had truly offended an embroidered guard operative, the consequences would be endless. It would endanger not just themselves and their mission, but the entire Transmigrator group. Murderous intent surged in Liu San's heart. Better to simply kill her and silence her. Chapter 353, The Foshan Journey Part 6. Calm down, stay calm, Liu San told himself. What's done is done, panicking won't help. Besides, they weren't some Ming commoners. So what if they killed an embroidered guard brat? If it came down to it, they could just kidnap her and use her as a sex slave back home. With this thought, his mood settled considerably. He picked up the teapot and poured Huang Tianyu a cup, signaling him to calm down. Huang Tianyu had been startled at first, but now doubts arose as well. A proper embroidered guard operative could easily extort local officials and wealthy households. Why would they stoop to such petty thievery? The more he thought about it, the stranger it seemed. Liu San, something's fishy here, he said quietly. Liu San nodded. Definitely fishy. This child was only 15. A 15-year-old girl serving in the embroidered guard. This wasn't some period drama or wuxia novel with female constables or female squad leaders. Well, cat got your tongue. Hurry up and untie me, Kaienkian demanded. Liu San pondered for a moment, then stood and bowed to her. Please forgive us, Miss Kaienkian. Since Miss Kaienkian serves the court, we have misunderstood. We will escort Miss Kaienkian to the county yamen with full honors tomorrow and await your punishment. Whether death or penalty, we shall accept it. Naturally, we hope Miss Kaienkian will speak well of us before the centurion. Never mind that, just let me go now. My father, the centurion, is very busy. A flicker of panic crossed the girl's face upon hearing mention of the yamen. Liu San became even more certain. He deliberately continued, No, we must escort the lady properly. We shall also prepare wine to help Miss Kaienkian recover from her fright. At that time, we must ask Miss Kaienkian to put in a good word with the centurion. I said no means no. Let me go already. The centurion is very busy. The girl was becoming impatient. This confirmed it even further. Whatever connection this girl had to the embroidered guard, she feared them no less than they did. Liu San felt somewhat indecisive. Originally, letting her go or handing her over would both be acceptable. But now he really needed to figure out her true identity. After all, the badge didn't look fake. Could it have been stolen? Liu San shook his head. Why would anyone steal such a thing? Even if you wanted to impersonate someone important, it was far too dangerous. With this in mind, Liu San spoke slowly. Miss Kaienkian, I can refrain from taking you to the yamen. Just answer a few of my questions. Bah, the audacity. Kaienkian's expression changed. Who are you people to interrogate me? Liu San was about to speak when Huang Tianyu gestured toward Xukui, still kneeling to one side, staring blankly at their little drama. With her present, it wasn't convenient to talk. He called Gao Dai over and instructed him to take Xukui out. Hold her for now in his own room, don't release her. Huang Tianyu closed the door securely before Liu San said, No interrogation, I just want to know your background. HMPH, you think you're worthy of knowing who I am. If you don't tell us, I'm afraid you'll have to explain it at the yamen. Liu San said, Of course, you can show them this badge if you dare. Kaienkian's face turned scarlet. What wouldn't I dare? It's a genuine badge. I got it from my Uncle Li. She realized she'd said too much and swallowed the rest. Though she hadn't finished, Liu San and Huang Tianyu understood. This little girl probably had relatives or friends working in the embroidered guard. The badge had likely been obtained from them somehow and couldn't really be exposed. No wonder she didn't dare go to the authorities. Flashing the badge would immediately alert local embroidered guard personnel to a colleague's presence, and the game would be up. Kaienkian, just tell us properly, how did you come by this badge? You look like a child from a decent family. Why resort to thievery? Liu San assumed a kindly, benevolent expression. If there's really some difficulty, Uncle here can help if he's able. Kaienkian's eyes darted about. Under Liu San's alternating threats and enticements, she finally relented and confessed everything. It turned out this girl's name was Li Yangsun, daughter of a minor flag under the Nanjing Yingxianfu embroidered guard centurion. As for why she'd appeared here so far from Nanjing, it was an old, tired story. Her father was forcing her to marry, so in a fit of anger she'd run away from home. I really didn't want to steal things, but I ran out of money and even my bracelet was stolen, the girl said, then actually started sobbing. Huang Tianyu's heart softened at this. Old Liu, I don't think it's anything serious. The child made a momentary mistake. Uncle, please just let me go, boo-hoo-hoo, so she was a runaway. Liu San thought this was trickier. Whether what she said was true or false, she definitely had some connection to the embroidered guard, so handing her to the authorities was out. That would bring the embroidered guard down on them, but letting her go. This girl might still have tricks up her sleeve. Though her methods seemed inexperienced, those shifty eyes suggested a mind full of schemes. Who knew what mischief she might cause if they just released her? I think we should just take her with us, Huang Tianyu suggested. No good. This girl's father is surely searching for her everywhere. Traveling with a young girl would attract attention and bring trouble right to our doorstep. Liu San rejected the idea. Better to let her go. Kaian Qian, since this is your first offense, you may leave at dawn, Liu San said. In the future, don't engage in such petty thievery anymore, you're disgracing your family. Thank you, uncle. Li Yangsun now wore the expression of an innocent, repentant young girl. But uncle, I have nowhere to go now. Liu San thought, this is bad, this girl is latching onto us. You should go home. I won't, father wants me to marry some pretty boy. Besides, it's thousands of li from here to Nanjing. Uncle, you'd really feel comfortable letting little Kaian Qian travel alone. Sweat. Liu San and Huang Tianyu exchanged looks. We're not that close. Whether you marry a pretty boy or an ugly brute has nothing to do with us. We're not here to liberate women. Then the lady can suit herself, Huang Tianyu said, realizing this girl was trouble. Where is uncle going? Li Yangsun asked slyly. Into the city tomorrow on business. Liar, uncle is clearly going to Foshan, Huang Tianyu groaned inwardly. She'd apparently gotten their itinerary completely figured out already, though that wasn't difficult. A quick inquiry at the counter would reveal everything. Since uncle is going to Foshan, can't you take Kaian Qian along? Both men were taken aback. Was she crazy or lovesick? What kind of young girl tags along with strange men on a long journey? Huang Tianyu coughed. Look, we're all men here with no womenfolk. Taking a young girl traveling would be inconvenient. You're all obviously merchants, Li Yangsun said. What's improper about traveling with a little maidservant? It's not improper, it's inconvenient. Huang Tianyu was getting annoyed. Aren't you afraid we'll tie you up in some wilderness and sell you to a brothel? HMPH, you think I haven't been to one? Scared the madam and the pimps senseless. Li Yangsun seemed quite proud of her talisman. You wouldn't dare, unless you think the embroidered guard are all good-for-nothings. The embroidered guard really were good-for-nothings, Huang Tianyu grumbled internally. No matter how fearsome a secret police organization, didn't they all get wiped out by Li Zicheng and Hong Taiji alike? But saying that aloud wouldn't be wise. Besides, I think you uncles are all good people. Receiving a good person card out of nowhere was rather depressing. Most depressed was Huang Tianyu. He'd played the good man role to the letter. After talking round and round, they simply couldn't convince this girl. Finally, Liu San gave up. Why do you want to go to Foshan anyway? We're going there on business, not sightseeing. I have a sworn sister who married someone in Foshan. I want to go to her home. Just consider it doing a good deed. Escort me part of the way, won't you? Liu San had thought of just tying her up securely, booking a room, and having the inn feed her well for a few days before releasing her. But upon reflection, this would cause Kiwei considerable trouble. Kiwei was, after all, a Guangzhou station property. It was already a big target. Attracting embroidered guard attention would be even worse. Since she insisted on coming, they might as well bring her along. Once in Foshan, whether or not she truly had a sworn sister there, at least they could deal with her however necessary without implicating the Guangzhou station. Guangzhou to Foshan was quite close. The inn staff said it was only a 2-day journey by inland boat through densely populated areas. Nothing major could go wrong. Thinking this through, he nodded. All right, we'll take you to Foshan. But first you must write a document stating you've voluntarily asked us to escort you there, and that once we arrive, we go our separate ways. Fine. Li Yangsun promptly wrote out the document. Liu San took it, blew it dry, and tucked it away. It's already the 3rd watch. Getting late, Liu San thought they'd need to arrange a room for her. Huang Tianyu said, let Miss Li sleep in my room, I'll come sleep in yours. That works. Liu San nodded in agreement. I have a bundle at Xuqi's place, Li Yangsun announced. Please release Xuqi so she can fetch it for me. Very well. They instructed Gao Dai to release Xuqi and retrieve Li Yangsun's bundle. Chen Tong was sent to check on shopkeeper Yang's room to make sure he hadn't been disturbed. Early the next morning at dawn, Liu San and Huang Tianyu rose to wash up, then went to Li Yangsun's room first. The girl had already changed into neat, simple clothes, a blue cotton outfit that made her look like an ordinary little maidservant. She carried a bundle on her back plus a long cloth-wrapped bundle tied together with an umbrella. Huang Tianyu asked, "What's in there?" "An embroidered spring saber," Li Yangsun said with some pride. "Standard issue for our guard. Also stolen from your Uncle Li, I suppose." "No way, my father had someone make it specially for me." Chapter 354, The Foshan Journey Part 7. She opened the cloth wrapping, and inside was indeed an embroidered spring saber, a miniature one apparently custom-made for her. "Pretty, isn't it? What a pity I don't have a small-size flying fish robe to go with it. Wearing a flying fish robe with this saber at my waist, standing duty before His Majesty, that would be glorious." Huang Tianyu shook his head. This girl was some kind of uniform fetishist. "I've heard His Majesty is a handsome and refined man." Li Yangsun began daydreaming, her eyes growing misty. "If only I could stand duty before him, even just once, that would be worth dying for. And then he'd notice you and select you for the palace." Huang Tianyu recalled Ming fangirls he'd encountered before. Quite a few had fantasized about becoming palace maids, attendants, or concubines to Changzhen. Apparently such fangirls existed everywhere. "If His Majesty were to take a fancy to me, naturally as a subject I would comply," Li Yangsun said dreamily. "But I'd be satisfied just standing duty before him." Seeing her love-struck expression, Huang Tianyu found it both amusing and endearing. He could only chuckle awkwardly. They ordered a boat bound for Foshan and had all the luggage moved aboard. Yang Shixiang had spent the night at a familiar establishment and returned just past midnight. When they set out this morning, and he discovered that the singing girl Qian from yesterday had suddenly changed clothes and joined their party, he assumed Dr. Liu had been moved by lust and taken her in. Liu San didn't bother explaining, simply saying Qian was going to Foshan to visit relatives, and they were doing a good deed by escorting her. Yang Shixiang even warned Liu San about picking up women of unknown origins, lest he fall victim to the pigeon scam. Liu San smiled wryly and promised he'd be careful. "I don't want to bring her either." Throughout the journey, Liu San instructed Gao Dai to keep a close eye on Li Yangsun and watch for any mischief. Once aboard, Li Yangsun remained well-behaved and caused no trouble. She spent all her time in the cabin pestering Huang Tianyu to tell her about the world's wonders. Huang Tianyu, a former military enthusiast and shut-in, had no worldly tales to tell. He could only spin stories from travel forums he'd browsed in his netizen days, weaving wild tales to entertain her. Through their conversations, he also learned something about the girl. She was an only child, her mother had died early, and she'd been raised by her father alone. This elopement to resist marriage was also her way of protesting her father's failure to consult her. But to Huang Tianyu's eyes, she showed none of the grim determination of someone defying an arranged marriage. It seemed more like she'd found an excuse to go traveling for fun. After running away from home, Li Yangsun had headed straight south for Guangzhou. Since she had a distant relative in Foshan, that provided a fallback if things got desperate. Besides, she'd heard Guangzhou had many novel and amusing things. Along the way she'd encountered several dangerous situations, but her badge, borrowed from one of her father's colleagues, had always gotten her through. Having grown up exposed to her father's work, she knew something of tracking, concealment, and various underworld tricks. Ordinary street hustlers were no match for her. "Uncle, what's this thing made from?" Li Yangsun still couldn't forget the tomato sauce. At every meal she forced Huang Tianyu to produce the bottle, and his carefully hoarded ketchup, originally meant for spreading on steamed buns, ended up mixed into her rice. She even invented tomato sauce congee, tomato sauce pickles. Eventually she just grabbed a spoon and ate it straight. Half the bottle was consumed this way. Huang Tianyu had never seen anyone this fond of ketchup. "It's tomato ketchup, made from a fruit called tomato." "Tomato? Grown in Guangzhou, I suppose." Huang Tianyu gave a vague reply. He didn't want to mention Lingao to this girl, lest it slip out and she demand to go there too. Probably brought in from some foreign place, he said. Uncle, give me this ketchup, won't you? The girl was utterly shameless. 28-year-old Huang Tianyu had never had such a cute girl hang on him, calling him uncle so sweetly. He agreed immediately. Liu San, learning of this, demanded she trade her Supreme Bliss powder in exchange. The stuff had nerve-numbing properties and might serve as reference for the health department to develop plant-based anesthetics. Apart from this ketchup for powder exchange, the journey passed without incident. On the morning of the third day, the boat arrived at Foshan Pier. The group disembarked. Yang Shixiang was familiar with the area, so he first led the servants and luggage to find lodging. Liu San's party had developed a profound appreciation for the inconveniences of ancient travel. Though it was barely past 10 in the morning, normally prime business hours when one could handle affairs and book a room later, since reservations were available everywhere in modern times. In this era, if you didn't secure lodging quickly, you might find no rooms by evening. Huang Tianyu hired 2 sedan chairs to send Li Yongsun off. This time she made no fuss, directing them to the address. When they arrived, it appeared to be a respectable household. Li Yongsun called for someone at the gate to deliver a message, and shortly several maids emerged to escort her inside. Huang Tianyu was also welcomed into the reception hall for tea. A man who appeared to be the household steward came out to make pleasantries, inquiring about the journey's circumstances. Huang Tianyu gave the pre-agreed story, a chance meeting on the road, concern for her traveling alone as a young woman, thus the escort. The steward expressed his thanks and asked where they were staying, then saw them out. Huang Tianyu had barely returned to the inn when someone arrived bearing 6 gift boxes. They came from that very household. Yang Shixiang seemed quite pleased. That family certainly knows proper etiquette. He picked up the accompanying card. There's also an invitation. Apparently they value this young lady highly and want to host us for a meal. The card was on plum-red paper, signed Lin Ming offers respects. Judging from the name, it was probably an ordinary merchant household. Scholars wouldn't give such a simple name, Liu San surmised. I'd rather not go to dinner, let's decline, Huang Tianyu said, unwilling to waste time on socializing. He was eager to begin his investigation of Foshan's handicraft industries. They've sent an invitation, Liu San said. We should at least observe the courtesies. Besides, we'll need to come and go from Foshan frequently in the future. Having an acquaintance here would be helpful. Yang Shixiang agreed heartily. The banquet was for the next day. Since they'd found lodging smoothly, and it was only just past noon with time to spare, they decided Liu San and Yang Shixiang would first pay a visit to this trip's primary objective, Yang Runkai Hall. Negotiations for cooperation weren't likely to succeed on the first try, best to get started early. They prepared 4 gift boxes from items brought from Lingao, mostly local products, and hired 2 sedan chairs to convey them to the pharmacy. Foshan Town, together with Hankou in Hubei, Jingdezhen in Jiangxi, and Zhuxian in Henan, was called one of the 4 great towns. Its commercial prosperity during the Ming and Qing dynasties rivaled even Guangzhou. The local porcelain and silk were major exports, and industry and commerce flourished tremendously. Guild halls from all 18 provinces were established here, truly a crossroads of the realm. Liu San's party had been walking through the streets for over half an hour when they spotted an archway ahead. A strong medicinal scent reached their nostrils. They must be arriving. The sedan chairs stopped. Gao Dai came to lift the curtain, and Liu San stepped out. The pharmacy before him was impressive. He'd been to the original Beijing Tongrentang location, but even that was slightly inferior to this. The storefront was 7 bays wide, all 2 stories tall. The center bay served as the main entrance, while the other 6 housed warehouses. Drugs were stored upstairs and downstairs, and the smell was intense. Yang Shixiang led him through the main gate into the front courtyard. The flagstone-paved yard was crowded with sedan chairs, carriages, sedan bearers, drivers, and attendants waiting about, bustling like a marketplace. In the center of the courtyard, two match-roofed pavilions had been set up on either side of the pathway. Inside sat various pots and vessels with people queuing. Apparently they were serving tea and drinks. But then a rank, musky smell reached his nostrils. On the west side of the courtyard, partitioned off by stone barriers, was a deer pen housing several sika deer. Since it was already early summer and quite hot, the deer lay listlessly beneath an awning. Still, this attracted many onlookers. This customer attraction gimmick was something Liu San had only read about in books. He couldn't help studying it more closely. Yang Runkai Hall's whole deer pills and deer antler are famous, Yang Shixiang said. Our ancestors built our fortune on these. Whole deer pills supplemented the kidneys and essence, nourished vital energy, and cultivated the foundation, a major tonic. In a commercially prosperous place like Foshan, wealthy people congregated. Naturally, there were many who had the ailment of kings. No wonder the Yang family had grown rich on this. My family originally lived in Liaodong in the drug trade. It wasn't until my great-great-grandfather's generation that we moved to Foshan. That's how we came to have this craft, Yang Shixiang explained his family history. Originally, there were several family friends still there, but after affairs in Liaodong deteriorated, they all probably perished. Alas! So the Yang family had originally come from Liaodong. This surprised Liu San considerably. Why didn't Runchitang make these pills? Who would buy them in a place like Lingao? Your Lingao might not have buyers, but Qiangshan certainly does, and Lizhu and Lianzhu have buyers too. With this formula in your hands, there's actually great potential. Whole deer, Yang Shixiang said. Such things aren't easy to obtain. They must be live deer, kept until autumn when the medicine is compounded, then slaughtered. Someone must tend them daily. My father thought about it too, but buying and raising deer is so expensive that a small shop like ours couldn't sustain it. They ascended the stone steps. Above the main hall hung a black plaque with vermilion characters proclaiming the shop name, Yang Runkai Hall, De Branch. Below it, two more hanging plaques with gold characters on black background read, Authentic Medicinals and Traditional Preparation Methods. The rear wall on both sides was lined with honeycomb-style herb cabinets and drawers, their lacquer polished to a glossy black. The shop counter ran horizontally across the center of the hall. Above the cabinets were additional carved decorative shelves displaying blue and white porcelain jars containing pills, powders, ointments, elixirs, and medicinal wines. Above these hung various seated plaques with inscriptions like efficacious as an echo, scouring mountains and seas, and sage of the marketplace. The decor was extremely lavish and elegant, a world apart from Yang Shixiang's Runchitang. Even in modern times, no Chinese medicine shop came close to this grandeur. Liu San couldn't help but marvel. Chapter 355, The Foshan Journey Part 8, How about it? Much more magnificent than Runchitang, isn't it? Yang Shixiang smiled bitterly, a trace of envy showing through. Although business in the hall was busy, a shop assistant came over to greet them as soon as they entered. Yang Shixiang said, I have a calling card and a gift list. I'd like to trouble you to deliver them to your proprietor. Yes. May I ask the guest's name? My humble surname is Yang, Yang Shixiang said. Once you send the card in, your proprietor will naturally know. Yes, I'll go right away. The assistant invited them to sit on chairs to the side, served tea, and asked if they smoked, offering both water pipes and dry tobacco. Liu San thought to himself that the service attitude of the old society was truly something. This kind of considerate respect was incomparable to the professional, tooth-bearing smiles of modern service staff. While the assistant went to deliver the message, Liu San seized the time to observe the operation of the entire pharmacy. Although there were many people coming and going, everyone had their own place. Some were filling prescriptions, some were small drug merchants carrying poles or pushing carts, and others, well-dressed and imposing, were likely major clients. No matter what kind of person came, there were specialized assistants to entertain them without a hint of disorder. Even though the ancients hadn't studied modern management, they had their own unique approaches to business administration. He noticed a standing sign in a corner of the counter. DeLong affiliate, valid throughout the province, drafts issued and cashed on site. So this really was a DeLong affiliate. It made sense. Only a large herbal medicine shop like this could mobilize tens of thousands of taels of silver at any time. The Guangzhou station's efforts were really showing results. Before their stools were even warm, they heard voices passing the message from inside. "Invite the fifth master." Just then, the assistant who had reported their arrival ran out. Reaching Yang Shixiang, he first paid respects. "Fifth master, please forgive me. I had eyes but failed to see." "Forget it," Yang Shixiang said calmly. "I haven't been to Foshan in a long time. It's unavoidable that you subordinates would be unfamiliar." "No wonder." The assistant smiled. "Please come in quickly. The master has ordered tea served in the flower hall." Saying this, he bowed, extended a hand to invite the guests, and led the way, taking Yang Shixiang and Liu San to a small courtyard. This small courtyard was specifically for receiving honored guests. Amidst flowers and trees stood a row of 3 rooms, exquisitely decorated. Above the center door hung a small plaque reading, "Seeing Heart." Before they entered the hall, a servant loudly announced, "Fifth master has arrived." Then a xiang bamboo curtain was lifted, and a man in his 30s stepped out. His face was white as jade, and he wore a black gauze square cap and a semi-worn azure satin robe, with white cloth socks and black satin shoes. His demeanor was graceful and elegant. From head to toe, he had the air of a noble young master from a distinguished family. He didn't look at all like a local merchant. Fifth brother, the newcomer, was Yang Shixiang's first cousin, the current owner of Yang Runkai Hall de Branch Yangshi. "It's been many years since we parted. I trust you've been well. Thanks to your blessings." Yang Shixiang cupped his hands in greeting. "Our elder brother and sister-in-law well." "Good, good. And this is?" "This is my close friend, the famous Lingao physician, Dr. Liu." "Disrespect, disrespect." Yang Shi's eyes circled Liu San's face a few times, a shrewd light revealing itself in his pupils. Indeed, he was no ordinary heir guarding the family business. He led them into a guest room on the east side. Liu San looked around. The decorations were extremely clean and refined, with calligraphy, paintings, and antiques arranged in a scattered yet orderly fashion. The owner's taste was extraordinary. The style of a great Ming merchant was truly impressive. Thinking that in the original timeline, within 20 years, 9 out of 10 such romantic and refined figures would become bleached bones by the roadside or end up dwelling in thatched shacks, facing bleak days as the dust of the red world turned to wolf smoke, he couldn't help but feel a myriad of emotions. The two sides exchanged pleasantries and inquired about each other's families. Yang Shi was extremely polite, asking after their well-being and repeatedly expressing apologies, saying that business had been busy and the sea routes unsafe in recent years, so he hadn't visited Lingao. Relations between relatives had inevitably become distant, and they should visit each other more often in the future. 8 high-footed plates containing tea refreshments and fruit had been placed on the tea table. Servants brought hand towels chilled in well water for them to wipe their sweat. The etiquette was perfect, which confused Liu San. Was Yang Shixiang being oversensitive due to his own sense of poverty? Looking at this head manager Yang, there wasn't a trace of snobbery. After the social niceties, Yang Shi asked about Yang Shixiang's purpose. Yang Shixiang explained his plan to purchase precious medicinal ingredients to compound 2 types of summer medicine. Thinking it over, only elder brother here has the most complete selection of fine goods. Better to ask family than strangers, so I've come to disturb elder brother. Easy to say, Yang Shi nodded. However, his expression clearly showed he was merely being perfunctory. He didn't even ask what medicines were needed but simply ordered, "Tell the kitchen to prepare a banquet. At noon I will welcome fifth master and this Dr. Liu." "Yes," the attending servant said, asking for the master's instructions. "There is still a dinner engagement tonight." "I know, we'll talk about that later." Elder brother has matters to attend to tonight, so we won't dare disturb you for a banquet." "We appreciate the thought," Yang Shixiang said. "I only ask elder brother to look at this list and instruct the assistants to help me assemble the goods. I need to take them back to Lingao to make the medicine." "Nonsense, we brothers haven't seen each other for years. We must have a drink," Yang Shi said. "You want to buy some medicinal ingredients. I wonder what they are." Taking the list, he glanced at it a few times, muttering to himself, "Borneol, musk, ox gallstones, flying gold." He repeated the names several times before putting down the list and saying, "As for goods, your brother here has them all, but perhaps not enough for the quantity fifth brother wants." Before Yang Shixian could speak, he started explaining. This item was needed for compounding medicine. That item had been reserved by a major client. Another popular item had been requested by so-and-so's connection and had to be prioritized. Liu San finally sensed something was wrong. He watched coldly as Yang Shixiang asked, "Then how much can be allocated?" "About 1/5 of each. For musk and flying gold, there's very little left. I can't even provide 1/5. "That's too little, not enough for compounding," Yang Shixiang said. "To tell you the truth, elder brother, I've recently taken on a big order. Once these medicines are compounded, they're sold. I originally thought your place had the most complete stock and I wouldn't need to trouble a second house." "Oh, then I must congratulate fifth brother." Yang Shi beamed. "It's just that I really don't have enough stock here." He pondered for a moment. "How about this? I'll instruct the manager to transfer some goods from colleagues in the trade. It's just that for transferred goods, unavoidably, he sighed. "Nowadays people's hearts aren't what they used to be. Even with familiar shops, transferring goods requires cash transactions. Alas." Liu San's impression of Yang Shi did a 180-degree turn. This was clearly an excuse. The more expensive the item, the more out of stock it was. Transferring goods required cash on delivery. Even in modern times, few companies could achieve that, let alone in an ancient commercial society where wholesale accounts were traditionally settled 3 times a year. Such an excuse wouldn't fool a ghost. It was a clear statement: no cash, no goods. Yang Shixiang had apparently anticipated this situation and hurriedly said, "Elder brother, this time I'm not buying on credit. However much you can provide, I'll pay the full price immediately." He pulled a note from his sleeve. "I heard elder brother's establishment is also a DeLong affiliate. That saves me the trouble of exchanging silver." "Oh." Yang Shi took it. Indeed, it was a 50-tael sight draft issued by DeLong Bank. The special paper, ink, and incredibly complex patterns were impossible for ordinary people to forge. Undoubtedly genuine. Seeming slightly disbelieving, Yang Shi held it up to the light to check the watermark. Only then did he lower it. "I didn't expect fifth brother to have landed such a big business deal this time." "You flatter me. Is this enough?" "Fifth brother is too polite. For these medicinal ingredients, your brother can certainly help scrape them together." Although he said this, he showed no intention of handing the draft back. "If there's any surplus, add some common medicinal ingredients. I'll take them all back to Lingao." "Good, I'll have someone arrange the consolidation immediately." Yang Shi probably felt it strange that his poor cousin could suddenly pay cash, so he kept making polite conversation, trying to fish for information. But Yang Shixian kept his mouth tight and said nothing, only asking if the powdered medicines he compounded could be sold on consignment at Yang Runkai Hall, and perhaps wholesaled on his behalf. Yang Shixian currently had no ability to distribute goods directly on the mainland. Finding a large, reputable firm with extensive commercial connections like Yang Runkai Hall to handle consignment was naturally the most cost-effective method. "This," Yang Shi hesitated. "Fifth brother, you know the ancestral rules. We don't allow patent medicines from outside without seeing the prescription. If they don't treat the illness, or if the efficacy isn't obvious, people won't say the prescription is wrong. They'll say our Yang Runkai Hall sells bad goods. Elder brother can rest assured. I've reviewed these 2 prescriptions. The formulation and preparation are indeed unique, and there will absolutely be no problems." Seeing him still hesitating, Yang Shixiang handed over samples of the plague-repelling powder and huge marching powder. Yang Shi took them skeptically, poured some onto the back of his hand, rubbed it with his fingers, and sniffed. "The medicine seems fine," Yang Shi said, "but it's nothing extraordinary, just refreshing the mind and clearing the orifices. Promoting it at Yang Runkai Hall might be difficult." "How about this? Fifth brother has come a long way and I can't let you leave empty-handed. Later I'll call the shopkeeper of Gongji Hall to help you consign it there. How about that?" Yang Shixiang's face instantly turned ugly. He remembered Liu San's words about opening up the market. Right now, he could only rely on Yang Runkai Hall's help. He couldn't tear up his face. But selling at Gongji Hall would drastically devalue his painstakingly manufactured medicines, making the hope of opening the market very slim. How could he justify this to Liu San, who had provided the prescriptions and working capital? Chapter 356, The Foshan Journey, Part 9. Liu San didn't know the background of this Gongji Hall, but seeing Yang Shixiang's expression shift uncertainly, he guessed it wasn't a prestigious place. He heard Yang Shixiang say, "Elder brother, you know what kind of medicines Gongji Hall sells? How can they use fine ingredients like borneol and musk? If these two prepared medicines go in there, won't they be ruined? How could they ever gain market recognition? I must ask elder brother to help promote them properly. It's not that I don't want to help," Yang Shi kept hedging. "It's really that the ancestral rules are hard to violate." "Am I considered an outsider too?" Yang Shixiang said, unable to bear it any longer. This checked his cousin firmly. Ancient people stressed kinship and benevolence within the clan. Yang Shixiang was not only not an outsider but a member of the direct branch. Although they lived far apart, his status in the clan was not low. If Yang Shi had used the excuse of caution in purchasing, others would have nothing to say. But using ancestral rules as an excuse was practically breaking his own word. "You speak too heavily, too heavily." Yang Shi was extremely embarrassed and momentarily speechless, so he could only evade. "We'll discuss this later, discuss it later. The elders all want to see you, fifth brother, after so many years. Please come to the inner residence first." Seeing his cousin leave no room for negotiation, Yang Shixiang had to stand up and follow him into the inner residence. It wasn't appropriate for Liu San to follow, and a servant came over to ask him to wait in the parlor. Liu San thought that, rather than sitting alone waiting, he might as well sit in the main pharmacy hall outside to watch and learn more about the local customs. He asked the servant to lead him out and sat idly in the guest area of the main hall. Bored, Liu San reflected that his calculation had been mistaken. He had thought the strategy of using cash to buy ingredients to build goodwill, then asking for consignment, was a win-win idea the other party would surely accept. Unexpectedly, it was wishful thinking. In this world, how could everything fall neatly into one's calculations? If consignment couldn't be arranged, the sales of traditional Chinese medicines on the mainland would have to rely on the Guangzhou station to pioneer. They had already started quite a few industries. Would opening a pharmacy stretch them too thin? He'd heard the money supply wasn't too loose either. However, Yang Shi had mentioned asking a Gongji Hall to sell on consignment. Judging by Yang Shixiang's tone, this establishment was quite unbearable. He didn't know the specific situation. If it was a small shop, perhaps the Transmigrator group could consider supporting it. While he was pondering silently, a shop assistant came to refill his tea. Liu San stopped him. "Little brother, let me ask you something. Please speak, sir." "What kind of place is Gongji Hall?" The assistant was stunned and asked in return, "Sir, how do you know of that place?" "I just happened to hear of it. Is it your branch?" "Sir, it's complicated," the assistant said. It turned out this Gongji Hall was a branch of Yang Runkai Hall de branch. But it was different from ordinary branches. First, it was jointly funded by all the Western partners, that is, the hired employees of Yang Runkai Hall de branch. Regardless of rank from the head manager down to the apprentices, everyone contributed funds, 3 taels of silver each. Those who couldn't afford it could have it deducted from their wages over the years. The profits earned were distributed equally among all Western partners as dividends, a kind of employee benefit. Gongji Hall sold goods that were second-rate items eliminated from Yang Runkai Hall to branches sales, so the prices were cheap and very popular among poor commoners. Gongji Hall is located right next door to our main shop. It specializes in retail and also handles some wholesale business for small rural medicine merchants. So that's how it is. Liu San understood why Yang Shixiang didn't want to put his medicine in Gongji Hall for sale. It wasn't on the same level at all. As they were speaking, a commotion arose in the courtyard. People began to gather and watch something below the steps of the main hall. Don't look, don't look. A manager came out to maintain order. What's going on? Liu San couldn't see clearly and asked the assistant. Probably someone has suffered heat stroke or Sha, the assistant sighed. It's not even too hot yet. In the 6th month, there are several cases of heat stroke in the courtyard every day. Why? Liu San was amazed. Was the courtyard of Yang Runkai Hall particularly prone to heat stroke? This is also a bit of kindness from our pharmacy manager. The assistant pointed to the 2 mat sheds in the courtyard. One side serves prunella tea brewed by our shop, specifically for customers waiting to fill prescriptions. The other side serves safety soup for dispelling summer heat, specifically to treat summer heat, filth, and various evils. Poor families, beggars on the street, and foundry workers who contract seasonal epidemics and have no money for medical treatment or medicine come here to drink a bowl of safety soup. But some are already severely ill. Even after drinking, they still undergo an attack. If they can't catch their breath, they lose their little lives. Alas, so that's it. Liu San nodded. The sense of social responsibility in the traditional Chinese medicine community was quite good. He continued drinking tea, then suddenly realized, wasn't this a perfect opportunity to promote his own patent medicine? He hurried to his feet and walked quickly down the steps. In the mat shed lay a large man looking only in his early 20s but tall for this era, a full 1.7 meters. His build was sturdy. He wore tattered clothes of indistinguishable color, had a rope tied around his waist, was barefoot, and looked covered in dust and grime. Beside him lay a wooden stick and a ragged bundle, simply the standard attire of a Ming Dynasty beggar. Liu San found it strange. This person's sturdy build didn't look like a beggar struggling on the starvation line for a long time, but his face was haggard and sallow, obviously malnourished, which clearly wasn't faked. Regardless of what kind of person he was, lying on a torn straw mat now, he was breathing out more than in, his jaw clenched tight, his face pale. Liu San reached out and touched his forehead. This gentleman, the assistant guarding the side hurriedly blocked him. I am a doctor, Liu San said in a deep voice. The assistant fell silent. The surrounding onlookers, seeing a doctor step forward to treat the beggar, quieted down. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. Liu San felt his pulse. It was deep, hidden, and weak. He asked the assistant dispensing medicine, did this person collapse suddenly? Yes, he asked for a bowl of safety soup, and just after drinking a few mouthfuls. Liu San nodded. This was a critical symptom of Sha blocking the internal and Qi escaping externally. Without emergency rescue, death could follow easily. According to the Chinese medicine treatment model, one should unblock the closure and secure the escape at this time, first blowing opening gate powder into the nasal orifices to induce sneezing and unblock the closure. Liu San didn't have opening gate powder, but he had huge marching powder. He busily took it out, poured some onto a piece of paper, and gently blew it into the beggar's nasal cavity. The medicine was indeed efficacious. As soon as the powder entered, the patient reacted almost immediately. His body began to move and his eyelids opened. He's awake, he's awake. The surrounding people let out a cry. Liu San pressed his philtrum and Niguan acupoints with his fingers. Seeing that his consciousness was completely clear, he instructed the assistant beside him, feed him some water. Only then did he stand up. A crowd had already gathered around, asking him the name of the medicine and where it was sold. Some impatient ones simply wanted him to sell them the medicine he had on him. Fellow villagers and elders. Liu San cupped his hands in a circle and said in his choppy Cantonese, "I am Liu San, newly arrived in your noble land today. This medicine is called huge marching powder, formulated by myself. Because I am traveling in the summer heat, I carry it for safety. If everyone wants to buy it, I am really in a difficult spot. Advertising on someone else's turf required moderation. Just making the medicine name and person's name clear was enough. The common people would naturally follow the clues when the time came." Liu San bowed and explained several times before the crowd slowly dispersed. Liu San's confidence soared. Summer medicines like huge marching powder had a huge market. While he was feeling pleased, he saw Yang Shixiang walking out from inside, looking none too lively. Obviously, the trip inside hadn't yielded good results. Back at the inn, Yang Shixiang said, "Brother Liu, this matter of asking Yang Runkai Hall to consign is probably not going to happen. You saw my cousin. He's very shrewd." Liu San nodded. Still didn't agree. Not a flat refusal either, just constantly circling. "I don't know what idea he's harboring." Yang Shixiang took a towel from a servant, wiped his face, and drank a cup of herbal tea. "Brother Liu, where did you get your bank note?" "Naturally from Guangzhou. Doesn't the note say Guangzhou Delong Bank?" "Delong is probably also your Australian industry. Delong Grain Shop also has grain tickets." Yang Shixiang laughed. "That elder brother of mine wasn't very interested in the consignment matter but kept asking where I got the note. He also fished for information about your background." "What did you say?" "The note. Naturally, I said it was deposit money given by a client." Yang Shixiang gave a self-mocking smile. "He wouldn't believe to his death that I have 50 taels of silver cash to use. As for you, I only said you are a doctor who recently arrived in Lingao with brilliant medical skills." Looking at him, he didn't seem to believe it much. This matter might still have a turning point. Liu San thought. Yang Shi is quite sharp. He saw the main point at a glance. It seems the consignment matter isn't hopeless yet. If we can properly utilize the prestige the Guangzhou station has accumulated in Guangdong, we might succeed. What turning point could there be? I think we should pack up, wait for the goods to be ready tomorrow, and head home. As they spoke, Huang Tianyu returned. He had taken Chen Tong around Foshan that afternoon, hiring an inn assistant as a guide, specifically to look at Foshan's handicraft industries. He also wanted to see if there were any personnel he could bring back. Compared to Liu San's group, Huang Tianyu's harvest for the half-day was much greater. He had visited several casting workshops and ceramic kilns. He saw large quantities of civilian items like bells, tripods, and incense burners being cast, as well as many cannons. He heard that because Guangdong iron was good and not brittle, the court was casting cannons on a large scale in Guangdong to supply LowYield. Many casting workshops were overwhelmed with orders. Chapter 357, The Foshan Journey Part 10. Crude they may be, but the scale is genuinely impressive, Huang Tianyu observed. Every foundry he visited pulsed with frenetic energy, flames roaring, workers bustling, bronze and iron alike taking shape beneath hammers and bellows. The operations had already grown to considerable size. In the open yard of just one workshop, dozens of cannons in various sizes and lengths stood arrayed, bronze sentinels and iron giants alike, leaving Huang Tianyu momentarily dazzled by the sheer abundance. The cannon casting in these workshops still relied on traditional clay mold methods, though the craftsmanship was admirably refined. In Huang Tianyu's estimation, however, these remained old-fashioned guns, who-done cannons that crouched like tigers, francophone pieces, and even the largest were merely great general cannons. None bore the hallmarks of the legendary Western-style red barbarian guns. There are many foundry workers here, and their wages are surprisingly meager, Huang Tianyu reported quietly once they'd returned to their room. I made inquiries. Only the lead craftsmen earn 1 or 2 taels per month. The ordinary workers are paid by the day, and many cannot even afford to marry. Life is exceedingly hard. With the wages we offer, recruiting shouldn't prove difficult. And what of the ceramic workers you intended to recruit? Liu San was not a member of the industry committee, but as the leader of this expedition, all matters required his consultation before action. Even worse off, Huang Tianyu's expression grew somber. I shall not mince words. Today I witnessed my first mass grave. Near one of the larger kilns at the bottom of a pit, bones lay piled like cordwood. Workers who die with no kin to claim them are simply tossed in. In the half hour I stood there, several fresh bodies were added. The living workers appear scarcely better, soot-covered specters, each one looking like a little ghost escaped from hell. I hear many are currently unemployed. Recruiting them should prove even easier than the foundry workers. Proceed with recruitment, then. Liu San nodded. But we're strangers here without official status. We cannot operate openly. Should officials come asking what we're recruiting workers for, what answer do we give? We likely cannot post a recruiting sign, but we can work through personal connections. Huang Tianyu had already considered this. First, we approach 1 or 2 workers, then have them recruit others willing to relocate to Lingao. The initial batch needn't be large, a dozen or so will suffice. Once they've experienced the benefits, we can send them back to quietly recruit more. Very well, let us proceed that way. Liu San withdrew a 50-tael note from his robe. Tomorrow, I'll visit Yang Runkai Hall to exchange this for smaller bills. Then you can begin paying settling-in fees. 2 taels of silver to each worker willing to make the journey. And don't forget, ensure they press their thumbprints on the contracts. He opened a small jewelry case reserved for important documents and extracted a stack of pre-printed contract forms. Kiwei maintains a branch office here in Foshan, Liu San continued. Once you've gathered the workers, deliver them there in batches to establish contact. Someone will arrange their departure. He handed Huang Tianyu an ivory chit. Here's the token. The two were deep in their clandestine discussion when a commotion arose outside. Chen Tong hurried in to report, Master Liu, there's a beggar who insists on seeing you. A beggar. Liu San frowned, turning the matter over in his mind. Likely the young beggar he had treated earlier that day. Give him a few hundred wen and send him away. I gave him money, but he refused it, Chen Tong said. He claims you saved his life and wishes to meet you in person to kowtow his thanks. Very well, bring him in. Liu San sighed with resignation. Good deeds sometimes bred inconveniences. Moments later, a sturdy young man strode into the room. It was indeed the man Liu San had treated that afternoon, but in just a few hours he had recovered completely. His walk was powerful and vigorous, bearing the unmistakable stamp of a martial man. Upon seeing Liu San, he immediately dropped to his knees. Huang Ende thanks Dr. Liu for saving my life. No need for such formality. Please rise. Liu San helped him up, privately resolving that a bath would be essential before sleeping tonight. The fellow gave off a pungent mixture of odors that defied ready identification. Huang Ende rose to his feet. He possessed Mongolian eyes, high cheekbones, and a straight nose, features distinctly different from the local physiognomy. His eyes, though not large, were bright and spirited. His manner and bearing suggested neither a professional beggar accustomed to fawning in the streets, nor a typical timid countryman. Liu San found himself somewhat favorably impressed. He instructed Chen Tong to bring 500 wen and a bottle of plague-repelling powder to give the man. No, I couldn't. Huang Ende shook his head repeatedly. I came specifically to kowtow to my benefactor in thanks. The pharmacy assistant said that without your immediate treatment I would have lost my life. Saving lives is a physician's duty. There is no need to speak of benefactors. Liu San assumed a sincere expression, neglecting to mention that his true purpose had been advertising. You have no money now and the summer heat is at its peak. Take these to have on hand, just in case. Huang Ende said nothing further but bowed deeply once more before turning to leave. Liu San noticed his muscular arms and the scars marking his hands. A thought stirred in his mind and he quickly called out, Might I ask, Brother Huang, what was your former occupation? How did you fall into such straits? I used to work at a foundry here, Huang Ende answered gruffly. Had no real skills, just sold my strength for food. The foreman said I ate too much and had too foul a temper, so he dismissed me a few days ago. A foundry worker, how convenient. Liu San and Huang Tianyu exchanged meaningful glances. They shared the same thought, keep him. This young man had strength and foundry experience. With proper training back home, he could become a fine worker. At the very least, with that physique, he would make an excellent soldier. Recruits standing 1.7 meters remained quite rare. Huang Tianyu spoke up. Brother Huang, I have a property in Qiangzhou Prefecture that happens to need workers. Since you have nowhere to go, why not accompany me to Qiangzhou? Go to Qiangzhou. Huang Endai's eyes rolled in thought. No, I've heard that place is rife with miasmas and plagues. Go there and you'll likely perish. His refusal was blunt. Liu San laughed. This property is jointly owned by myself and Master Huang here. With me there, what is there to fear? I guarantee your safety. Huang Endai hesitated at this, then after a moment asked, will there be meat to eat? He quickly added, even once every 10 days or half a month would suffice. I'm not a greedy man. Yes, Liu San's answer was direct. Currently, the new army and heavy laborers in the industry department received a dietary standard that included fish daily and meat weekly. Not large quantities, but absolutely guaranteed. Then I shall go with you. Huang Endai nodded decisively, then knelt again to kowtow. Master, no more kowtowing. Liu San found this fellow charmingly straightforward. A pity he wasn't suited for studying medicine, or Liu San would have kept him by his side. Just sign the contract. Must I sell myself? Huang Endai looked reluctant. If it means selling myself into bondage, I refuse. I have no wish to be anyone's slave. It's not selling yourself, it's a labor contract. Don't you sign a contract when you work as a long-term laborer? Very well, he nodded. He pressed his thumbprint to the document. Liu San asked whether he had any family here who should accompany him, or if he preferred 2 taels of silver as a settling-in allowance. I'm a bachelor with no family here, no need for silver. Following the master means there will be meat to eat. Huang Endai grinned broadly. Where are you from? Human feces. Huang Endai scratched his head in confusion. I'm not human feces. I mean, where is your hometown? Ah. I'm from Shandong, born and raised in Dengzhou. Huang Endai's expression shifted. Couldn't make a living in Dengzhou anymore. I heard a buddy of mine was transferred to Guangdong for garrison duty, so I came to seek him out for a meal. But then, at this, he suddenly fell silent. So this Huang Endai harbored hidden circumstances. Transferred. Combined with his manner and bearing, Liu San surmised he was likely a deserter from the government army. A deserter was a deserter. As long as he could work, it mattered little. Liu San instructed Chen Tong to take the man for a bath, find a barber to trim his hair, and purchase 2 sets of clothes from a second-hand shop. He also directed Gao Dai to air out their formal attire in preparation for the next day's banquet at that Mr. Lin's residence. That day happened to be Madame Lin's 28th birthday. The entire household hummed with festive energy. Nearly every prominent merchant and gentry member in the vicinity had come to pay respects. A steady stream of guests offered congratulations, rendering the Lin residence extraordinarily lively. The Lin family were neither merchants nor gentry. The reason everyone valued them so highly, fawning over them with such enthusiasm, was that Lin Ming held the position of probationary centurion at the local embroidered guard centurion's office, effectively the second in command. The actual centurion, old Centurion Liu, was elderly and befuddled. Apart from collecting his monthly stipend, he had long since ceased involving himself in the office's affairs. In modern terms, Lin Ming served as the de facto chief administrator. After the midday meal, Lin Ming saw off the morning's guests and ordered tables of fruits, cakes, and refreshments arranged in the inner courtyard, inviting close relatives and friends to enjoy the opera together. On the temporarily constructed stage in the courtyard, performers were presenting conch opera. They had engaged Zhang Kaio, a celebrated conch performer from Nanhai County, excellent in both appearance and voice. The audience watched, thoroughly enraptured. In the place of honor below sat the guest of honor herself, Madame Lin. In Foshan, her appearance had long been a subject of local discussion. The high nose, deep-set eyes, and slightly curly hair. Her eyes held a brownish hue, lending her the air of a Persian beauty. Madame Lin was indeed a descendant of the Semu people. Her ancestors had served in the embroidered guard for generations, holding middle and lower rank positions such as bailiff, minor flag, and sub-flag. In terms of social standing, she was well matched for the Lin family. According to the laws of the Great Ming, Semu people were not permitted to marry among themselves. After 3 centuries of intermarriage with Han Chinese, they had become virtually indistinguishable from ordinary subjects. Women with such distinctively Semu features as Madame Lin were quite rare, a source of particular pride for Centurion Lin, who had married her despite her being a year his elder. Everyone agreed that Centurion Lin possessed rather unique tastes. End of chapter. Chapter 358. The Foshan Journey, Part 11. Speaking of Centurion Lin, he was a man of distinguished appearance who suffered from a particular affliction of the flesh. Ever since inheriting the family's hereditary probationary centurion position, he had displayed a pronounced tendency toward expanding his household's collection of concubines, devoting himself constantly to the pursuit of beautiful women. Were it not for concerns about his official reputation and limited finances, he would probably have assembled a dozen or so by now. Even as matters stood, by the time he finally took a wife, his household already contained 4 concubines and maidservants who shared his bed, his so-called 4 guardian kings. With the addition of Madame Lin, Lin Ming had declared with evident satisfaction, "This is what they call 5 blessings surrounding longevity." At the moment, Centurion Lin sat grandly in the master's seat beside his wife, with his 4 concubines arranged in a crescent formation behind them, a picture of the moon attended by stars. Lin Ming gazed left and right, thoroughly pleased with himself. Just as they were watching the opera, a servant approached to report, "The young Miss Li has arrived." Lin Ming frowned. "Which young Miss Li?" "The daughter of Master Li of the Jiangning Centurion office." The servant presented a note written by Li Yongsun. "Ah, it's her." Lin Ming was puzzled. Li Yongsun was his wife's cousin. Since Madame Lin had married and relocated to Foshan, the 2 families had maintained little contact owing to the vast distance. Why had she suddenly arrived without any advance letter? Who escorted her here? According to the young miss, 2 medicine merchants. Outrageous. Lin Ming muttered under his breath. "Husband, what has upset you?" Madame Lin turned her head inquiringly. "Your Li family cousin has arrived." Lin Ming handed over Li Yongsun's note. "She's 15 years old now, yet engages in such reckless behavior. She's here now, there's no use in anger." Madame Lin remained composed. "I shall go receive her." She smiled prettily, the expression drawing out 2 deep dimples in her cheeks. Centurion Lin immediately felt half his body go weak. "Very well. And the merchants who escorted Kaienkian here, we should host a dinner to thank them. After all, they brought her safely from such a great distance." Lin Ming considered. "That's reasonable. The kitchen has plenty of everything prepared anyway." Madame Lin took 2 maidservants and went to meet her cousin. She asked the messenger, "Where is the young cousin now?" "She's in the flower hall." "Take her to my room." When the sisters finally met, there was naturally an outpouring of long-separated affection. Before long, Li Yongsun said, "Sister, I'm nearly dying of heat. Let me wash up and change clothes first." Of course, of course." Madame Lin turned to her maidservants. "Fetch several buckets of hot water and have Aunt Zhang go to the back street to purchase a new bathtub." In short order, both hot and cold water arrived along with the bathtub. Madame Lin first secured the door, drew the window shutters tight, and lowered all the bamboo blinds. The room instantly grew dim. Madame Lin stepped forward to remove her cousin's hairpins, loosen her sash, and help her out of her outer garments. Then she unwound the cloth strips wrapped around her chest, layer by layer, until only her close-fitting bodice remained. Madame Lin's slender fingers moved deftly, unfastening the silver chain that held the bodice in place, and the soft satin garment slipped away. Li Yongsun turned aside bashfully. But Madame Lin caught her by the waist with both hands and whispered in her ear, "Qian, your waist has grown much slimmer." "Sister, you're terrible," Li Yongsun squirmed. "Was I a barrel before?" "No, you had a willow waist before too." Only, Madame Lin's hands cupped the two small buds on Qian's chest. "These have grown considerably." "Sister, you're dreadful touching me like this." The contact sent a strange, tingling sensation through Li Yongsun's chest. She quickly pushed her sister's hands away. "I'm going to bathe now. Just send a maidservant to attend me." Maidservants are clumsy with their big rough hands. Through the dim light filtering through the bamboo blinds, Madame Lin could discern only a slender, willowy silhouette, fine pale skin, black hair falling to her shoulders, legs pressed tightly together, her bodice clutched to her front for what modesty it could offer. She smiled. "Have you forgotten? When you visited Sister's home as a little girl, didn't Sister bathe you?" She walked over and took her hand, speaking softly. "Come. Sister will help you bathe." A waft of Madame Lin's body fragrance reached Li Yongsun's nose, neither musk nor orchid, and went straight to her heart. Before she knew what she was doing, she had allowed herself to be led along. After a refreshing bath, Madame Lin had a maidservant bring a complete new toiletry set. She helped restyle her cousin's hair and apply fresh makeup, then provided some of her own clean clothes to change into. Only then did they open the door and venture out to meet Lin Ming. Lin Ming was largely indifferent about his young sister-in-law's arrival. Since his wife was willing to take her in, he would let his wife manage the matter. Besides, having such a pleasing and lively young sister-in-law around would add some variety to life. When asked about the journey, Li Yongsun naturally gave 9 parts lies to 1 part truth. The only truthful portions were probably the events from boarding the boat outside Guangzhou to arriving in Foshan. Naturally, she mentioned nothing of stealing the official badge, disguising herself as a singing girl, or drugging people with supreme bliss powder. Lin Ming nodded approvingly. "It appears these merchants are upright gentlemen. We should thank them properly." "Indeed. At minimum, we ought to send a calling card to demonstrate our courtesy. As my wife says." Lin Ming was quite compliant with her wishes. He immediately had someone prepare a card and dispatch it to their inn. How to thank them? He was most reluctant to give material gifts. Though his position as probationary centurion brought in a decent income, there were superiors to cultivate with gifts, colleagues to entertain when they passed through, and a wife plus 4 concubines to keep in finery, not to mention the crowds of servants, maids, and old nurses requiring support. Expenses were considerable. The court stipend had limits, especially for a department like the embroidered guard that was riddled with sinecure positions, over 80,000 people receiving government pay in all. Salaries were never dispersed on time. Fortunately, being a local centurion had its perquisites, or he truly wouldn't know how to make ends meet. If he hosted just one banquet, the courtesy might seem too slight, and relatives and friends who heard about it would gossip. Just as he was deliberating, Madame Lin suggested, "Since you'll be hosting them tomorrow anyway, and they're merchants who came to conduct business in Foshan, why not invite a few local major merchants to accompany them? Do them this small favor." "An excellent idea, but which merchants should I invite?" Qian mentioned that Dr. Liu is a physician and shopkeeper Yang owns an apothecary. Why not invite Grand Shopkeeper Yang of Yangrenkai Hall to join them? He's the leading figure in that trade here. An excellent point. My wife thinks of everything. And also invite a certain Mr. Li Luoyu. He just arrived in Foshan a few days ago and sent birthday gifts today. His family dealt in goods from beyond the passes, a substantial business. Your humble wife has heard that many precious medicinal ingredients come from beyond the passes. This Mr. Li, though he's been residing within the passes for years now, may still maintain some stock. Lin Ming naturally knew Li Luoyu. Not only did he know him, that very day he had accepted a generous gift beyond the birthday presents, having concluded a certain arrangement. He smiled. "Wife, you're overthinking this. Business matters are for them to work out among themselves. Your husband is merely bringing people together for a gathering. Whether they can conclude any deals is their own affair. Yes, husband's instruction is correct. Madame Lin smiled demurely. Tonight, with Kian here, we sisters have some private words to exchange. Would husband please stay with King Yun tonight? You're always having private conversations with your sisters. Lin Ming grumbled. Who knows whether you spend more nights with King Yun and Bibo or with your husband month by month? Now, husband shouldn't quibble. Madame Lin's eyes moved beguilingly, quite enchanting. Have I ever left husband alone in an empty bed? Besides, this is my cousin, practically family. She must be looked after properly. Lin Ming appeared to have further objections. Madame Lin leaned close and whispered, "Tomorrow night, your humble wife and Bibo shall attend to husband together." LowYield had arrived in Foshan several days earlier. Traveling with him were two foreigners. One was an Englishman named John Quark who had traded in Macau for many years. LowYield and his Chinese acquaintances jokingly called him Quark Kiang, Quark the Poor. The other was a German Jesuit missionary named Ma Yanchun. Since receiving orders from his father in the late Tianqi reign to come to Guangzhou and assume control of the family's foreign trade business, LowYield had made the trip to Foshan almost every 2 or 3 months to order porcelain, silk, and medicinal ingredients, exporting them through Quark Kiang's channels. The Li family had been wealthy merchants for generations. Being also natives of Bijili, right under the imperial capital, they carried a certain official air. The traveling party had set out from Guangzhou with 3 large boats, proceeding grandly along the river. Upon reaching the dock, they went straight to the branch office of LowYield Trading Company on Foshan's Datong Street. To receive the master, the branch's manager Cheng had prepared everything 10 days in advance. When the sedan chairs arrived, LowYield and his guests, along with his wife's nephew Gu Beicheng, who had been rescued from the chaos during the Great Retreat from Guangning and was now the sole surviving blood relative of his wife's clan, plus a secretary who handled correspondence, were escorted into the reception hall. 4 specially prepared clever young servants rushed about bringing face-washing water and tea. LowYield enjoyed the servants' ministrations while inquiring about various local news. After the initial bustle subsided and everyone was seated, LowYield ordered the 2 foreign guests sent to their rooms to rest, with strict instructions to attend to them well. One of his personal servants brought from the journey, named Sai, carried over a water pipe and began packing it for him. At the same time, he whispered, "Concubine Jiang has settled in and asks when master will come to her. Did I come to Foshan to keep her company?" His tone conveyed undisguised annoyance at concubine Jiang's lack of understanding. "Tell her to kneel and reflect. I'll deal with her when I come in." Harsh punishment at the first word, with no tenderness for fragrant beauty. The assembled servants held their breath, not daring to respond. "Yes." Sai dared not say more and departed for the inner quarters to deliver the order, secretly sympathizing with this unlucky concubine Jiang. This sort of cold, ruthless household discipline had grown ever more severe since LowYild's narrow escape from beyond the passes. "Master," the branch's manager Cheng approached to ask for instructions. "How shall dinner be arranged? Should we have master's cook prepare Western food?" The Li household, doing business with Western merchants year-round, maintained a Western-style cook on staff along with various seasonings, utensils, and ingredients. They had brought everything along for this trip, partly to entertain the 2 foreign guests, and partly to impress certain business partners with an exotic feast. End of chapter. Chapter 359, The Foshan Journey, Part 12. "No need," LowYield replied. "Both guests can eat Chinese cuisine and they rather enjoy it. Have Cook Liao prepare the meal." Cook Liao was his personal chef, brought from the Guangzhou household, a man renowned for several signature dishes. His roast suckling pig and roast mutton were particularly celebrated throughout Guangzhou city. LowYield had brought him along specifically for the convenience of local entertaining. "Yes, I shall arrange it immediately." Manager Cheng withdrew. LowYield rose and said to Gu Beicheng, "Come with me." Gu Beicheng was still a youth of 15 or 16. He stood visibly in awe of his uncle by marriage, following close behind. "The homework I assigned you on the boat, have you completed it? Were there parts you failed to understand?" Replying to Master, "Your nephew has completed it," said Gu Beicheng, for the Li family followed the custom of official households where sons, daughters, and nephews addressed their elders as Master. "There were just a few geometry problems I couldn't solve. I shall need to ask Master for guidance. Bring your exercise book to the study this evening." They arrived at the study, which had been swept clean. Over a dozen large cabinets held correspondence and account ledgers. Cabinets containing important documents bore locks. LowYield inspected the seals on each cabinet, confirmed they were intact, then tore them off one by one before settling into his seat. Gu Beicheng naturally dared not sit and remained standing in attendance at his side. "Beicheng, grind ink and write several letters." "Yes." Gu Beicheng was somewhat puzzled. Letter writing was normally the secretary's responsibility. Confidential matters LowYield handled personally. Why was he being asked? He dared not question the instruction and hurried to the purple sandalwood writing desk. Taking a stick of Cheng Junfeng ink, he began grinding it on a Tang-era Duaning stone. "Use Song-style regular script." "Right." LowYild's letters were addressed to his agents in Shenyang, the Shengjing of the Jurchens. These agents were numerous. Some operated businesses locally, others specialized in cultivating connections with later Jin nobility and officials. Since the Guangning evacuation, the Li family's Liaodong enterprise had been utterly destroyed. After witnessing the tragic plight of Liaodong soldiers and civilians, LowYield had returned to Zhili, and after achieving some stability, begun sending people back to Liaodong to rebuild the family business. Using trade as cover, they secretly gathered intelligence on the later Jin. He still harbored a thread of hope that someday, when the imperial armies recovered Liaodong, his intelligence network planted there might prove useful. At minimum, they might kill a few Tartars. The news of the great Ningyuan victory had kindled fresh hope in LowYield, who had grown deeply disillusioned with court politics. The Tianqi emperor had passed away, Prince Xin had succeeded to the throne, the all-powerful Wei Zhongxian had lost his position and been ordered to commit suicide, and Yuan Changhuan had returned to prominence, proposing his memorial of recovering Liaodong in 5 years. All of this made him feel an unprecedented brightness. The mandate of the great Ming had not yet exhausted itself after all. The intelligence from his Liaodong agents uniformly indicated that, since the old Tartar chieftain had perished under Governor Yuan's cannons, the later Jin regime found itself in a precarious state, both politically and economically. LowYield sensed that the dynasty's decline in Liaodong since the catastrophic defeat at Sarhu might finally be reversing. His activities in Liaodong over the past 2 years had intensified accordingly. What he dictated for Gu Beicheng were letters of instruction regarding his agent's commercial activities in Shenyang. Liaohai Trading's business in Liaodong operated mainly through the Pidao Channel, smuggling goods into later Jin-controlled territory, selling domestic goods and purchasing ginseng, deer antler and furs, especially fine black sable pelts. This trade was illegal under the Great Ming, but was welcomed within later Jin's domain. A regime built on plunder inevitably became militaristic, with agriculture in decline and all manner of goods in severe shortage. They enthusiastically supported such smuggling trade with China. However, LowYield was rather different from those treasonous Shanxi merchants. He never transported strategic materials the later Jin desperately needed, grain, raw iron, bronze goods, into their territory. What he sent were only luxury goods useless for agriculture or warfare, mainly various silks and brocades, supplemented by fine and coarse porcelains. The barbarians, having accumulated vast wealth through plunder, had barely shed their pigskin garments before inevitably developing enormous appetites for such products. LowYild's business, though not undertaken for profit, had grown ever larger. Ginseng, deer antler, and sable pelts filled his coffers. As for the Bail's request that we transport grain, please inform him, Recent disasters have been frequent, grain prices are extreme, and there is no surplus grain available in the markets. He then dictated another letter regarding the ransom and recovery of former shop employees. He instructed his agents to gradually ransom all the business establishment's former clerks whose whereabouts had been discovered, along with any family members who could be located. Through these trade opportunities, he had found and ransomed quite a number of acquaintances, colleagues, and relatives who had been captured and enslaved during the LowYield collapse. All ransomed persons were sent back within the passes. Those who proved bold, resourceful, and who burned with hatred for the Jurchens would be sent back beyond the passes, either to work as clerks in the trading posts or to settle locally doing small business while keeping their heads down, all waiting for the day when they might have their revenge. After he finished dictating the final letter, regarding Dragon Boat Festival gifts for later Jin nobles and officials, Gu Beicheng saw that his uncle had no further instructions and presented the letters for review. LowYield examined them carefully, a neat hand of tiny regular script, densely but orderly written. He nodded with satisfaction, then withdrew a small seal from his personal calling card case and stamped each letter. Trade with the later Jin was illegal, so LowYield never delegated such correspondence to others. The contents avoided any business names or personal names, bore no signature, and carried no seals or inscriptions, only a design seal mark as identification. Should the letters be lost, he would simply destroy the seal. Though LowYield placed hope in the court, he knew exactly what manner of people filled its ranks. The letters were carefully sealed and placed in wax capsules, to be carried north personally by specially selected trusted men. Plenty of ships traveled between Dengzhou and Pidao, making smuggling and secret communication quite convenient. LowYield finished sealing the wax capsules and stored them in a special jewelry box. Only then did he ask, "Beicheng, do you understand why I had you write these 3 letters today?" "Yes. Master wishes your nephew never to forget our nation's grievances and our family's hatred. That you understand is good." LowYield nodded. "Sit. Your nephew dares not. Sit, I have things to say to you." LowYield sighed. "Yesterday your uncle by marriage suffered another bout of dizziness. This illness has struck several times now. I fear I may not. Uncle by marriage is in the prime of life. Never mind, I won't die just yet." LowYield spoke solemnly. "Your uncle crawled out from among the dead. I take life and death lightly now. The Li family's enterprise is flourishing in both wealth and descendants. What I cannot let go of is you." He stopped Gu Beicheng's protest before it could form. "Uncle by marriage originally hoped to witness the court recover LowYield, for us to return in glory and help you restore your family's business. Now it seems uncle by marriage may not be granted that fortune, so this LowYield matter, from now on, you must pay closer attention and help uncle by marriage watch over it. Yes, your nephew will respectfully follow uncle by marriage's instructions. The Portuguese in Xiangshan, you should visit often as well. Uncle by marriage knows you don't wish to embrace Catholicism and I won't force you, but going there can broaden your knowledge." LowYield closed his eyes. The Westerners have their own arts and sciences, no less than our central kingdom. The vastness of the world is far more than China's humble corner. His words seemed aimed at Gu Beicheng in admonishment, yet also like murmuring to himself. Gu Beicheng dared not interrupt and simply stood listening. "You may go. The travel has been tiring. You should rest well. There are matters to discuss this evening." "Yes." Gu Beicheng answered respectfully. Just as he was about to withdraw, seeing his uncle by marriage showed no sign of leaving but continued opening and reading correspondence from various branches, he asked, "Will master not take some rest?" "I'm not tired. I'll rest in a moment." "Yes." Gu Beicheng hesitated, then ventured, "Your nephew is bold to ask master to pardon concubine Jiang." HMPH. LowYield gave a cold snort. "How tender-hearted of you toward the fairer sex." "Your nephew dares not." Gu Beicheng dropped to his knees in fright. A senior's woman in the ancient order of things, this touched upon matters of fundamental principle. "Rise, why so frightened?" LowYield regarded him with displeasure. Gu Beicheng greatly resembled Li's late wife, which lent him a somewhat delicate appearance. He sighed inwardly, wondering whether this boy could bear the burden. Concubine Jiang is your nephew's elder. After all, she is a woman and cannot endure such suffering. Kneeling for a while, will she die from it? Li Luyu laughed coldly. I crawled back from Liaodong. Those men, women, young and old of Liaodong who couldn't escape and were captured by the Jurchens as slaves, countless have been tortured to death. Those still alive, you should see the ransomed ones, hear what kind of life they endure. Kneeling for an hour won't cost her an ounce of flesh. Gu Beicheng kowtowed once and spoke with conviction. Master, the sufferings of the lost Liaodong people, your nephew never dares forget. But this is a different matter. What crime has concubine Jiang committed? She merely misspoke. A rebuke from master would have sufficed. Such punishment seems to lack benevolence. Wretch! Seeing his nephew's stubborn streak emerge, Li Luyu cursed in fury. Suddenly his head spun with vertigo. Quickly suppressing his anger, he said only, "Leave now, such womanish compassion." Li Luyu had to compose himself for quite some time before his head cleared. These symptoms were growing worse. He resolved that after returning to Guangzhou, he must summon renowned physicians to give him a proper examination. Just as he was resting with closed eyes, Sei tiptoed in and whispered, "Master, Grand Shopkeeper Yang from Yangrenkai Hall has sent someone to pay respects, along with a 4-item gift. He's not paying respects to me, he's paying respects to my ginseng and deer antler." A faint smile played across Li Luyu's lips. "Accept the gift and tip the messenger. Tell him, please ask Grand Shopkeeper Yang to come by tomorrow for a chat." "Yes," Sei answered and withdrew. "Wait," Li Luyu called after him. "Go to the inner quarters and tell concubine Jiang she may rise." End of chapter. Chapter 360, The Foshan Journey, Part 13. As Sei withdrew, Li Luyu turned his thoughts to calculation. He had 1,000 jin of recently shipped Liaodong ginseng, and several hundred jin of deer antler stored in Dengzhou, worth over 10,000 taels of silver. With Yangrenkai Hall's capabilities, purchasing the entire lot would pose no difficulty. Yet with such a large quantity of ginseng suddenly appearing on the Foshan market, he worried it might attract unwanted attention. Then he remembered something. From his waist, he drew out a set of keys and unlocked one of the cabinet doors. Inside, he found a ledger, a connections ledger detailing all the public and private figures in Foshan town who merited cultivation. It included family members, addresses, personal preferences, and even the death anniversaries of deceased elders. He turned to the entry for Lin Ming. Madame Lin's birthday fell in just 3 days. Just in time. Li Luyu nodded. The gift would need to be both valuable and pleasing to Madame Lin. He opened a large cabinet secured with a hidden lock. Inside were boxes of every description containing valuable gifts for cultivating important connections. He selected a goose egg mirror from Zizhen Studio, a box of 12 glass-bottled distilled floral waters, a box of silver-mounted lipstick tubes, and finally, a box of genuine Eastern pearls from Liaodong. For Centurion Lin himself, a 200-tael sight draft from DeLong Bank, payable on demand. Li Luyu understood this was essentially a bill of exchange. He had encountered them in Macau. That DeLong had actually established such a system in this region was inseparable from the support of Zizhen Studio's Grand Shopkeeper Guo and Guangzhou's Gao family. After dinner, Li Luyu invited the 2 foreigners to his study. "Come, let us have a small drink and chat." He produced wine from Europe. The 3 toasted and turned to business. He had brought the 2 foreigners to Foshan for 2 purposes. First, to explore whether Foshan might serve as a foothold for missionary work. Li Luyu was a Catholic, educated by Jesuits in Macau since childhood. As one of the great Ming's few Catholics, spreading the gospel was his duty, though the Jesuits also played a crucial role in his commercial ventures. Secondly, he planned to establish a foundry manufacturing Western cannons. After the Ningjin victory, the court's interest in Western firearms had surged. Officials in Guangdong had received orders to commission Portuguese cannon purchases. Li Luyu perceived tremendous opportunity, and harbored patriotic aspirations to modernize military weaponry. The proposal to establish a foundry, I certainly support it, said Ma Yanchun, who wore Ming clothing. The superior instructed me, firearms are what the great Ming values most. Satisfying the emperor will aid our gospel spreading considerably. Father is correct, Li Luoyu agreed. That is precisely how Father Lu and Father Tang gained entry to the capital. End of chapter. Chapter 361, The Foshan Journey Part 14. Yes, I believe this presents a good opportunity for the society to serve the court. I'm an old soldier myself. I fought for over 10 years in Europe. I haven't cast cannons, but I've certainly fired them. I know the basic principles of artillery and can offer assistance. Excellent. And what of the cannon founders? There's no one here who knows how to cast Western cannons. The Portuguese won't part with their founders. Requesting the superior's intervention won't help. If you want craftsmen from Goa, you'll have to wait until next year. What shall we do then? Li Luoyu had assumed that with Jesuit backing, hiring Portuguese founders would be straightforward. He hadn't anticipated they simply couldn't locate anyone. He turned inquiringly toward the Englishman. Don't look at me. Quark Kiang raised both hands. The East India Company's founders are in India as well. Where will we find any here? He produced a pipe, packed it with tobacco, and puffed away thoughtfully. But I do have an idea. What idea? Borrow cannons. Have the Jesuits negotiate to borrow a few cannons from the Portuguese. Let the craftsmen measure them in person, then cast copies to identical dimensions. I'd wager there are no craftsmen in the world more skillful than the Chinese. Show them the genuine article, and they'll figure out how to reproduce it. This was a feasible approach, but borrowing cannons from the Portuguese required official government approval. It would necessitate considerable maneuvering. Li Luoyu felt confident about this. He had already arranged a marriage for his nephew with a strategist in Governor-General Wang Xun's retinue. Through that connection, negotiating cannon borrowing and casting shouldn't prove overly problematic. Borrowing cannons still requires approval from the Macau Municipal Council. The Jesuits cannot command the council. I believe it will be fine. If Governor-General Wang Xun issues an order, the council won't dare refuse. But which cannons should we borrow? Though enthusiastic, Li Luoyu remained an amateur in these matters. I think the 12-pounders from the last campaign would be suitable, Quark Kiang offered. I hear the Chinese army used them to kill the Tartar king. He was merely a barbarian chieftain, hardly a king. For pure defense, such large-caliber cannons are certainly most suitable, but they cannot be employed in field battles. Ma Yanchun, being a veteran, possessed far more experience than average. When infantry requires fire support, these cannons prove too heavy. We must cast 3-pounder and 6-pounder pieces. He noted that carts called carriages would be necessary to render them mobile in battle, enabling effective infantry support and cavalry defense. Li Luoyu shook his head repeatedly, not in disagreement, but from knowing the Ming military situation too intimately. Never mind the shortage of horses. Even if they possessed them, weren't soldiers cheaper than horses? A soldier's monthly pay amounted to only 1 or 2 taels. A horse cost dozens. Equipping artillery teams as foreigners did would prove unaffordable. Father, the court's demand for heavy cannons is great at present. Besides, the court lacks horses. Not just war horses, even draft horses are inadequate. Ma Yanchun had observed that in China, apart from the government, military, and a few wealthy individuals, horses were almost never seen. And the horses here were mostly small. He had initially believed the Chinese preferred using young horses, only later realizing otherwise. It seems we can only cast heavy cannons. Ma Yanchun considered the constraints, but the largest in the Portuguese Macau batteries are merely 18-pounders. That's close enough. Transporting the 12-pounders during the Tianqi reign cost enormous effort. They resolved to request the Macau Municipal Council loan them an 18-pounder, a 12-pounder, and a 6-pounder, one of each. Gun carriages and mounts would also be borrowed for replication. Li Luoyu still harbored hope. Surely Su Guangqi, with his learning, would recognize the importance of light field artillery. LowYield withdrew his abacus and roughly calculated expenses to establish pricing baselines for future cannon contracts. With a foundry established, I shall first preach the gospel to the workers. Through them, I'll spread the Lord's word. Ma Yanshan shifted from soldier back to priest. Recently, there is good news. What good news, father? The Lord's flock has grown. Do you remember brother Lu Ruohua? Of course, he escorted the cannons to the capital with the Portuguese. Not that one, that's Lu Ruohan. Ma Yanshan shook his head. I mean Father Lu Ruohua, who went to Kiangju to spread the gospel last year. LowYield vaguely recalled such a person. John's missionary work there has achieved great results. No, not John. John was the famous Ming Catholic Wang Hongwei's son, baptized under that name. Wang Hongwei and Su Guangqi had been the Jesuits' main hopes for missionary work in the Great Ming. Ma Yanshan held his rosary, eyes raised heavenward. Truly a miracle. Thanks be to God. The miracle expected in Ding'an City of Hainan Island instead occurred in Lingao City. The Lord's will is truly mysterious. He praised Lu Ruohua's missionary achievements in Lingao at great length, hundreds baptized, a church and monastery established. He enthusiastically declared the Australians on the island to be a pious flock devoted to spreading the gospel. Lingao? Australians. LowYild's expression grew serious. Australian goods had been famous throughout Guangdong for a year now, and he had heard about Australians arriving on iron ships to land at Lingao, building fortresses just as the Portuguese had once done in Xiangshanao. But after landing, this group had remained quiet, apart from sending ships to trade in Guangzhou, selling various exotic wares and purchasing supplies. They hadn't committed any outrageous acts. Indeed, the Australians now residing in Lingao, I hear they've built a fortress there called Buer. Ma Yanshan knew considerable detail because of Lu Ruohua's correspondence. They probably wish to repeat what the Portuguese accomplished, Quark Kiang observed. Honestly, I'd quite like to see these strange people. I hear there are your countrymen among them, Ma Yanshan said with a smile. Brother Lu reports meeting several English-speaking women. Australians fancy English women, Quark Kiang laughed heartily. I really should visit, it's been so terribly long since I've tasted a female compatriot's company. Ma Yanshan smiled. Perhaps they are fond of the English. Brother Lu's letter says many of them know European languages, but almost everyone speaks English. That's truly strange. Quark Kiang's curiosity was piqued. I cannot imagine what use learning English would serve for anyone outside England. In this era, intellectuals employed Latin, common people used their own tongues. French hadn't even spread to the French countryside. Yet here in the East was a group where everyone could speak some English, a phenomenon defying all social norms that no one could comprehend. God protect them, they're all believers in the Lord and haven't fallen into heresy. Ma Yanshan crossed himself, then addressed Quark Kiang earnestly. Mr. Quark, the Lord's door is always open for lost sheep. Father, Quark Kiang recognized another attempt was coming to reconvert him to Catholicism from the Church of England. Faith or its absence made no difference to this Englishman. As he'd once confessed when in his cups, if necessary he could believe any religion at any moment or abstain from belief entirely. This Englishman didn't believe in God at all, a thorough no king, no God gold worshipper who placed faith only in glittering gold. Let's not discuss this, LowYield interjected, changing the subject. Australian goods are exquisitely crafted, some appear European yet even superior. I would very much like to examine their craftsmanship. I'd like to see it too, Quark Kiang agreed, trade with them directly, and witness the legendary iron ships for myself. But the Ming court won't permit us to travel inland, and the seas aren't safe. LowYield said, Mr. Quark, if you wish it, we can visit Lingao together next month, on my ship. Yes, I shall definitely go. Quark Kiang, ever seeking fresh trade opportunities, accepted readily. The three chatted late into the night before dispersing. The next morning, LowYield first dispatched men with birthday gifts to the Lin residence, reaching an understanding with Lin Ming. Ma Yanchun began giving catechism lessons to several branch employees. Li Loyu felt that having his staff embrace the faith proved beneficial. At minimum, it provided them spiritual sustenance and forestalled idle thoughts. At dinner, Yang Shi came to call. After the meal, the two closeted themselves in the study for a lengthy discussion, finalizing the ginseng transaction. Yang Shi's smile nearly split his face. He was acquiring Li Loyu's ginseng at 60 taels per jin and would wholesale it at 100 taels. Retail prices approached 200 taels per jin. He profited on both ends. Quark Kiang had to remain confined in the trading house owing to his appearance. Li Loyu knew how to entertain foreign merchants, good food, fine drink, and occasionally a woman for diversion. Quark Kiang, far less particular than transmigrators, accepted everything with appreciative smiles. Besides eating, drinking, and enjoying himself, his other occupation was examining product samples that Manager Cheng collected daily from various shops, selecting styles Europeans would favor. Sometimes he would draw designs and patterns himself to commission custom orders. End of chapter. Chapter 362, The Foshan Journey, Part 15. Li Loyu returned to the branch office that day to find Manager Cheng presenting an invitation. Centurion Lin invites you to a small dinner gathering tomorrow. The card specified family banquet, meaning no official ceremony was required, merely a simple gathering. Li Loyu was puzzled. He had just seen Lin Ming recently. Why the sudden invitation to another banquet? What lies behind this invitation? He asked Manager Cheng. The manager was well-connected locally and could usually ferret out such information. I heard his sister-in-law has just arrived. Absurd. Li Loyu frowned. His household's womenfolk, would they summon us to accompany them at a welcome banquet? No, apparently this sister-in-law was escorted the entire way by two medicine merchants. Centurion Lin probably wishes to connect them with some business opportunities, a way of repaying them. Manager Cheng shared what the Lin household servants had disclosed. I hear Grand Shopkeeper Yang and several other pharmacy managers were also invited. Understood. Li Loyu nodded. That being the case, offering some business connections would pose no difficulty, and it meant additional acquaintances. Send word to Master Lin that I shall certainly attend. The following day's banquet saw every guest and host arrive without exception. No one possessed the nerve to decline an invitation from the embroidered guard centurion. Yang Shi's expression changed dramatically when he spotted his cousin and Lingao's famous physician seated in the guest of honor positions. Li Loyu found this quite curious. Master Yang, are you unwell? No, no. Yang Shi touched his face, realizing it must appear wrong somehow. Elder brother, Yang Shixiang hadn't expected to encounter his cousin. Fifth brother, Yang Shi returned the bow, bending considerably lower than he had a few days earlier. What, you two know each other? Lin Ming was surprised. Indeed, Yang Shixiang replied with composure. This is my cousin. Oh, you have such a relative. I should have realized. Lin Ming clapped his hands and laughed. He's also surnamed Yang and in the medicine trade. Yes, yes, he and Shixiang are cousins. Shixiang is fifth in the family order. Sweat beaded Yang Shi's forehead. From the look of things, Centurion Lin had invited them specifically, when had fifth brother established connections with the embroidered guard. Reflecting on his recent attitude toward his cousin, he felt a wave of panic. Then your close relatives, Lin Ming smiled. As the elder brother, you should help guide this younger brother. Yes, yes, we're family, naturally I shall do my utmost. Yang Shi hastened to agree. Li Loyu interjected. Friends of Centurion Lin are naturally our friends as well. If there's anything useful we can do, just speak up. His servant promptly presented a calling card. Shopkeeper Yang 5, you've encountered great fortune today. Lin Ming spoke with evident pride. This shopkeeper Li is no ordinary person. In Guangzhou City, he's quite the figure. He proceeded to lavish praise upon Li Loyu. Because of his work, Liu San didn't often read the Social Intelligence Bulletin or similar internal publications. But he was quite familiar with Li Loyu's name. having attended several joint meetings convened by the Trade Department regarding medicine purchases, where intelligence had mentioned. This man served as the LowYield goods supplier for South China, virtually monopolizing ginseng and deer antler supplies. He undoubtedly maintained close trade relationships with the later Jin. Much honored, much honored. Everyone exchanged polite pleasantries. Liu San kept his gaze fixed on this trader merchant. The man appeared about 40, with a long face, short beard, and slightly plump build, the look of a shrewd merchant. But his eyes were deep, clearly marking someone who had weathered great storms. This was a target worth noting. Liu San recalled that Trade Department people had mentioned establishing trade routes with the later Jin, selling Lingao's growing light industrial products while obtaining urgently needed horses and livestock. Through trade, they could also insert intelligence agents and build an espionage network in LowYield. This Li Luoyu dealt in LowYield goods, a potentially valuable connection. They sat and drank. Being an intimate family banquet with relaxed etiquette, everyone chatted freely. Yang Shi's back dripped with sweat, uncertain what his cousin's actual relationship with Centurion Lin might be. Had fifth brother complained about him? Joy mingled with worry, joy that he hadn't flatly refused his cousin's requests and had shown proper courtesy, worry that his foot-dragging on medicine procurement and consignment sales might have earned his brother's resentment. After 3 rounds of wine, Lin Ming broached the subject. "Shopkeeper Yang 5, Lin Ming said, "what medicines have you and Dr. Liu brought to sell in Foshan?" "You flatter me, Master Shi." Yang Shixiang employed the familiar style since Lin Ming's courtesy name was Xinqi. "These are 2 prepared medicines specifically for treating summer heat and noxious influences." "So I've heard." Lin Ming seemed genuinely interested rather than merely making conversation. This Dr. Liu saved a beggar in Yangrenkai Hall's courtyard using this medicine. Precisely. Liu San replied, privately reflecting that these embroidered guard possessed excellent intelligence. They knew of every street quarrel. It was huge marching powder. "Huge marching powder," Lin Ming said. "Is it the Marshal Marquis's formula?" Romance of the Three Kingdoms had already become a popular bestseller, and Zhuge Liang's fame was universal, quite the celebrity endorsement. Liu San smiled. "It's compounded from an ancient validated prescription with additions and modifications. The ancient formula claims it was left by the Marshal Marquis. I take that attribution with a grain of salt." "I see. Still, the medicine is excellent, most useful." Lin Ming nodded repeatedly. He had received news that same day about Liu San's treatment in Yangrenkai Hall's courtyard, reported as social intelligence to the embroidered guard. He was keenly interested in this summer medicine. Though the embroidered guard sounded imposing and could lord it over Foshan, their work often required travel and outdoor assignments. Colleagues dying from plague infection or heatstroke en route were quite common. Having such prepared medicines ready would certainly earn praise from superiors and colleagues alike. His thoughts were obvious to Liu San and the others. Fortunately, this expedition had included sample medicines specifically intended to open sales channels. He distributed samples to everyone at the table. Li Luoyu inquired, "Why 2 kinds? 1 plague-repelling powder, 1 Marshal Marquis marching powder." "Both are cooling openers, are they not?" Liu San smiled. "Actually, plague-repelling powder is somewhat less effective than marching powder. It omits several expensive ingredients and adds more cooling aromatics. Though marginally less efficacious, it wins on low price, affordable for everyone. Consider it a charitable formulation." "I see." Li Luoyu nodded. He picked up some plague-repelling powder with his fingernail and sniffed it. Immediately, a cool aromatic sensation pierced his nostrils, clearing his head at once. Looking again at the label paper on the small porcelain bottle, "Prepared by Lunchitang Lingao." Li Luoyu paused. This pharmacy was based in Lingao. Because of the Australians, he had grown somewhat sensitive to that location. He studied shopkeeper Yang and Dr. Liu more closely. Both wore and behaved properly, displaying no obvious flaws. Were they merely ordinary merchants from Lingao, Shopkeeper Yang came from the same clan as Yang Shi, that much was clear. The remaining question concerned this Liu San. "Dr. Liu," he probed, "do you operate a pharmacy in Lingao?" "Not at all," Liu San replied calmly. "Runchitang is brother Shixiang's property. I merely contributed the formula." "Ah." Li Loyu had already concluded. This Liu San was of the same ilk as shopkeeper Guo, whom he had met previously. Their Mandarin bore the same strange accent, decidedly not that of native Ming subjects. Having such a ready-made Australian before him, Li Loyu studied the man carefully. He suddenly realized the man was actually young. Despite the 3 wisps of beard, he was probably not yet 30. His complexion was warm, physique robust, eyes bright. His hands were both dark and rough, suggesting past farm work. Quite a puzzling character to read. But the medicines were certainly useful. Given his ginseng and deer antler trade, Li Loyu dealt extensively with medicine merchants and possessed some pharmaceutical knowledge. These 2 medicines were good standbys for summer safety. With the Dragon Boat Festival past and daily heat intensifying, summer medicines sold briskly. He resolved to purchase a batch, a sure profit, and it would curry favor with Centurion Lin. "Shopkeeper Yang, I want 3,000 boxes of plague-repelling powder and 500 boxes of huge marching powder. When can you deliver?" Neither Liu San nor Yang Shixiang had expected him to place an order on the spot. Yang Shixiang considered for a moment. 1 month. "Good, 1 month then. Where do I take delivery?" Yang Shi quickly intervened. "Runchitang prepared medicines are consigned exclusively through our Yangrenkai Hall. Master Li can collect directly from our shop. Then I must trouble elder brother." Yang Shixiang smiled, clasping his hands in thanks. "We're family brothers. Naturally this is how it should be." Yang Shi assumed a pose of brotherly solidarity. After the banquet concluded, Lin Ming was thoroughly satisfied. Both Li Loyu and Yang Shi had shown him proper face, and he had received useful summer medicines. He ordered special boxes made for gift-giving purposes. Liu San's party returned to their lodgings. Yang Shixiang was elated. "I never expected Elder Yang to prove so accommodating." He glanced at Liu San. "Old Liu, I hadn't realized you possessed connections with the embroidered guard." Liu San was privately vexed. The last thing he wanted was entanglement with the embroidered guard. Foolish of him not to realize that with Qian being from an embroidered guard family, her relatives would likely be the same sort. He had blundered into escorting her here. Fortunately, Centurion Lin seemed upright enough, not some villainous type. End of chapter. Chapter 363. The Foshan Journey, Part 16. Liu San had always kept his family elders' ancient counsel in mind. No matter how dynasties change or who assumes power, our family practices medicine as its calling. Never associate with the military, police, guards, or secret services. Neither provoke them nor befriend them too closely. Yet here he had somehow entangled himself with a great Ming secret police chief. Since the connection was made, perhaps it could prove useful in future. This channel should be reported to the intelligence department upon his return. It might yield intelligence leads. Elder brother has also agreed to handle our consignment sales now. This is all thanks to you," Yang Shixiang said enthusiastically. "Our medicines have established a foothold. Just in Foshan alone, we can sell several thousand boxes annually." He added with some concern, "But with Master Li's order, our raw materials won't suffice." The Transmigrator Group's orders, Li Loyu's order, plus inventory for Yangrenkai Hall combined, they exceeded their supply of expensive and common ingredients alike. Even emptying the shop's entire stock wouldn't be enough. Liu San didn't hesitate. "I have more money." He withdrew 2 additional notes. "Tomorrow, speak with Yang Shi. Get all the ingredients gathered, order double the quantity needed." Yang Shixiang shook his head vigorously. "Getting enough is fine, but extra just ties up capital." Liu San shook his head. "Shixiang, you need broader vision. A few thousand boxes, what's that? We're aiming for tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of boxes. Little Foshan is merely our first step." "Hundreds of thousands of boxes," Yang Shixiang exclaimed. "Where would such buyers come from?" Liu San thought this shopkeeper Yang truly had a dull commercial mind, perhaps too long in backwater lingo. Do you really think all of Foshan, one of the 4 great towns, can only move a few thousand boxes yearly? I'd estimate Foshan alone can handle 40 or 50,000 boxes of plague-repelling powder. Add Guangzhou, and 100,000 annually presents no problem. Yang Shixiang shook his head skeptically. Dr. Liu, though Foshan and Guangzhou have large populations, most are poor folk. Few can afford safety medicines. Foshan's foundry and kiln workers are numerous and they'll be heavy users, Liu San countered. The workers are poor, can't afford it, so we make it affordable. Whatever else lives matter. How can we make it affordable? Yang Shixiang puzzled. Even at a 5 fen profit margin, 1 bottle of plague-repelling powder costs 120 wen in Wanli coin. Workers earn 2 or 3 taels monthly at most. How can they manage? I'm thinking 10 wen, Liu San said. 10 wen, Yang Shixiang nearly jumped up. We'd lose money on every sale. We won't. Liu San picked up a medicine bottle. 50 grams of plague-repelling powder in here. He recalled Yang wouldn't understand metric measures. That's about 1 liang plus. We shrink the packaging 3 grams per dose, use bamboo tubes instead of porcelain bottles. Smaller specifications, cheaper packaging materials, common tactics in the modern business world but novel for pharmacies of this era. Yang Shixiang acknowledged the idea was clever, though it felt somewhat devious. At 10 wen per dose, everyone can afford it. Liu San continued. We're not selling plague-repelling powder for sick people to take. It's a daily summer medicine. People enjoy using it, so they keep using it. This is called cultivating consumer habits, making it habitual, precisely. Liu San pointed to the tea on the table. Take tea from the emperor down to destitute commoners. Anyone with provisions for tomorrow includes it among life's 7 necessities. Without tea, would people die? No, this is consumer habit. Foshan has many foundry and kiln workers. Make it cheap and useful and they'll naturally buy. Yang Shixiang felt enlightened. Just like rich families taking tonics. Exactly. Rich families take tonics. Laborers and farmers can use safety medicines too. Who doesn't wish to be free of illness and disaster? Correct, correct. Yang Shixiang's excitement mingled with worry. But even at 10 wen per box, if people don't trust it, sales won't develop quickly. We'd need a year or 2 of slow cultivation before word of mouth brings substantial sales. Slow cultivation works, but we cannot wait, Liu San said. We'll build the brand ourselves, so initially we give medicine away. I understand that approach, Yang Shixiang answered calmly. All pharmacies occasionally donate herbal teas. It's charity but doesn't much help sales. Liu San smiled. I said earlier, we need to cultivate consumer habits. Waiting for people to discover our medicine on their own takes a year or 2. We give it away directly so they immediately know its benefits. Yang Shixiang asked, if we give freely, wouldn't that become a bottomless pit? Free goods would cause a stampede. I've considered that too, Liu San said. First, distribute at Yangrenkai Hall's counter to customers filling prescriptions, plus samples to drug wholesalers. Second, we organize people to visit foundries and kiln sites directly, distributing to the workers. That works. Yang Shixiang nodded repeatedly. Once distributed in those places, business will naturally grow. Liu San continued enthusiastically. As for huge marching powder, I plan to donate some as well. Donate to where? Naturally, the examination halls, Liu San said. Whether for county examinations, prefectural examinations, or provincial examinations, we'll send people to distribute huge marching powder to the examination candidates. Have you been inside an examination compound? No, Yang Shixiang shook his head. I hear they're extremely cramped, barely room for one's body. The examination cells, you can't stand straight or lie fully extended. Most scholars aren't robust. Examinations mostly fall in spring and summer. Hundreds, thousands of people crammed in such spaces for 9 days. In bad weather, many contract epidemic illness. With marching powder, their safety is assured. Scholars' words carry weight, everyone trusts them, Liu San continued. They come from all directions. From small county examinations to provincial examinations, all scholars who attend will know our medicine. This kind of effect cannot be bought with any amount of silver spent plastering advertisements everywhere. Truly, Yang Shixiang laughed. Dr. Liu, who knew that besides superior medical skill, you're also amazingly talented at business. Ideas no one else would conceive of, you think of. Why don't we form a partnership? Open a branch right here in Foshan. If we leave everything to my elder brother, I won't feel comfortable. Liu San thought. This is exactly what I've been waiting for. Partnership we can discuss slowly upon return. I share the same intention, Liu San said. But a Foshan branch should wait. Your elder brother just agreed to help with consignment. We need him to distribute our medicines regionally. Best not to offend him. I suggest establishing a representative office instead. Representative office. Right, like officials maintaining liaison quarters at their superiors' posts. Liu San explained. Donating, promoting, these activities required guarding against Yang Shi taking credit. Better to handle them personally. Select 1 or 2 capable, trustworthy clerks to station here permanently, specifically managing donations, promotions, deliveries, accounting, and purchasing. They wouldn't even need shop premises. Such a clerk carries heavy responsibility. Not anyone can handle it. Yang Shixiang considered. This person had to be honest, loyal, and able to navigate social situations. After thinking through his staff, only Liu Benchen seemed suitable. But Liu Benchen was the head clerk at the shop. Transferring him to Foshan would deprive him of an important right hand in Lingao. I think Liu Benchen would work, Liu San said. He's the only suitable one, Yang Shixiang said reluctantly. But then I'd lose an effective manager. Ha ha, Liu San laughed aloud. Shixiang, again I must say your vision is too narrow. How much business can Runchitang have in Lingao City? Just handling retail prescriptions and preparing some medicines. Liu the manager is already underemployed. Yang Shixiang realized this was true. Given Runchitang's business volume, they had more clerks than necessary. Transferring one Liu Benchen wouldn't affect operations. He agreed. The two then discussed partnership details. Runchitang had been Yang Shixiang's sole ownership. Now it would convert to 10 shares. Liu San invested 400 taels of silver plus several validated formulas for 4.5 shares. Yang Shixiang contributed Runchitang's signboard, shop building, raw materials, inventory, all assets movable and immovable, for 5 shares. Shop employees collectively held 0.5 shares. They drafted the contract immediately, stipulating that neither party could privately transfer their shares without the other's consent. Upon transfer, the partner held right of first refusal. Yang Shixiang felt he now had important backing. Though Runchitang had sold half its shares, it would certainly develop substantially from now on. The Runchitang signboard, never particularly bright, could finally be polished up. Thinking of his father, who had struggled so hard in Lingao only to die disappointed running a struggling little pharmacy, he felt vindicated. He said to Liu San earnestly, Dr. Liu, you're now a Runchitang proprietor too. Why don't we become sworn brothers? Liu San readily agreed. Such rapport building with local natives through sworn brotherhood had executive committee approval, provided the person was useful. Brother Liu, after exchanging oaths, Yang Shixiang changed his form of address. Plague-repelling powder and marching powder are nearly settled, but a pharmacy cannot survive on one trick. What other plans does Brother Liu have? End of chapter. Chapter 364, The Foshan Journey, Part 17, Business. We actually have more than we can handle. It's merely a matter of choosing to pursue it or not. With the acquisition settled, Liu San was in excellent spirits. Never mind anything else, just the industries under our executive committee alone. How much medicine would they require? Without waiting for a reply, he continued. Right now the security brigade alone has over 1,000 men plus many long-term laborers. All told, we're looking at over 10,000 people. Don't these people need medical treatment and medicine? That all depends on Brother's guidance. I'm a half-owner now. How could I not give my utmost? Liu San smiled. Rest assured, Anything involving the Australians, I shall arrange it. The Second Avenue, Liu San continued, depends on your cousin. Do you know what Qiangzhou produces abundantly in terms of medicinal materials? Naturally, areca nut and alpinia. Yang Shixiang was quite familiar with local medicinal products. Exactly. These two products will leave areca nut aside for now. Major buyers in Qiangzhou specialize in purchasing it. We needn't compete with them and sour relations. But alpinia is currently overlooked. Wild plants grow in Lingao and Danju. We can also cultivate some ourselves. After our own processing, we can sell through your cousin's distribution. There's another revenue stream. And then there are tonics, Liu San said. I noticed Yangrenkai Hall's prepared medicines seem to specialize in tonics. Speaking of that, our ancestors built the family fortune on various tonics, Yang Shixiang said. Pity that by my father's generation there was no room to develop in Lingao. All that knowledge fell into disuse. Since the formulas still exist, restoration should be straightforward. Lingao may lack tonic buyers, but Guangdong has plenty. Then we cannot let Yangrenkai Hall distribute, there'd be direct conflict. Those formulas exist in both our hands. No need for their distribution. We'll find other agents in Guangzhou. Or we simply open our own branch there, but that's for later. Yang Shixiang hesitated. Brother, there's something I don't know if I should say. What is it? Brother, don't you feel these past few years the great Ming has shown signs of chaos? His voice dropped nearly to a mosquito's buzz. Tonics are for peaceful, prosperous times, Liu San already knew. Starting this very year, the Ming court would be caught in an alternating cycle of peasant rebellions and later Jin invasions, with national affairs deteriorating daily, embarking on the road to collapse. But Yang Shixiang wasn't a transmigrator. From his small corner of Lingao, he couldn't possibly grasp the whole picture. What makes you say that? Yang Shixiang sighed. These past days visiting relatives, colleagues, and my father's old friends, everyone shakes their heads when discussing conditions elsewhere. Constant floods and droughts. I hear Shanxi suffered severe famine this spring. People are eating each other. The starving are rioting everywhere, besieging prefectures and attacking counties. The government troops suffered a great defeat. A general surnamed Gao perished. Someone has even proclaimed himself a false king. Shanxi is far from here. That may be, but other places aren't peaceful either, Yang Shixiang said. I also hear troops mutinied in the capital over back pay, actually building stockades at the capital gates demanding full wages. Is that any way to behave? We've been in Lingao, somewhat oblivious. But traveling here, though Guangdong still appears peaceful, there are more vagrants everywhere than I've ever seen. Liu San smiled inwardly. Yang Shixiang wasn't wrong. But upon reflection, this group of cropped hairs from across the sea had brazenly built forts in Lingao, levying grain and conscripting labor, with local officials helpless to stop them. Wasn't that also a major sign of chaos? Yet Yang Shixiang, being in the thick of it and even sensing some peaceful prosperity in Lingao, simply hadn't recognized it. Clearly the transmigrator group's rule in Lingao had gained initial acceptance. Don't worry, Liu San consoled. At least Guangdong's situation appears far from deteriorating. Besides, even in chaotic times, there's chaotic times business to be done. How would that work? Yang Shixiang asked. Liu San said, don't worry about business. Local disturbances, so long as the government survives, will stabilize. Once stable, there's aftermath to handle. As they say, after military chaos, great plague follows. Refugees, hungry early, cold late, unfamiliar with local conditions. When they fall ill, they must buy medicine. If things truly become unmanageable, we retreat to Lingao. Yes, Lingao can always maintain local peace. Yang Shixiang seemed to have accepted transmigrator-ruled Lingao as a land of safety. Their plans settled, Yang Shixiang went to visit his cousin to discuss specific consignment arrangements. After Lin Ming's banquet, Yang Shi's attitude had completely transformed. Seeing his cousin arrive, he showered him with warm greetings. Consignment details were quickly finalized, wholesale and retail prices set by Runchitang. Yangrenkai Hall handled distribution with a one price, no negotiation policy, no bargaining, no discounts, no markups. Yangrenkai Hall took a fixed commission per unit as a handling fee. Runchitang would separately pay sales bonuses to the sales clerks to encourage volume. Sales revenue would be settled at the 3 major festivals, with no delayed payments permitted. Runchitang would establish a Foshan representative office with a dedicated agent handling sales, delivery, and purchasing matters. Expenses would be borne by Runchitang. The parties also agreed on 3 prohibitions: no private meetings between their personnel, no mutual hospitality, no borrowing between staffs. Traditional commercial enterprises maintained extreme vigilance against employee corruption. Thanks to Lin Ming's face, Yang Shi's commission demands were quite reasonable, not the lion's den demands Yang Shixiang had anticipated. Though Yang Shi felt somewhat aggrieved, seeing his cousin place a large cash order for medicines provided some compensation. The two parted on excellent terms. Even the future Runchitang consignment of Alpinia seeds was discussed and agreed upon. Yang Shi privately marveled, who would have thought his seemingly useless cousin had become so capable. Clearly this Lingao physician, Liu San, was no ordinary man. Liu San, meanwhile, wandered around Foshan pharmacies window shopping. Wherever prepared medicines were sold, familiar or unknown, he purchased several doses of each for human trials back home. He also used the excuse of expanding production to recruit several unemployed pharmacy clerks through Yang Shi's introductions, purchasing various traditional medicine processing equipment, slicing knives, processing pots and vessels. Huang Tianyu's worker recruitment also progressed well. He took Gao Dai and Chen Tong to several tea houses where kiln workers gathered seeking employment, recruiting several men. Through these contacts, they located more unemployed kiln workers. Many being currently without work, recruitment proceeded smoothly. Soon they had 50 or 60 kiln workers of various trades willing to relocate to Lingao. Huang Tianyu accepted all comers, including older workers that kilns rejected. These possessed valuable experience. They were only around 50. Nutritional supplements after reaching Lingao would transform them into excellent technical workers. Foundry workers proved more difficult to recruit. Currently, work was plentiful. Skilled workers weren't eager to venture to unfamiliar Lingao. Despite Huang and Dai's efforts, he mostly found basic laborers. Even these proved reluctant. After several days of effort, they recruited only about 10 men. Huang Tianyu was disappointed. On a rainy day, he simply sat in a tea house drinking tea while Huang and Dai braved the downpour to continue searching. This tea house was extremely humble, really just a small room with a large bamboo shed extension and a dirt floor. They sold only coarse tea and even lower-grade stalks and leaf dust, but prices were rock bottom. Even day laborers could afford to linger over tea there for half a day. Cheap tea and good information made it a gathering spot for unemployed workers seeking jobs. Huang Tianyu drank his tea absently, following others' example by purchasing a packet of areca nut, little leaf-wrapped bundles with dark contents inside. He chewed one. Immediately a rush hit his brain, head spinning with an almost drunk sensation. He needed a while to steady himself. "What's good about this stuff?" Huang Tianyu muttered. "It aids digestion and dispels dampness," Gao Dai said beside him, red-mouthed from enthusiastically chewing areca. Huang Tianyu was about to comment when Huang and Dai walked in, removing his dripping rain cape. "Master," he bowed respectfully, "speak freely at the table." "Yes." Huang and Dai propped his umbrella by the table and sat down. "I just visited a tea house. Didn't find suitable foundry masters but made another discovery." "I don't know if master might need it." "What kind of craftsman?" "A wheelwright." "What?" Huang Tianyu couldn't help shouting, drawing looks from those nearby. He quickly lowered his voice. "A wheelwright." "Yes." Huang and Dai didn't understand his excitement. "That's right." Huang Tianyu was naturally excited. The wheel problem had been a constant headache for the industry committee. Aside from rail cars, ordinary hand carts and horse carts faced ongoing wheel manufacturing issues. Wheel-making required specialized skills. The industry committee had capable people who had managed to produce wheels, but at very low efficiency and consuming technical personnel. So they relied heavily on rubber wheels brought from the future. With spare wheels dwindling and cart demand ever growing, rubber production being decades away, finding wheelwrights capable of producing qualified wooden wheels had become urgent. Unfortunately, the South relied mainly on boats and carrying poles, with little cart usage. Wheelwrights were virtually non-existent here. End of chapter. Chapter 365. The Foshan Journey, Part 18. The Lijiu Sugar Company had recently located wheelwrights in Lijiu. Nearly every sugarcane farmer there possessed ox carts. But the wheelwrights they found specialized in making spokeless plank-type wheels for local sugarcane transport carts. These had decent load-bearing capacity but were far too heavy and clumsy, completely unsuitable for their purposes. What kind of wheels does he make? With spokes or without? Without spokes, can it still be called a wheel? Huang Ende asked in puzzlement. The man he'd found was named Bao Lei, who ran a wheelwright shop in Foshan. Bao Lei wasn't a local, a drifter from the north who had settled in Foshan over 20 years ago. Theoretically speaking, Bao Lei was a fugitive. His family had been government artisans for generations, specifically making vehicles for the military, with exceptional wheel-making skills. In the Great Ming, being a government artisan was hereditary, a form of forced labor instituted by Zhu Yuanzhang, not a benefit. Unlike this era, where people schemed to join power companies for high wages and benefits, in the Ming, a government artisan's status was barely better than a slave's. Bao Lei had grown up in such a government artisan family, inheriting ancestral wheelwright skills. But he soon realized the truth in the saying that being a government artisan was like being a government slave. Actually, government artisans were worse off. Slave owners at least fed their slaves enough to work. Government artisans were nearly starving. So one day, Bao Lei simply fled. His escape wasn't dramatic, no barbed wire to scale or walls to climb. One day he bundled up his meager belongings, loaded them onto a handcart he'd made himself, and walked away with his family. No one asked where he was going. After a while, the perfunctory officials simply added his family to the missing list. Abandoning artisan registration without paying substitute fees equaled desertion. But in the Ming, this was no longer unusual. Still, Bao Lei's family felt nervous enough to flee all the way to Guangdong, the southernmost extent of their mental map. Had they known there was a Qiangzhou even further south, they might have gone to Hainan Island. Life after escape wasn't much easier. He discovered that people here didn't use many carts. Despite possessing excellent skills, business was always slow. Fortunately, Foshan's commerce was developed enough to support a few cart shops, so he managed to scrape by. Now Bao Lei's situation had grown desperate. Somehow the government had suddenly remembered him. With cannon casting underway all across Guangdong, demand for gun carriages had surged. Every craftsman with any connection to cart making was being conscripted. Bao Lei's entire family was caught up in it. He and his sons were all drafted. Even his eldest son, who had completed his apprenticeship and was working as a journeyman at a fellow tradesman's shop in Guangzhou, was inexplicably conscripted to Foshan for a forced father-son reunion. Since they're conscripted artisans, how can we take them away? Don't worry, master. They bought their release, Huang Ende said quietly. Working day and night making gun carriages here, they don't earn a single Tianqi coin, and even their meals are stinted. Many have died. Bao Lei sold his Foshan shop and all his possessions, bribed the supervisors, and managed to escape. Escaping was one thing, but it left him penniless, a lifetime savings gone. His eldest son Bao Boking at least had somewhere to go, back to his former shop in Guangzhou to work. Hard labor, but survival. Bao Lei, his wife, and younger son were homeless with nowhere to turn. These past days they've been living in a ruined temple. Father and son take carpenter jobs in the market. They're barely hanging on. They'd all be willing to follow master to Lingao. When Huang Ende brought Bao Lei over, Huang Tianyu studied the man before him. He looked like the local people they'd seen at the Lingao refugee quarantine camp, thin and shriveled, skin rough from years of labor, eyes murky and dull. For a moment, Huang Tianyu thought he was blind. The man appeared ancient. Huang Ende said Bao Lei was about 50, already 1 foot in the grave by this era's standards. "You're Bao Lei?" "Yes, this humble one is Bao Lei." Bao Lei displayed the sluggishness of long-suffering laborers. "You're a wheelwright." "Yes, this humble one makes wheels." Bao Lei added, "General carpentry too. Willing to go to Lingao?" "Willing," Bao Lei nodded. "If master will feed me, that's enough." "Any other requests?" Bao Lei's request was simple: hire his younger son too. That way the whole family would have food. Huang Tianyu agreed readily, even offering to bring his wife. Lingao had plenty of work for women. After taking in Bao Lei's family, Huang Tianyu used his connections to recruit over a dozen more craftsmen who had bought their way out of conscription or escaped. Various trades, all cart-related, almost enough to staff a complete vehicle workshop. Skilled foundry workers remained elusive, but at least they'd assembled a full wheelwright crew, extremely useful for the industry committee. Workers recruited in Foshan and purchased materials were all arranged for transport through Kvass branch office. Liu San busied himself with visits and entertaining. Since Lin Ming's banquet, he'd suddenly become a local celebrity. Liu San and Yang Shixiang happily socialized everywhere. Such commercial connections were always beneficial. "Dr. Liu has been visiting pharmacies all over these past days," the clerk reported. "Any shop with prepared medicines, he buys some of everything, familiar or unknown. He purchases several doses of each." This humble one observed him labeling each with notes. "The purpose is unclear." LowYield sat in his study, listening to a junior clerk report on Yang Shixiang and Liu San's activities. His interest in these few people far exceeded his interest in Lin Ming. The shopkeeper Huang traveling with Dr. Liu never visits pharmacies. He only frequents kilns and foundries, lingering in tea houses. His men are recruiting workers everywhere. Recruiting. LowYield had been listening attentively. This caught his particular attention. This humble one inquired, apparently they'll take any trade: pharmacy clerks, kiln workers, foundry workers, carpenters, wheelwrights. They accept even workers too old and weak for other employers. They even offer to bring families along. In traditional commerce, larger establishments had employees living at the shop. Staff weren't allowed to go home at night. They received a few days off monthly, sometimes only annually. Those from far away might visit home once every 3 years. This applied from ordinary clerks to head managers. None were exempt unless they were proprietors. So allowing families to accompany workers was quite unusual. LowYield nodded and tipped the clerk 5 kyan of silver, then dismissed him. Clearly, the Australians were building workshops and factories in Lingao, hence this indiscriminate recruitment. The so-called Australian goods were actually Lingao goods, or soon would be. Allowing families to accompany workers was meant to help them settle in Lingao and prevent escape. "I'd quite like to see what concoction they're brewing in Lingao." "Selling medicine," Quark Qiang's voice came from outside. He had just returned from examining newly delivered silk samples, selecting several. "Yes, someone's looking to sell medicine," LowYield said. "You've made your selections." "Done." Quark Qiang had limited capital, the typical small English merchant crossing oceans with a few £100 seeking fortune. Quite shrewd, he always carefully selected from LowYild's stock, taking only goods with maximum profit potential. LowYield used him to connect with the English East India Company and even England itself. Trading solely with the Portuguese no longer satisfied him. As for the Manila Spanish, LowYield found them thoroughly repugnant. They behaved exactly like the Jurchens, crude and barbaric, endlessly oppressing and exploiting Chinese while maintaining constant hostility and suspicion. Practically indistinguishable from the Jurchens. The Wanliira Manila massacre still rankled, so he never touched the Manila trade. Quark Qiang's direct England connection also opened possibilities for purchasing European books and instruments. The Jesuits could provide such things too, but obviously wouldn't procure books the church disliked. Protestant England was considerably more tolerant. You must be discussing those Australians. Precisely. LowYield smiled. These Australians are constantly full of surprises. He shared the clerk's intelligence. Building forts in Lingao wasn't enough. Now it appears they're establishing factories too, recruiting tradespeople regardless of specialty. So-called Australian goods are really Lingao goods, at least they soon will be. Quark Kiang listened, then shook his head. The Australians probably aren't here merely for trade. This looks more like colonization. Colonization? LowYield was startled. He understood something of colonization, essentially immigrant settlement. Impossible, he shook his head. Colonization requires seeking out vast wilderness, like that place you mentioned before called what, Ameju? America, Quark Kiang said. Right. I hear the land there is fertile and completely unpopulated except for some savages. Immigrating there for settlement makes sense. But Lingao is a great Ming county, part of imperial territory since the Han Dynasty. Where's the need for outsiders to colonize? That's difficult to say, Quark Kiang mused. I hear they share language and race with China. Perhaps they feel entitled. End of chapter. Chapter 366, The Foshan Journey Part 19. There is such a theory, only the language isn't quite similar. LowYield recalled Liu San's strange Mandarin. Suddenly something stirred in his mind. Liu San's Mandarin pronunciation bore a certain resemblance to that of Liaodonghan Chinese. He frowned. Still, if they mean to colonize and settle, aren't they afraid the court will dispatch troops to exterminate them? And that county magistrate in Lingao must be a complete winebag and rice sack. What manner of incompetent is running that place? He slapped the table in frustration. Mr. Li, please don't get agitated, Quark Kiang said. The Australians should harbor no hostile intentions. We've heard nothing of them harming maritime trade. You know, with their iron ships, robbing coastal merchants would be quite easy. That's true. Look, you even purchased their medicines. The Australians don't seem malicious. They observe rules and order around here. They're decent merchants. Quark Kiang spoke with enthusiasm. I'd very much like to trade with them. You'll certainly have ample opportunity to trade with them. LowYield had no doubt about this. But I still don't know what they want, Quark Kiang said with some regret. They need medicinal ingredients, but they've already signed contracts with shopkeeper Yang. If I knew what they required most, I could bring a cargo when we visit Lingao next month. You truly are a shrewd merchant, LowYield smiled. I believe they need iron and coal, especially coal. Why? My clerk reported the craftsmen they're recruiting are mainly ceramic workers and founders. Both require coal. I recall Lingao produces no coal. Coal? Quark Kiang shook his head regretfully. Too dirty and I've no source. He thought a moment. How about pig iron if they've recruited founders? That's possible. LowYield thought this Englishman reacted quickly. I believe they also need cloth. Quark Kiang thought of the Indian cotton cloth he'd shipped from Surat, still sitting in LowYild's warehouse with little sold. Suddenly he remembered something. Mr. Li, Quark Kiang asked, do you truly intend to establish a foundry? Yes. LowYield found this puzzling. Hadn't they discussed this matter just days ago? But as I see it, manufacturing firearms isn't a lucrative business. Correct. LowYield calculated mentally. Looking purely at profit-making, casting cannons wasn't an attractive venture, troublesome, tedious, requiring government dealings. Dealing with the government meant costs that might far exceed the project investment itself. And the Ming government was notoriously stingy about paying for national uses. Its procurement was essentially robbery. The Ming's licensed merchant procurement system required all trade shops to rotate mandatory service purchasing goods for the government. Funds were nominally provided but rarely paid in full. How much depended on the official's character, with enormous room for manipulation, prime opportunities for officials to profit. Shortfalls were borne by the rotating merchants. Moreover, by mid-dynasty, government procurement prices often remained at Zhu Yuanzhang era rates, unchanged for 1 or 2 centuries. Even if the government paid every yuan, merchants suffered enormous losses. Merchants feared government power and could only absorb the losses. Years of this system had made commercial citizens cry in desperation. Wealthy merchants with connections escaped through bribery. Middle and small merchants without resources often faced bankruptcy and ruin. The court recognized the accumulated abuses and made adjustments, changing licensed merchant procurement to commissioned merchant procurement. But despite the name change, local governments continued operating as they pleased. LowYield knew the current Foshan cannon casting was nominally commissioned merchant procurement, but how much this commissioned procurement would actually pay remained highly uncertain. He possessed some standing in Lingao and a few court officials for backing. Local officials wouldn't brazenly underpay him, but indefinite delays were quite likely. "Quark," LowYield sighed. "You know, if I merely wanted to make money, any business here would be easier and more profitable than manufacturing firearms for the court. But the court needs these weapons to suppress local rebellions and fight the barbarians beyond the passes. These barbarians are no less savage than the Mongols. They're pressing ever southward toward the court's final defense line. I cannot imagine." LowYield cradled his head. Memories of the Guangning evacuation chaos flooded back, dizziness washing over him. The scene of these barbarians entering the Central Plains, it would mean the destruction of Chinese civilization. He glanced at Quark Kiang. The Englishman's gray-blue eyes were fixed on him. Quark Kiang had never seen this great merchant so agitated. But his comparison of the barbarians to Mongols was something the Englishman fully understood. Mongols, destroyers of civilization. By then, China would degenerate into something like present-day Russia, a barbarous country that others mock. LowYield said quietly, "I must do everything in my power to prevent that day from coming." Quark Kiang possessed no visceral understanding of the later Jin, but witnessing LowYild's patriotic devotion, he felt moved. "I understand," Quark Kiang nodded. "This isn't merely a business venture," he continued. "Mr. Li, how then do you plan to establish this foundry?" "Naturally, I'll hire local foremen who will recruit local craftsmen," LowYield said. "I know nothing of casting and smelting techniques." "Mr. Li, have you considered hiring English craftsmen and building a workshop entirely according to English methods?" "English methods?" "Yes," Quark Kiang nodded. "Though I haven't seen local foundries, since the court so values English East India Company ship cannons as superior weapons. Clearly firearms technology here lags behind Europe considerably." "True. In this regard, our technology is indeed more backward." In LowYild's view, China was resource-rich but technologically increasingly obsolescent. Especially having traded in Guangdong and frequently sailing to Southeast Asia, seeing European full-rigged ships with towering sides and rows of gun ports, though clumsy in coastal waters, on the high seas their handling and speed far surpassed traditional Guangzhou or Fujian vessels. This gap had troubled LowYield deeply. He wasn't given to self-deprecation, but he could feel the great Ming growing stagnant and decadent in many areas. Now Quark Kiang was proposing European manufacturing methods for cannons. LowYield was intrigued. What exactly does a European foundry look like? Specialized iron heating furnaces, boring machines, drilling equipment, blower furnaces, all water-wheel powered. He added, "We can also cast hollow explosive shells. And matchlock muskets superior to any your court possesses." "These?" LowYield was startled. "This machinery, must it be purchased from England, and the craftsmen recruited from Europe?" "For machinery, aside from a few specialized items, most can be substituted locally or manufactured on-site without great difficulty. Just a few European craftsmen for guidance would suffice." Father Ma mentioned that Chinese casting workers are no worse than European craftsmen. With guidance, they'll perform even better. LowYield hesitated. This was a deeply tempting idea. Such a foundry, once operational, would outclass all current Western cannon imitation workshops, and according to Quark Kiang, production efficiency would be high. But such a workshop would require far greater investment than local foundries, plus complications involving foreigners entering China. Government officials might not prove cooperative, and if court orders were limited or prices insufficient, such a heavily invested foundry might lose everything. He voiced these concerns. Sales won't be a problem, Quark Kiang said. In all of East and Southeast Asia, only Macau and Goa can cast European-style cannons, both with very low output, but places wanting firearms aren't few. Not just China, Siam and the Lair dynasty are also building foundries and manufacturing weapons. If the Chinese court doesn't buy, selling to them would suffice to keep the workshop operating. This, if we lose here, we gain there, thinking offered a possible way forward. But English craftsmen and equipment, LowYield said, round trip would take at least a year and a half. Generously speaking, 2 years, but if you're manufacturing firearms at scale, that's not particularly long. Quark Kiang shrugged. Once built, a workshop can operate for many years. Quark Kiang volunteered. If this could be decided, he would immediately write to friends at the Surat English trading post, asking them to return to England and arrange everything. LowYield considered the proposal carefully and found it feasible. However, until your equipment and craftsmen set foot on Chinese soil, I won't pay you a thing, LowYield said. You may first calculate your costs and anticipated profits from this trade, then provide me a quote. For Quark Kiang, this represented an enormous opportunity but also enormous risk. If his purchased equipment sank en route to China, all his upfront investment would be completely lost. After careful deliberation, the Englishman nodded. Agreed. I shall give you a price within a few days. End of chapter. Chapter 367. The Foshan Journey, Part 20. Liu San's Foshan expedition could only be called a triumphant return. Not only had he secured sufficient raw materials for summer medicines, he'd also procured a treasury of precious ingredients rarely found in Lingao or even the whole of Kiangju. Musk, bezoar, and rhinoceros horn chief among them. The musk was particularly noteworthy, all of it sourced from Dongsha of Henan, a firm whose reputation for genuine goods was legendary. Liu San had previously glimpsed samples of this brand's musk only in university reference collections. To see it now with his own eyes, to actually purchase it, his excitement was considerable. Even the coveted Pian Zai Huang was obtained. This medicine sold through a Foshan pharmacy at stratospheric prices. 1 tael of silver bought only a sliver. Even so, Liu San attempted to purchase more, only to be refused. Stock was limited, with a 5-piece limit per customer. If we sold it all to you, sir, what would people with emergencies do? The clerk's refusal was firm but not unkind. This medicine saves lives. Liu San departed somewhat dejected, though he couldn't help but admire this traditional commercial ethic. As for Chinese medicine processing equipment, he acquired countless items. Then there were the many pharmacy clerks recruited. Yang Shixian grew somewhat alarmed. Granted, Runchitang had completed several substantial deals, but surely such quantities of manpower and equipment were excessive. Elder brother, before long you'll find we haven't enough. Liu San's smile radiated supreme confidence. Yang Shixian considered counseling restraint, then reflected. Though this man was agreeable and they'd become sworn brothers, he was an out-and-out cropped head, and every cropped head displayed supreme self-confidence. Understandable, given their accomplishments. He thought of how his fortunes had steadily improved since befriending this Dr. Liu. Even his business dealings had become remarkably smooth. Yang Shixian didn't know Li Yongsun's affair was pure coincidence. He assumed Liu San held hidden cards, played only when seeing his sworn brother face resistance. His admiration for these Australians now bordered on reverence. As long as the Australians remained in Lingao, his business would surely prosper evermore. Yang Shixian could feel this in his bones. Before departing Foshan, there was naturally more socializing. Hearing of their departure, Yang clan elders each hosted a farewell banquet. Even Lin Ming sent gifts. 3 days of farewell wine flowed before they finally set out. From Foshan to Guangzhou was merely a few dozen li by water. Liu San's party didn't need to escort goods themselves. The 7 or 8 masters and servants hired a river clipper for the return journey. Kvass handled all arrangements, and by the standards of this era, the trip was remarkably convenient and comfortable. The connections at every stage were astonishingly precise, so much so that Liu San grew suspicious. Did Kvass have hidden radio transmitters? Nothing unusual about it, replied the full escort. Yes, that was the exact term, not armed escort, since this man's job wasn't bodyguard work. All by carrier pigeon, he explained. Using their year-old network, Kvass had integrated its branches, way stations, cart shops, boat services, and warehouses into a unified whole. At major junctions throughout the province, they'd established relay stations. Information was transmitted by carrier pigeon 3 times daily, morning, noon, and evening. Not as reliable as telephone or telegraph, but remarkably accurate for the times. Reaching Guangzhou, they boarded the Guangjia. The Foshan purchased medicines had already arrived at Kvass's pier warehouse. The escort handed over the warehouse receipt. Liu San and Yang Shixiang verified nothing was missing or damaged, stamped the form, and loaded the ship. Even Liu San was impressed by the seamless efficiency. The party took the Gao-Guang shipping line back to Lingao. As they entered port, they noticed the newly renovated passenger pier already had fences erected, along with several new stone buildings. Several people in naval uniforms stood watch at the fence. After descending the gangplank, they realized these dark-skinned natives weren't Navy at all. Each wore an armband reading, "Customs." How novel, Liu San remarked. Though he'd known customs was established during the institutional restructuring, and that a man named Ma Jia had been appointed customs chief, customs had always maintained a weak presence among transmigrators. For quite a while, the Customs Bureau had consisted of only Ma Jia plus 1 native customs officer. Ma Jia had painfully discovered his impressive-sounding customs had nothing to do. First, transmigrator imports and exports required neither duty nor tonnage tax. The Naval Department was the local maritime hegemon, and the 1/5 tribute from fishermen fell outside their purview. As for the few merchants trading in Lingao, the Trade Department had adopted tax-free policies to encourage them. Besides, most were petty traders with little worth taxing. Ma Jia looked at his carefully drafted customs law and customs tariffs and could only sigh to the heavens. Equally downcast was Fu Bowen. Yes, the 9th-rank minor military officer and Bo Pu patrol inspector who had fled into the county town after D-Day. This petty official had lost all face and could no longer remain in the city. Under County Magistrate Wu's stern prodding, Fu Bowen neither dared resist nor was willing to lose his rice bowl. After much hesitation, he reluctantly returned to Bo Pu. The cropped-head rebels were surprisingly generous. They welcomed his return, part of a private agreement between parties. The Transmigrator Collective honored the treaty, restoring his original patrol inspector building, even leaving the installed glass windows intact. Electricity was gone, but they generously provided a gas lamp. Even his 12-archer establishment was restored, though restored warranted quotation marks. The transmigrators had provided a ready-made 12-man squad. Fu Bowen knew none of them. All were transmigrator-selected men who essentially served Ma Jia. This squad brazenly moved into the patrol inspector station, drawing patrol inspector pay. Fu Bowen wisely gave them no orders. Thus the transmigrator customs and the Ming patrol inspector coexisted in one place, essentially 2 signs sharing one staff. All current taxation and passenger inspection was conducted under the Bo Pu patrol inspector's name. Fu Bowen was like certain nominal leaders, merely signing papers without handling actual operations. Fu Bowen understood his position perfectly. He was a hollow figurehead, surrounded by hostile territory, especially after his recent trip home, where he personally witnessed rows of head boxes displayed at the county gate. Those names that once made children cry and cities close their gates, now their heads were neatly displayed in wooden cages on poles, grimacing while crows pecked at them. These cropped heads could eliminate even the most troublesome bandits, What was a small county city to them? Fu Bowen simply went with the flow. Each morning he drank tea, practiced swordplay, read books, and perused the cropped head's newspaper. Meals were taken at the Bopu cafeteria, decent food, sometimes accompanied by excellent wine, better than county wine shops. He developed a taste for convenient paper cigarettes, abandoning his old dry tobacco pipe entirely. He arranged for family members to exchange some of his monthly salary for Lingao grain circulation vouchers. Before he knew it, this spending kept growing until his meager salary could barely cover it. At such points, Ma Jia would discreetly provide some vouchers. Fu Bowen accepted without qualms. Accepting money was official custom after all. Ma Jia himself seemed idle. Besides drafting various customs regulations and maritime law provisions, he occasionally visited Fu Bowen's station, part of his assignment, monitoring this Ming minor official stationed at such a sensitive transmigrator location. On this particular day, Ma Jia and Fu Bowen were playing chess. Midway through the game, a customs officer burst in. "Chief Ma, cargo's arrived." "Cargo?" Ma Jia leapt up. Cargo arrived meant large taxable shipments, a first for Bopu Customs. "No tax exemption certificate." "None," I asked the Guangjia crew. "The shipper is the owner of Runchitang in the county town. The cargo was imported from Foshan, worth a fortune, all medicines." "Stay calm," Ma Jia ordered. "Have Jian meet me at the pier." Jian had recently been promoted from among ordinary transmigrators. With 10 years as a customs broker, he understood import-export procedures far better than the regulation quoting Ma Jia. "Master Fu, I'll return shortly." He excused himself and hurried to the pier. Jian was already there. "How does it look?" "Needs appraisal," Jian said. "Then we check the tariff schedule." "Just ask the cargo value." Ma Jia's head hurt at the mention of appraisal. The commodity manuals had everything, but no one could identify these medicines. "Without invoices here, how do we verify truthfulness?" Jian was still speaking when Liu San, who'd already cleared customs, came running back. "What's going on?" "Collecting import duty." Ma Jia was quite excited. "Finally, we have major imports. These are Health Department pharmaceutical materials." Liu San nearly leapt. "You're taxing this too. Isn't this Runchitang's cargo?" Ma Jia asked. "If it were Health Department imports, there'd be a Health Department notification. Besides, this shipment is clearly Runchitang's. It's Health Department cargo. Runchitang is now a Health Department joint venture enterprise," Liu San argued confidently. "You tax goods crucial to public health and popular welfare." "Never heard of it." Ma Jia shook his head. Jian shook his too. The Health Department Runchitang joint venture had received executive committee approval and been registered with the Foreign Trade Committee, but no formal notification had gone to various agencies. Customs naturally knew nothing of it. "Call External Trade Committee," were registered there. Phone calls confirmed the registration, but both sides then disagreed about whether joint ventures enjoyed full tax exemption. The executive committee had never specifically clarified this issue. However, the women's cooperative enterprises all paid business tax and income tax. Ma Jia believed this precedent showed enterprises with private shares weren't tax exempt. Runchitang had native half ownership, so import duties naturally applied. Liu San refused to accept this. While goods were half owned by Yang Shixiang and profitable, fundamentally Runchitang served the Transmigrator Collective. Taxing it would dampen merchant enthusiasm. Jian held a third view. Since Runchitang was jointly operated with the collective, and general medicine served public health, taxation was unnecessary. But ginseng and deer antler, purely tonics, luxury goods, should definitely be taxed at high rates. He proposed taxing this portion at elevated rates. 3 people, 3 opinions, faces flushed with argument. Fortunately, Yang Shixiang had gone to supervise unloading and missed this dispute entirely. Finally, after executive committee coordination, they reached an agreement: prioritize merchant courtesy with all duties waived. The entire medicine shipment cleared customs. However, per Ma Jia's insistence, the shipper had to pay unloading fees, transmigrator dock workers weren't free for private service. Ma Jia signed the release but remained wary of Liu San's approach. Recently, the Transmigrator Collective had developed some unhealthy tendencies. It had started with Navy private clubs, then Army immediately followed suit. Now every department was scheming. This joint venture, wouldn't it become health department's profit-making tertiary industry? Yang Shixiang was unconcerned. He'd never expected loading costs to be covered anyway. With goods unloaded, he sent a servant to inquire about hiring local porters. Liu San said, "No need for the trouble. There's a noon ox cart to Baron City. From there, anywhere's convenient." End of chapter. Chapter 368. The customs to facilitate cargo transport. Before the rail line officially connected both locations, the Transportation Department had established ox cart freight service between Baron City and Bopu. This service had been sparked by masses of cattle arriving from Changhua Fortress. Kui Yunhong and others had shipped over 50 head in batches from Li territories. Compared to finicky, scarce horses, cattle proved hardworking, durable, and abundant. Soon the vehicle factory modified four-wheeled freight wagons for two-ox teams. These slow but heavily laden ox carts immediately became the road transport backbone. If not for persistent wheel problems, ox cart numbers could have increased further. The medicines were carted to Lingao County town. Originally, Liu San had planned to transport everything to the pharmaceutical factory. Convenient facilities and equipment, water and power available, plus modern processing equipment. But after the acquisition became a shareholding investment, security concerns arose. The pharmaceutical factory was a sensitive facility. Bringing in a dozen indigenous workers raised safety issues. After disembarking, Liu San telephoned Shi Nioran about this predicament. Shi Nioran agreed the factory wasn't suitable. What then? Transport to the county town. For now, that seems the only option, Shi Nioran replied. Runchitang isn't our wholly owned enterprise. Your shopkeeper Yang naturally has rights to enter your Chinese medicine workshop anytime, doesn't he? That is a problem. But production in the county town means no water or power. Many machines won't work. As facilities went, Runchitang was actually decent. It had dedicated warehouses for raw and processed goods with good storage conditions, plus spacious courtyards with ample processing space. Even with a dozen more employees, housing them was manageable. We'll have to make do. After all, Chinese patent medicines were made manually for centuries. No running water, no electricity won't matter much. For now, keep production at Runchitang. When scale increases, we'll find solutions. Shi Nioran paused. That day will come. It'll happen fast, Liu San warned. He harbored no doubt. Before long, plague-repelling powder and marching powder sales in Guangdong would surge. Hand-producing medicines in the county town wouldn't suffice then. Mo Zion and others recently proposed something to the executive committee. It's likely to pass soon, Shi Nioran said. The proposal, within the light industrial zone outside Baron City, designate a private enterprise park, specifically to attract private capital and technology. The Transmigrator Collective would provide land and complete infrastructure. If necessary, they'd offer advanced technology and management methods. Production and operations would be handled by private capital. Under this model, they could attract merchants from Lingao, Qiangzhou, even Guangdong to invest in industry, mostly light industry without critical technology. The collective would provide technical equipment and qualified industrial workers. Does Lingao have that much private capital? Someone had objected at the meeting. Lingao may not, but the mainland does. When Daisy, who supported the proposal, had replied, "We need to become a model of stability and prosperity. Then mainland private capital seeking safety will naturally come to invest." He thought a moment. To put it imprecisely, we should become Ming private capital's safe harbor. As the Ming chaos was about to unfold, many wealthy people would flee, not just the rich, but also comfortable middle-class families with useful skills or knowledge. The Transmigrator Collective wanted exactly these people, Attracting refugees provided labor and soldiers. Attracting these people would bring wealth, technology, and knowledge. Sounds promising, doesn't it? Shinaoran said, still under heated discussion. Once it passes and your scale grows, invest in the private enterprise park. Just build a Chinese patent medicine factory there. So the medicines were all transported to Lingao County town. Yang Shixiang assembled Liu Benchen and the employees to announce. From today, Liu San was a shop proprietor. Everyone naturally had no objection. That evening, Liu San stayed at Runchitang, a house combining residence, shop, workshop, and warehouse. Yang Shixiang hosted a family dinner. His wife personally cooked. Around the table, wife and children were introduced to this uncle. From now on, they were family. The household solemnity made Liu San, who'd only seen sworn brotherhood as a business tactic, rather uncomfortable. Liu San shared his thoughts openly. He pointed out, county town foot traffic was declining daily and business was shrinking. They should establish a branch at Eastgate Market for convenient access by market-goers. Brother speaks truly, Yang Shixiang nodded. I've thought about it too, but opening a branch isn't quick. Buying land, building the shop all costs money. Pharmacy buildings aren't ordinary structures. They need high ceilings for ventilation, quality materials. Given my resources, I can't manage it quickly. Liu San nearly said, I'll cover it, then reconsidered. Having just partnered, investing more would complicate shareholding questions. He thought a moment. I see a way to accomplish this cheaply. Oh, what's brother's method? Yang Shixiang now hung on this sworn brother's every word. You know I work at the Australian Medical Bureau. I'm aware, Yang Shixiang said. I've only visited Eastgate Market once since you arrived. The Bureau plans to establish clinics throughout the county. Liu San explained the health department's plans. The first clinic is planned for Eastgate Market. The building's already ready. Our branch can be housed in this clinic. Send 2 or 3 clerks with basic medicines. Hang the signboard and business could start. Treating while selling. I worry the building won't be suitable. Yang Shixiang knew the Australians' construction style. Small footprints but multiple stories. Recently this trend was intensifying. Someone had mentioned 4-story buildings. Doctors upstairs, pharmacy downstairs. What's unsuitable? Liu San replied. But there'd be no space for processing or decoctions. Keep processing at the main shop. The branch needs only modest inventory, restock regularly. It's not far from the county town. Liu San shrugged. Once a few shipments sell, we'll have the money and can build a proper large shop. Yang Shixiang agreed. They decided the clinic entrance would display both signs. Doctors would be provided by the Australians. Runchitang would pay some monthly rent to the health department, payable in patent medicines. Once we've made some sales, there'll naturally be silver, Liu San said. Then we'll build a proper large shop ourselves. I'll take brother's auspicious words. End of chapter. Chapter 369. The joint clinic. Liu San immediately followed up with his deeper cooperation plan. Elder brother Yang, this is only the first step. Liu San enthusiastically outlined how the Transmigrator Collective planned to open clinics at every market throughout the county, excepting only the county town itself. This is truly a great charitable work. Yang Shixiang nodded approvingly. I must contribute my part. He immediately offered to donate medicines. Liu San saw his opening and quickly proposed his plan, establishing joint clinics. At all 8 markets throughout the county, the Australian Medical Bureau and Runchitang would jointly establish outpatient facilities. Doctors would be provided by the Medical Bureau. Medicines would be jointly supplied by both sides. Medicines supplied by the clinic would mostly be free or simply cover costs. Whatever Runchitang provides, the Medical Bureau will pay at market price. Yang Shixiang shook his head emphatically. Brother, this is a wonderful charitable deed. How could I charge market prices? He pondered briefly. How about this? Processed herbs at 70% of market price, patent medicines at 60%. Chinese medicines' profit margins were substantial. At these discounts, Runchitang still made money. Opening clinics not only accumulated merit but also generated profit. What a wonderful arrangement. Dazzled by visions of future earnings and reputation, Yang Shixiang volunteered. He would cover half the clinic construction costs. In exchange, his company's signboard would hang there. As for staffing and medicine handling, he would pay the clerks himself. Liu San thought, since you're so enthusiastic, I won't be modest. He readily agreed. When this clinic proposal reached the executive committee for discussion and approval, they made small adjustments. The county gate market was removed. Being inside the county town where Runshitang already existed, it was redundant. But per Mu Min's suggestion, a clinic would be added at Nankun village in the Li territories. I fully support the Li territory clinic, but would anyone be willing to work there? Runshitang's clerks were already out of the question. They viewed Li people as man-eating tigers. Heavy rewards might produce brave souls, but even the compassionate transmigrators, imagining a place with no water, no power, where people squatted to defecate in the open, none volunteered. So I say we should add a Li class, Mu Min said. I proposed during the education system setup that we should have ethnic classes, specifically recruiting Li and Miao children for boarding school. That requires their willingness to entrust children to us, Bai Yu said. Currently, we only have trade relations with them. Why would they willingly hand over their children? Taking in orphans wouldn't work in Li territories either. Li people retained vestiges of primitive communalism. Orphans always found care among relatives. There was no need for outsider charity. In my view, simply trying to bring them out of the mountains won't work, Wen Daisy said. The Li territories still need a basic literacy school. Only when they feel the need to leave the mountains will they want to come study. This still boiled down to the fundamental problem: who would go to the Li territories? Mu Min was willing to volunteer, but as a woman, extended solo deployment was inconvenient. Besides, she had a nearly forgotten husband. Separating them long-term wasn't right. Someone thought of suggesting her husband go along, but that seemed too cruel to mention. I think this is where the church can play a role, Wen Daisy said. How about sending Lu Ruohua? He knows some basic medicine too. If he goes, won't preaching become his main activity? Ma Kainju thought this inappropriate. Christianity was spreading too fast in Lingao as it was. That's a good thing, Wen Daisy replied. Spreading Christianity in minority areas is beneficial for society long-term. Ma Kainju considered and found merit in this. Besides, this fellow had recently scored initial victories in the 13 villages region and was riding high. Rather than let him expand influence there, better to dispatch him to the Li territories for unity work. If he caught some infectious disease and was called to the Lord, that would be perfect. Of course, such thoughts couldn't be shared with the right-wing faction. So the Li Territory Clinic was approved, with religious affairs handling specifics. He Ying stated, ideally they'd establish a clinic at Daelu village in the 13 villages region 2. That area had become the regional center, with an expanded resident work team of over 20. This would conveniently transfer local religious authority to Bai Duolu. He'll need to learn the Li language there. It'll be at least half a year before he can communicate, He Ying said. We can use this time to take over the Daelu village preaching point, the barren church and monastery, give the believers a thorough screening to check if that foreigner indoctrinated any improper ideas. We still need someone at his side for monitoring. Religious affairs will handle that, He Ying said. We've trained several indigenous operatives who have been properly baptized. Lu Ruohua trusts them completely. Will select the most loyal to accompany him to the Li territories. Can they be trusted? Absolutely, He Ying nodded. We cured his child with our medicine. He's utterly devoted to us. Next came staffing these clinics. Chinese medicine personnel were Runshitang's responsibility. Pharmacy clerks knew the decoction songs and 18 incompatibilities by heart, serving as half-trained TCM practitioners. The Foshan recruits provided enough for 2 per clinic. Liu San planned personal training in acupuncture, cupping, and other skills, supplemented by modern medical knowledge. The main force would come from the health department's barefoot doctor training program. dual-track recruiting from nurses and transmigrators for specialized training. After 3 months, they'd barely qualify for the work. After the meeting, Liu San hurried excitedly to the hospital. It was nearly noon, and the hospital was quiet. With no current warfare aside from occasional construction injuries, heat stroke, and diarrhea cases, there were no critical patients, perfect conditions for trainee doctors to practice. But the director's office was empty too. Liu San found this strange and stopped a passing young nurse to ask. The directors all went to Jade Ridge for a burial. A burial? Who died? Liu San was surprised. Since D-Day, apart from one unlucky soul who fell badly during the Gu family village attack and died from injuries, quietly buried, no transmigrators had died. I don't know, some leader. So a transmigrator had died. Liu San was even more startled. The mournful flute notes faded into the air. The firing squad's gun smoke gradually dispersed. Mourners threw the first handfuls of earth onto the urn. Every patch of earth buries someone. Nyoran threw another handful of dirt. Woo! Just like that, a life ended, Lan Defu murmured, somewhat sentimental. Indeed, at least we're still alive. He Ping felt a chill. These medical conditions felt rather precarious. Brother, go well, don't blame us. From now on you're a revolutionary martyr. Every year primary and secondary students will march here with flags to sweep your grave. Nyoran patted the earth down, then addressed the grieving crowd. Everyone disperse, back to work. Several barefoot doctors stirred and quickly slipped away. Having caused a death, however you looked at it, felt shameful. This was the first officially registered transmigrator death. The circumstances were truly unfortunate. The fellow had cut his arm badly on equipment at work. Yesterday he'd come to the hospital for stitches. A simple minor surgery. But the only doctor on duty, Ma, was busy with a bone-setting operation, so a trainee handled it. The barefoot doctors had actually been cautious, sterilizing, debriding, performing competently. Then came the first tragedy. The patient, seeing thick suture needles and clumsy technique, panicked and demanded anesthesia before stitching. Second tragedy. The barefoot doctors didn't know anesthetics were dangerous. Third tragedy. That day's surgery had made normally strict anesthetics easily accessible. Final tragedy. Barefoot doctors were bold transmigrators. Indigenous nurses wouldn't have dared. So without consulting anyone, someone injected anesthetic. The result was predictably tragic. The trainee didn't know proper dosage or onset timing. The first dose had no effect. A second dose followed immediately. By the time Ma arrived, less than half a life remained. Despite everything, ventilation, antihistamines, vasodilators, cardiac stimulants, defibrillation, even slaps, nothing could save him. Originally just a lurker transmigrator without rank after D-Day. Still, seeing a living person reduced to a handful of yellow earth and a stone marker standing lonely, everyone felt the chill of fate. In the old world, this would be a first-class medical accident, Ma said, lingering dread in his voice. Regardless of circumstances, failing to supervise trainees meant he bore primary responsibility. Let's record it as post-surgical infection, unsuccessful resuscitation, Nyoran instructed, and give those trainee doctors a serious talking to. Anesthesia class hadn't even started and they dared administer it. Also, how is anesthesia being managed? How did they get hold of it so easily? End of chapter. Chapter 370. The Tiandu Development Plan. The review meeting continued throughout the return journey. No official report didn't mean no internal reckoning. While demanding strengthened internal management, Nyoran resolved to draft various management protocols when time permitted, preventing such casual medication use from causing dire consequences. Liu San waited half a day in the office before the group returned. Hearing Nyoran recount the medical accident, Liu San could only offer consolation. This was an early stage. Such incidents were inevitable. Official reporting might trigger complications. He then briefed them on Runchitang and the clinics. The proposal was inexpensive and leveraged civilian resources, but Nyoran remained troubled by staffing. Given their performance, how can I deploy these barefoot doctors? Nyoran puffed his cigarette. These people are actually worse than our trained indigenous staff. At least the locals understand lives are precious and ask questions when they don't know something. These fellows do whatever they please. Let them loose as clinic doctors and they'll all become killers. How do we staff so many clinics? The planned 9 clinics needed 9 people minimum. Mobile medical rounds, Nyoran said. Now that Runchatang can provide clerks, clinics will have basic TCM services. I plan to select promising, capable students from our indigenous nurses as the core workforce. Then we organize doctors for circuit visits, 1 location daily. That should barely maintain medical service levels. Director, she's thinking is comprehensive, Liu San said. I suggest stocking clinics with common safety medicines, hemostatics, analgesics, fever reducers for free patient access. This will massively expand our influence. That depends on both pharmaceutical factories' production capacity, Nyoran replied. Free medicines currently should focus on Chinese patent medicines. Production capacity won't be a problem, Liu San guaranteed. By the time clinics are roughly completed, we'll be producing in batches. You need to hurry, Nyoran's tone grew serious. The executive committee has assigned new tasks: prepare antimalarial drugs, snake and insect repellents, plus large quantities of standard emergency medicines. The plan is to develop Tiandu iron mine. Hongji probably enters development too. Developing Tiandu? Yes, because iron is perpetually insufficient. Nyoran had attended executive committee meetings and knew the details. Put it this way, Guangdong pig iron prices rose 100% this past year thanks to us. He lit another cigarette. Can't help it. Coal supplies are still manageable for now. Tiandu, Liu San murmured the place name. The executive committee is preparing for major rapid development. Developing Tiandu had been repeatedly raised after the island's circumnavigation expedition. The original approach of purchasing Guangdong pig iron for refining was becoming increasingly difficult. Though Ming-era Guangdong iron smelting wasn't backward by contemporary world standards, hand industry-era iron output simply couldn't supply their industrialized needs. Guangdong iron prices had skyrocketed. Now even supply was growing insufficient. This gave Ma Qianju deep appreciation of WWII Japan's pain regarding steel allocations. Every department displayed enormous greed for steel. Machine manufacturing, construction, transportation, all required massive steel supplies. Which was more important, laying the Baranbopu rail line first or completing the under-construction 1,000-ton iron-hulled ship? Should priority go to boilers for increased power supply or batch-producing simple machine tools to expand manufacturing capacity? Military weapons required quality steel and cast iron, but so did modern farm implements. Every application contained validity and necessity. No matter how the planning committee struggled, delays and bottlenecks persisted everywhere. Many projects were stuck on material supply, especially steel. After discussion, the executive committee reached its conclusion: breakthroughs must occur in steel supply. Concentrate all available resources to solve this problem definitively. Yet calculations revealed another thorny issue. Developing Tiandu iron mine required expanded coal imports to meet pig iron smelting needs. Contemporary Guangdong coal mining featured small-scale, numerous mines, widely scattered. Coal quality varied. Organizing supply was exhausting, inevitably requiring Hongji coal mine development. Opening 2 branch bases simultaneously stretched manpower, resources, and military power beyond capacity. Especially developing Hongji, Bei Kai noted at the hearing. Local Vietnamese aren't particularly cooperative. Our current small-scale hiring and purchasing proceeds smoothly, but establishing our own mining base would likely provoke local powers and layer dynasty officials. Conflict is highly probable. Winning local plantation owners' cooperation and support wouldn't happen overnight. Whether they'd even cooperate was uncertain, requiring heavy troop protection. Even without security issues, mining required massive machinery, explosives, housing construction, road laying, mining equipment manufacture, minor logistics. This was an enormous systems engineering project touching every aspect of transmigrator industry. And Hanji wasn't like Lingao. Specialists and equipment weren't nearby for quick problem solving. Landing 1,000 or 2,000 people with hundreds of tons of materiel on an unfamiliar coast, the coordination alone was monumental. Liu San took a prescription list, glancing through it. Pharmaceutical production faces heavy pressure. No posturing here. Mainland orders, clinic inventory needs, plus all these additional medicines. Never mind anything else. Chinese medicinal ingredient shortfalls were substantial. Stop being burdened. There's plenty to do, Shinaoran said. Another matter. The executive committee's social work teams have begun large-scale rural surveys. They want us to comprehensively screen and centrally deploy all TCM talents discovered, including herb farmers and folk healers. The health department has only you who understands these things. Screening is your responsibility. Liu San was stunned. The whole county, that's massive workload. How many villages in all of Lingao? It's manageable, Shinaoran said. TCM talent here is naturally scarce. Just asking around reveals everything. I'm telling you, numbers are pathetic, fewer than 20 countywide including midwives. Mostly concentrated at several markets with a few scattered in villages. Work teams identified them all during surveys, currently being transported to Eastgate Market for screening. Don't need midwives, Liu San said. Rather than retraining them, better to cultivate our own midwife nurses. Correct, but local midwives often know some gynecological herbal medicine. They count as quasi-physicians. Fine, get me a translator. Xingbayu can help translate. What's the plan after screening these people? Training classes. Some training, then assignment to clinics. Also external deployment to Tiandu and other bases for basic medical services. The executive committee wants at least 3 to 4 medics stationed. Urgent. Second half of the year, after typhoon season ends, Shinaoran sighed. The planning committee people are tearing their hair out. I think Director Ma is nearly going crazy, crowds of people blocking his office door daily. The capable bear more burdens. Ha ha ha. After the planning committee's repeated calculations and multiple executive committee hearings, the decision was made. Begin Tiandu development in October 1629. Yulin was relatively safe with less security pressure, requiring fewer protective troops. Before launching Tiandu development, a 6-month material preparation phase would commence, gradually stockpiling base supplies. Additionally, resources would be concentrated to first complete the 1,000-ton steam-powered iron ship, meeting subsequent development engineering's transport needs for materiel, personnel, and ore return shipments. Calculations showed Tiandu development initially required at least 500 young adults landing for basic construction, building docks, roads, and fundamental mining facilities. Subsequently, another 500 would land for mining operations. Per health department estimates, monthly replenishment of 1 to 200 would be needed to replace deaths. This ratio shocked Wu to at least 10% monthly labor force losses. Shinaoran explained, "Our calculation is well-founded. Mining is extreme heavy labor." He stopped Wu's interjection. I don't doubt committee member Wu will supply adequate calories and allow sufficient rest, but consider the surrounding environment, extreme heat, humidity, subtropical conditions, plus high-intensity labor. Personally, I think 1 to 200 monthly deaths is a low estimate. We painstakingly recruit laborers just to send them to their deaths. Naturally, someone valued human resources. I say for Tiandu development we should use cheap slaves, Wang Liubin said. Just keep throwing lives in, like the Japanese did back then. Exactly, Wang Liubin nodded. To minimize death rates, basic infrastructure must be built first. That means at least a year before large-scale production capacity forms. How about we go to Japan to capture slaves? That's too far. Besides, Japanese are armed too. They're in their warring states period, fighting constantly. Their combat effectiveness won't be weak. End of chapter. Chapter 371. The Heaven and Earth Society. What about capturing Malay natives from Vietnam and Southeast Asia? The distance is closer. The costs don't work out, Wang Liubin dismissed. Unless there are ready-made slave trade suppliers, capturing and transporting slaves ourselves is too expensive. Let's learn from historical slave trade. The English shipped slaves to Cuba and Jamaica, exchanging slaves for sugar. We could do the same. Let the English be slave traders. They're quite skilled at it. We'd exchange slaves for Lisu sugar. Are we really bringing in African brothers? Seeing the discussion veer off track, Wu to wrap the table. Be realistic. Let's focus on measures to reduce mortality rates. He reminded everyone, whether laborers or slaves, excessively high mortality hurts morale. Eventually it causes escapes and riots. Then we'd have to send troops to suppress. Wouldn't that become a vicious cycle? Accelerate population recruitment. When Daisy turned to Wuda, is doubling immigration speed problematic? Yes, grain. Before Wuda could speak, Wu Nanhai cut in unhesitatingly. Grain collected locally and captured stores are nearly exhausted. Currently we're relying on Vietnamese rice from the Lisu Vietnam trade. But there's hybrid rice. You think hybrid rice is a magic wand? Wu Nanhai had been frustrated about agricultural issues for some time. I tap it and produce tons of rice. What about irrigation, pumps, fertilizer? I've raised these issues in countless meetings. Perhaps because of his mild temperament and reluctance to contend, Wu Nanhai's agricultural committee consistently lagged in resource acquisition. Though the executive committee understood the primacy of agriculture and didn't skimp on investment, particularly in farm infrastructure, the squeaky wheel got the grease here too. Because agricultural committee investments were always enormous, the executive consciously or unconsciously applied discounts to agricultural projects. Developing Tiandu required a population surge. Population growth required increased agricultural investment to accumulate sufficient grain stores by October. Currently not all my rice seeds are planted, too few high-yield fields. Wu Nanhai complained. Only 200 standard mu of soil-improved, irrigated high-yield fields existed. Wu Nanhai had standardized to modern 667 square meter mu, replacing local varied measurements. Rice seeds have shelf life, Wu Nanhai reminded them. Their characteristics don't breed true. If not fully planted this year, next year they're only good for eating. So the executive committee decided to increase resource allocation in two directions: agriculture and shipbuilding. The former prepared for population growth through immigration. The latter enabled large-scale transport. Wu Nanhai returned to the farm and immediately convened agricultural department personnel to discuss accelerated agricultural development plans. Mass grain production. Fa Shilu was startled. This isn't a video game. How do we mass produce? That's exactly the point. Wu Nanhai conveyed the meeting's spirit. First, prepare sufficient reserve grain to support more non-agricultural population. Second, increase protein supply. The second point follows from the first. Without grain, where does protein come from? Fa Shilu was somewhat dissatisfied. To mass-produce grain, we must expand cultivated area. Did the executive committee promise additional labor? The demonstration farm had only 50 agricultural workers on staff, handpicked by Wu Nanhai from immigrants and captives as skilled farmers and breeders. From his experience, in the 20th century without any mechanization, one able-bodied worker with an ox or horse could cultivate over 50 mu. Southern paddy regions with intensive cultivation required less, but 20 mu of paddy wasn't problematic. During irrigation construction, rush planting and harvesting, and land clearing, the farm mainly relied on barren commune work assignments and military labor duty, essentially seasonal workers assigned daily tasks and earning work points. Poor farming skills didn't matter. Mainly it was muscle power. The farm occupied considerable suitable riverside wasteland, but clearing land in Lingao was quite difficult. There were distinct dry and rainy seasons. Dry season required irrigation, rainy season drainage, demanding sophisticated water management. According to agricultural committee research, Extensive cultivation wasn't effective here. Intensive high-yield farming was necessary, constructing irrigation, improving soil, completing all agricultural infrastructure before achieving high yields. This development model required massive labor investment. Approved. I plan to expand high-yield fields to 1,000 mu. 1,000 mu, Fa Shilu asked skeptically. Will Wu De really approve that much labor assignment? Wu Nanhai nodded. It's an executive committee decision. He'll definitely prioritize it. Also, Director Ma promised some engineering machinery. Excellent. Fa Shilu's spirits lifted. With machinery, land clearing and irrigation work would be much easier. 1,000 mu all in rice. 50 farm workers won't suffice, Wan Lihui observed. This man was farm-born and knew farm work intimately. He'd studied electronics in college but never found related work after graduating. Life was unsatisfying, so in frustration he dragged his brother along to join the expedition. But in Ming-era spacetime, his electronics specialty was even more useless. Electronics Commissioner Zhang's promised electronics industry development never materialized. After months drifting in the mechanical department without prospects, he returned to agriculture. His specialty was animal husbandry. Typical farm kid work was raising livestock. Now the farm's animals except horses and donkeys were all under the two brothers' care, far better than Yi Yumming's era of raising rabbits from books. We need to recruit another batch of farm workers, Wu Nanhai said. Besides paddy, dry fields must also expand, especially sweet potato cultivation, target 100 or 200 more mu. Corn and alfalfa too, more protein requires increased livestock feed supply. Expanding livestock means expanding pasture area, Wan Lihui reported. Also understaffed. Modern commercial livestock, pigs, sheep, chickens, ducks, used intensive farming methods, but South Sea Farm employed low-density free-range methods. Land utilization was poor. This wasn't because Wu Nanhai favored natural, green, or free-range marketing gimmicks. It was forced upon them. Modern livestock farming heavily depended on animal vaccines, antibiotics, and disinfectants. The Wan brothers could only use lime. The pharmaceutical factory had recently sent some chlortetracycline and oxytetracycline for testing, nowhere near large-scale application. Under these conditions, intensive farming would cause massive disease deaths. Yi Yumming spoke up. I think we shouldn't only focus on our own cultivation. We should harness local farmers' production enthusiasm. Wu Nanhai was interested. Promote farming. Yes, Yi Yumming nodded. I have a proposal. Yi Yumming proposed establishing the Heaven and Earth Society, naturally unrelated to Chen Jinnen's future organization. Its full title was Agricultural Committee Mutual Aid Group. It was called Heaven and Earth Society because agriculture depended on heaven weather and earth land. Very vivid imagery. The mutual aid group's basic concept was crop and poultry promotion plus agricultural technical training. Farmers are still cold toward us. To win their goodwill, bandit suppression is one thing, providing high-yield crops is another. When farmers harvested more crops beyond personal consumption, they could only enter the market. The only organization capable of large-scale agricultural purchasing in Lingao was the Transmigrator Collective. This meant county-wide production increases, not just on the committee's 1,000-odd mu. I disagree. Setting aside variety diffusion issues, without proper care, we just waste seed resources. Wu Nanhai immediately objected. My idea is to promote sweet potatoes. Don't they accumulate toxins? Using sweet potatoes' degeneration characteristics. Even if improved varieties spread, farmers lacking detoxifying techniques would see gradual decline. Farmers who saved seeds would find them worthless after 2 or 3 years. Only the Agricultural Committee with detoxifying technology could continue providing clean seedlings, effectively controlling seeds. That's feasible. Hybrid rice too, though we only have this one batch, Yi Yumming sighed. If we could develop hybrid rice breeding, future mainland rice cultivation would be completely in our hands. Actually not impossible. Hopefully we'll succeed in experiments within our lifetimes. Fa Shilu was interested in this topic. He'd actually been conducting such experiments himself. In modern times, Lingao's agricultural pillar industry was hybrid rice seed production. Local abundant wild rice resources made Lingao a must-visit for hybrid rice researchers. Everyone liked the sweet potato promotion idea. Yumming continued. Not just sweet potatoes, livestock too. I think chickens and ducks can be dispersed to farmer households for free-range raising. Our own raising uses too much land and labor. He proposed the poultry promotion plan. Essentially, a factory plus household model maximizing the Agricultural Committee's professional hatching technology. Simply put, the Agricultural Committee would centrally incubate eggs. Hatched chicks would be delivered to households on credit for raising. When mature, the farm would uniformly purchase eggs and meat birds. The farm would also supply earthworms, maggots, and other animal feeds as supplements. End of chapter. Chapter 372, Meitai Yang in actual practice. Chicks and feed provided by the Heaven and Earth Society could be obtained on credit, deducted when products were uniformly purchased. Yumming said, this way, we can massively increase chicken and duck stocks and egg supply without expanding the farm itself. This greatly benefits food supply, essentially mobilizing the whole county to raise chickens for us. Not a bad idea. If successful, it could permanently solve the egg problem. Wu Nanhai was quite interested. Egg supply had always been a headache. Chickens, ducks, and turkeys brought from the other time space had adapted to local conditions and were laying normally. But in completely free-range conditions without special feed, Wu Nanhai's farm produced genuinely green eggs in pathetically small quantities. Many fertilized eggs had to be reserved for breeding, so the transmigrator collective received very few eggs. Transmigrators who chased expensive, free-range eggs and all-natural green foods in the other time space now started caring about when they'd have enough eggs to go around. Some questioned whether the farm's free-range approach was too bourgeois, ignoring the masses' supply needs. People are hard to please, Wu Nanhai sighed. He found the daily egg allocation disputes exhausting. Several families with children now demanded at least one egg daily, a reasonable request that Zia Zishan, managing internal affairs, couldn't refuse. But Wu Nanhai's daily edible egg output was only 200 or 300. Supplying the 500 transmigrators' cafeteria was barely adequate. The reason for establishing this Heaven and Earth Society, Yumming continued, is to create a semi-official intermediary. Besides distributing seedlings and purchasing products, it can train local farmers in agricultural techniques, gradually cultivating households dependent on our seeds and technology. Through them, we gradually extend our agricultural influence countywide. This Heaven and Earth Society mainly targets smallholders, Wu Nanhai observed. What about large landowners? They control more land and labor. Since we're not doing land reform, we can't ignore them. For landlords, there's another more profitable option: joint ventures establishing crop processing and food processing factories. With so many eggs and poultry purchased, processing factories become urgently needed. Relying solely on agriculture and light industry departments means slow development. Bringing in capable landlords with their manpower and resources speeds things up considerably. Everyone nodded in agreement. The plan was feasible. The Transmigrator Collective couldn't handle everything themselves. Promoting new agricultural techniques would greatly benefit the agricultural leap forward. Overall feels good, Wu Nanhai concluded. Let's refine it further before gradual rollout. So the Agricultural Committee established the Agricultural Committee Mutual Aid Group Preparatory Leadership Team. Wu Nanhai became team leader. Yumming became Secretary General. The next day, under Unified Executive Committee leadership, a vigorous Creating 1,000 mu of high-yield fields campaign began. This plan aimed to expand farm-controlled land to 1,000 mu of high-yield, stable-yield paddy, and 500 mu of dry fields. The core of high-yield, stable-yield farmland was water conservancy. Yan Kuezhai, having studied hydrology and water resources, was appointed chief commander of this large-scale agricultural water construction. He led his students ahead with surveying equipment to begin measuring. Wu Nanhai and Fa Shilu brought people to erect temporary sheds at the site as command headquarters. Headquarters was set on a hillock half a kilometer from the riverbank. A small grove there made working under the trees cooler. Wu Nanhai also brought Chuking to attend to daily needs. The young woman was now boiling water and making tea at a portable stove. Soon the folding table displayed genuine Ming-era Junware porcelain tea cups, the fragrance of fresh tea drifting in the air. Too bad there's no iced tea, Yan Kuezhai mused. Having set up surveying equipment, he recalled the bottled tea he'd often drunk. If the master doesn't like this, the farm has kvass and kombucha. I'll fetch some right away. Chuking was extremely attentive. Never mind, it'll be lukewarm by the time you return. Yan Kuezhai shook his head. There's spring water here, soak the bottles in water and they'll cool. No need for such trouble. Yan Kuezhai felt awkward being so thoroughly attended by a young woman, an experience he'd never had. I'll go fetch them. Chuking stepped back, then hurried down the hillock. Nanhai, what kind of life are you living? Just like a landlord. Wu Nanhai quickly cut off his sentiment. This would eventually make him a public enemy among the men. Let's discuss the planning. Honestly, Yan Kuezhai said, it's not really the right time for water conservancy projects. Wu Nanhai was puzzled. Why? Insufficient hydrological and meteorological data, Yan Kuezhai explained. Though weather recording and simple forecasting had continued since D-Day, conscious collection of local hydrological and meteorological data only began in late autumn 1628, not yet a full year. Average annual temperature, humidity, precipitation, sunlight hours, including Wenlin River flow, all lacked reliable figures. These were fundamental for water conservancy construction. Can't we use 20th century data? The margin of error is quite large. Yan Kuezhai opened a thick 1925-1949 Lingao hydrology record he'd brought. This is the closest scientific systematic hydrological record, 300 years apart. 3 centuries of climate change won't cause seas to become fields, but a few degrees temperature difference can enormously impact climate. The biggest issue was temperature discrepancy. In 20th century Lingao, winter extreme lows never dropped below 10 degrees C. But in this time space, Yan Kuezhai had recorded 3-5 degrees C temperatures for a continuous week. Compared to Lizhu Peninsula actually receiving snow and late Wanli rain, Lingao having no frost was fortunate. This late Ming Little Ice Age was real. Foreign Trade Committee people doing business in Macau had seen locals wearing sheepskin robes. Lower temperatures meant less precipitation. According to historical records, Lingao during Ming Qing experienced major droughts roughly every 10 years, minor droughts every 5. Rainfall concentrated from May to October. Winter and spring were nearly rainless dry seasons. Distinct seasonal alternation demanded much from drought and flood control. Yan Kuezhai couldn't extrapolate from less than a year's simple records the key water project figures: annual precipitation, maximum precipitation, longest dry period. For now, I can only use 20th century Lingao hydrological records, adjusted for general Little Ice Age conditions, Yan Kuezhai said. With mathematical models, I could roughly calculate current hydrology. Unfortunately, I don't have them. Lingao agriculture's bottleneck is water management. Drought or flood, good water works solve both. Here there's nothing such a waste. Fa Shilu squatted on the slope, gazing at the soon-to-be-developed wasteland by the river. Lingao had abundant sunshine and precipitation, favorable for grain. But drawbacks were obvious. Spring planting and transplanting often saw no rain, causing severe water shortages. Summer brought floods 9 years in 10, greatly affecting yields. The Wenlin River flowed close by with adequate volume, yet throughout antiquity, Lingao had virtually no water infrastructure except in scattered spots. Only individual landowners used water wheels for irrigation with simple self-dug channels. Small peasant economy is just too weak, Wu Nanhai observed. You could say that, Yan Kuezhai nodded. Water projects require investments beyond what ordinary farmers working alone can manage. Even Lingao's largest landlord couldn't do it. He recalled hearing from water project veterans. Even village-level simple irrigation channels required mobilizing several hundred workers during slack seasons. Larger projects needed county-wide mobilization. In the pre-machinery era, deploying thousands for a single water project was common. For remote, underpopulated Lingao, this was clearly impossible. Without sufficient labor and engineering machinery, this 1,000-mu high-yield project would be a pipe dream. Wu Nanhai's planned development site was a riverside wasteland called Meitai Yang, spanning 5,000 or 6,000 mu. Such flat, open land near major rivers was locally called field plains. Aside from sandy soil along the river, most featured organic-rich laterite, with convenient irrigation, excellent farmland. Lingao's historical main grain regions were the 4 great field plains north of the county seat, Bohu, Tiasu, Bolian, and Jialai. These were partially developed, but much wasteland remained. Though Wu Nanhai lacked hydrological records, water lines, sand distribution, and vegetation showed most of Meitai Yang wouldn't flood even at peak Wenlin River levels. Developing high-yield fields here was relatively safe. Another reason the Agricultural Committee favored Meitai Yang. It was desolate, no fields, no villages. Easy to purchase. Neither Wu Nanhai nor Wu De wanted to handle ancient Terra land expropriation. Such matters were hard to manage well and could easily provoke public resentment. End of chapter. Chapter 373. Low-yield fields. A few months earlier, Wu Nanhai had easily purchased this land from the county government at extremely low prices. As for why such large riverside acreage remained uncultivated, the Agricultural Committee had assumed it was due to abundant land and scarce labor. But when Wang Tian heard the leaders had bought this land, he rushed to tell Wu Nanhai, "Bad deal." This land had actually been repeatedly cleared by Fujian migrants, but they always abandoned it after 1 or 2 years. Yields are too low, Wang Tian explained. Work yourself to death growing rice. 1 mu produces 70 or 80 jin, with poor care even less. 2 crops yield under 200 jin of unhusked grain, not enough to fill stomachs. 70 or 80 jin, Wu Nanhai was nearly shocked. 70 or 80 jin was just dried grain. Hulling lost another 20–30%. He knew ancient agricultural productivity was low, but based on current observations, ordinary paddies along the Wenlin River with assured irrigation could manage 300 jin per crop. The master doesn't know, Wang Tian continued. Farming here is very difficult. No rain means drought. 3 consecutive rainy days means flooding. But even without drought or flood, Meitai Yang rice yields are still poor. Wu Nanhai found this phenomenon strange, but lacking capacity for immediate development, he didn't investigate further. To avoid leaving vast acreage fallow, he had workers extensively plant legumes and green manure for silage feed, some from the other time space, some found by the long-range reconnaissance team. Results were dismal. Except for passable alfalfa yields, legumes nearly all failed. Looks like this land is severely phosphorus deficient. Soil improvement is needed. So low yields probably stem from soil problems, Foshan said after hearing the description. We haven't thoroughly surveyed Meitai Yang's soil and moisture conditions. Could soil pH be too high? Possibly. Since we're creating high-yield, stable-yield fields, soil improvement is involved. He casually scooped up some soil. If I remember correctly, Lingao's soil should match Jiangxi and Guangdong's main soil types, primarily laterite. That makes improvement relatively easier. Lime will do. If alkaline, we'd need gypsum. He rubbed it slightly. This laterite developed from basalt plus alluvial sand from upstream. Generally quite sandy, but not problematic for paddy. Just then, Chuking returned carrying a large basket filled with bottled Kvass and kombucha. The cafeteria was out of stock. I went directly to the food factory. Chuking smiled. Let me soak them to cool first. She carried the basket toward a stream at the slope's base. These two beverages were now in full production at the food processing factory, semi-automatic bottling, hand sealing. Bottles came from the glass factory, sealed with cork and wax. Lacking preservatives, they used only sugar and citric acid, very short shelf life. The taste wasn't great either, but for transmigrators tired of tea and plain water, these beverages arrived at the right time, becoming cafeteria favorites. Many natives who'd curiously tried a bottle also came to like the taste, some simply from imitating transmigrator lifestyles. Fashilu watched her submerge the whole basket in the stream. Low hills dotted this field plain's edges. Unlike the sparsely vegetated plains, the hillocks had dense vegetation with many streams flowing between them. Some merged into larger surface flows joining the Wenlin River, some collected in hillside ponds, some ran along the surface then disappeared underground again. Such abundant water sources, Fa Shilu murmured. Have you surveyed the water sources here? He suddenly asked Yan Kuezhai, who had been watching Chuking's retreating figure and now snapped back. No, geological matters belong to the long-range reconnaissance team. I've been too busy helping the construction company build houses. Since you studied hydrology, you should know something. Are these surface flows spring water? Not mineral springs, but good water quality. Clear, cold. Yan Kuezhai was confident. Should be rainwater accumulated underground then emerging. I see, Fa Shilu nodded. He called everyone. Come, let's go down and investigate soil conditions on site. They descended together. Wu Nanhai brought his apprentice, a boy named Lu Jia selected from the school. Lu Jia's family were official tenants farming school lands. Official tenants bore heavy burdens, much worse than ordinary tenants. Lu Jia's father, wanting fewer mouths to feed, had sent the Lu Jia and Lu Yi brothers to the Transmigrator Collective, purely for food. Lu Jia, being older and knowing more farm work, proved clever, so Wu Nanhai took him as apprentice. The group dug several test pits at intervals across the wasteland, sampling and observing soil. Old Fa, still laterite here, it's everywhere. Wu Nanhai called out. Right, the most common soil in southern China. Fa Shilu squatted at the pit edge. This soil should have decent fertility. If rice yields only 100 jin on such land, that's strange. But the next round of digging quickly revealed the LowYield mystery. They began excavating large amounts of rust-colored paddy soil. This soil resulted from long-term poor drainage causing waterlogging, soil containing abundant rusty ferric hydroxide, high acidity, low nitrogen phosphorus potassium, very poor fertility. Strange, this should be caused by prolonged waterlogging, Wu Nanhai said, but we're far from the Wenlin's monsoon peak water line. The water table here is high. Fa Shilu pointed toward the hills. Stream water ultimately goes underground. This looks like a plain, but underneath it's like a water-soaked sponge, classic internal waterlogging. Yan Kuezhai set up equipment and observed. This terrain doesn't look it, but it's actually lower than surrounding areas. Combined with hill springs constantly replenishing, the water table is high, creating chronic hidden waterlogging. That explains such widespread rust-colored paddy soil, Fa Shilu concluded. Meitai Yang was historically cultivated quite extensively as paddies. It was finally abandoned due to soil problems. He said this because paddy soil was essentially artificial, formed by annual irrigation accumulation from rice cultivation. Natural soil wouldn't develop this structure. Master, we call this rust-water paddy here, Lu Jia interjected. Paddy surfaces often have oily red rust layers. Actually, there are also waterlogged fields over by those hillocks. Waterlogged fields, Wu Nanhai was interested. Has your family farmed them? No, Lu Jia shook his head. Farming here loses money. Except for Fujianese unknowingly clearing land, no county folk farm here. Let's go look, Fa Shilu suggested. Soon they reached the base of a hillside. At first glance, ordinary wasteland, but closer inspection showed signs of past cultivation, with old field ridges still faintly visible. Fujianese farmed here before, eventually total crop failure, Lu Jia said. Water just welled up from perfectly good fields, drowning the rice. They dug more test pits. Conditions here were worse. Water appeared almost immediately upon digging. Some spots even showed springs bubbling up. Due to prolonged waterlogging, soil was oversaturated, extremely dispersed, clayey, paste-like, nearly untillable with indistinct soil layers. This soil won't have good fertility. Wu Nanhai poked through the mud, separating out dead leaves and grass, mostly intact with almost no decomposition. Organic matter basically doesn't break down. Too clayey, Foshan explained. Air can't enter. It's like a sealed environment. How would organic matter decompose? He shook his head. This type of field is even harder to work. Wu Nanhai seized the teaching moment, giving Lu Jia a 5-minute lecture on organic matter, what it was, why it decomposed, and the benefits of decomposed organic matter for cultivation. Whether he understood or not, the concepts were directly implanted. The key is drainage. Foshan delivered the final verdict. To change this situation, mere soil improvement wasn't enough. The fundamental issue of waterlogging had to be solved first. To solve waterlogging, Yan Kuei said, pointing at the survey map, we need to expand drainage channel scale. The water table is too high, needs to drop at least 1 to 1.2 meters for farming. If necessary, we'll add a dedicated pump. The planned 5 drainage branch channels may not suffice. We need 3 more. That means your levee project won't be small either. The levee is part of the Wenlin River Basin Renovation Plan, Yan Kuei explained. According to Director Ma's plan, the entire Wenlin's water level will be raised 100 centimeters for navigation. All riverside facilities are planned according to this scheme. Per the plan, they would first build a riverbank levee along the development zone, separating river water from the entire high-yield field area to defend against possible monsoon flooding. Sluice gates for irrigation channels would be installed on the levee. Additionally, steam pumping stations would be installed, using steam engines for irrigation and drainage. End of chapter. Chapter 374. Farmland construction behind the levee lay, the first phase 1,500 mu of high-yield fields. After consultation, Yan Kuei, Wu Nanhai, Foshan and others decided the high-yield, stable-yield farmland must meet these standards. Drought resistance achieving 90 days without rain, still harvest guaranteed. Flood drainage meeting once in 10 years standards by 20th century measures, ensuring 5-day downpours cause no disaster. Riverside flood levees withstanding once in 20 years, flood levels plus force 8 winds without breach or overflow. Land improvement achieving topsoil depth of 5 kun for paddies, 1 kai for dry fields, greatly enhancing water and nutrient retention. Fields would be laid out in grids, with large grid areas for agricultural machinery operation. Drainage and irrigation would use separate channels. Ditches, channels, roads, and tree lines would be coordinated. Particularly the trees, planned establishment of farmland windbreaks to reduce annual summer-autumn typhoon damage. Field roads must accommodate mechanized farm vehicles. Planning complete, Yan Kuei began surveying and design work. Wu Nanhai and Foshan began large-scale mobilization of farm workers for preparatory work, processing all biogas and compost pits to prepare ample base fertilizer. Water Conservancy construction materials streamed continuously to the site. Wood ash and lime for soil amendment. Bricks, stone, cement, timber for levees and channels. Bamboo-reinforced concrete. Valves and pipes for water facilities manufactured by the machinery factory. Simultaneously, production began on pumps, paired boilers, and steam engines. Construction started with large labor crews dispatched by Wu De. Equipped with axes, saws, and sickles, they cleared all vegetation throughout the development zone, mainly small shrubs and weeds. Shrubs became firewood. Mowed weeds and dead grass were piled in Wu Nanhai's temporary composting pits. Biogas residue served as starter, mixed together and covered with soil, watered regularly. Under summer sun, these would quickly decompose into organic fertilizer. Direct burial in soil would leave fibrous plant matter undecomposed for years, providing no fertilization benefit. After vegetation clearing, 4 bulldozers arrived, commanded by Armored Corps Commander Bai Yu, all Dongfenghang tractors fitted with dozer blades. Bai Yu leaned out from his driver's cab. Yan Kuezhai and others waited at headquarters. Construction routes were already marked on maps. Step 1. Use bulldozers for comprehensive land leveling across the development area. Remove residual vegetation, relocate large stones, the latter requiring special care to avoid damaging blades and tracks. Each bulldozer was accompanied by an army squad in dispersed formation, scouting ahead. Feels like infantry tank coordination, Yan Kuezhai observed, climbing onto the cab to tell Bai Yu. If bulldozer fuel and spare parts were unlimited, I'd drive straight to Beijing. Why bother with this land clearing and road building? Bai Yu kept his eyes forward, hands constantly pushing and pulling control levers. Occasionally he barked into the radio, ordering other tractors to watch spacing, maintain coordination. A tractor-armored division, Yan Kuezhai immediately pictured it, dust rolling along dirt roads, an endless column of Dongfenghang tractors crushing the earth, tractors packed with infantry dubbed tractor grenadiers in bearskin caps carrying mini-A rifles. How strange it felt. Yan Kuezhai shook his head. Nothing impossible about it, Bai Yu said confidently. Mountains and waterways won't work, but on the North China Plain, absolutely devastating. Look at this. He pointed at several protruding metal fixtures outside the cab, clearly added later, not original equipment. What are these? Yan Kuezhai shouted. Armor plate mounting points. Bai Yu was proud. He'd personally designed and manufactured them. When needed, this tractor's critical sections can be fully armored in half an hour. Impervious to blades and bullets, armor spec, can withstand direct hit from 6-pounder cannon solid shot at 400 meters. Strong enough, right? Getting hit directly by such a big iron ball, wouldn't the driver inside bleed from nose and mouth? The enemy has to hit first. Bai Yu seemed unconcerned. Besides, we won't just sit and take it. Look up there. The tractor's roof now sported something like a car sunroof, with rail-like features around it. The skylight was open, bringing cool air to the sweltering cab. I made a conversion kit. Can add a rotating turret directly on top of the skylight. Even without a machine gun, just a Type 56 semi-auto can make enemies howl. If needed, hand grenades and knee mortars unstoppable. Very creative. That's nothing. I studied weapons design and engineering. This former Armored Corps officer was quite pleased. There's also a flamethrower tractor conversion kit. Sadly, fuel's short. The executive committee won't let me test it. He went on about several weapons he designed, all centered on tractors, trucks, motorcycles, even bicycles. His latest design, mounting 4 handheld shotgun cannons on a Type 28 reinforced agricultural bicycle, using the bike's fast mobility for close-range fire, disrupting enemy formations. Another conversion added a rifle firing mount on bicycles so riders could shoot while cycling, also compatible with crossbows. Generally, Bai Yu's designs were quite modern. He sneered at the retro faction, weapon designers led by Lin Shen. After clearing, waste soil excavated from various construction sites was trucked in. Yan Kuezhai planned to elevate Meitai Yang as much as possible. Even 10-20 centimeters would help, while disposing of construction waste soil. Land leveling was quickly completed. Then tractors mounted heavy deep plowing implements for deep tilling. Massive quantities of quicite from Bopu were applied for soil improvement. Lime usage was so heavy that all construction site supplies were halved. Besides the quarry working overtime, all off-duty Army and Navy personnel were mobilized to harvest oyster shells from coastal beds for burning into lime. Yan Kuezhai's dam construction also commenced. Due to cost constraints, the dam used a simple gravity earth dam structure, reinforced with multiple rows of driven wooden piles. The dam exterior was clad entirely in stone. The entire levee was positioned over 100 meters from the Wenland's monsoon peak water line, serving as a flood passage during high water. During low water, the sandy riverbank conditions would be used for watermelon and peanut cultivation. The dam featured irrigation and drainage sluice gates for separate channel systems. Gates used mechanical operation, powered by the levee steam pumping station. Connecting these two gates were two main trunk channels, entirely bamboo-reinforced concrete construction, with design flow capacity to meet extreme irrigation and drainage needs. Other irrigation and drainage branch channels within the fields connected to these two mains, with manually operated gates at each channel opening. For the abundant spring water flowing from the hills, simple interception and discharge into the Wenlin River was the easiest solution. But Yan Kuezhai considered this wasteful. From a drought prevention perspective, he decided to construct small reservoir dams in the hills using natural terrain. Such dams required minimal engineering. The reservoirs would collect spring water and irrigate fields during the Wenlin's dry season, reducing river drawdown. After all, this river was now the Transmigrator Collective's lifeline, with significant industrial and domestic water demand. These naturally contoured hill reservoirs could regulate water supply, beautify the environment, provide fish farming, and generate electricity, multiple benefits. Wang Liubin had experience building such small water projects, so he took charge of this portion. Besides dam construction, Wang Liubin selected several locally adapted commercial tree species from the farm nursery to reforest hills around the reservoirs. Experimentally, he built a small hydroelectric station at one larger reservoir. But generating capacity was too small and only intermittent, not very useful, purely for research purposes. Agricultural water infrastructure construction was proceeding vigorously. Wu Nanhai went to the executive committee to find Ma Qianju about the fertilizer problem, because Meitai Yang's chronic waterlogging had caused very poor soil fertility. Lime application could only neutralize acidity, not increase soil fertility or trace elements. Fa Shilu said, Meitai Yang needs massive additions of nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium fertilizer, especially phosphorus. The phosphorus deficiency is severe. You can't even grow legume green manure. After adjusting trace elements, add farmyard manure as base fertilizer. Applying only farmyard manure and green manure seemed like large quantities, but was far less effective than the chemical fertilizers that made modern bourgeoisie cringe. However, their ammonium nitrate had all become military committee explosives under military-first politics. Nitrogen's easy. Have the executive committee get us lignite or peat. But phosphorus and potassium fertilizer, where do I find those? Wu Nanhai muttered. Not enough bone meal either. Both lignite and peat work, Fa Shilu said. Natural compound fertilizer containing nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, much more efficient. But for soil improvement, quantities won't be enough. Best to have dedicated phosphorus and potassium fertilizers. Potassium fertilizer could be met through potassium chloride byproduct from the salt refinery's bittern processing. Combined with potassium in peat and lignite, roughly sufficient. End of chapter. Chapter 375. Dongsha Island, the most problematic was phosphorus fertilizer. After much deliberation, the easiest natural phosphate source was animal bones. The Agricultural Committee had been using leftover fish bones and scraps from the seafood processing plant for fertilization, occasionally obtaining animal bones. But improving 1,500 mu of land, where would they find so many bones? Wood ash could also supplement phosphorus, but again the problem was insufficient quantity. After much brainstorming, they decided to call Luo Duo. Luo Duo now worked at the Political Security Bureau's Social Department compiling incriminating files, a fulfilling life. But after hours, he continued serving as a living encyclopedia. Wu Nanhai's question was, how to manufacture phosphorus fertilizer without phosphate ore. That's easy, Luo Duo said. Boil wood ash. I know that, animal bones too, but I need to fertilize 1,500 mu of severely phosphorus-deficient soil. Get steel slag from the metallurgy department, Luo Duo replied. I recall they use small converters, right? Perfect. He continued, "Steel slag mixed with lime produces a crude phosphate fertilizer. Converter steelmaking slag-making process used sand to create acidic slag, displacing phosphorus from pig iron. So converter slag contained considerable phosphorus." Good. Wu Nanhai immediately called the metallurgy department. Jai Wusheng told him, however, that most accumulated steel slag had already been used for road paving. Only a few tons remained at the steel plant. "A few tons will do," Fa Shilu said. "Let's make do. If not enough, use lots of wood ash. Have the citizen school students launch a wood ash recycling campaign. Also apply peat heavily. I wonder if External Trade Committee ever finalized Nanbao. Nanbao's mines produced lignite and peat that in modern times were Lingao's main fertilizer source. The transmigrators naturally wouldn't ignore this, but Nanbao was near Li territory in hilly terrain. The long-range reconnaissance team had visited several times and concluded self-extraction was too expensive, too distant, practically like opening a branch base. Better to have locals extract than purchase or requisition, but nothing had materialized yet. Locals weren't interested in mining this black stuff. Even with transmigrator purchasing offers, no one wanted to extract and transport it. After Wu Nanhai reported the need for lignite fertilizer to the executive committee, Wu De decided delay was unacceptable. They would use compulsory quotas for collection. Liaisons from all villages near Nanbao were summoned and assigned quotas for extracting and transporting specified heavy gin of lignite to Baron. In return, their grain obligations could be offset with lignite and peat. "Many thanks." Wu Nanhai was nearly moved to tears. "Actually, phosphate ore would be even better." "I've no source for that," Wu De said helplessly. "There's none locally." "How about sailing to Yulin Harbor for mining?" Wu Nanhai suggested. He'd seen in bulletins that phosphate deposits were found near Tiandu. Ma Qianju shook his head. "The Yulin phosphate isn't at the coast, must go over 10 kilometers inland. No roads, no equipment, can't get it back in under a month." "I see." Wu Nanhai was disappointed. "Can we think of something? Send a small mining team first for 10 tons or so." "Well," Ma Qianju considered, "the Agricultural Committee wasn't the only one needing phosphorus. The Chemical Industry Department and Weapons Group had also requested phosphate ore, making everyone wait half a year for Tiandu development. Other things could wait, but grain couldn't. Let me ask Resources Department if there's a quick, economical method." Ma Qianju picked up the telephone on his desk. "Switchboard, this is Planning Committee, connect me to Office 22. For the fastest solution, go to Dongsha Island for guano," came the long-range reconnaissance team's secretary Zhao Zu's reply. "Per resource maps, it's not far from here. The island has mountains of guano deposits, easy open-pit extraction. 1 shipload should be enough." "Guano would be even better," Wu Nanhai said. Guano was rich not just in phosphorus but also nitrogen and potassium, natural compound fertilizer. This would save potassium fertilizer too. "All right, deploy the Navy," Ma Qianju immediately decided. "Invite Naval People's Commissar Chen Haiyang. Let's plan which ships to send." Wu Nanhai felt overwhelmed by the favor, such efficiency, such decisiveness. "Much better than endless, let's discuss this, let's think it over." The decision was made. Zhenhai would sail to harvest guano. Time was of the essence. Sending sailing ships would take 10+ days. The hybrid-powered ship was far more convenient. After all, close-hauled sailing was skilled work. Among transmigrators, only the Cayenne brothers from North America were reasonably experienced. They'd at least sailed small boats before. Commanded by Lin Chuanqing, Zhenhai quickly located Dongsha Island following navigation charts. The island was about 2.5 kilometers wide, very flat without peaks but covered with coconut palms. Masses of seabirds constantly circled and swooped above the island, flying around Zhenhai's masts, occasionally leaving gifts for the deck crew. "Damn it!" Lin Chuanqing cursed, spitting. His cap had already been blessed. Fishermen were somewhat superstitious about such things, considered bad luck. "So many birds, guano must be abundant," said the enthusiastic Bai Guoshi. "To hell with your guano," Lin Chuanqing grumbled, putting on a straw hat. How did I get stuck with this assignment? Lin Chuanking, a fisherman who'd also been a smuggler guide for years, knew the Dongsha route without charts. But he'd never approached this place before. The Taiwan Marine Corps stationed there made inspections troublesome. A bad-tempered officer might suspect espionage and treat you to a burst of gunfire, extremely unappetizing. Depth 8.3 meters, distance 3 cables. A sailor reported loudly. Reduce speed, lower boats, sound depths, Lin Chuanking ordered. Several sailors lowered a small boat and rowed toward the island. Dongsha has a lagoon, can't we sail directly in? Bai Guoshi asked. Too shallow. Lin Chuanking shook his head. Though he'd never visited Dongsha, he'd heard about it. The lagoon was very shallow. Under a meter at low tide. Go in and you'll ground. The entire Dongsha island formed a crescent shape, roughly 1 square kilometer, with a lagoon in the western section. This lagoon was barely 1 meter deep at low tide, with an outlet only 20 meters wide, almost useless as a coral island anchorage. The extremely narrow opening caused minimal water exchange, leading to long-term accumulation of organic debris on the bottom. Overall, it resembled coastal swamp ecosystem rather than the clear-watered, coral-rich lagoons typical of coral islands. Several transmigrators hoping to enjoy tropical coral island scenery were disappointed. Following the sounding boat's guidance, the ship circled the island's west side. Dongsha was actually the only exposed island in a chain of atolls. The entire Dongsha atoll was roughly 20 kilometers in diameter. Ships could enter this atoll lagoon to anchor, but lacking exposed coral reef barriers for shelter, it had limited value as a storm harbor. Stop engines. Drop anchor. Lin Chuanking maneuvered as close as possible to shore, not anchoring until the forward keel nearly scraped bottom. Assemble the pontoon bridge. Lin Chuanking continued giving orders. Guano extraction required moving heavy loads. Without a lagoon suitable for large ship berthing on Dongsha, shuttling small boats was too inefficient. So Zhenhai carried floating pontoon sections to temporarily bridge ship and beach. Are there people on the island? Should everyone arm up? Bai Guoshi asked Lin Chuanking, putting his pistol in a waterproof holster. Shouldn't be. Summer isn't fishing season, fishermen won't come here, but there are lots of sharks. Lin Chuanking raised a megaphone and shouted, Everyone be careful, many sharks in the water, don't fall overboard. If injured, return to the ship immediately. Don't pee in the ocean. Stay calm if you see sharks. The lagoon's organic-rich bottom created feeding attractants as water flowed to nearby seas, drawing scent-hunting predators like sharks. Shark density here was exceptionally high. Besides sharks, the atoll lagoon contained many fierce predatory fish with significant attack capability and lethality. 2 more boats were lowered. Sailors detached pontoon sections from the hull and began linking them with chains. Lin Chuanking ordered the marine guards to stand armed watch along both sides of the ship. Each small boat also carried a dedicated anti-shark guard equipped with harpoons, wearing chainmail armor and gloves. The atoll lagoon indeed had many sharks of various species. In the clear water, these ocean apex predators could be seen happily swimming about. Everyone was tense. Tension caused fumbling. The pontoon bridge took twice as long as usual to assemble. The nearly 100-meter floating bridge rose and fell on the surface, with shark fins occasionally visible nearby. The first group crossing the bridge to land had pale faces. Several transmigrators who'd planned to visit the island decided not to go. Bai Guoshi, tasked with directing guano extraction, had no choice but to steel himself. Holding his breath, trembling, he crossed the pontoon and reached the island. It matched the Dongsha overview he'd learned in geography class. The island's northeast was slightly higher, southwest slightly lower, with a low central depression. Average elevation was roughly 5 or 6 meters. The highest point in the northeast reached about 10 meters. The entire island was higher around the edges, lower in the middle. The central lowland was the silted-up lagoon, occupying about 1/3 of total area, with its mouth opening westward. End of chapter. Chapter 376. The mysterious ship. The island's southeast had some coconut palms, but recent shipments from Yulin had already satiated the transmigrators, so they showed no interest in this meager resource. The island was covered in wild grass and shrubs. The white sandy beaches gave a tropical island feel, though piled with various seaweed washed ashore, some with considerable economic value. But the distance from Lingao made utilization inconvenient. Bai Guoshi led several people searching for guano. They quickly found thick accumulations by the lagoon. During spring and autumn, large numbers of migratory birds stopped here. Years of migratory bird droppings had formed guano deposits totaling 600,000 tons on Dongsha Island. Now in summer, only seagulls and seabirds rested by the lagoon, the air carrying a pungent fishy smell. Then rain began. Bai Guoshi pulled up his windbreaker hood. This was the Dongsha archipelago's rainy season. Right here, Bai Guoshi said, hammering off a chunk to confirm. This type of rock, break it off. Sailors, marines, and laborers specially assigned for this mining operation all braved the rain to land on Dongsha, manually quarrying guano. Guano wasn't very hard, easy to extract. Mined ore was loaded in rattan baskets and carried to Zhenhai. The bird flocks resting by the lagoon, disturbed by this commotion, suddenly filled the sky above the island, swooping and calling. Bai Guoshi and accompanying surveyor Gao Xiaosong explored the island. Gao Xiaosong was very interested in Dongsha, though from a different perspective than Bai Guoshi. He valued its strategic position. The Dongsha archipelago sat astride the East Asia-Indian Ocean shipping lanes and Asia-Africa-Australia international routes. Routes from Guangzhou and Hong Kong to Manila or Taiwan's Kaohsiung passed through nearby waters, significant maritime importance. In the 20th century, weather stations and lighthouses had been established here. The Naval Command had long viewed this island as a stepping stone toward Taiwan, with keen interest. Chen Heiyang had specifically assigned Gao Xiaosong to survey it. The two trudged through the rain, finding fishermen's abandoned shelters and drying racks along the way. Being summer, fishermen had returned to the mainland. The entire island was deserted. A water well, Gao Xiaosong exclaimed. Not far away, indeed, there was a stone well curb. Useless, Bai Guoshi shook his head. Coral islands can't hold freshwater. There's freshwater in the sand layer, but it's easily contaminated by seawater infiltration. Well water should be less salty than seawater, barely drinkable for survival at best. What a pity. Gao Xiaosong was disappointed. I'd heard Dongsha Island had wells. Apparently, except for Yangtze Island, no South China Sea island has usable freshwater, Bai Guoshi said. For permanent stationing, you'd need desalination equipment or rainwater collection systems. The rainy season here is long enough to store considerable water. With freshwater so scarce, permanent personnel can't be stationed without major development, Gao Xiaosong assessed. The island is large enough, but ships lack a harbor for anchorage. Personnel access is inconvenient. At most, it serves as a temporary rest stop en route to Taiwan. Look, Bai Guoshi suddenly shouted, grabbing Gao Xiaosong's arm. What? Gao Xiaosong was startled. Why so jumpy? There was nothing dangerous on Dongsha Island. What is that? Bai Guoshi pointed directly at the waters to the island's southeast. On the seemingly empty sea surface stood a strange triangular iron framework. It protruded less than a meter above water. Now visible only because of low tide, with waves rising and falling, it wasn't easy to spot without looking carefully. Gao Xiaosong looked closely and found it strangely familiar. Looks like a small vessel's mast. Gao Xiaosong hesitated. As former Coast Guard, he knew this extremely well, a typical tripod mast from ocean-going fishing vessels. Both immediately felt their hair stand on end. Where would such a mast come from in this time-space? Gao Xiaosong had already drawn his pistol. Don't panic, he said quietly. There's no one on the island, nowhere to hide people here. Let's go investigate. Okay. Gao Xiaosong first radioed Lin Chuanqing, informing him of a possible situation on the island and to watch the surroundings. What situation? Lin Chuanqing sounded alarmed. Still unclear. Bai Guoshi and I will investigate first. All right, be careful. I'll fire warning shots if there's trouble. Gao Xiaosong surveyed the area. We're heading to the island's southeast tip. Understood. The two carefully approached the cape nearest the iron framework. Here coral reef pebbles jutted out, extending underwater. The iron framework was in the atoll lagoon, about 70 or 80 meters from the cape. Now it was clearly visible. Despite rust and missing components, this was unmistakably a ship's tripod mast. Gao Xiaosong strained to see underwater. There seemed to be a vague ship-shaped shadow on the reef platform, but with rain, strong winds, and poor water clarity, he couldn't see clearly. There seems to be a ship underwater, Gao Xiaosong concluded. This, how is this possible? Bai Guoshi's teeth were chattering. Obviously, in 1629, neither Ming nor European vessels had such masts. Your expedition didn't lose or have any ships go missing. Gao Xiaosong had been following his suspicious wife when he was tricked onto the Feng Cheng, so he knew little about the overall operation. No, Bai Guoshi said definitely. When crossing the wormhole, we didn't lose a single ship. Everyone is still at Bopu Harbor. Then this is very strange. Gao Xiaosong naturally understood the gravity. If this was indeed a 20th century modern fishing vessel, then besides them, others not from this time-space had also arrived. The rain intensified, accompanied by strong easterly winds. Waves surged, crashing against the cape. The two stood frozen, somewhat at a loss. Should we report to the executive committee immediately? Not yet. Gao Xiaosong steadied himself, wiping rain from his face. Let's find shelter first, then discuss with Captain Lin. For reporting, we can't just say there's a tripod mast. All right, I'll follow your lead. Bai Guoshi shouted over the wind. They retreated from the cape. The island offered nowhere to shelter from rain, so they jogged to a fisherman's shed, which was riddled with holes but better than nothing. Interference from the heavy rain blocked the radio. They could only huddle in their windbreakers, waiting for the storm to pass. Bai Guoshi watched the overwhelming downpour and surging waves beyond the shed, fear growing in his heart. Instructor Gao Xiaosong had been a Coast Guard instructor, so everyone respectfully addressed him thus. Do you think the people from that ship might still be on the island? Dongsha Island isn't too small, but there's nowhere to hide people, Gao Xiaosong said. We saw no fresh signs of human activity along our route. They're probably not here. He added to comfort Bai Guoshi. Maybe it's not even a ship. Let's hope so, Bai Guoshi muttered, extremely uneasy. He'd rather face a horde of pirates from this era than encounter an unregistered transmigrator. If such a person appeared before him now, he would unhesitatingly put a bullet through their brain, plus 7 or 8 more for good measure, whether man, woman, or child, Chinese or foreign. Don't worry too much. Even if it's a ship, it might just be an empty vessel accidentally pulled through the wormhole. Gao Xiaosong saw his excessive nervousness becoming neurotic and tried to reassure him. Our crossing point was Qiangzhou Strait. This is Dongsha Island. Well, Gao Xiaosong shook rainwater from his jacket, perhaps some kind of temporal disturbance. After the rain stopped, Lin Chuanqing was called to the island. After hearing Gao Xiaosong's briefing, he was taken to the cape to see the strange iron framework. Lin Chuanqing's face went pale. I know this type of mast. American West Coast ocean fishing vessels often use this design. So it might be an American ship. Very possibly. Lin Chuanqing had worked as an American fisherman. His word was highly credible. If only we could get closer to look. Is the water deep? About 8 meters, Gao Xiaosong said. Just dive down for a look. Lin Chuanqing said this but looked troubled. 8 meters was nothing for him or Gao Xiaosong. Without diving equipment, a single plunge would do. The problem was sharks leisurely swimming everywhere. He lacked the courage to swim with sharks. The planning committee warehouse apparently has diving equipment, anti-shark suits, shark repellent and such, but not on Zhenhai. The three conferred and decided to first conduct a thorough search of all Dongsha Island. If anyone from the ship was still stranded, they'd find them. There probably isn't anyone on the island, Gao Xiaosong said, but just in case. Regardless of whether they found anyone, this situation required information containment. Besides them, No one else on Zhenhai would be informed. After finishing guano extraction, they'd return and report directly to the executive committee. Orders were given to suspend guano mining. The entire ship went a first-degree alert. Sentries were posted at every corner of Zhenhai. Then a comprehensive island search began. If you find anyone, try to capture them alive, Gao Xiaosong ordered. End of chapter. Chapter 377, Suspect Elements. Why bother capturing them alive? Kill them and be done with it, spare ourselves future complications. Lin Chuanking's tone was matter of fact. We need proper interrogation first, Gao Xiaosong countered. Find out how they arrived, how many there are. Zhenhai went a full alert. A carpet search of Dongsha Island commenced immediately. The other transmigrators aboard found this peculiar, but Lin Chuanking offered only a terse explanation. Signs of pirate activity had been discovered, necessitating a thorough sweep for safety. The search yielded nothing. They found fishermen's graves choked with undergrowth, but no living souls and no fresh traces of human presence. Though anxiety gnawed at them, lingering longer would produce no new discoveries. After completing the guano mining operation, they set course for home. The unloaded guano sparked an immediate scramble among departments. Under the prevailing agriculture priority policy, the lion's share went to the Agricultural Committee, with the Chemistry Department claiming the remainder. Upon hearing the report of a possible modern vessel at Dongsha Island, the Executive Committee convened a secret hearing. Only core leadership and security department heads attended the briefing. The news sent a ripple of alarm through the room. If other wormholes existed, if others from their time had also crossed into this era, the implications for the Transmigrator Collective were grave. Setting aside everything else, the mystique that made them appear omnipotent to the locals would shatter the moment such a person was exposed. And if these newcomers had already pledged allegiance to some native faction, placing their modern knowledge and technology in service to a rival power, the consequences were unthinkable. You're certain it was an American fishing vessel? I said nothing of the sort. Lin Chuanking's voice was measured. I said the iron framework visible above the waterline bore a striking resemblance to the tripod masts I've seen on American ocean fishing vessels, almost identical in fact. Americans, a current of unease passed through the assembly. Could Zhu Ziliang and Selina have had unknown companions? Ma Qianju spoke first. I recommend immediate detention of those two Americans. That seems rather excessive. Ran Yao's objection was calm but firm. The Security Bureau has conducted multiple reviews. Only those two ATF agents came to China to investigate the North American branch, and they entered through airport customs with proper documentation. There's no logical reason they would have used a fishing boat. Could it be another ship from the North American branch? Obviously impossible, Ran Yao said. No one from North America ever mentioned such a thing. A ship sinking at Dongsha would have been major news, something people would talk about. Something might have happened en route. Ma Qianju's voice carried an edge. Americans, the North American branch. Let's not forget back then, wasn't she Nioran a self-nominated volunteer? The implication hung heavy in the air. Such suspicion is pointless, Wu De interjected. If we could cross the wormhole, perhaps others did too. Why must it necessarily connect to our own people? When Daisy steered the discussion back to pragmatics. Rather than suspecting ourselves first, let's consider the more likely scenario. If people from our original time-space also crossed over, what should our stance be? If it's just a few individuals willing to integrate into our collective and abide by our rules, we can consider acceptance, Wu De said. Agreed. When Daisy nodded. But if these people have already pledged allegiance to some local faction, acceptance is out of the question. What would happen if acceptance were denied remained unspoken, yet everyone understood the implication? No one raised an objection. Compared to the indigenous inhabitants, other time travelers posed a far greater threat. On this point, consensus was unanimous. All right, I concur, Ma Qianju said. But if we do accept them, we must implement rigorous political vetting and maintain long-term supervised deployment. That said, Whether these people even exist remains uncertain. Ran Yao brought the discussion back to ground. We need a thorough investigation. Someone should return to Dongsha Island immediately, dive down, and conduct a complete survey of the wreck. We might recover useful intelligence. The assembly agreed to maintain strict confidentiality. Bai Guoshi, Lin Chuanqing, and Gao Xiaosong were all instructed to keep silent. All subsequent matters would be handled exclusively by the Political Security Bureau. Ran Yao received immediate authorization to requisition personnel and equipment for investigating the suspected Dongsha wreck. After the meeting adjourned, Ma Qianju detained Ran Yao. The Political Security Bureau should conduct an internal investigation, Ma Qianju said, choosing his words with deliberation. You suspect the North American branch people. The so-called North American branch members included the Qian brothers who had arrived by sailboat and Joe Wizen. Not just them, the ones who came by airplane as well. Ma Qianju rose and began pacing his office. We must be on our guard. Once we succeed here, this parallel time-space will never produce an America. To ensure America's founding in this timeline doesn't vanish, perhaps they've been planning to sabotage our operation all along. Ran Yao stared, momentarily at a loss for words. Director Ma's reasoning wasn't entirely without merit, but the conspiracy theory seemed stretched beyond credibility. Besides, whether America would exist in a parallel time-space, what conceivable concern was that to the 21st century American government? I think that possibility is extremely remote, Ran Yao said carefully. He continued, among our entire group, returnees from North America are the most numerous. They willingly abandoned everything, brought their families across to join us in an unfamiliar time-space. They couldn't possibly intend to sabotage our operation. What would destroying the collective gain them? The American government certainly can't open another wormhole to retrieve them. If we collapse, they perish with us. Ma Qianju regarded Ran Yao in silence for a long moment. You make a fair point, but this matter is too significant to be careless about our internal security. Better to conduct a review, determine if there are any suspicious individuals or activities. Internal investigations require written executive committee approval. I'll raise it at the next meeting. Ran Yao returned to his office, turning Ma Qianju's words over in his mind. The concerns weren't unreasonable, but no evidence suggested traitors existed within the Transmigrator collective. Rashly launching such an investigation, if word leaked, would be like poking a tiger in the hindquarters. After considerable thought, he decided to use the investigation as an opportunity, have Joe Wizen join the mission. The justification was sound. He was the only person in the Transmigrator collective with a diving certification. A thorough investigation of the ship required his expertise. If that vessel truly connected to North American branch personnel, some clue would surely surface. Ran Yao summoned Liu Zheng to immediately draft documents organizing the Dongsha survey team. Liu Zheng was puzzled. Why did this fall under Political Security Bureau jurisdiction? Honestly, it's just cover, Ran Yao explained. Process it through normal mission procedures. So do we actually conduct research or just sail around? Research, proper scientific survey, completely official mission. Organizing such an expedition requires executive committee authorization, already taken care of. Ran Yao produced the documents. Mission orders are right here. Understood. Liu Zheng's tone was knowing. You want to designate specific personnel. By Guoshi from your department plus Joe Wizen, he can dive. I know he's not in your department. Issue documents for a temporary transfer. Should be no problem. Fine. Liu Zheng agreed, though puzzlement lingered in his expression. When Joe Wizen received notice to pack immediately for departure, he had no idea he'd become an investigation subject. At that moment, he was in the pharmaceutical factory's biology lab, absorbed in his specialty, also the factory's most technically demanding work, vaccine development. They want me on the Dongsha survey team. Joe Wizen was bewildered. I just started my main assignment. Why am I being sent on another expedition? His outdoor skills, familiarity with firearms, wilderness survival expertise, hunting experience, had made him the default instructor for the Army, Navy, Special Reconnaissance, and Long-Range Reconnaissance units, along with teaching diving. Just days earlier, he'd been transferred to the pharmaceutical factory for biology research. This sudden reassignment made no sense. Puzzled or not, a sailing trip to tropical waters sounded agreeable enough, at least a temporary escape from this tedious laboratory work, and from the insatiable Miss Mendoza. Western women, he reflected, were decidedly hard to satisfy. Lin Chuanqing was naturally assigned again as expedition ship captain. This time they would use a small 50-ton single-masted lateen vessel equipped with a diesel engine, purpose-built for marine surveying and short-distance coastal transport. Ran Yao planted one investigator among the indigenous crew and another among the transmigrators. Their orders: observe all expedition members throughout the mission for any unusual behavior. As the investigation team prepared for departure, Wu De summoned all village liaisons from the Nanbao region to Barren City. He issued orders to deliver lignite and peat within 10 days, assigning quotas ranging from 5 to 20 tons per village based on their able-bodied male population. Every 100 heavy jin of lignite or peat could offset 1 heavy jin of public grain. The liaisons exchanged bewildered glances, wondering what peculiar scheme these Australians were hatching now. What possible use could they have for that black stuff? Mining the coal was easy enough, but transporting such quantities to Barren City posed considerable difficulties. The road from Nanbao to Barren was notoriously hard to travel. Normally, villagers wouldn't venture to the county town without pressing business, let alone haul heavy loads all the way to Eastgate Market, even farther than the county seat itself. The liaisons looked troubled, requesting extensions. Wu De understood the Agricultural Committee's urgent need for fertilizer, but recognizing the long and difficult road to Barren, he granted additional time to spare the people excessive labor. End of chapter. Chapter 378, the Nanbao Highway. Wu De returned to the Executive Committee meeting room with a grimace. 20 days now before the first deliveries arrive. Wu Nanhai will certainly have objections. Objections won't help. Ma Qianju studied the map spread before him. From Nanbao to Barren, by this era's standards, it's quite far. Nanbao itself is hilly with terrible roads. He traced route possibilities with his finger. We should advance next year's planned simple highway to Nanbao. Emergency requisitions can force villages to deliver short-term, but for sustained resource utilization, we absolutely need proper transport infrastructure. The Nanbao region held the concentration of Lingao's mineral wealth: lignite, limonite, peat, kaolin, limestone, plus the Li territory's agricultural and forestry resources and tungsten ore. All possessed significant practical value for the collective's industry and agriculture. But long-neglected transportation, combined with a Ming garrison town near Nanbao, had kept connections with the collective weak. To date, only the reconnaissance team, the bandit suppression detachment, and trade caravans bound for Li territories had ventured there. A highway would vastly improve local resource utilization and strengthen ties with Lingao's Li communities. Currently, the poor roads meant trade caravans visited Nan Cave only every 2 or 3 months. Li territory resources remained underexploited, and infiltration of the area was insufficient. I support the highway, Wu De said. Otherwise, these emergency requisitions becoming routine would constitute extreme exploitation. I'm in frequent contact with local elders. I've come to understand that common people fear nothing more than endless labor conscription. In rural areas, able-bodied men are the most precious resource. A family without men is a family whose sky has collapsed. With a highway, travel becomes convenient. Vehicles can transport materials with far greater efficiency. By modern standards, Nanbao wasn't far at all. From Barren City, following the Wenlin River upstream along what would become the S306 highway, passing through Lingao County town, continuing south into hilly terrain. Soon you'd reach modern Nanbao Township. Under 31 kilometers total. A 20 to 30-minute drive in the future, but in this time space, the journey consumed 2 or 3 days. Over wilderness dirt paths, with villages delivering coal by carrying pole and wheelbarrow, the labor consumed was staggering. Ma Qianju rang the bell on his desk. A boy of 15 or 16 appeared at the office door. He wore a black native cloth Mandarin collar student uniform, a wooden entry pass badge pinned to his chest. "You called, Chief," the boy was respectful, his Mandarin slightly halting but clear. "Summon the Transportation People's Commissar and the construction company manager to my office." "Right away, Chief." The boy gave a solemn nod, turned crisply, and departed. Office etiquette training was progressing well. Ma Qianju privately admired the hierarchical formalities depicted in Soviet films, the serious, formal atmosphere radiating meticulousness and order. The boy was named Hu Wenyang, an orphan collected along with his sister by the Guangzhou station. Both had decent educational foundations. His sister had joined the health department for nursing training. Hu Wenyang had quickly passed the grade B diploma examination at Citizen School. When the general office needed reliable administrative trainees for various departments, he passed Political Security Bureau vetting and was admitted to the Military Political Academy, attending school 3 days weekly and working at the planning committee the other 3. Transportation People's Commissar Shan Daoqian was at the Bopu Rail Dispatch Center when the summons arrived, absorbed in designing railway interlocking schemes. Bopu's rail network had grown quite dense. Crude flag signaling alone had become too inefficient. Being suddenly summoned to the planning committee office surprised him. Transportation matters had been light lately, mainly maintaining and upgrading existing roads. When both summoned officials had arrived, Ma Qianju presented his concept for the barren Nanbao Simple Highway. Too hasty. Mei Wan found the proposal abrupt. "The rainy season has just begun. Continuous rain makes road building extremely difficult. Why not wait for dry season? The highway's purpose is transporting Nanbao's mineral resources," Ma Qianju said firmly. "Currently, Nanbao contains resources we desperately need that simply cannot be moved. If the executive committee approves, transportation has no objection." Shan Daoqian's specialty was railways, but he could manage highways well enough. He studied the map carefully. "The outbound cargo is primarily minerals, correct? Approximately how many vehicles per day?" "Uncertain," Ma Qianju admitted. Nanbao's mineral development potential was enormous, but current extraction capacity remained unclear. For bulk cargo transport, our most reliable vehicles are ox carts. Shan Daoqian ran mental calculations. "I'll need to order new heavy-load wagons from Li Chiki, and our ox numbers are insufficient. For oxen, contact the External Trade Committee. They now manage Changhua Fortress. Have them purchase another batch from the Li. Changhua Fortress itself still has some cattle." "Understood." "Road surface requirements aren't high for this type of highway," Mei Wan observed. "But Nanbao is hilly terrain. The road may have severe elevation changes. Heavy-load wagons may struggle." "Nanbao is hills, not mountains," Ma Qianju said. "No need for tunneling and rock blasting on a massive scale. At most some detours. Try to keep the road's surface as level as possible. Let me check how the 20th century S306 highway from Lingao County town to Nanbao Township was routed." Mei Wan flipped through his work notebook. "I'll organize a survey team upon returning." A thought occurred to him. There's a patrol inspector station near Nanbao, specifically monitoring traffic in and out of Li territories. "No problem. That inspector is exceedingly sensible." Ma Qianju waved off the concern. After the peace agreement with the county, this inspector received his share of benefits. He's never troubled our Li territory trade caravans. Road construction shouldn't bother him either. There's also the garrison town documented in Mission 221,629,050,705. The garrison town's location is relatively remote. The highway can bypass it. though it needn't detour by much, handle it as we've handled the county town. As chief of staff, Ma Qianju knew the place's military status and sneered inwardly at this so-called fortress's combat capability. They'll simply cower behind their walls. I suggest assigning this road-building mission to the army. If the garrison's Ming troops prove uncooperative, we'll simply reorganize that garrison town. The barren Nanbao Simple Highway was thus decided. Wu Nanhai and the Agricultural Committee had no idea their farmland development had butterfly-effected into a cascade of subsequent events. The Agricultural Committee was currently concentrating on the Meitai water infrastructure construction, while intensifying late-stage management of February's first rice crop. They aimed for spectacular yields in the test fields, building momentum for subsequent heaven and earth society agricultural promotion. By modern Lingao's accumulated temperature records, rice could be planted in January by the Gregorian calendar. But Wu Nanhai, exercising caution, had followed local farmers' customs and delayed sowing to February. Wisely so, as January had brought extreme lows of 3 to 5 degrees Celsius. Rice seedlings required temperatures above 10 degrees. Though lacking comprehensive year-round Lingao temperature data, Wu Nanhai had concluded that 1629 Lingao could likely only manage 2 rice crops. The first crop's insufficient heat accumulation would delay harvest to May or June. The shorter second crop could harvest around October. This aligned with information gathered from farm workers. Clearly, this time-space's Lingao had sound reasons for not growing 3 crops. February's first rice sowing covered 500 mu, 200 mu of last year's improved, well-fertilized high-yield test fields, another 300 mu of so-called rain-dependent fields. On these 300 mu, beyond the hybrid rice seeds, Wu Nanhai had experimentally planted several dwarf lodging-resistant varieties to observe what results they could achieve without modern agricultural inputs. After sowing, without herbicides, chemical fertilizers, or pesticides, they employed entirely traditional methods. Wu Nanhai and Fa Shilu spent every day in the paddies, constantly exchanging farming insights with Wang Tian and their workers, devising various homespun solutions to emerging problems. Growing crops without modern agricultural inputs proved initially quite painful for agricultural committee members accustomed to modern farming. None had truly foreseen how remarkable the petrochemical agriculture that environmental critics love to disparage actually was. Where 50 kilograms of chemical fertilizer per mu once guaranteed high yields, now each mu required half a ton of base fertilizer plus multiple follow-up applications. Growing 200 mu of high-yield fields had nearly exhausted Wu Nanhai's accumulated fertilizer from most of a year's preparation, leaving the other 300 mu severely under-fertilized. Then came the weeds, rice rust, blast disease, pest infestations. Every conceivable rice-growing problem confronted them. Issues easily solved with modern technology became heavy labor here. Until the chemistry department manufactured calcium chlorate, weeding was done entirely by hand under Wang Tian's direction. For pesticides, they scoured the great library for traditional formulations, established a workshop for compounding, and tried one remedy after another until problems were eventually overcome. Now the grain-filling period was ending. On Wan Lihui's suggestion, the paddies began draining for field drying. Drying reduced lodging, decreased pest damage, hardened the ground surface, and facilitated harvesting, all highly beneficial for yields. But timing required skill. Judging the right moment was precisely the core task of farming cadres. The Wan family had grown rice for generations. Wan Lihui possessed considerable experience. End of chapter. Chapter 379. Fu Buer joins the society, finally cleared every hurdle. Wu Nanhai gazed at the rice ears swaying heavy with the coming harvest, breathing a sigh of relief. In the distance, the vigorous construction at Meitai high-yield field project filled his heart with quiet satisfaction. Though the first early rice crop had been bumpy, with yields falling below expectations. It had yielded invaluable experience. Many practical problems now had working solutions. He estimated that at the current construction pace, planting those 1,500 mu of new high-yield fields would have to wait until August, still in time for late-season planting. Achieving modern-era yields of 2,000 jin per mu was, of course, impossible. He estimated test field yields around 800 jin per mu. In Lingao, this would be nothing short of miraculous. The rain-dependent fields had performed poorly, generally only 300 to 400 jin. Wu Nanhai had discovered that without sufficient agricultural inputs and proper field management, hybrid rice performed only marginally better than ordinary lodging-resistant varieties. Hybrid rice on rain-dependent fields yielded merely 50 to 100 jin more per mu than competing varieties, a difference hardly worth noting. Still, this harvest combined with April's sweet potato haul had astonished all of Lingao County. Landlords everywhere were making inquiries. What seeds were the Australians using? Farm workers had suddenly become hot commodities. Recognized on the road, they'd be dragged off for drinks while locals attempted to extract information. Several rich peasants and small landlords had even offered to marry daughters to them if they'd switch employers. As for the various schemes to ingratiate themselves with farm personnel and obtain seeds at harvest, these were commonplace. Wu Nanhai remained unconcerned. Hybrid rice seed saving was pointless given the genetics. Sweet potatoes accumulated toxins over generations. Without the Agricultural Committee's technical support system, such miracles wouldn't recur. But for appearances, he held several assemblies announcing strict prohibition of seed leakage. Anyone caught would be sent to the labor reform camp. Labor reform camp now made indigenous laborers across Lingao tremble. Camp Commander Fu Yaoti's reputation had grown to rival Himmler's. To strengthen laborers' law-abiding consciousness, Wu De periodically organized indigenous workers to visit the camp, allowing them to fully appreciate how fortunate it was to work honestly for the Transmigrator Collective. Some who believed they had connections with the collective, like Zhang Yufu, who'd facilitated peace negotiations between the county government and transmigrators the previous year, occasionally visited Wu De, hinting at interest in the new seeds. Fu Buer, once captured and later appointed Meiyang village representative, had heard rumors of the cropped head's new miracle, yields of 700 or 800 jin from a single rice crop. He could sit still no longer. He hurried to Eastgate Market to find Ma Peng, hoping for an introduction to important farm figures. Spending some silver is no problem, he assured, but Ma Peng told him there was no rush. The leaders are recently establishing something called the Heaven and Earth Society, specifically to help everyone farm. If you want to learn their methods, just register at the Heaven and Earth Society office at Eastgate Market. Heaven and Earth Society. Fu Buer was puzzled. Heaven and Earth Society. Ma Peng nodded sagely. Heaven above, Earth below, Heaven and Earth Society. Fu Buer hurried to Eastgate Market. A new two-story building had risen near the outer perimeter of Eastgate Street. Before it stood an incongruously placed wooden arch inscribed with Heaven and Earth Society in large characters. Flanking couplets read, Earth shakes the high ridge, a stream flows on for 1,000 ages. Gate faces the great sea, 3 rivers flow for 10,000 years. Fu Buer gathered his courage and entered. The receptionist, hearing his request, produced a registration form. Though somewhat literate, Fu Buer was effectively semi-illiterate and had to ask them to write for him. The registration covered only name, address, and family members, but then asked how much land he had and how much was paddy versus dry field. Fu Buer was about to answer, then swallowed his words. After a moment's thought, he said his family had only 50 mu of paddy. In truth, they had over 400 mu, 300 mu of paddy, more than 100 mu of dry field. He said this because it suddenly occurred to him, who knew what these cropped heads intended with this so-called Heaven and Earth Society. Centuries of farmer wisdom, accumulated through generations of deception by government and gentry alike, prompted Buer to set an ambush instinctively. After registration, the clerk gave him a bamboo token with an engraved number. He was instructed, on the 1st of next month, bring the token to the Heaven and Earth Society office for a group meeting chaired by Society President Yi Yumming. Buer was confused. Isn't this for buying seeds? The clerk smiled. It's not that simple. You'll meet with others first. President Yi will explain the specifics at the meeting. Buer felt a flutter of anxiety. May I ask, does the Heaven and Earth Society charge fees? Fees? The clerk checked his registration. You have only 50 mu of paddy, that makes you a middle peasant. Probably no charge. Only large landowners pay. They pay technical service fees. The clerk consulted some documents. Charged per mu, thank goodness. Buer rejoiced inwardly. Sure enough, nothing in this world came free. Fees were required. Fortunate he'd reported only 50 mu, otherwise wouldn't he be paying extra grain tax for nothing. Officials everywhere were equally rapacious. But the cropped heads apparently did favor smaller households. He'd likely receive free seeds. Buer departed the Heaven and Earth Society office secretly pleased, already calculating. Once 50 mu worth of seeds arrived, not a single grain would go to tenants. He'd personally supervise long-term workers planting them on his best fields. Then he'd save the finest for seed stock. Next year all his paddies could be planted. The Heaven and Earth Society president is no longer Chen Bakai, Yi Yumming reflected with private satisfaction. Yi Bakai didn't sound quite right anyway. He now stood in a second-floor meeting room at the Heaven and Earth Society. The freshly whitewashed walls were still slightly damp. Black paint on the wooden board serving as a blackboard hadn't fully dried. This room would be the venue for future promotional meetings with Heaven and Earth Society clients. Technical training would be conducted at the farm, learning through practice. The meeting room had gathered personnel from the Agricultural Committee, Civil Affairs Committee, and related departments, preparing to hold the first Agricultural Work Conference to discuss Heaven and Earth Society implementation methods. Everyone agreed on using the Heaven and Earth Society as the external organization for agricultural technology promotion. Many local farmers and landlords had already demonstrated demand for new agricultural methods. Originally, Yi Yumming's Heaven and Earth Society plan had involved only small poultry loans for contract farming, plus simple agricultural technical training for local farmers. After several days of discussion, the plan had expanded dramatically. The new Heaven and Earth Society would have two departments, the Heaven Department for Technology and the Earth Department for Promotion. Improved varieties and agricultural techniques would be promoted through two client groups. First were landlords, defined as those with over 100 mu of directly managed land, cultivated personally or using hired workers, also termed entrepreneurial landlords. Agricultural technology promotion would primarily target this group. The model: the Heaven and Earth Society provides seeds and trains field management personnel. In the first year, the Agricultural Department dispatches Heaven Department staff to assist purchasing landlords with field management while training their own personnel. Technical services for grain-producing households would require patent fees, bundled with seed purchase. Charging was intended to cultivate early intellectual property awareness. Thereafter, these clients would pay annual membership dues. In return, the Heaven and Earth Society would continue providing improved seeds and basic services, crop disease and pest control, technical guidance and supplies of pesticides and fertilizers. Wait, Yi Yumming suddenly interjected. Fertilizers manageable, lignite and such, plus the synthetic ammonia industry. But pesticides, doesn't that require an organic chemistry industry? Traditional pesticides, Wu Nanhai explained. He'd accumulated considerable experience with folk pesticides during the early crop. His confidence had grown significantly. This early rice crop succeeded largely thanks to traditional pesticides. They're not as effective as modern ones, certainly. Bordeaux mixture, copper sulfate plus lime water, how effective? I remember it's for spraying fruit trees. Can it work on rice? Yi Yumming was recalling high school biology lessons. Bordeaux mixture is a protectant, effective if sprayed before disease appears, with protection lasting 2 weeks. Very effective against downy mildew, less so against rust. Early inorganic pesticides also include lime-sulfur mixture, quite effective as a fungicide, especially against rust and powdery mildew. Lasting effect, plus some insect prevention. Wu Nanhai had mastered materials excavated from old agricultural records. Rice insect pests can be controlled with yellowmouth soil 666, basically Chinese medicinal materials combined with simple inorganic compounds, effective against rice aphids. Many such formulas exist in the literature. His enthusiasm grew. I plan to propose to the executive committee that the agricultural committee establish a pesticide factory plus a crude fertilizer factory. These 2 items alone would be agricultural superweapons in the Great Ming. Besides our own use, we can sell commercially. They'll be in tremendous demand. Wan Lihui raised a concern. External sales won't be highly profitable. Volume and weight are too large, profit per unit weight too low. No matter, Wu Nanhai explained. First year, we use the Heaven and Earth Society to bring fertilizer and pesticides to the countryside. Besides supplying society members, we provide free use to green zone and blue zone villages. Second year, we can sell countywide. Let farmers haul it themselves. Volume and weight aren't problems. These products cost little. Folk pesticides costs are essentially labor costs. Raw materials are virtually worthless. But Committee Member Wu, I don't understand why the charter proposes targeting only entrepreneurial landlords. Aren't all landlords the same? Wan Lihui looked puzzled. End of chapter. Chapter 380 MicroLoans. The difference is enormous, Wu Nanhai explained. Landlords actually come in many varieties. The landlords we're most familiar with exploit primarily through tenancy. They divide their holdings into small plots for tenants. According to traditional Chinese landlord-tenant relationships, once land is leased, what to grow and how to grow it becomes the tenant's business. As long as tenants pay their rent, landlords have no right to interfere with farming activities. Sometimes they can't even change tenants, so they have zero interest in improving agricultural technology. Their energy goes entirely into dealing with tenants and ensuring rent is paid on time and in full. By contrast, entrepreneurial landlords carry something of the flavor of modern agricultural capitalists. They hire long-term and short-term workers paying wages. Some are even tenants themselves. They have strong demand for maximizing land profits. Since they can't simply raise rent to increase income, they must extract more output from the land. Their demand for agricultural technology is far more urgent. Tenants. If they're tenants, how can they be landlords? Didn't you know there was a term tenant-rich peasant during land reform? Wu Nanhai smiled. Actually, calling such people landlords is technically inappropriate. They're professional land operators, generally possessing substantial capital or specialized skills. They lease large areas directly from landowners and profit by cultivating high-value cash crops. I see. Wan Lihui nodded, somewhat embarrassed. And here I'm supposed to be from a farming background. The rural society you came from had long since passed this stage, Wu Nanhai said. In this time-space's Guangdong, Fujian, and the Jiangsu-Zhejiang region, entrepreneurial landlords are rising, though they mainly grow cash crops. Pure grain-focused entrepreneurial landlords remain rare. Those are whom we want to support. Entrepreneurial landlords are very capitalistic, Yi Yumming observed. Representatives of advanced productive forces in this time-space, would you say? Exactly. So our agricultural policy is support entrepreneurial landlords, protect owner cultivators, squeeze out tenant landlords, gradually making them disappear or transform into entrepreneurial landlords. What about tenants themselves? The question came with evident concern. Eliminating tenant landlords eliminates tenants' livelihood. The executive committee isn't planning land reform. How do we solve their land problem? Under tenancy, they at least had a way to survive. Eliminate tenant landlords and they won't even have bitter rice to eat. Lingao has plenty of wasteland. Distribute seeds and oxen, help them clear land, organize them to build irrigation. Wu De directly objected. After all that effort, we'd only create a batch of new Lingao smallholders. We don't need to expand the smallholder base here. It's useless to us. It sounds reasonable, though. Smallholders will fight desperately to defend their land and homes. The working class will fight just as desperately and they possess nothing, no fretting about spring planting or autumn harvesting. Wu Du allowed himself a sardonic smile. All right, actually, for defending homes, people don't necessarily need 50 mu to cultivate. They just need a society that feels prosperous, stable, and hopeful. As for absorbing surplus labor, there are many solutions. The simplest is industry, Wu De continued. Then agriculture itself. We don't need peasants, we need agricultural workers. Except for certain specialty crops, everything gets intensive cultivation on consolidated land. When Daisy cleared his throat, about to speak, when Li Quan from the farm entered carefully carrying a tea tray. This little girl, collected along with her mother from Gu family village by Zhangxingjie, had after most of a year at the farm grown into quite a cute lowly, 2 black braids, a clean thin silk blouse, large eyes blinking. Chief Wen, please have tea, Li Quan said sweetly. Despite her young age, she knew the Transmigrator Collective's main figures well. These gentlemen were big shots who frequently appeared at the farm. Good, thank you. When Daisy raised the porcelain teacup, the little girl smiled brightly, then distributed cups to everyone. Perhaps because cute little girls were rare, everyone's appreciative gazes fixed on her, making her cheeks flush crimson. She quickly retreated. When Daisy gave a cold HMPH. Li Quan is now at citizen school. Very clever. Zhao Zishan wrote a recommendation for her, plans to send her to Military Political Academy. Wu Nanhai looked around, mustered courage, and said quietly, Military Political Academy, she's far too young. When Daisy was puzzled, momentarily not grasping Wu Nanhai's meaning. In a few years she won't be. Wu Nanhai's face reddened slightly. He seemed reluctant to elaborate. Just then Yi Yumming resumed speaking, so he dropped the subject. Yi Yumming was introducing measures for small farmers and minor landlords. For this group, the Heaven and Earth Society would primarily promote livestock and poultry techniques through contract farming, with the Agricultural Committee purchasing all output. This wasn't simply distributing chickens and ducks to households. It was a microloan operation. I suggest DeLong Grain Store handle this, Yi Yumming said. If DeLong considers the business too amateur for their operation, it can be delegated to the Agricultural Committee. No problem, DeLong is a financial institution by nature. Microloans fall within our scope. Yan Ming agreed readily. This approach is actually preferable, easier accounting. He proposed, during distribution, directly issue grain circulation vouchers. Borrowers then use vouchers to purchase poultry from the Heaven and Earth Society for raising. These loans would be small, worth only 5 to 10 chickens. Households would buy chicks from the society, raise them to maturity, then submit 20 eggs to the society as principal and interest. The society would then uniformly purchase additional eggs at rates of several vouchers per egg. When laying hens aged out, they could be sold to the food factory for meat products. We can jointly invest with local major landlords in small food processing factories. We provide technology. They manage operations. Downstream raw materials controlled by the Heaven and Earth Society. Upstream sales controlled by the Trade Department. Even if factories nominally belong to landlords, they're really just processing plants. They can't cause trouble. Yi Yumming finished explaining his plan in one breath. There's a procedural issue, Wu Nanhai pointed out. Farmers receive voucher loans but repay the farm with eggs, but the farm can't repay its bank loans with eggs. I say let it go. When Daisy's tone was pragmatic. Never mind the mismatch between in-kind loans and monetary loans. Have you observed poverty area aid programs in our time? First, they distributed cash directly, farmers spent it instantly. Then they switched to distributing chickens, pigs, sheep, animals taken home and slaughtered within days for eating. Farmers would claim disease had killed them. What do you do then? Demand repayment. No one could guarantee this time-space's farmers were more honest than those in the other time-space. So rather than a loan format, use a futures format. Provide quality breeds free initially, then contract with farmers to purchase at agreed prices later, paying a partial deposit up front. At least they won't immediately eat the poultry. Also, poultry farming carries risks. Disease causes batch deaths, easily bankrupting farmers who then can't repay. That breeds resentment, affecting transmigrators' reputation and local social stability. So livestock and poultry farming should be postponed. First, popularize quality crops. These are microloans. I think 10 or fewer chicks won't bankrupt anyone. Yumming was insistent. If all the birds die and they can't repay, send them to the labor camp for a month as debt payment. If you're still worried, have employees' families do the raising first. Besides, freebies will equally be eaten then blamed on disease. If farmers calculate that completing the contract benefits them more than eating the chickens and drinking up the deposit, they'll work properly. When Daisy shrugged. Of course, some chronically impoverished people won't think this way. If Lingao's common people prove to be relatively enterprising laborers, contract farming should be implementable. My objection to microloans has two concerns. First, locals may lack the concept of borrowing for productive purposes. Second, loans easily associate with negative phenomena like usury, hard to promote. Regarding borrowing concepts, Director Wen, you're overthinking. Yan Ming had researched this topic. Local rural lending existed and was actually quite diverse. Farmers often used it for fertilizer, tools, or to survive lean seasons. Lenders were mainly local landlords and wealthy households, predominantly making in-kind loans. Interest rates varied widely, from under 1.5% annual interest for mutual aid lending within local gentry clans to usurious monthly rates of 1%. Overall, farmers do possess lending awareness. If our loan interest is low, farmers will be willing to borrow. For further risk mitigation, we can develop evaluation standards and implement risk control. Yan Ming was clearly interested in agricultural microloans. This would be his first loan operation. Small business but a beginning. That approach means we can't increase local farmers' income to win popular support. The genuinely poor get nothing. We must balance both. When Daisy said after careful consideration, for truly destitute peasants who possess nothing, no loans. Begin lending with small owner cultivators. Lower the standards, broaden coverage, benefit as many as possible. End of chapter. Chapter 381. The agricultural supply store they finally agreed on using in-kind microloans, more convenient to operate and easier for farmers to grasp. Poultry chicks would be provided on credit to farmers, minimum 5, maximum 10. Farmers would sign exclusive purchase agreements for eggs, repaying principal and interest through egg delivery. I propose 20 eggs total per chick for principal and interest. Yumming began. That's practically giving them away, far too few. Wu Nanhai felt shortchanged. We're not giving farmers newly hatched chicks. These are 18-week-old mature pullets, raised with considerable labor and resources. And all the laying breeds we brought, whether light-type white-shell layers or medium-type brown-shell layers, average 220 to 280 eggs annually. Each hen lays for 2 to 3 years. Even 50 eggs as the chick cost feels like a loss. At the start of promotion, let's take a loss, Yumming said. Keep it at 20 eggs. Lingao's so-called middle peasants, rich peasants, and minor landlords all possessed limited economic capacity. Given farmers' frugal, suspicious mentality, initial promotion needed to demonstrate sufficient profit incentive, yet the conditions couldn't be too favorable, or farmers wouldn't believe them either. Wan Lihui sided with Yumming, arguing that 50 eggs was actually excessive. That annual egg yield was achieved through intensive commercial poultry farming with ample compound feed. Under traditional farming conditions, farmers providing limited monotonous feed while poultry spent more time foraging, egg yields wouldn't approach those figures. Loss and death rates would also be considerable. I think several of those 5 to 10 chickens dying from various causes is highly likely. You may have studied agriculture, but you don't truly know farmers' hardships. Wan Lihui spoke from experience. Rural poultry farming, one mishap and you lose everything. A few chickens might seem trivial to modern people, but for farmers here they represent substantial property. After extensive discussion, they accepted Yi Yumming's proposal, 20 eggs per chicken as principal and interest for the laying hens provided. Repayment due within 6 months from the start of farming. After principal and interest were repaid, the Heaven and Earth Society would exclusively purchase all eggs and eventually buy back non-laying hens. Everyone agreed that with proper care and no unexpected losses, the benefits from this plan were obvious. This is also an excellent opportunity to expand circulation voucher use among county farmers, Yan Ming observed. After over half a year of issuance, vouchers had established creditworthiness among county merchants, but farmer acceptance of paper currency remained stubbornly low. Paying farmers in paper currency for purchases, combined with policies incentivizing voucher use at East Gate Market, all Transmigrator-operated stores offered 5% discounts for voucher purchases. Precisely because farmers instinctively distrusted vouchers, once they possessed them they'd spend them quickly at market, further stimulating circulation and avoiding the hoarding behavior that occurred with metal currency payments. True monetary circulation at last. We're not promoting, we're practically subsidizing, someone remarked. Most countries in the world subsidize agriculture, otherwise no one would farm anymore. Yi Yumming was unfazed. Consider this our version of agricultural subsidy policy. Short term, we'll take some losses, but building trust with the people first is essential for promotion, Yi Yumming concluded. With trust as our foundation, future Heaven and Earth Society initiatives will proceed far more smoothly. The poultry initially provided to farmers would be laying hens only. Wan Lihui recommended white leghorns. This light-type whiteshell layer breed had already fallen out of fashion in the 21st century, but possessed characteristics ideal for farmer free-range conditions: tolerance for rough feed, high conversion efficiency, and adeptness at foraging. One more point, we need to provide feed and technical farming services, Wu Nanhai added. We can't just hand over chickens to farmers and walk away. We must follow up. Feed issues were especially critical. Free-range methods could greatly reduce the chances of chicken plague, but farmers in this time space obviously wouldn't provide as much feed as 21st century commercial farmers did. Laying hens required particularly precise compound feed. According to modern animal husbandry standards, raising layers involved 39 different nutritional indicators. Beyond adequate protein, sufficient fiber and calcium were essential. Looking at local farmers, they barely have enough grain for themselves. Can they even afford to raise chickens? Won't the birds starve? Raising chickens required grain. Though farm households traditionally raised chickens to supplement income, scale was universally small. Even if farmers have enough grain, we must provide formula feed, especially protein and calcium. These greatly affect egg production. Otherwise, our promotion would be meaningless, Wu Nanhai said. How do we provide it? Feed loans also repaid with eggs. All these consecutive loans, farmers will end up shackled with endless debt. As long as our feed increases production, they should be willing. Wu Nanhai seemed confident. Farmers used to spend money in town buying manure and household waste, buying soybean cake and peanut cake from workshops. They possess investment awareness. They understand that high inputs bring good harvests. We won't interfere with ordinary feed. We'll specifically provide formula feed, primarily supplementing protein and calcium, plus various nutrients easily deficient in free-range farming. No one objected. Details would be handled by the Agricultural Committee. Lending would be managed by DeLong. Internal settlement between the Heaven and Earth Society and DeLong would proceed separately. The Finance Committee hoped to quickly implement monetary settlement between departments for better financial accounting, rather than hard-to-value in-kind accounts. As a supporting project, DeLong Grain Store would also launch Farmer-Aid loans, small cash loans specifically for farmers to purchase formula feed, folk veterinary medicines, disinfectants, and other agricultural supplies. This would support farmer production while expanding grain circulation voucher circulation. I have an idea, Yi Yumming proposed before adjournment. Lingao is desperately short of iron farm tools, not only of poor quality but extremely expensive, seriously constraining productivity. The metallurgy department can't yet fully meet county demand. Can we give Heaven and Earth Society member farmers special discounts? Perhaps promote new tools at reduced prices. That should be possible. Wu Nanhai nodded, turning to Planning Committee Representative Dai Zai. This man had directed materials distribution on D-Day. As institutions matured, he'd maintained a lower profile, focusing on Planning Committee administration, mainly project approval and review, frequently appearing at construction sites. Approximately how many? The Agricultural Committee needs to expand farm workers and replace some worn tools, plus this Heaven and Earth Society promotion. Wu Nanhai pulled a notebook from his pocket. At least 50 pieces monthly, apparently fearing outright refusal. I'll still return damaged tools to the Planning Committee for remelting. Not a major problem, Dai Zai said. Current metallurgy daily steel production can support this volume. But tools provided to outside farmers will be difficult to recover. Factor that loss into your calculations. Trade-in program. Have farmers return old ones, pay a small price difference. We sell them new ones. That should work, Dai Zai agreed. Why don't we just open an agricultural supply store? Wan Lihui had a sudden inspiration, recalling that rural agricultural supply dealers in his time had grown quite wealthy. New farm tools, formula feed, folk pesticides, crude fertilizers, seeds. So many quality products, no shortage of eager buyers. Everyone liked the idea. They decided the Heaven and Earth Society would open an agricultural supply store at East Gate Market selling Heaven and Earth Society brand agricultural products. Initially, these products would only be available to landlords and small farmers participating in the promotion program. No external sales. Besides iron tools and seedlings, which can't yet be widely promoted, formula feed, folk pesticides, crude fertilizers. Those should be freely available soon, Wu Nanhai said. After the meeting, Yan Ming enthusiastically discussed agricultural supply pricing with Yi Yumming, Dai Zai, and others. The Farmer-Aid loans issued would mainly purchase these products. While they debated pricing, Wu Nanhai headed back to the farm with Wan Lihui. Wan Lihui asked Wu Nanhai what exactly this formula feed would be made from. Wan Lihui knew the farm's grain reserves were rather thin, insufficient grain for large-scale feed making. They'd have to rely heavily on seafood processing plant scraps, fish bones, and scales. Wu Nanhai entered a special warehouse and emerged with a wooden box. This is the main component of my formula feed. What on earth is this? Earthworms. Wu Nanhai smiled. Ever raised them in the countryside? No, Wan Lihui suddenly understood. But someone in my area did, mainly supplying commercial chicken farms. Exactly. Besides earthworms, I'm also planning maggot farming. I haven't done that myself, and we lack sufficient substrate material. Let's start simple with earthworms. You're planning to use earthworms as the primary ingredient for formula feed, plus some plant-based ingredients, fish offal powder and shell powder, all essential for laying hens. Wu Nanhai's planned main feed formula consisted of dried earthworm powder, fish offal powder, and shell powder. Without corn, the most common feed grain, he could only produce supplementary formula feed. End of chapter. Chapter 382, Earthworms. Once the county's coarse grain yields increase, I'll directly manufacture complete compound feed to sell to farmers, no more self-mixing. Wu Nanhai's ambitions ran high. That will further increase yields, reduce technical difficulty, and make promotion considerably easier. As he spoke, Wu Nanhai rode his Type 28 bicycle with Wan Lihui to a corner of the farm. A flat piece of land had been prepared here, surrounded on all sides by rows of small trees, with drainage ditches dug around the perimeter. Most conspicuous were the many large wicker baskets heaped near the cleared ground. Though covered with straw mats, they emitted a pungent stench. Rotting liquid seeped onto the earth, with flies dancing happily in clouds above. Wan Lihui immediately spotted his brother Wan Lihuang sitting idly under a grass shed, wearing a straw hat, occasionally swatting at flies. Wan Lihui pinched his nose. "Why does it stink so terribly?" Wu Nanhai seemed entirely unconcerned, leaning his bicycle against a tree trunk. "Little Wan, this earthworm farm will be you brother's responsibility from now on." "Understood." Wan Lihui thought bitterly. "Wonderful, this stinking, filthy work falls to us again. Is it because we're from farming backgrounds?" He reflected sourly that his dream for this time-space had been freely playing with guns. Now here he was with no guns, just farming. Back to rural labor. Despite such thoughts, he couldn't let it show. He quickly expressed determination to complete the organization's assignment with excellence. Artificial earthworm cultivation was a relatively new agricultural technology. Its primary purposes were providing low-cost protein feed for livestock, poultry, and fish, processing various organic wastes, converting waste to fertilizer, and eliminating organic pollution. It could also improve soil fertility. Wu Nanhai planned to raise red earthworms, a common breed in earthworm cultivation. These dung worms loved consuming various livestock manures and possessed strong fertilizer affinity, making them ideal for artificial cultivation. "Look, these are the red earthworms we'll be raising." Wu Nanhai opened the wooden box. Several purple-red earthworms, 90 to 150 millimeters long, wriggled inside. "They're easy to raise. The key is properly preparing the feed." Wu Nanhai led them toward the baskets with their frankly offensive odor. "Earthworm feed," he explained, "can come from many sources. Basically any non-toxic, disease-free organic waste works. Livestock manure, plant matter, fruit peels, sugarcane bagasse, rotten fruit. Red earthworms especially love rotting fruit and vegetable leaves. They prefer sweet-sour flavors." Rotten fruit isn't common locally. Wan Lihui considered that since Wu Nanhai's comprehensive composting initiative, seemingly no organic matter escaped his grasp. He wondered how feed would be allocated to the earthworms. Those baskets contained heaven knew what, stinking atrociously. Rotten vegetable leaves work just as well. Wild fruits too. Wu Nanhai had clearly planned ahead. "Liju is shipping us several boatloads of jackfruit. They have abundant supplies there, along with sugarcane bagasse." He pulled back a basket mat. The basket contained rotting jackfruit and copious sugarcane bagasse. An overwhelming sweet-sour rotting smell forced Wan Lihui to cover his nose. "These need composting soon as well." Wu Nanhai frowned slightly. Organic matter for feed had to be fully fermented before use. Earthworms were omnivorous segmented animals. Organic wastes required composting and fermentation before earthworms could consume them. Otherwise, mass earthworm deaths would result. So the Wan brothers' main task was essentially composting. Wu Nanhai personally took up a shovel, scooping out various organic wastes for a composting demonstration. Before fermentation, livestock and poultry manure needed watering and crushing. Crop stalks and straw should first be cut into short strips with a hoe knife. Rotten fruit and sugarcane bagasse could be used directly. After piling, water was added and mixed evenly for thorough soaking. Then the material was ground piled to approximately 1 meter height. The pile should be loose rather than compacted. This aided thermophilic bacterial growth. Water thoroughly for 50 to 60% moisture content. After piling the feed, cover with plastic sheeting for temperature and moisture retention. Since large plastic sheets, Such luxury items weren't available here. Straw mats would substitute. Then water again to keep mats moist. After 3 or 4 days, the internal pile temperature can reach 50 to 60 degrees Celsius. Wu Nanhai opened his bag and extracted a rod-shaped object wound repeatedly with grass rope. Carefully unwrapping it revealed an enormous glass rod, the glass factory's latest product, an alcohol thermometer. The ungainly thing resembled a vibrator, certain to inspire endless imagination in the otaku-minded. Thermometer. You must monitor compost temperature daily. Too low or too high won't work. Turn the pile every 2 weeks, adding moisture. After 3 or 4 turnings, properly fermented feed should be dark brown, odorless, soft and loose, not sticky. Then it's ready for use. Wan Lihui watched Wu Nanhai dig into a small pile and extract a handful of fermented feed. Just like this. This hands-on demonstration somewhat impressed him. Indeed, this was how an agricultural technician should conduct themselves. Then Wu Nanhai began guiding them in constructing earthworm beds. Fermented feed was piled into ridges 80 centimeters wide and 200 to 300 centimeters long, then watered. Finally, he emptied the wooden box's earthworms onto the surface. The creatures burrowed almost immediately into the feed. If they refuse to burrow in, the feed isn't properly fermented, Wu Nanhai explained. This batch is breeding stock from the ship, just a few dozen specimens. Normally, each earthworm bed can be seeded with 1,000. In approximately 3 to 4 months, density can reach 15,000 per square meter. Harvest time. Not only can earthworms serve as feed, but earthworm castings can feed fish and shrimp, plus function as high-quality fertilizer. Wu Nanhai handed him a mimeographed booklet titled Earthworm and Housefly Maggot Cultivation Technology, stamped with Internal Materials, Agricultural Committee only. Earthworm cultivation is relatively straightforward. Mainly maintain proper temperature, moisture, and ventilation, plus process feed correctly. Raising them this way won't take at least a quarter to reach batch production capacity. Is there enough time? There's time, Wu Nanhai assured him. Initially, our lending scale is small, not that many chicks, so formula feed demand won't be large either. Wu Nanhai finished his instructions and provided an equipment list for earthworm cultivation: rakes, shovels, and similar tools, plus medical factory face masks. These are now yours. Use masks as needed, maintain proper labor protection, take care of the tools. Then he mounted his bicycle and departed in grand style. The Wan brothers sat by the earthworm bed, staring at each other in mutual commiseration. "Brother, didn't you say coming here we could shoot Japanese for entertainment?" Wan Lihuang gazed at his sibling. "All I see is farm work all day." Well, Wan Lihui had no good answer. This reality diverged too drastically from casually using Japanese pirates as target practice. Let's just focus on building the new countryside first. Then why come all this way just to build? Could have simply gone back home to build. Enough questions. Wan Lihui finally lost patience. Go compost. And so the Wan brothers commenced their new countryside construction in this new time space. Wu Nanhai leisurely cycled along field paths, occasionally encountering his farm workers. Everyone had grown accustomed to these iron-wheeled vehicles. No one came to gawk anymore. They simply stood respectfully as he passed. Wu Nanhai would greet workers as usual, not to connect with the masses, but because good nature came naturally to him. Now, rather than returning to the farm office, he headed toward the newly constructed livestock area. Previously, the livestock section had been a minor component of the farm, essentially courtyard-style farming. Following battles, trade, and various acquisitions, livestock and poultry numbers had steadily increased. Moreover, during spring, under professional veterinarian Yang Beiagui's guidance, the Agricultural Committee had launched an ambitious artificial insemination campaign. Results had been significant. Clearly, by late summer or early autumn, population numbers would expand substantially. The Agricultural Committee decided to establish permanent livestock facilities before that surge arrived. The livestock area was located near Nick's previously built horse stables. The Agricultural Committee had actually coveted this land for some time. When building Nick's stables, they'd contemplated purchasing the entire tract. But within this large expanse of wasteland lay one piece of owned land, approximately 200 mu, which had grown some peanuts though clearly lain fallow for years. Ownerless land required only registration at the county government, pay a fee, receive a deed. But negotiations with this particular plot's landlord had consumed considerable time. This landlord proved a stubborn type. When Wu Nanhai visited with Zhang Yufu, he could scarcely believe this person was actually a landlord. His house had a thatched roof. Though poor as any ordinary smallholder, the man absolutely refused to sell this land he neither farmed nor could farm. Supposedly, selling it meant he would no longer be a landlord. To preserve this hollow title, he adamantly refused all offers. Multiple negotiations failed. Dugu Qiyuhan, hearing about the impasse, had even proposed deploying policemen for forcible seizure. Zhang Yufu suggested, if the transmigrators didn't wish to act themselves, they could forge a deed, then through Secretary Wang's connection spend 100 taels to sue in county court, guaranteed victory. No, absolutely not. Wu Nanhai shook his head vigorously. Such collusion with officials to bully common people, he fundamentally opposed it. Everyone agreed these methods were too distasteful, seriously damaging the transmigrator collective's image. The Ming might be corrupt through and through, but in the early revolutionary stage, the glorious righteous image had to be maintained. End of chapter. Chapter 383, the livestock farm. Zhang Yufu considered the problem for a while. There's one approach, though somewhat troublesome. It won't be quick. As long as we get the land, I'm willing to wait, Wu Nanhai said, as long as it was completed before autumn. Then wait for my news. Zhang Yufu requested over 200 taels of silver from Wu Nanhai, then circulated among the major farming plains near the county town. After 10-odd days of negotiations, he managed to purchase 70 mu of paddy land. He then used this deed to trade for the disputed plot. Seeing the outcome, the Agricultural Committee members didn't know whether to laugh or cry. During negotiations, the Transmigrator Collective had offered 200 taels of silver. If the landlord didn't want silver, the committee had also proposed in-kind exchanges of equal value. The old man had rejected everything, yet the moment someone offered a land deed, he'd agreed immediately. What logic was this? He simply wanted to remain a landlord. Now we're giving him landlord status. Naturally, he consented. Zhang Yufu looked rather pleased with himself. But we were willing to pay. He could have bought land with the money. The bumpkin hasn't seen the world. He was simply afraid of being cheated. Zhang Yufu said dismissively. Urban-rural differences ran quite deep. I see, Wu Nanhai nodded. Apparently this down-and-out local who'd survived as a county-town middleman possessed genuine talents after all. Traditional farmers' mentality is truly incomprehensible, Yi Yumming had exclaimed at the time. Past farmers hadn't seen the world, lacked education, were frequently cheated. High wariness is entirely normal. Rural work is indeed difficult. To Zhang Yufu, what was more incomprehensible were these cropped-head bandits themselves. They possessed both power and influence. Direct seizure wouldn't have troubled the landlord in the slightest. Even the county government would never offend the cropped-heads over such a pauper. Such methods were simply called winning hearts. But Zhang Yufu sensed something more complex lay beneath. This land, acquired through considerable effort and cost, lay south of the farm. Here the Wenlin River formed a small backwater, creating a large shallow area thick with reeds. The terrain was flat, with rolling hills nearby, and water access was convenient. After surveying the site, Wu Nanhai and Yang Beiyagui agreed it suited a formal livestock facility admirably. The new facility comprised two major sections, livestock and poultry. Wu Nanhai loved visiting here, not merely for work, but for the immense sense of accomplishment each visit brought. Especially after the circumnavigation voyage had opened additional resource acquisition channels. Bopu had established regular shipping to Changhua and Yulin. Large numbers of cattle and sheep from Changhua were rapidly expanding the breeding populations. Everyone's favorite meat, pork, had also increased substantially. By his estimate, next year the transmigrators could at least restore 21st century cosmic power national per capita meat consumption standards. Wu Nanhai first visited the horse corral. Yang Beiyagui had recently been learning to ride from Nick. He found his buttocks too sore from bicycle jolts on dirt roads, the seat pressing painfully on his perineum. "I don't want prostate problems from cycling. I'm a married man." So Yang Beiyagui had taken up horseback riding for future outings. Nick had promised him a Yunnan pony, payment for treating the horses. When Wu Nanhai came looking, Nick said Yang Beiyagui had gone to the poultry area to supervise hatching facility construction. This large hatching facility was being built to support the Heaven and Earth Society's poultry promotion plan. Artificial egg incubation had appeared early in China and was widespread by Ming times, not exactly breakthrough transmigrator technology, but artificial incubation wasn't common in Lingao. Though chickens, ducks, and geese were the usual local poultry, farming scale was small. No one had developed such infrastructure. Traditional artificial incubation methods varied considerably. Most common were Northern Kang incubation and East China jar incubation. Wu Nanhai hadn't trained in animal husbandry. He'd consulted Yang Beiyagui, who possessed extensive field experience serving farmers. Yang Beiyagui recommended Northern Kang incubation. This method used simple equipment with large capacity, very suitable for large-scale farming requirements. With skilled technique, hatch rates reached 80 to 90%, comparable to modern electric incubation. A standard 7-flue Kang workshop could hold 2,600 chicken eggs at once, hatching 15,000 monthly. Expansion was straightforward, requiring almost no modern equipment or materials. Adobe bricks insulation actually suited hatcheries better than fired bricks. When Wu Nanhai arrived at the construction site, Yang Beiyagui was directing the work. This new hatchery incorporated slight improvements, a tiled roof and brick-clad exterior walls. After all, in Lingao's climate, pure adobe structures wouldn't last long. Feels somewhat wasteful. Wu Nanhai regarded the crude building under construction. He worried where they'd find 2,600 fertile eggs per batch. With eggs scarce and fertile embryos having brief storage life, collected fertile eggs were currently all naturally incubated by broody hens. It won't be wasteful. Rainy season always requires drying work. This hatchery can double as a drying room. Yang Beiyagui reassured him. The first batch being brooded now can provide about 200 chicks, enough for 20 smallholders. Batch sizes will gradually increase. It's a gradual process. Consider how many chickens we had when we first arrived. Now over 100. Growth rate is several thousand%. With mass mobilization, we may need expansion by year's end. Take me to see the henhouse. Certainly. Let me give them some instructions first. Yang Beiyagui inspected the construction site. The most critical Kang flues were basically complete. This part was key. A well-built Kang saved fuel and transmitted heat swiftly. A poorly constructed one neither heated nor drew smoke properly. A specialized craft. Lingao naturally had no Kang builders, not even among immigrants. They worked entirely from books and blueprints. He gave instructions to the foreman, then led Wu Nanhai to the recently completed henhouses. The new henhouse still employed bamboo fence walls and fishing net enclosures for free range, with climbing vegetables providing shelter. The innovation lay in implementing separate housing. Breeding chickens were individually penned. Layers, chicks, and growers each had their own designated spaces, mutually undisturbed, facilitating different feed additions according to condition. Finally, there were the bronze turkeys, now expanded to about a dozen birds. Around 200 growers were active in the spacious area under the protective netting. They looked healthy. The ground had just been watered, smelling of lime. Daily scheduled manure cleaning, then lime water disinfection. No choice, density remains high. Disease prevention is essential. Besides, chicken manure is also feed, Can't waste it. We're not raising fish, are we? Chickens' short digestive tracts meant their droppings still contained significant nutrients. Wu Nanhai knew of circular agriculture systems that raised chickens by fish ponds, using chicken manure to feed the fish. For pigs, that's disgusting. The mere thought of chicken manure's stench killed Wu Nanhai's interest. After fermentation, pigs actually find it quite palatable. Yang Beiyagui smiled wryly. Honestly, I don't favor this feeding method either. Once feed becomes plentiful, we'll simply use it as fertilizer. Wu Nanhai followed him to the duck shelter. Ducks were actually more profitable than chickens in poultry operations. Ducks were omnivorous, capable of self-foraging while grazing, tolerating rough feed with high feed conversion efficiency. During spring's first rice planting, Foshan had experimentally practiced paddy duck integration, releasing ducks to forage in rice paddies. Not only could they consume field snails and small fish, but they also eliminated pests and weeds. Foshan planned to drive ducks in after rice harvest to clear fallen grains and chaff, far more convenient and thorough than manual clearing. In Japan, the practice had an elegant name, duck method rice cultivation, a retro-style natural rice farming technique. The duck shelter stood by the river bend. Bamboo fencing separated the backwater from the main channel, with an openable gate to prevent ducks from wandering off. Reeds grew dense here. The river water was nutrient-rich. The riverbanks supported abundant snails and other aquatic creatures that ducks loved. The agricultural committee had found a duck herder among the immigrants to take the flock out daily, also collecting snails and clams to crush for supplementary feed. Don't step carelessly, Yang Beiyagui warned him, especially avoid stepping in riverside grass. Ducks might have laid eggs anywhere in there. Evenings the herder would patrol and collect eggs. We currently have over 200 ducks plus 30-some geese. Ducks and geese require less feed than chickens. Besides laying poultry needing protein supplements, most subsist on green feed. Egg production is decent as well, also suitable for promotional farming. The ducks were local varieties plus Beijing ducks brought from modern times. Yang Beiyagui planned to crossbreed them and observe results. As for geese, the transmigrators hadn't brought any since China's native goose breeds were recognized as excellent. He'd simply purchased several from the market, the common South China lionhead goose. Wu Nanhai said, duck and goose farming requires water surfaces. Raising conditions are constrained, not as easily promoted as chickens. Plus, duck and goose eggs aren't popular. Everyone prefers chicken eggs. Who wants duck eggs unless they're preserved or salted? Have you ever had goose eggs? I've had wine-fermented goose eggs, quite tasty. Yang Beiyagui recalled the memory fondly. Poultry at least grows fast. If only pigs could reproduce with such efficiency. Pig reproduction isn't actually bad. Sows can produce 20 piglets in 2 litters yearly. With proper care, survival rates are quite respectable, Yang Beiyagui said. The biggest constraint is our shortage of sows. End of chapter. Chapter 384. Pigs and cattle. The farm possessed 2 pairs of landrace pigs and 1 pair of northeastern min pigs as initial breeding stock. To expand the pig population, relying solely on the brought-in sows was insufficient. It wasted the precious semen of breeding boars. A sow could only produce 2 litters annually, while a boar could naturally breed 20 to 30 sows per year. With artificial insemination, a single boar could serve nearly 1,000 sows annually. So Yang Beiyagui had specifically collected Lingao's most representative native breed, the Lingao pig, as maternal stock, rapidly expanding populations through artificial insemination. Local pig farming was fairly developed. Every farm household raised pigs, but unfortunately the standards were abysmal. By modern husbandry criteria, every animal was malnourished. Yang Beiyagui had barely managed to acquire about 10 passable sows for breeding, plus carefully selected and raised over 10 gilts as future breeding stock. Because Xingbayu constantly lamented the loss of purebred Lingao pigs, Every time discussion turned to how Lingao's animal husbandry station had hybridized away the purebred stock, Xingbayu grew visibly indignant. Yang Beiyagui had specifically obtained several growing pigs from farmers for fattening. He discovered Lingao pigs weren't suited for modern large-scale agricultural production. Their growth period was excessively long, weight gain unprecedentedly slow. He asked locals and learned that fattening a 200 jin pig took 24 months before market. Compared to modern breeds' one-year cycle, quite uneconomical. It's understandable that Lingao's Animal Husbandry Bureau hybridized the Lingao pigs. Otherwise, how could they have met such export volumes? You're also hybridizing Lingao pigs now. True, but I'm preserving several purebreds. I'll maintain a few breeding animals of each variety. Preserving original strains is important. The newly built pigpen rows were mostly still empty. Lingao's winters weren't particularly cold, but summers were brutally humid and hot, with heavy rain plus typhoon concerns. So Yang Beiyagui had chosen single-slope open-style pens for his piggery design, optimal for ventilation and cooling. Construction materials were quite refined, with cement-smoothed floors throughout. The entire piggery had been built sturdy to withstand strong winds with excellent waterproofing. Summer typhoons are no joke, Yang Beiyagui said. Build cheap now, and when the piggery collapses and crushes pigs, that's the real loss. Wu Nanhai noticed a large area near the piggery enclosed with sturdy bamboo fencing. The soil had been thoroughly churned, with several black mud wallows scattered about. That's the exercise ground for the pigs, Yang Beiyagui explained. Though we're not raising jogging pigs, moderate exercise benefits their appetite. The mud wallows are something they genuinely love, plus they help with disease prevention. Around the piggery and exercise yard, numerous plants had been established, including windbreak tree seedlings. Pumpkins grew along piggery wall bases. Trellises over open-air pens supported climbing squash. These not only shaded and cooled the pens but supplemented feed. These pigs really do live well. Surrounding sanitation looks impressive too. Of course, animals experience psychological stress too. Don't imagine pigs enjoy dirty, smelly environments. Happy pigs get sick less, grow faster, and develop better meat quality. Breeding stock especially needs good hormonal vigor. Look, these are purebred Lingao pigs. Yang Beiyagui pointed at about 10 weaned piglets sleeping peacefully in a pen. Lingao pork genuinely does taste excellent, especially roast suckling pig. Yang Beiyagui smacked his lips appreciatively. So we raise some separately. Let Xingbayu prepare roast suckling pig for you sometime. Here strict separate housing was rigorously implemented. Yang Beiyagui told Wu Nanhai there were 9 different pen types alone for different pig categories and age groups. Each pen type varied in area based on head count, with slightly different equipment configurations. Additionally, there were specialized breeding rooms and farrowing sheds. So-called scientific pig farming doesn't necessarily require complete feed, antibiotics, disinfectants, and vaccines. Those are unavoidable necessities of modern commercial mass production. With our limited conditions, many simple, effective techniques can achieve excellent results, just with somewhat lower scale and efficiency, but absolutely eco-friendly. Take this piglet pen, for example. Yang Beiyagui had him examine the floor. Iron grating raised 1 meter high on stone supports. This technique is called platform weaning. Piglet droppings fall through to be absorbed by bedding below. The platform stays clean and dry, so piglets don't easily contract dysentery. Survival rates are vastly higher. Very simple principle, not difficult to implement. Somewhat like elevated platform poultry raising. Correct related techniques actually, Yang Beiyagui confirmed. Also automatic waterers. I asked the industrial committee to fabricate them last time. Those fellows insisted they needed plastic or rubber. What plastic or rubber? Just use a lever-type valve. Minor leakage doesn't matter. But with automatic waterers, not only is pig drinking water sanitary, pen hygiene improves dramatically. Pigs get sick less. No need for constant antibiotics. The homemade waterers from the Industrial Committee's machinery shop used primarily ceramic and bamboo, with only a few metal components. Water flowed from an elevated reinforced concrete tank through thick bamboo pipes. When pigs nudged a bamboo lever, water flowed from a ceramic reservoir into a drinking tray below. The equipment did leak somewhat, but was considerably cleaner than pouring water into stone troughs and wasted far less. Another example is feed delivery. Here they still use traditional thin soup plenty feeding, watery pig feed, fed until the animals are full. Looks like it saves feed, but excessive water impairs digestion and actually hinders fattening. As for cooking pig feed, completely unnecessary. Not only damages nutritional value but easily causes nitrite poisoning, wastes labor and fuel. Except for slop from kitchen waste, regular feed can be fed raw. Many such simple improvements are possible. Yang Beiagui's current pig raising priority was expanding northeastern Min pig breeding. In modern society, beyond their use as hybrid maternal stock, northeastern Min pigs were essentially no longer raised as meat animals. They deposited excessive fat. Modern demand was for maximum lean meat. Besides lean meat breeds, there were jogging pigs and even ractopamine shortcuts. So this breed wasn't popular. But for the transmigrator collective, pigs besides providing meat also bore the crucial task of supplying fat as an industrial resource. After pigs, cattle represented the largest livestock group. Historically, Hainan's major exports had included cattle. Lingao had considerable water buffalo and yellow cattle locally. Li territories were the primary local cattle source. Over 100 cattle had been continuously shipped from Lingao Li territory trade and Changhua fortress, greatly expanding the cattle farm scale. The cattle farm's animals mainly served as draft animals, currently not extensively used in field labor, primarily cargo transport. Ox cart transport was becoming the transmigrator collective's principal land freight method. Yang Beiagui needed to balance rapid herd expansion with draft animal supply. Accelerating cattle imports from Changhua was optimal. Arrivals could be put to work after brief rest and conditioning. Cattle had low feed requirements with no feed supply concerns. He categorized arriving cattle systematically. Water buffalo meat was tough and coarse, so they primarily served as draft animals for plowing and hauling. Breeding scale was controlled accordingly. Main breeding focused on various yellow cattle. Yellow cattle could pull wagons while serving dual purposes, meat and leather. The cattle were resting now, mid-afternoon, the weather hot. Several farm workers were sprinkling water around the cattle sheds for cooling. These cattle, bearing heavy daily transport duties, received particularly attentive care, not only daily concentrated feed supplements but guaranteed adequate rest. Quite a large cattle herd, Wu Nanhai observed. Seems beef might actually become widely available first. Actually, for our purposes, ideal livestock are cattle and sheep. They just need grass. Pigs require substantial grain. Green feed is only supplementary. The local custom of fattening pigs with rice, far too wasteful. Large-scale sweet potato planting is precisely for securing feed grain supply, but cattle also need grain, surely, corn and such. Traditional cattle farming was purely grass-fed. Specialized green fodder also works perfectly. Corn-fed cattle only work in countries with excessively favorable conditions like America. Yang Beiagui sighed. He harbored a particular fondness for North America. They passed the breeding bull shed. Fencing here was extremely heavy-duty. Bulls were temperamental.